p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
I hear he's amazing.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Wow. The Lakers.
I think I would say they'll be similar. I think we can kind of create some of these competitive periods that, we don't always have to have another team to do it, like either tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe a little bit more to that practice in drills that we might have done, let's say, with Green Bay or Minnesota, if that makes any sense. I think we can control it, and it helps with the install schedule.
Another day out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and all of our coverage, training camp coverage, is brought to you by Ramos Law. Sean Payton after practice. A few things that I wanted to talk about with Sean Payton, and one of them is, the dichotomy that you're going to find between him and Davis Webb having the play sheet and calling the plays. When you talk about preseason football, there is one of the one school of thought that I think is almost a guarantee is this. Anything that I thought would be cool heading into this season, if it happens in the preseason, that's real. And anything that I thought was going to be bad and looks bad doesn't matter. That just seems to be the way that people handle the preseason. Now, I'll tell you this. I am very much, I try as best I can, like I do with many things, to stay neutral and in the middle, not get too high, not get too low. But I'm almost positive of one thing. If the Broncos offense looked like it was struggling in that first preseason game, I think that we'd have some takes. For all the people that are like, yeah, but it was only the preseason and the Falcons stink and all this different stuff. I mean, that can all be true. But when I tell you that I'm pretty impressed with Davis Webb and the rhythm of the offense in that first game, it's because it's the truth. If it didn't look that way, I wouldn't feel good about it. And I know that there is this tendency for people, no matter what, to go out and be like, none of this matters. I disagree. I think that having that sort of debut for Davis Webb was an important thing. That he went out and he ran an offense that was, first of all, effective, but second of all, it was one that looked like it had a tempo to it. And it's something that's been missing. And when you're putting, at least I am, all of my eggs in the basket of, if this team wants to recreate the magic that they had last year, it's going to fall directly on the offense being a more consistent unit. That's what I wanted to see out of the first preseason game. And to do that with, your backup quarterbacks, Bo Nix obviously didn't play, J.K. Dobbins didn't play, Mims, Waddle, all these different guys. Waddle back at practice yesterday, which was good, and we'll get to Waddle in a second. All of that stuff I do think matters. And I don't like just downplaying or discounting something because, well, it didn't actually count for the regular season. This is what's called prep. Like when you practice something and you do well, it's a good indicator of where things could be going. And in the case of Davis Webb, I truly think, there's a bunch of Broncos fans when this move was first made that just had this assumption. And I don't know where you get this from in your heads. I think this is a foolish way to look at things. But Davis Webb taking over play calling duties, you just thought, oh, good, this will be so much better now. My first instinct wasn't that it was going to be better. It could be, but I also know that Sean Payton's called plays for nearly 2 decades in the NFL. Kind of knew what he was doing. If you don't believe me, listen to Drew Brees, who's in the Hall of Fame. He had him as the guy giving the introduction to Drew Brees into the Hall of Fame speech. He has credited him with a huge portion of his success in his career because Sean Payton knows offense and he knows what he's doing. So I was intrigued at the idea of Davis Webb taking over, but I did have some hesitancy, which is when your team has 14 wins, you get worse a lot easier than you get better. It's I had a 25-pound cat when I was a kid. And the vet said, cat's got to lose weight. And we're like, yeah, we know. It's a big cat. And that cat lost 10 pounds. Turns out the cat was sick, but it lost 10 pounds, okay? Here's what happened. You take him back in and you say, man, lost 10 pounds. To me, as a kid, I was like, 10 pounds? I hear people lose 10 pounds all the time. That's not a big deal. Yeah, when you lose 10 out of 25, that's a big deal. That's a huge percentage of what your weight is. Now, in the case of the Broncos, going from 14 wins to 15 wins is going to be exponentially more difficult. Going from 14 wins to 10 wins is very easy. Very easy to do. And that's the whole point that I'm making. So you make this switch, it doesn't come without risk. And so I was intrigued. I was intrigued that Davis Webb taking over play calling duties, what that would look like. Would it be different, first of all, because you have a whole bunch of the same pieces on offense and Sean Payton is still sort of hovering over his shoulder. I don't know. I still am unsure on the lack of involvement in Sean Payton within game planning, all that stuff. I think he's still heavily involved. If things start to go poorly at some point during the year, is he very quick to look at Davis Webb and get antsy about taking play calling duties back? Maybe. But for a debut, I thought it was great. You go out, 6 plays, touchdown. You have your entire first half of offense basically being stellar. That's what you need. Now, in the case of some individuals on the team, I heard DMac talking about this yesterday. The guys who've been hurt, your Jalen Waddles and your Marvin Mims types, dealing with the tissue and soft tissue injuries. Do you need to see them in the preseason at all? I mean, probably not, especially for a guy like Waddle, but I do think it's important for them to get on the field, especially Waddle with Bo Nix, and establish some sort of chemistry, get timing down. And, yeah, you can do that in practice, but all I'm saying is it would be a lot more effective if it felt like a situation in which the bullets were actually flying. Now, I know that Bo Nix didn't play in the first preseason game, and my assumption is a lot of that had to do with 1, backup center, 2, playing on turf, 3, coming off the ankle injury. But I do think that he's probably going to get a couple of games in here coming up. Sean Payton's somebody who likes to play his guys in the preseason, and Bo Nix certainly feels like one of them. But the main thing here, as we enter into this season of grand expectation, you get these final 2 games, preseason games, being at home. I think that Bo Nix should get on the field with some of his players, with guys like Jalen Waddle, and trying to establish some sort of rhythm like we saw in that first preseason game. In the case of what Jarrett Stidham did, I think that he did a lot to solidify himself again as the backup quarterback, and a lot of people made that into a battle. It just never quite felt that way to me, because Stidham was always Sean Payton's sort of number 1 backup option. And I think that he would have to play poorly and Ellinger would have to play great. You'd have to have both of those things coming together. But for Sean Payton and what he sees out of his offense in that first game, I think he's got to be encouraged, especially in giving Davis Webb the play calling duties. And Nelly, if you could go to cut 13 from Sean Payton, he talks about his and Davis Webb's new roles, and I think that part of that has to do with if you remember the halftime interview when Sean Payton is joking around saying a lot of fans are dressed as empty seats. I think maybe he was a lot more cool, not as stressed, having the every single day sort of play calling duties, the offensive game planning, all of that. He was able to offload at least a certain percentage of that workload heading into a game like that. But Davis Webb taking over and establishing this new role, what did Sean Payton think of it?
Yeah, I thought the flow was good. I thought he did a good job. The substitutions were clean, and yeah, it went pretty smooth.
What about your role?
Yeah, felt pretty comfortable with it. All the things that you're looking at closely during the game, some situational stuff that comes up. Maybe you make a note that you're going to want to talk about. But I thought overall I was pleased with it.
Okay, so 2 things here. Number 1, on the substitutions being smooth, that is true. Part of the sub packages and how often, Sean Payton does that was a big discussion for a lot of people. In that maybe he does it too much, maybe he goes to that well, and first of all, it doesn't give you a lot of chemistry within the people that are in the lineup when 2 or 3 guys are subbing in every single play. It's not conducive to chemistry on a drive, I should say. But secondly, it can confuse the offense in a way that gets you up to the line with less time on the play clock. And I think to Davis Webb's credit in that first game, all of that felt pretty smooth. But if you could, Nelly, go back to where whoever asked, what about your role? And I can hear a slight hesitation where he's like, yeah, it was pretty good. I kind of hated it. Like, that was the tone that I got. Let me hear it again.
What about your role?
Yeah, felt pretty comfortable with it. All the things that you're looking at closely during the game, some situational stuff that comes up. Maybe you make a note that you're going to want to talk about. But I thought overall I was pleased with it.
I think he's fighting it, dude.
What about your role?
Yeah, felt pretty comfortable with it.
I think he's fighting it a little bit. And he should. I mean, this has been his job. As much as it's been being a head coach, I think he takes an equal amount of pride in his play calling ability as he does running an entire organization. And so in that case, this is going to be a massive shift for him from a straight-up mentality standpoint. And I'll throw it out to the people, 303-504-0925. do you hear the same thing that I'm hearing, which is a slight bit of, yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I was fine. I liked it. I liked it. It was great. There was a lot of convincing in what he was saying, because I'm telling you, I wish that we had some bottle of true serum and you could just inject it into Sean Payton and be like, so was this fully your choice? And if it was, I will say this. Sean Payton, since he has gotten here, has done a lot of different things to, I would say, selfless in throwing the financial and roster support on the side of the football that he is not involved in. And I think that is something that's impressive for a head coach to do. When you are an offensive or defensive-minded head coach, a lot of times what you want to do is do everything in your power to make sure that your side of the football looks good, because if you fail, you want the failure to be on the side that you are not in charge of, because then you can have a scapegoat. Like, it was kind of the problem that Brandon Staley had when he was in Los Angeles. You know, he's coaching the Chargers. He's a defensive-minded head coach, and they're losing games because they're giving up 38 points a night. In the case of an offensive-minded head coach, I think you'd be like, well, if we lose games 38-35, I can fire the DC and it doesn't look all that bad on me. But instead, he invested heavily in drafting Nick Bonito and signing Zach Allen and getting your secondary figured out and doing this and that. Like, you threw a ton of money and resources at it. And that's a lot of money and resources you didn't have because you were locked in with the Russell Wilson stuff. So I think that is it possible that he solely gave up play calling duties because he felt it was the right thing, despite the fact that it might have hurt him inside to admit that? Yeah, I do. But I still wonder if there was some sort of outside influence. I was like, Davis Webb's a good mind. If we don't give him the play sheet, he's going to leave and go somewhere else. Plus, it might be time. I don't know. But the good news is, in the first debut of it, Davis Webb looked great. So, 303-504-0925. Again, reminder to you guys, we got something really cool going on right now, which is you can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. You go to altitudesportsradio.com/win or text WIN to 303-504-0925. We'll text you the link. Then pick the 4 Nuggets home games you want to see this season to enter. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you the link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, you can go to nuggets.com/pick'em. So, giving away 4-packs to people over the next couple of days. Starting Thursday, we'll start calling names, and you got the time to respond. So 303-504-0925, back after this. Back at here at Broncos Park. All training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. I was just talking to Nellie. Nellie's her music man. And I said, have you listened to the new McAfee album yet? Because I haven't heard a single thing from this. And I'm almost wondering, at some point, do we do a live review? Does Nellie just pick a song, we listen to it, and just see what we think?
Well, I don't know. Pat McAfee kind of has a bit of a potty mouth, so are any of these songs air appropriate? I'll have to do some research.
Okay, that's a good point. Good point. But just Google one and see if there's one that's clean. And then, because I don't want you to have a sort of tainted view of this either.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. I told you, I have to go to Fort Collins later today, so I'm going to have a long drive ahead of me. Why don't I just listen to the album, and then we have to play it on a day when Vic is back? How are we going to review a rap album without this show's rap expert?
That is true. Okay, good point. Maybe we wait on this. Because I don't know. He's a talented guy. I have a feeling this is going to stink. So part of me wants to do this on the air. The other thing, keep this in mind, everybody. Adam Schefter will join us at 9:20 this morning. So news comes down, and we'll get back to the Broncos in a second, but I've been waiting on this forever, and we finally got some sort of result, we'll say. The NBA has found no evidence showing that Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. A portion of the article from ESPN in talking about this said, instead, the NBA is focused on whether the team's introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constitutes a violation of the league's rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention, two of the sources said. The league is examining whether the Clippers are guilty of failure to supervise employees, though it's unclear what specific rule the team would have violated or what the penalties would be, two of the sources said. So, I'm just going to tell you this right now. This is how it feels to me. The last time the NBA had a big scandal, much bigger than this, the Tim Donaghy scandal. A ref that was caught shaving points and turning betting lines in NBA games. They had a similar situation to this when they investigated Terry Rozier and Malik Beasley. So here's what you have to do. If you're the NBA, and you go out and say, Tim Donaghy, yes, he went out and did this. But the very next thing they said is what? He was the only one. And I think as reasonable people, you would hear that and say, really? How is somebody who is operating in that kind of job, who is actively trying to influence the outcome of games, not at least getting a side eye from one of his co-referees in that game? And how is that not picked up immediately and then reported to people? Unless a couple of refs are in on it. I guess I don't know, but logically and simply, that's how it feels. In the case of Kawhi Leonard, after all of this investigation, after all of this stuff from Pablo Torre and what he's slow dripped out as far as evidence, would a reasonable person come to the conclusion of they probably did something weird?
That's all a charade.
The answer is, of course. Here's the problem. I mentioned this before, and I think this is the issue that you face. When you go on Forbes.com and you look up the 100 richest men in the world, Steve Ballmer is 15th. When you're the 15th richest man on planet Earth, and other owners, all 29 other ones, who are also billionaires, pool their money together and might not still hit your net worth, that scares them, because that means you have lawyers that they don't. You have multi-billion dollar lawyers. And you don't want to get into a legal fight with Steve Ballmer, because here's the problem. If this is all true, if he went out and funneled money through this aspiration company or whoever else, and they paid Kawhi Leonard under the table, and that circumvented the salary cap. That's what's called cheating, and cheating can get you banned from the league. Well, how do you do that to an owner? Well, they did it for Donald Sterling. Donald Sterling was not the 15th richest man in the world. Big difference. And so what does the NBA do? We have found no wrongdoing, but in a little blurb. But we are seeing if they violated the league's rules of failure to supervise when introducing Leonard to team sponsors. Well, that sounds like what? A lessened sentence? That sounds like we'll find you a second-round draft pick? This looks like you're pleading guilty to a lesser charge. And this was always going to be the result, because what are they going to do? Is the NBA truly going to go out and try and, first of all, ban one of their owners, get him kicked out of the league? Second of all, negate a trade that's been in the works for months that would screw two teams off seasons? All of it just felt too much. You're going to kick Ballmer out of the league, and then they were going to negate the Kawhi trade to Toronto? No way. So I am wholly unsurprised by this result, but I feel like I'm being lied to, and I hate it. I mean, there is no doubt something was happening between Kawhi or his uncle or whoever with the Clippers involved. And you can pull the whole, they conned me. You can do that line if you want to, and maybe you did. Maybe you did get conned.
Look, they conned me.
And that guy, by the way, is serving real jail time, so he conned a bunch of people. But did he con you into giving Kawhi more money for doing zero work? Like, this is what I've been talking about, whether it's this or that. What was it, Nelly? Was it the soccer team in Maine or something like that? Somewhere in the Northeast.
Oh, yeah, the football club that is football, not American
Rhode Island
football. Yes, Rhode Island.
The whole point to having a celebrity's name attached to your product is that you can brag about the celebrity being attached to your product. And so when you don't do that at all, what do you stand to gain out of it? I mean, Jamal Murray is a rep for New Balance. When I watch a New Balance commercial, guess what? Jamal Murray's on there. When this is no BS. I was walking downtown one day, and on the side of the street, I see this big van, and there's like 3 camera people out there snapping photos. I go, what's going on here? And it was Jamal Murray. Was doing a photo shoot on the side of the street in downtown Denver wearing what? New Balances. Because he endorses them, because that's what you do when you're an endorser. You take photos, and you do commercials, and you speak about the product because they pay you money for it. That's how it works. There's no silent partners in endorsements. When you own the Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney took this nothing team over in Wrexham, bought the soccer team, and made a TV show about it. Why? Because that's what you do when you're famous and you put your name on something. Hey, Nelly, you ever wondered which college Matthew McConaughey likes? Or is it Texas?
He's never said anything about it. How would I supposed to know? Wow, that maybe if I went to Texas, I would have spoken better grammar. What was that? How would I ever? Forget about it. No, I was gonna say. By the way, quick aside.
Yeah.
Speaking of people who can't talk, when you bring up Donald Sterling, there's only one place my mind goes every single time.
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
Is that what he calls you? No. I just thought that sounded fine. By the way, what was up with that chick? was she involved in anything like nefarious, or was she just there for the ride?
No pun intended. I think that's what she was there for, was the ride. It's not like she was leaving any of those voicemails.
Well, no. I can't remember if she was involved in some way, or, like, why was she being interviewed? Was she a character witness for 60 minutes?
Well, I think she was his, right-hand arm man, Rabbit, but wasn't she his mistress? Because he was married.
Yeah, but I would assume that an old, weird, creepy guy had a mistress somewhere. You know, it's like Anna Nicole Smith wasn't in it for love, okay? They all know what they're getting into. They know what they're signing up for. But the worst part about this entire story is just when you feel like you're blatantly being lied to. Is this what gaslit means? I'm not up on my new terms. Gaslit is this, what I'm feeling right now?
No, this isn't what it means at all, Brett. You're crazy. It doesn't mean this.
Yeah. Where I know that you're not telling the truth, but everybody just has to go along with it. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and a systematic web of lies that you build bit by bit.
It's just, it's so blatantly obvious. And that's what I just can't stand. So 303-504-0925. We'll get back to the Broncos here in just a minute. I do have one other piece of audio I want to play for you, and it's Micah Parsons. He does his podcast, and he's a big podcasting guy. So he's going through predicting every single division in the NFL and seeing who's going to finish first. And I want you to hear what he did with the AFC West. Listen.
AFC West, I'm going to stick with the Broncos as number one. They did lose a couple people, but I still think they're power loaded, and they added Jalen Waddle to that offense. I was going to surprise some people, and they're going to say, Mike, you don't know football. I am going to take the Los Angeles Chargers at number 2 over Kansas City. I do not think Kansas City put enough around Patrick Mahomes to win the AFC West and go pick another title run. They let go of every bit of their talent, pretty much. Trent McDuffie left. You just don't let those type of players left. It's just hard for me to say that they're ready to win. When I look at the receivers, I don't see them really threatening anyone. You know, you kind of got an older Kelsey who's a Hall of Famer, but you can't bank on him.
Okay, so pause right there. I play this audio for you to say this. Would you like if a player is going around talking trash about other teams in the league? Like, I know that he plays for Green Bay. And I guess, well, ironically, you'll see Green Bay in just a couple of days. But they're not on the schedule this season. All I'm saying is, do you want your player to go out and say things like they didn't do enough to help out Patrick Mahomes when you're playing in the league? Like, do I want my how about this? Surtan's got a podcast. If Surtan went through and said, I got to tell you, I think that the Chiefs really messed up this offseason and they're going to be bad. You probably don't want your player saying that, do you? And you can say, well, Brett, that's a division opponent. That's not what Micah Parsons is talking about. Well, he went through every single division in the league. But even if he didn't, I don't want somebody that is on my roster actively talking trash about teams he could potentially be playing this year. Even teams that you aren't. You're in this fraternity in the NFL. I don't want somebody talking trash about my team or players on there. Like, what did he say about the Chiefs wide receivers? They're just not good enough. They're not good enough. They don't strike fear in anybody. By the way, I've been saying that all offseason about the Chiefs, but I'm me. I'm not Micah Parsons. I'm just a jackass with a microphone. This is what I do. This is my job. His job is to hit people and play football. I just thought it was bizarre. I'm watching yesterday Micah Parsons go through his entire list like he's on the Get Up set or First Take in the morning. Well, Micah, what do you got for division winners and losers? I got to tell you, I think the Chiefs are in for a terrible year. It's like you're a player. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I'm curious, by the way. I'm going to hit this link just real quick. because he goes through every division. I want to see what he does for the NFC. NFC North, he has to pick his own team at least, right? He has to. So hang on, let me scan through this quickly. Let's see where everything's at. NFC West, NFC East. Oh, does he not? He's not going to pick the NFC North. Okay, wise decision at least on that. So he doesn't pick his own division, but he picks everybody else. Oh, wait, no, it's at the very end. So he's got Packers 1, Bears 2, Lions 3, Vikings 4. But it's, why even discuss any of this stuff? Maybe he's not big on the bulletin board material. I know coaches are. I wouldn't want to do this at all. It would be a lot worse. If his team stunk, though, what would he do? If the Packers were 1-15 last year, would he still pick them number 1? Or 1-16, I guess. I suppose you'd have to. You can't not do that. You're not a journalist. It's not like my journalistic integrity will not allow me to lie to you guys on this. You're not a journalist. You hit quarterbacks hard. That's your job. So 303-504-0925. Got a lot more here from Broncos Park. Back after this. All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. I would like to read a text to you. It says, I think it's bizarre that your jackass tiny little brain thinks the way you do. We've got no problem hearing from Micah Parsons. Honestly, most of us would probably like to hear from him than you and your bleeping annoying jackass. You flip-flop more than anybody I've ever bleeping heard. You've got no consistency. Your logic is pee-poor at best. Since you're taking shots, I'd figure I'd take some shots at you since Micah Parsons would never waste 10 seconds of his day listening to rebut you. Love hearing from fans. I really do.
And
beautiful thing.
And actually, it looks like on the caller ID that is coming from a Schmeika Schmarsons, I believe, is the person who sent that. Thanks for listening, Schmeika.
So two things. Number one, that all might be really accurate. I don't know. I don't listen to myself. I only speak. Second of all, Micah Parsons, just to be fair, wasn't taking a shot at Micah Parsons. And I always want to say Michael Parson now. Not taking a shot. Was just saying, think it's weird that a player would talk about other teams in a detrimental way in a league that he participates in.
Michael Parson.
I want to make a comparison, Nelly. That raving review that I have received, is that better or worse than this one that I saw of Pat McAfee's album that was, quote, a train of diarrhea and disappointment?
That's a good way to describe this show as well.
Who got the better review?
Man, that's a good question. I also saw a review for Pat McAfee's album where there was someone who said it was something like, Pat, I've been disabled my whole life. I've been wheelchair bound, but someone put on your album and it inspired me to stand up and walk across the room and turn it off.
Turn it off. Yeah, that's always good. So, off and running this morning. I do have some audio I'd like to play for you from Sean Payton, who was at the podium yesterday, and he was, again, I'm going to be overly obsessive about this because I think it's a spot that you need to have some clarity, and you need to have a true backup option in. This was him in talking about Jonah Coleman, his college tape, if it matched what he was hoping to see on Friday for NFL tape. He said this.
I kind of felt like we knew what the roles were going to be like, and then, there was a point, I think he had 2 or 3 carries, and all right, I've seen enough here, and so it's just your instincts relative to the evening and who's playing, but I didn't need to see additional evidence of what I've been seeing for 3 weeks. And so, we do the 3 phases, but then we do within each phase who are the potential early outs and in each phase and all of that.
So that one was a little bit different. That was him talking about why he took him out of the game as early as he did. And he's like, well, when you see all you need to see, you're good. It reminds me of if you have somebody in the NBA that's like a Vegas Summer League guy, and he has a really good game or two to start Summer League, and you're like, that's it. We aren't going to risk any injury. We've seen what we had to see. That's all good. But going to the beginning of this, I mean, Sean Payton's somebody that said Jonah Coleman has had every sort of feel of guy who is ready for the NFL the second that he got here. And here's what he said about his college tape matching the pro tape.
Yes, good balance. A real good elusive runner for his size. Good, I would say good short area quickness and good balance. And the other night we had a few good examples of that.
We had Chad Brown on yesterday. He's going to be on with us again today. That can speak more to this because Jonah Coleman is somebody that I was very excited about when they drafted him. He is somebody that I'm even more excited about after seeing him in camp and now through a preseason game. He is small, stocky, and hard to tackle. When you got a build like that, and this is something that, Sean Payton has, we always say he's got a type. He's got a type for wide receivers. He's got a type for running backs. They all have this certain size and build for the most part, with a few exceptions. But I'm telling you, it's kind of every bit that I wanted it to be with Jonah in the sense of you need to have a backup option to J.K. Dobbins and if/when he gets hurt. And he can make all the pinky promises he wants to, and God, do I hope he plays for 17 games. You just kind of base it off history, and it's hard to think that that's going to be the case. So you have to have somebody else ready to go. And in this case, I think Jonah Coleman is that guy. On top of, a couple of other things. When we discuss the Broncos offense and where they are and where they need to be, there's still the looming Jalen Waddle factor that we have not seen in game action yet. Don't know if that's going to be this week. I think there is maybe a way of thinking of we aren't going to rush this at all. Maybe he gets a couple snaps the final preseason game of the year. Maybe he waits until the regular season. I don't know. But it is something like once that's put in there, because we saw Courtland Sutton in that first preseason game, and whether he's making one-handed catches, high-pointing a football in one-on-one coverage, he's very, very good possession-wise. Adding an athletic, dynamic option to it, it's just something the Broncos offense hasn't had in forever. I mean, we've been through it. I've asked you guys, who's the last guy that truly had that sort of speed and explosiveness? And there really hasn't been anybody. You go back to maybe DT, that's a long time. It's a long ways away. And so what you need to do, or what I want to see anyway, is both of those guys on the field, one with a completely different sort of game at that position to the other, but so many more different options than what you had beforehand. And it's one of the nice things, like when you play wide receiver, you have multiple guys on the field at the same time. I love the idea of everybody doing something a little bit different, and I think they were too stereotypical maybe over the last couple of years because of those same sort of body types and fits and all of that. Like Courtland Sutton and Pat Bryant both kind of look the same. Troy Franklin gave you a little bit more speed, but I think he was still a little bit raw at that time. I'm still curious to see how this rotation is going to go through in that wide receiver room. Who's going to get X amount of the snaps, because it's going to be crowded in there, and a lot of guys are making a case for it. But getting Jalen Waddle on the same field as Courtland Sutton and having a true sort of, you do this with some running backs where you have one guy who's sort of the scat back, the other guy who's the power back. It gives you just so many other options as a play caller. And it's something that I think, we were talking about yesterday, Bo Nix being in this perfect situation going into year 3 to really make a case of being a franchise quarterback, making $55 million a year, all that stuff. It's the same thing for Davis Webb. I don't think you could have handled a situation where you're handing over play calling duties to a rookie play caller in a better way than what Denver has here. Because you have pretty much everything from an offensive line being solidified to, at minimum, a good quarterback under center, to now some dynamic playmakers on the outside, some more depth maybe juiced into that running game. You have all of these different things along with retention. Is that you were here last year in a different role, but it's basically the exact same offense you have to work with, and now you can just put your own little finishing touches on it. You couldn't ask for a better spot to be in than where Davis Webb is right now. Like, if you were hell-bent and your intention was, I'm going to use this as a springboard to become a head coach one day, I can't think of a better situation than what he's got on this practice field right here in this offense. It's remarkable. You step into a situation that's pretty much ready-made, where there's no overhaul of anything. There's no teaching a quarterback a new system. There's none of that stuff. I'm taking something that's already operating pretty well and just trying to capitalize on it. And again, I have at least a little bit of a concern with Bo Nix and Jalen Waddle not having those game snaps together. They're both now, Bo Nix has played 37 games, 36, somewhere in that ballpark. That's a veteran in this league now. But here is, let's go to cut 21, Nelly. Sean Payton, if he's worried about Bo and Jalen getting their chemistry going before the season starts.
I think we got a lot of time still. We have good work this weekend. And there's been a lot of time on task already. We're being smart with it, and he's coming along really good. So we'll see how this week unfolds.
So there you go. That's Sean Payton. Again, a lot more to get to with him and his audio from yesterday. 303-504-0925. I want to remind you guys again, you can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season if you go to altitudesportsradio.com/win or text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll text you the link. You pick 4 Nuggets home games you want to see most this season. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you a link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-pack Pick'em plan, you visit nuggets.com/pick'em. But you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And look, it's the Moj. The Moj is back for another day at camp. Hi, Moj. Hi. I'm gonna touch your knob. I'll touch your mic knob here in a second. You just wait. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, by the way, starts next.
So back at it with kind of a ramp-up practice. We'll get 2 good days then, tomorrow, Wednesday, and then Thursday's practice will be more Green Bay driven. Any questions?
Back out here, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. All training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. Moser is back today. We'll have Chad Brown on as well. As, look.
I like Chad. You know why I like Chad?
Why do you like Chad?
He's a little bit of a late arriver. I appreciate a very good late arriver. I really do.
It was no, that's you. That's because you're a late arriver.
That's why I can appreciate it.
Is it late if you're right on time?
True.
What would Shanny say? Shanny would say, well, if you're 5 minutes early, you're 5 minutes late.
Oh, wait, no, you went through this with us yesterday.
Tom Coughlin.
Tom Coughlin would have been like, hey, this is not what we do in the Pro Bowl here.
In my defense, I live in Cherry Creek, and they have those alleys.
Yeah.
And if the trash truck is there,
your
trash truck is there.
Your dust, yep.
And you're like, okay, he's got to do 17 trash cans before I can get out of this alley.
Been there, done that.
No, you were on time. I was just doing the intro. You were all good, buddy. One of the things that I wanted to start the show with, and Moser, I know you didn't get to talk about the game, but one of the things that me and Chad hit on yesterday was
I didn't get to talk about that meaningless preseason game.
This is your attitude. This ain't me.
That's how we just choosing violence to start the day.
You know what? In all honesty, I was thinking about this, and you're right. I've not been able to talk about it. I'm sorry, Brett. I thought to myself though, how bad are the Falcons?
Well, they looked bad.
They are. I mean, I think there was a combination. The Broncos were ready to play football, and the Falcons were ready to go play tickle fight.
But to that point, Moj, the meaningless football game. Here's what's funny, is that I bet you if the Broncos offense didn't look good, the play calling wasn't sharp, if they looked discombobulated at the line, you'd have a lot of thoughts about Davis Webb.
I'm sure I would, but
which is the opposite because they looked good. And so it's like, well, I don't know how much that really matters, but if they looked bad because he's new, I'm sure that would have mattered.
If they looked bad, Chad, I would have been shocked because this is a damn good football team. It's well coached. They prepare. They are into it. I mean, I've been watching all camp long. It's moving along crisply. There's not a whole lot of screwing around. In fact, there's no screwing around going on. I don't know what's going on at other camps, but I expect professionalism out of this team, and that's exactly what we got on Friday night.
So let me get this straight. Your eyeballs here at camp allowed you to see and trust something that the rest of us were. So we were the wrong ones. We were genuinely surprised by how good they look. You were like, dude, this is how they're supposed to look.
I have high expectations for this team.
Okay. I think we all
do. You have it on the offensive side, though? Because that wasn't why they won last year. I mean, their offense was good enough last year. Their defense was elite.
Call me cynical. You already have. But unless it involves quarterback number 10, I'm not. Look, I need to see number 10 out there, and let's get that thing cranking up from the start because these first 6 games are going to be a pain in the tail. I'm very, very curious about this Packers game because 10 is going to play, allegedly, and that's, I think, where you're going to have your bread buttered and you're going to see some things. And
so,
at least I hope that's the case.
Okay, so what happens if they don't look good this week?
I still won't be concerned. No, I think this is a good football team.
Well, there's no doubt they're a good football team. That part's obvious. I guess where I come from is, not knowing anything about Davis Webb and his play calling duties. There was a bunch of people when this was first announced that Sean Payton was giving this up that were just like, oh, cool, this will be so much better. And I go, what do you have to base that off of? He's never done the job before. And by the way, you got the guy who had the job before him did it for like 2 decades to a high enough level where he's got a Hall of Fame quarterback under his belt. Like there's a wealth of evidence of Sean Payton being very good at this job and no evidence for Davis Webb. Not to say that he can't, Chad, but it's like that's why I was curious. What was that going to look like for the first time he went out there and actually did the job? And it looked smooth, which is what I was impressed by.
I was one of those who was, I guess, confident without evidence. That's the definition of faith. So I had faith in Davis Webb, that he had been around Sean Payton long enough, that he, as a former quarterback, more recent quarterback, understood the importance of the run game. And my faith was rewarded. The run game was a huge part of the game last Friday. 2 fullback runs in the first drive. So there were things that we hadn't seen from Sean Payton. You mentioned the rhythm, the consistency, the flow of the offense. And I put a little bit of an asterisk on it yesterday talking about, well, Yes, it's easy to do that when you're just calling plays off your script because you're only looking at your script. Once it becomes regular season mode, which we'll get more into this week and next week as far as from a play calling perspective, that complicates things a bit. Will he have the same rhythm when he's got to know what the defense is, what personnel's on the field, who's injured, who's not injured, what have I already called, all those kind of things that don't really play a factor in preseason game one. We'll see if he's able to be as smooth, as consistent, as balanced in games 2 and 3.
You know, with that first preseason game and getting that sort of out of the way, get a little bit of evidence for especially some new guys on this roster. It's something that Sean Payton talked about yesterday when he took the podium, especially about Jonah Coleman. He was somebody that said that Jonah Coleman was someone that looked very prepared when he first got to camp, that he was an NFL-ready type of running back from the very jump. And if the college tape matched the tape that he put out on Friday, here's what he said.
Yes, good balance. A real good elusive runner for his size. Good, I would say good short area quickness and good balance. And the other night we had a few good examples of that.
You know, he had a couple of plays, and Chad broke this down for us yesterday, Moshe, because he knows his college running backs coach. But there is a preparation, I think, with Jonah Coleman that is there, along with, you know, if there's one thing that I would nitpick for him from that game, and this is, I mean, the same sort of thing that you see with a bunch of different running backs across the league that get into the NFL, pass protection is always going to be a problem. Like, it's always going to be something that they struggle with early. He had a couple of moments, I think, in that game where he struggled a bit in that department. And if there's one way to not get playing time as a running back with Sean Payton, it's not doing that well.
Yeah, you're right about that. And again, especially I think, Chad, you can speak to this way better than me. When things start to turn – I mean, this is all vanilla right now too. When things start to turn exotic and that back has to pick up the right guy and he's got to help the right guy and so on and so forth, and opposing defensive coordinators start throwing some real interesting crap at you on any given play, that's where the learning curve, I think, becomes really, really steep. But he seems to be a smart kid, a good kid, a professional kid, as you said, came into camp ready to go. And I love that one run where he bounces and spins. Man, when I see a running back, you tell me, when I see a running back get met up, but he spins out of that tackle like that, just slippery as a son of a gun, for a defender, you're like, hey, man, I had you wrapped up, and now you spun off me and you're gone.
Not only is there the ability, but we talked about it yesterday, me and Britt, the 5'8", 220, the thickness of the thighs. How do you wrap your arms around that? So not only are you just trying to physically get your arms around this guy, but he can make a spin move as well. I just texted his college coach. Hopefully we can get him on. I'm not sure what his schedule is at the University of Washington right now, but I think he could speak to it far more eloquently than you or I could.
Yeah. Hopefully we can make that happen. There's a quote from yesterday. I want you guys to listen to this. So Sean Payton was asked about his new role and Davis Webb's new role. And there's two parts to this, so I want you to hear. There's part one and part two, but go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, I thought the flow was good. I thought he did a good job. The substitutions were clean, and yeah, it went pretty smooth.
What about your role?
Yeah, felt pretty comfortable with it. You know, all the things that you're looking at closely during the game, some situational stuff that comes up. Maybe you make a note that you're going to want to talk about. But I thought overall I was pleased with it.
Okay, so the first part of this I do think is an important thing. He said he was smooth with the substitutions. If you remember, there's a big criticism the last couple of years with Sean Payton that he almost over-subs, right? Like, he gets so many guys on the field that it's hard to get chemistry within a drive when you do that. But it also, if it's not smooth, can slow down the process during the play clock, ticking down, all that different stuff.
And then you get Bo doing this. Come on, let's go.
And it felt like all of that was smoother. That's the first part to me. The second part, if you can start where they asked him again, Nelly, his feeling in his new role.
What about your role?
Yeah, felt pretty comfortable with it. You know, all the things that you're looking at closely during the game, some situational stuff that comes up. Maybe you make a note that you're going to want to talk about. But I thought overall I was pleased with it.
Yeah, I was pretty comfortable with it. I still think it is going to be for him. I think there's part of him still that's like, just give me the play sheet, let me do this thing. He's a control freak. I wouldn't blame him at all if he felt that way. At all.
Yeah, felt.
You know what I mean?
And there's no D in situation, by the way. Situational.
It's just, to me, it's got to be a feeling with him, which is like, he's done this every year. The play calling is as much of an identity thing for him as being the head coach is, because it's what he's always done. And letting go of that control, I'm sure, is going to be incredibly difficult.
Well, Chad, last week we were talking about it. There was this call from Game 6 against the Blues in 2022, and I'm sitting in with Connor on the radio. And, of course, I'm not calling the games now because it's national television. But I'm sitting in, and I'm doing color with him, and I'm having a great time, and he's killing it as always. But when Darren Helm scores the game, what ended up being the game-winning goal at the end of Game 6 to advance out of the West Finals, I stepped all over his goal call. I mean, one of these kind of things. And I'm like, that's what Sean Payton, I'm sure that's what he's feeling like on that sideline. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. He's like, okay, I'm following along. I'm seeing how Webb is doing this thing, and it's going well and so on. But he's got to feel like at least a little bit like,
Gets around his man. 10 seconds to go. Johnson over 4. Logan O'Connor. Helm holds, shoots. He scored! He scored!
See, what an idiot. Because it just jumps.
He sits in the color chair. He knows what's supposed to happen.
Jumped out of me, yeah.
Yeah, lay back. Let him finish the
exactly.
call. But, or is he the proud papa? Is he watching his protege do his thing, and is he reminiscent about when he was given that same opportunity?
Yeah.
So I think both can be true. I think you can miss it. You can want to jump in, but you can also sit back and be like, you're doing a great job. That's awesome. Okay, there I would have done something a little bit differently. I see what you thought there. I think this is a learning curve. I think for both parties, as it should be, with one preseason game under their belt, to figure out how this is all going to work. And is it going to be perfect this year? It can't be. At some point, I think Sean Payton's going to have to step in, maybe for a drive, maybe for an entire quarter. I was in Seattle with Mike Holmgren, who was the head coach and play caller. And sometimes Mike would get so twisted up emotionally, he would have to hand off play calling to someone else.
Mid-game?
Mid-game. And so I thought that, as a player on the team, I thought that was a weakness in our head coach. You got to handle your emotions, man.
Yeah.
So you can still call plays. But I think there's just a process there where it's not as easy as we're talking into these microphones, think it is. I think there's a lot of it involved. And if you get too emotional, you get too high, you get too low. If you're thinking about the last series, if you're Davis Webb and the mistakes that you made, and not thinking forward about the most important play of the game, the next play, then yeah, maybe you can get off track a bit. And Sean Payton has to become the tugboat, making sure the ship is staying straight down the shipping lane.
Does that happen more often than we think? That mid-game you can hand over play calling duties for a portion of time?
For Mike Holmgren, I would have to say it was a fairly frequent thing. But having been on the sideline with a Bill Belichick, who could certainly call offensive plays, who could call defensive plays, who could call special teams plays, there were times where Bill was silent, and there were times where Bill was offering suggestions, and there were times where Bill said, I want this play run.
Yeah.
So I think Sean Payton will do a little bit of that as the course of this season unfolds.
So one of the things that we talked about was the fake punt call on 4th down against the Bills in overtime that was overruled by Tyler Bidet. How do you think Sean Payton felt about that? Where he's like, I have the gumption to make a call in this moment because I'm confident this is going to work, to be overruled by the 4th-string running back who's the up back on punt protection. Do you think he was like, I guess he saw something that I didn't, or do you think that he was like pissed at that time?
I think he went all full Josh McDaniels from the famous clip on this. Stop making blank up and run the dang play. I think that's what he felt inside at that moment.
I'm sure, because Moj, we talked about it. It's like Sean Payton, who is the dictator of this team, if he makes a decision like that, he is 100% certain in his decision. There's no waffling on that.
Well, I'm surprised that Bidet, well, how can I put this? To me, it would be like disobeying an order from Henry VIII.
Yeah.
Okay, then what happens, right? I mean, right, you get something, right? I mean, I would be petrified.
Yeah.
To directly contradict what the coach called for. I would be anyway.
Now, he's given that spot so he can be discerning about what is the look that we have. Do I have a weird feeling, a spidey feeling tingling up my neck? You have that opportunity as a guy who either makes sure that it's on and communicates that the fake is on, or we're going to go with a regular punt there. And so I think while Sean may be upset because I had the perfect situation to run this thing and I've been planning for it all week, and we looked at 112 possible punt fakes, and this is the one we loved. At the same time, you also have to give your player that ability to make the call on the field in that situation.
Do you think that he thinks it would have worked?
Peyton?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
It absolutely would have worked.
It ended up working out anyway, but if you lose that game, if McMillan doesn't make the pick, and let's say that's a completed pass and you lose, he's fuming about that today. Tyler Bidet might not be on this team if that's the case.
I have yet to see a play caller who thinks a play call shouldn't have worked. It's the execution that's the issue.
You guys,
the play call
it was a perfect play call. You guys screwed it up.
Yes.
Just because the flea flicker went 20 yards backwards doesn't mean I called the wrong play. You messed it up.
Right.
Speaking of, for the first time ever, I watched the flag football gold medal game last night between the USA and Italy. Did you watch any of that?
I caught the first couple minutes.
All they do is backward pass the entire time, and then one guy just plays street ball and says, "Everybody go deep."
Yep.
I mean, I don't know whether I like it or really hate it. I'm somewhere. I don't know where I am on that.
That wasn't our boy Doucette?
No, it was some bigger, taller dude.
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, okay, Daryl. But I mean, I can appreciate some of these guys' skill, but it's just a bunch of backward passes and then throw it down the field. It's crazy. It's just crazy crap.
Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. A whole bunch to break down. Stick around. Back out here, Broncos Park. All training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. So get back to the Broncos, get back to football in a second. But I've been waiting on this forever, and I am not surprised. But here is the report from ESPN. The NBA has found no evidence showing that Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard to circumvent the salary cap. Now, in this article, as I was reading, they did say this. Instead, the NBA is focused on whether the team's introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constitutes a violation of league rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention. The league is examining whether the Clippers are guilty of, quote, failure to supervise employees, though it's unclear what specific rule the team would have violated or what the penalties would be.
That's really unclear.
Two of the sources said. Yeah. So, give me a moment here. Because I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, Moj, if you remember this. When I went on Forbes and I looked at the top 100 richest people in the world, and Steve Ballmer was
like
number 15.
Sultan of Brunei and these kind of cats, right? Okay.
And then you had Steve Ballmer at number 15. I said, I bet you the NBA and the other owners are terrified of his money. That's what it is. You could pool all of the money together for all of these other billionaire owners in the NBA. It might not reach Steve Ballmer's money. And in doing that, if you are accusing them and find them guilty of salary cap circumvention, that's also known as cheating. And cheating is something that comes with a heavy punishment, which could constitute getting kicked out of the league. So here's the question.
This isn't sign stealing. You know, this isn't deflating footballs to throw it better, right? Yeah. This is, hey, man, and
the punitive nature of teams against these cap that the Nuggets find themselves right now immobile from a roster standpoint because of how much money they have currently on their salary cap. This would be a big cheating scandal. Now, the obvious thing is that they did this.
They did.
The obvious thing is, of course, because what do? I'm sure as a player and as a radio host and all the other things you've been, Chad, you've gotten endorsements before, right?
Of course, yes.
What does an endorsement do? It puts the name of a famous person on your product, and you say, I love New Balance. That's what Jamal Murray does.
Right.
I see a New Balance commercial. I see Jamal Murray on there because he's an endorser. This guy's endorsed like 5 different things, and nobody knows about it.
Well, when I say I love Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it's true. I really do.
Correct.
Right.
Did you read the Daktronics one, the latest stuff with Daktronics and all of that? That's the new Pablo Torre.
Pablo's got more.
We talked about it last week. Google Kawhi and Daktronics, and you'll get it.
But here's between that, the Aspiration Tree Company, the Rhode Island soccer team that he owns,
right?
Nobody knew that he was an endorser of any of these things, which seems fishy. Now, I'll repeat this, and this is why I think this is important. They got rid of Donald Sterling before Steve Ballmer because nobody liked Donald Sterling. And he was rich,
he's a dirtball.
But he wasn't that rich.
Right.
All the owners came together and goes, get rid of this guy.
Right.
And they were like, okay, fine. You can't do that with Steve Ballmer. You can't because you don't want to get into a legal battle with Steve Ballmer. And that's why I think this part of it, the league is examining whether the Clippers are guilty of failure to supervise, though it's unclear what specific rule the team would have violated or what the penalties would be. This sounds a lot like I'm pleading to lesser charges, and we can let this go.
I just think it speaks not specifically to something, more just the generalities of powerful owners can get away with anything.
Yeah.
Robert Kraft in New England. So that whole ugly episode up there, this thing, where, oh my goodness, we talked about this. We joked about this yesterday. J-Lo does not drive a Fiat.
Right.
Despite her being an endorser. This is even a step beyond that. Kawhi Leonard has no public connection to any of these companies as an endorser. It just strains any form of credibility that the Clippers were not clearly circumventing the salary cap to get his services.
You're a professional broadcaster now.
Yes.
You're a big-time college football stud, traveling the world, and going to do Miami and Stanford week 1. I got you.
Right.
Good. You don't curse.
Not on air.
Yeah, good point. And I never intentionally have.
You have done it 3 or 4 times, but
yeah, never intentionally. But this story, I feel Brett, I'm going to check myself before I wreck myself. I feel like if I keep talking about this story, I'm going to say a bad word on the air. Let me explain. Okay, Chad, you're an idiot. Brett, you're an idiot. I'm an idiot. We're all just friggin' idiots, right? Here's Steve Ballmer. Here's Steve Ballmer. Kawhi, tree guy. Tree guy, Kawhi. You guys have fun. Okay, I'm going to go play darts. My ass. My fanny. This thing stinks to high heaven. Get the Daktronics thing out there. I was flaming about that about 2 weeks ago, week and a half. When were you gone?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
You were so lazy. But I was flaming about that. So Daktronics makes all the scoreboards, right, for everybody. They're based in South Dakota. Mm-hmm. They're not a direct-to-consumer company. They are to
B2B.
Businesses, correct.
Right.
And so Kawhi allegedly, according to Pablo Torre, gets hooked up with Daktronics. And somebody inside Daktronics said, yeah, we're giving him
sponsorship agreement allegedly worth millions of dollars with the company that designed the Clippers video board inside the Intuit Dome. Although it was a undisclosed sponsorship deal, which is always funny because I want guys I'm paying millions of dollars to be undisclosed.
I'm so angry about this. And I guess if you're the league, you're like, man, if we really pursue this, the can of worms that has opened up, you're never going to get those worms back in the can. So what are we going to do here? Yeah, it's like, hey, man, you caused an 8-car pileup, you're going to plead to jaywalking or something like that.
Feels that way.
It's just so infuriating to me.
The NBA has a history of doing this, of I think just blatantly lying to people's faces. And look, in this case, what's on the line here? It's a potential ownership.
Yep.
It's potentially one of the better players in the league. It's a trade between them and the Toronto Raptors that is still up in the air right now, up until this conclusion of the investigation. All of that's hanging in the balance, along with the unknown of if they were to hit Ballmer and the Clippers with this, do Ballmer and the Clippers start, are they Ray Liotta and Goodfellas? Do they take the stand and they start pointing at people saying, oh, yeah, well, what about this and this and this? I don't think they want any of that stuff.
Oh, man.
And it kind of reminds me when you go all the way back to Tim Donaghy, and they said, he was the one guy. And you go, really?
Yeah.
The one ref. Nobody was looking at that ref, if this is true, and being like, it feels like he's cooking something up over here.
Oh, my goodness. David Stern, killing trades. The NBA's had a history of all of this. To go back to Steve Ballmer, there's a very famous jewelry store in Seattle where I used to buy my wife's stuff, and I played for the Seahawks. Very nice jewelry store. Happened to go in. Steve Ballmer was there with his, I think maybe at that time, 7 or 8 year old son. Imagine being so wealthy that you allow your 7 or 8 year old son to pick out mom's birthday presents and to walk around the store and point to the shiny things. And so he picked out like 10 things. Steve looked at the woman behind the counter and said, yep. Put down a card and they walked out, I don't know, with several $100,000.
My wife's going to be asking for Steve Ballmer's number. And how's this kid now?
Look, they conned me.
Okay, yeah. I know, Steve, they did. They must have. It's just amazing.
I remember I watched this thing. This was, it had to be 20 years ago or something, but it was one of those national news station specials on Michael Jackson, and he walked into like this antique shop of really expensive stuff. One of those, yes, right? Yes. That same.
No, and
somebody told him, yes.
Yeah, you bought that.
You bought that already.
Yeah.
Like you bought that already.
I saw that. It's crazy. Hey, Chad, we're playing golf, right? And then pond right there, and you see something swimming around out there, and you say, what? That's a duck, Moj. I say, no, Chad, it's a pigeon. You're like, it's swimming. It's got a bill. It's a mallard. It's a duck. No, bro, that's a rock pigeon. Right? I'm getting rock pigeon right now. If it's quacking like a duck and it's swimming like a duck and it's it looks like a friggin' duck, don't tell me it's a pigeon.
Yes.
Which is I'm getting pigeoned all over the place here. I knew in my heart of hearts nothing would come of this, Brett. And again, the NBA says, I guess they've released something that says, well, that ESPN story is inaccurate. We're still investigating this and that.
Yeah, sure.
Wake me up when anything happens. Wake me up.
It's the
You'll
most
be sleeping for a while.
Yeah, it's the most predictable outcome of this story, but it is like
it's disappointing.
You're just being blatantly lied to. You're just like, ugh.
And then we always have this, thought in our head that sports are fair, and I have pounded the table so many times. The league doesn't cheat. There's no conspiracies. The league office isn't trying to make sure that this guy, and then stuff like this comes out, and you're like, oh, goodness, maybe there is.
Yeah.
Maybe I've been fooled and wearing blinders my entire life, because I've always looked at this as the ultimate form of meritocracy. We're all at the same playing field. The field's level. It's 11 dudes versus 11 dudes in football, 5-on-5 in basketball, and it's got an element of fairness baked into it, and this just busts my bubble, and it bothers me.
By the way, I heard you bust up a local pizza joint yesterday pretty good. But you weren't wrong, dude, because I would do the same thing. There was one right down from the old station way back in the day. You could get a big old pizza for nothing. And it wasn't
$4.95 delivered. I was like, how do they make any money?
It was amazing. But it got me to thinking. So what they used to, when they would bust programs back in the day, it wasn't necessarily, hey man, the coach introduced you to this big booster and he got you a Ferrari or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But they decided this is what killed SMU. It was lack of institutional control.
Yeah.
That was the big catchphrase, lack of institutional control, which means you guys, you're running the hen house here, but the Wolves are getting the hens and the hens are beating each other up, whatever they're doing. But they would cite lack of institutional control, which feels like that's what they're sort of doing here with the, did you do enough to and by the way, where's Kawhi in all this? Why isn't the league on his ass? I don't know. I'm sure he's probably not talking. He doesn't have any reason to. And if somebody's going to give me free money, I'm going to take free money. So I really can't blame him. But my goodness gracious, this whole thing just stinks so bad. And I've been furious about it for a long time, because if you don't have competitive balance and you've got teams that are allegedly or willing to allegedly really break some major rules, man, I'm sitting here worrying about second aprons and caps and bird rights and non-bird rights and all this kind of crap. And this guy's hanging out with a tree farm and getting paid millions of bucks and doesn't do nothing.
But this is the point. This is why
there's no way he said tree guy, Kawhi tree guy. Hey, you guys have a great friendship. I'm going to go over here and just I'm going to go boogie boarding.
To explain to people who might not understand why this is incredibly important, I'll just give you an example. The Nuggets right now are in this sort of heated contract dispute with Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson's a very good young player with a lot of potential that they would love to keep long term. They don't have the money to give him what he wants right now. And if they do give him that money, somebody else has to go. But if the Nuggets went to him and said, how about this? You make the league minimum, and we'll fund you $20 million through some outside company that's not on the books, that is absolutely cheating. Like, that is straight up as cheating gets. You are not allowed to do that because you were circumventing the salary cap. And in this case, here's what I don't get about Kawhi. How much more money he's making $50-some million a year? Just do a regular endorsement. How about this? You know how nobody would ask any questions about this? If he was the sponsor of Aspiration, and he goes, hi, I'm Kawhi Leonard, and I love trees. If he did that once,
right,
this would be no story. But he didn't. It's like they just sat there. It's so weird.
I love a good Japanese maple.
What do you guys like about bonsais? Let me tell you about bonsais for a second. It's the simplest thing in the world, but the fact that he didn't do anything led to all of this. It's just bizarre to me.
The ego, the hubris in it all is yes. There's so many factors in this story. But to your point, for Kawhi not to at least want to play along, seemingly cover up.
Play the game.
Yes, at least J-Lo filmed the commercial with her in the Fiat.
Yes.
We know she doesn't drive it down Rodeo Drive, but at least she filmed the commercial. Kawhi didn't even put up a YouTube short about his love for Japanese maples or bonsai.
Do you think Peyton Manning was driving a Buick?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. You know what's funny, though?
He looked good in it, I'll tell you that much.
This was 6 or 7 years ago. I was in downtown Denver. I think I got something to eat, was walking around. And there's this big van that's pulled up on the curb with 3 people with cameras out. Professional people with cameras. And I was like, what's going on over here? So I walked by it, and it was Jamal. Jamal Murray was out there taking pictures in his New Balances. Because he's an endorser
too. I bet
of New Balance.
Nice. But they were brand new, spanking new.
You know what, though? I sat there for a couple of minutes and I watched it. And Jamal would smile, take the picture, do a pose, this sort of thing. And then they'd be like, all right, let's take a break for a second. And Jamal's smile would leave immediately. Did not want to do this. You could tell he's like, I'm done with this shoot. I just want to go home. But he did it. That's the whole point. He did it. Because that's what you need to do. I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get why this was hard for him. I don't know how much more money did he want? What, $100 million a year? What?
At least play the game. We know when you're deciding between a small market and a large market, one of the things in that conversation is, if he goes to New York, there's all these sponsorship and endorsement possibilities that he can never get in Indiana or as a Milwaukee Buck. So that's a fair conversation, but we at least expect you to then be an endorser of the product.
Yeah.
If this is the reason you're going to New York and it's because you want to make more money or you want your gal to make more money, then you guys endorse products. Then, okay, you've played the game properly. You've taken advantage of this situation, and now we can buy into that. This, with no endorsement for the endorsement dollars, it's beyond strange credibility. It's just bullcrap. It's a lie.
Yeah, it is. A couple things. The times I've seen Kawhi let his guard down and kind of be Kawhi, he's a pretty engaging dude, and he's pretty funny.
He is.
If the real Kawhi would endorse my product, I would probably really like that, right? Not the Kawhi that puts up this mask and all this kind of thing. But number two, I love that guy. I honestly love that guy. Lindsay types in and says, "Hey, the Nuggets should play the Tree Farm jingle throughout the next home game against the Clips." Well, he's going to be in Toronto because they're going to let the trade go through. He'll be back in Toronto.
It'd be funnier against the Clippers, though.
But I swear with God as my witness, and I cannot be alone in this, when I'm taking my very last breath as a human being, and hopefully it's a long time from now, I'm going to be able to sing the Tree Farm song from beginning to end.
Chapter and verse. Yep.
I'm not kidding. You want some?
They don't need an endorser. The jingle's good enough.
You take I-25, exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Everybody knows.
Steve Moss wrote that. It's one of the greatest jingles in the history of tree farms or anything.
Grab your friends for wine time. It's Friday, August 28th at Elitch Gardens. 14 wine stations, artisan bites, a DJ, and so much more. Tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. And it's all brought to you by the Halliburton Law Firm. Back after this.
I'm a fun guy. Obviously, I love the game of basketball. I mean, it's just more questions you have to ask me in order for me to tell you about myself. I just can't give you a whole spiel.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
You didn't think you'd be singing at 7:30 in the morning, did you?
No.
You didn't sign up for that, did you?
It was not on my morning bucket list.
I blame myself. I do, but the tree, I can't get over it. It's so good. Go ahead, Brett.
So a few things here as we roll along. We're out here at Broncos camp. This will be the second to last day. By the way, if you are a fan that has a ticket to today's practice, you are in the clear. So I was told what happened was the wind, so those little shade things that are on top of the bleachers, it wasn't the rain or the hail. The wind was so strong it sort of picked it up, I guess, and put it back down.
Ooh.
And so they came out and saw that and goes, yeah, we're going to make sure this is totally good before we let people out here. They fixed it yesterday, so you're all in the clear. You're good to go today.
I loved your camp stories from yesterday when I was able to listen. And they're going to fix all this. I mean, all this to our right. The old complex is all coming down. They'll build a big berm up here, and I'm sure they're going to make it, if it's anything, that's not just going to be dirt with weeds and rabbits running around. They're going to make it nice for the fans. But this setup here is actually a really pretty good setup for the fans. If I was a fan, I think I'd like this pretty well, the best you possibly can, because, you have the bleachers, you have the covered awning and all that kind of thing. Back in the day, I think people just stood around watching you, right? Just stood around?
Well, let's see. In Pittsburgh, there were the hills. The field was down kind of in a bowl, so they could sit on the sides of the hills, kind of similar to what the Bronco fans used to sit on in the past with that hill.
Right.
In Seattle, they had to stand on the edges of the field at Eastern Washington University when we used to go.
You went to
there.
Cheney?
Cheney, Washington.
You're kidding? I did games in Cheney.
Yes, I've done games at Eastern Washington on the red field,
yes.
the red turf there.
Yes.
They didn't have the red turf when I was a Seahawk doing training camp there. But that's where we used to do training camp. And those dorms that look like a giant trash can.
Yes.
That's
incredible, man.
That's where we did training camp. Let's just say it was terrible.
Dude, Cheney, Washington is it's Eastern Washington. It's in the middle of friggin' nowhere, bro.
Moshe, I told you this. As we have stared at this facility that these players are walking out of every single morning and come out here, do practice, come back inside, have this beautiful weight room.
Golf sim.
Lunch tables, all the different stuff, beautiful locker
chairs.
room.
Right.
I every year am shocked that the Chiefs camp rolls around and they're in St. Joe, Missouri at Missouri Western University, which was in my baseball conference. I've been there. I've played multiple times. There was nothing. It's very D2. That's how it's a very D2 school.
And maybe that's the way Andy Reid likes it still. Maybe he wants his guys to be D. Travis Kelce's been eating all that caviar. Maybe he needs a little D2.
Come back down to earth.
A little D2 in his life, yeah.
Yeah, you take those PJs? How does St. Joe, Missouri feel to you?
It's a humbling process when you show up and there's a card table outside the dorms, and it's the people who can rent you an air conditioner that you have to pay for. And they will put it in your dorm room during your first practice. So when you get back after your first practice, your room can actually be cool. But you got to pay $100 cash to rent the AC for the time you're at training camp. And so, yes, you're certainly an athlete. You get all the things given to you. But here at St. Vincent's College, you got to rent your AC if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers.
Dude, Cheney, Washington. If you're in Cheney, Spokane feels like L.A. It'll blow your mind, man.
We would say, all right, are we going to take the 20-minute drive to Spokane and get a good dinner, or are we going to eat a crappy dinner here in Cheney?
I would do the I would do the whole thing. I'd do Cheney, then I'd go to Moscow, Idaho.
Yep.
And then I'd head down to Pocatello and do some stuff there. I'd go to the Kibbe Dome, maybe do a basketball game against Idaho, that kind of thing. Oh my God.
World's largest wooden dome.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yes.
So let me ask you guys this.
Let's get you to bed.
There you go.
One thing that is an exciting addition to the offseason that we have not really seen, at least in game action yet, because the starters did play in that first preseason game. Obviously, Cortland Sutton had a great day. He had 3 catches for 60 yards, the one-hander. He got tackled at the 1-yard line, right, this close to a touchdown. I still want to see what the dynamic between him and Waddle being on the field at the same time looks like. Now, both Waddle and Bo Nix did not play in that first game. Sean Payton yesterday was asked about, is there any concern about them building chemistry before the season starts? He said this.
I think we got a lot of time still. We had good work this weekend. And there's been a lot of time on task already. We're being smart with it, and he's coming along really good. So we'll see how this week unfolds.
Do you think, Chad, that's something that has to happen before the season starts, or will they be okay if they figure it out week one?
No, they won't be okay, but they will be okay as the season goes along. The best teams, the best players find ways to get better during the season. You have to. You can't get all the work necessary in training camp because of injuries, because of concerns about, how many reps do I want a starter to play in a preseason game? What opportunities unfold during the course of that game? So you can't say, we need 20 completions between these guys in game action for them to be ready. It's impossible to script that out that perfectly. So there will be a bit of a learning curve as the season goes along. And the preseason games don't really reflect the regular season games truly from a defensive standpoint, because you're not going to show all your blitzes and all your exotics. It's going to be fairly basic. Even if you are beginning to game plan a bit, you're still holding back a majority of your best stuff for the season.
You know what? I know it's the same way in the NHL, too. The amount of efficiency you have to have now at your practice times and in your meetings and all that sort of thing is significant, because I'm not saying it used to be a free-for-all back in the day, but there weren't things written into the CBA where you only have this amount of time, or you only have this amount of time on the field here this morning, and you only get these guys for this amount of time, and you have to really be efficient and cram a lot in to try to get up to speed. But nowadays, I think like the Avs, they have it knocked so well. They're in camp for 3 days. They play a preseason game, and they're off and running in the preseason. But, they're such a well-oiled machine. Jared Bednar wastes virtually – it doesn't waste any time in these practices. Everything has a purpose. Guys are always moving. There's always things being taught, so on and so forth. And that's the way it looks out here to me, Chad. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but – again, your coaches back in the day, they could run it back a billion times and whatever, right? But now, you gotta get your work in.
To your point, you have a lot of time you can be on the field per the CBA. And then when you get into these coaches' meetings, which I've done as an interim coach, every minute is allotted for. And so for the chance for us to go, hey, we're going to start this period over. You guys didn't have the right focus. Well, if you do that, you got to rob that time from some other period. And so that's why they're reluctant to do that nowadays, because we want to be as efficient, as crisp as possible. Even the individual reps are discussed. Once you break out into your defensive meeting room, okay, tell me about your DB rotation. How many reps are these guys going to get? And because you have to do that, at some point the training staff is going to come in and tell you, this guy can't go. He ran 5 miles yesterday. He's exceeded his threshold, and now he doesn't get any practice work at all. So as a coach, you've got to be cognizant of those kinds of limitations, whether it's the CBA or the training staff telling this guy's got too much volume on his legs. Now he can't look at third down work we're doing today because I, as a coach, didn't give him the right proper reps during the rest of the week.
Dan Reeves back at volume. The hell you talking about volume on legs? Get his ass out there. It's just times have changed, man, and rightfully so, because the investment in these players, Brett, these are multi-million dollar assets, and you've got to treat them like that. You've got to treat them like something under a piece of glass, because you can't afford to have them out. You've got to be smart, and the science nowadays is so great too.
Well, it's good that Waddle returned to practice yesterday, because what's funny is he's kind of like the one guy on offense that maybe needs this work the most. He's the new guy. That's it. Like, he enters an offense with Nix and Sutton and Dobbins and the whole offensive line and Evan Ingram and all these guys. They were here last year. They've been through this, and even with a change in play caller, it's not as if you've shifted your entire offensive philosophy. It is a lot of Sean Payton stuff with some sprinkles, I'm sure, of what Davis Webb likes to do within this offense. But Waddle's one of the guys, like, if there's anybody who has to learn the offense, it's him.
I hear what you're saying, and there's certainly some credence to that. But I also would say, as a guy who plays outside the numbers, the further you get away from the football, the less team is involved, the more me is involved. And that's why those receivers who play outside the numbers are the divas of the NFL, because they look at the game through the lens of themselves rather than the team. You play offensive line, you can be great, but if the guy next to you sucks, he's going to make you look bad constantly.
Yeah.
You're outside those numbers, hey, I get open, I get separation, they throw me the ball, great. Occasionally I got a run block. So for Waddle, be fast, be explosive. There's not going to be some brand new route that's going to blow his mind that Davis Webb is asking him to run. He's run every route combination there possibly could be. But the thought that somehow he needs to have this intricate set of timing, if he was a slot receiver and it was Tom Brady and Wes Welker, and Wes Welker was brand new to that process, where there was so much timing and so much nuance and such little windows to throw the ball in, that would be a different conversation than a guy who plays outside the numbers. Bo Nix can go, he's got a step. I'm throwing it to him. It's not necessarily a timing thing.
Gotcha.
I've got to ask you, these elite wideouts, they've got to know they are divas, right? Or do they have that self-awareness, or they just think I'm a kick-ass player?
No, they know.
They know. Okay.
Yes.
So could you say, hey, Elton John, get open next time? Hey,
Yes.
Hey, Diana Ross, why don't you run the right route? You know what I mean? I don't know. These guys, but they're so elite. They're so good. They crack me up.
I played in a flag football game with Jerry Rice, and I must have been 40. It was a couple years after I was done, so Jerry had to be in his early 50s by that point. And Jerry came back to the huddle after every play. Hey, man, I was open. And at some point, I was like, Jerry, it's a charity game. Right. He's got to spread the ball around. Everybody wants to cheer for each of the guys who are here.
Right.
Do you think Jerry, the guys like that, like let's say Jamar Chase, right, or Jerry Rice back in the day, do they think they're ever covered?
No.
Like this cornerback can be all over. You could run a safety at him, but I was still open. I was there. If you just threw it to me, I would get it.
I would find a way to get it.
Keyshawn write a book called Throw Me the Damn Ball?
Yeah, he did.
As a rookie.
And he was a rookie when he did it?
Yes.
It was right after his rookie season, yes.
Dude, when he was at USC, I did a really long interview with him. Keyshawn Johnson he's a really interesting dude, man. He really is. Great receiver, but an interesting guy.
303-504-0925 is the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Still a lot to get to here at Broncos Park. Back after this.
We were talking about getting money to talk about trees, but not really talking about trees. And I mentioned, hey, man, I talk about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because I go there and because they're awesome and because they help me and they can help you too. What I'm trying to tell you is when I talk about low testosterone or anything else you may have going on men's health-wise, they really work. Their treatments are there to help you. And these are experts in the field. And now they have all these new advanced medical strategies, too, like TRT and GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. And they make it easy on me. I get my blood work done and all that sort of thing, but my treatments come to my home, and I can do it myself. You don't have to do that. You can go into the closest clinic. There's 5 from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, but you can also do it at home, and they make it very, very convenient. These people are absolute experts, Colorado licensed medical providers. So do yourself a favor. If you're not feeling like you used to feel, maybe you're not seeing the gains in the gym, brain fog, whatever it may be, maybe low T is your thing and you need to get it checked out. Give them a call today. Don't wait. 720-440-7900. If you're hearing this right now, as soon as they open up, take 2 minutes to call, schedule an appointment. It's very easy. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I thought the flow was good. I thought he did a good job. The substitutions were clean, and yeah, it went pretty smooth.
What about your role?
Yeah, felt pretty comfortable with it. All the things that you're looking at closely during the game, some situational stuff that comes up. Maybe you make a note that you're going to want to talk about. But I thought overall, I was pleased with it.
Back out here at Broncos Park for another day of Broncos camp as we head into week 2 of these preseason games. It is all brought to you by Ramos Law. So that's Sean Payton yesterday again talking about the dynamic between himself and Davis Webb, and I do think it's one of the bigger stories to this offseason. I was telling Chad yesterday, what's weird about this training camp is whenever you enter a camp, you have like 2 or 3 different positions that you look at, and you're like, well, this guy's going to be battling with this guy to start here. And the Broncos are pretty much like set in that department. They have battles. They have battles maybe for backup quarterback or maybe who's going to be
fifth or sixth wideout. I mean,
fifth wideout. Who's going to get the snaps there? That sort of thing.
How many friggin' tight ends are going to be kept on this team?
That's the thing I wanted to get to because we talked about that at the end of the show yesterday, Chad. And it's, can you have an elite offense without a great tight end?
I think you can, but you would be fighting against the trends of the NFL. And there's a reason why tight ends are just such an important piece offensively because they put upon you defensively. Is our tight ends, do we have a tight end on this roster that's going to have 1,000 yards? No. But you don't need that to put the pressure on the defense. As we've seen with the Rams, as we've seen with the Seahawks, as we see with the 49ers, when you go with multiple tight ends on the field, you force the defense to match your personnel. And if those guys can both catch the ball and run block, now the defense is always going to be wrong. You choose to go with your nickel package against these multiple tight end sets because you think they're going to pass the ball. Well, they run it down your throat. Okay. Let's go with base defense because they got multiple tight ends on the field. Now they pass the ball over our heads. We can't be right. And so
Chad Brown's turning and running.
Yes. And so now to look at the Broncos roster, who on this list presents that issue for you? Evan Ingram, sure, he can get open on a pass route, but is he going to be a great point of attack blocker? No, he's not. So he doesn't present that same threat that those tight ends from Seattle, from San Francisco, from the Rams represent. Adam Troutman, yeah, he can catch the ball on the short routes. Yeah, he can block a little bit. But, again, he's not that kind of threat. So
not versatile.
When you look at this room, not only do they not have multiple guys they can put on the field at the same time, but none of those guys present the same personnel matchup difficulties that these tight ends I'm talking about on these other teams that really are revolutionizing how offenses are being called in the NFL the last couple of years.
When you got a killer one, Bretzky, man, if you got a killer one, it's like gold, man. It's just I still remember how many years ago was it where George Kittle, that first half he had against the Broncos, where he just destroyed.
200 yards?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he could have set the all-time record, and they just yanked him out of the game and said, just go have a hot dog. It was when you've got guys like that, man, it just – but it changes so much.
It elevates your offense so much. Like, even in the case of – you look at the Colts, and they had this great start to the year last year with Daniel Jones. What, they 6-2, I think, right, to start the year before he got hurt? And it's like, I don't think it's coincidental that Tyler Warren gets drafted and their offense takes another step forward because they had talented players on there.
Well, how about the guy at the tight end for the Lions for crying out loud?
Yeah, Sam Laporta.
I mean, Sam Laporta stepped right in, and all of a sudden, blam, the whole offense exploded.
And when Laporta had a back injury last year about midway through the season, the Lions' offense was not remotely the same as what it was before. You have talented guys. Even, I know the Raiders suck, but, I mean, Brock Bowers, oh, my God.
Total stud.
Think about what they look like without him.
Well, how about McBride? I mean, if the Cardinals were halfway competent, I should say, he would just blow this league up.
And the guys you're talking about are kind of the one guy on their team. But if you have multiples of those guys in your room, maybe not to that level. No one has 2 guys to that level in their tight end room. But when you can put multiple tight ends on the field, again, the response from a defensive coordinator is immediately, I don't know what personnel to put on the field. I can't be right here because no matter what I do, if they've got an experienced quarterback, he's going to look and say, 3 linebackers, throw the ball. Oh, one linebacker, 2 nickel DBs coming into the box, we're going to run it down their throat. They force you into a situation defensively that you can't win unless you've got these hybrid defenders. That's why a guy like Nick Eamon-Wari from Seattle is, the talks of the league defensively right now, because he can step up into the box, be a linebacker, but he can also cover your tight ends man-to-man. Most teams don't have that kind of tweener kind of guy on the roster, because we want a linebacker or we want a safety. We don't want someone in between. Well, now you got to find somebody in the draft or free agency who can be that in-between guy. The rest of the league hasn't caught up to this multiple tight end offense.
Would maybe the best example in recent memory of 2 tight ends that were really talented, Baltimore had Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely over the last few years. That worked out for him. Now, Likely, I think he just signed with somebody in free agency this offseason. But obviously, you had Gronk and Aaron Hernandez back in the day for the Patriots. That was unstoppable.
I was about to say a killer combo, but
yeah,
in more ways than one.
Right.
But the exact issue that I'm talking about, they presented that to the defense in a way that defense had no answers, and then they could even take a running back off the field. So now, instantly, defensively, you think, they're going to throw the ball. There's no running back on the field. They put Hernandez in the backfield and handed the ball to him.
Yeah.
And he was a damn good running back. So the versatility of the truly great tight ends and what that pressure does to a defense really is almost incalculable.
It's one of the things, Moj, out of all the good that happened in that first preseason game, there wasn't a lot to complain about. If there's one thing, I'd be like, still didn't see a lot from the tight ends. Ingram had a catch.
Right.
But I'm more looking like, can a Loner, can a Justin Jolie, can a Dallin Bentley, Lucas Kroll, I mean, you name one of the 15 guys that are at tight end in this camp right now. Can somebody like that step up and make a play? Really didn't happen in that first preseason
No, it didn't, and I guess it's not going to. I want to see your number 1 quarterback in there. That's number 1 for me. At the same time, look, we can look out here, Chad, and go, this is boring. There's no hitting. Brett, you were talking about, there's really no serious battles. Backup quarterback, I guess, that kind of thing. But that's a sign of a damn good football team, and that's also the sign of the retention of these Denver Broncos, the guys that they retained year after year and bringing them back. And so it's a trade-off. You're not getting these camp battles where, you've got a semi-decent football team, but these guys are trying to earn spots, and, we have a brand-new starter at this spot and so on. Everything is virtually set. But that's also a sign, you're a good club, man, and you're expected to do some good things.
Yeah.
So then it's up to Sean Payton to create competitive situations within each room. How do you, as the DB coach, how do you get Devin Key excited? If things are set and he just feels comfortable, I'm just going to be the backup, well, then he's not showing up driving every day to get better. He's not showing up trying to maximize every single rep. So there's a yin and a yang to that. Yeah, you've got a veteran team. You guys had success last year. You bring so many guys back. But then without the lack of camp battles, how do you construct this competitive situation every single day? And we've seen, if you watch Hard Knocks, there's been free throw contests.
Yeah.
You've got to hone your competitive spirit some way, somehow. They had the guys from Seattle holding the, what are those called? The sledgehammers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Those big pillar things?
Yes, from last week on Hard Knocks. So the competition thing has to be somehow introduced into the program, even despite maybe not being some open spots on the roster.
Well, and I do think there's plenty of places where competition is existing. Backup quarterback is obviously one that gets people's attention. But I'm really curious. 612 passing attempts last year from Bo Nix.
Too many.
How many are those? If you have 5 wideouts on this team, where does that go? Because you're going to get, 120 for Cortland. You're probably going to get 120 for Waddle. Targets, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have Everett Ingram taking 70 or 80. You're going to have a running back out of the backfield, probably multiple taking around 100 combined. It leaves Bryant, Mims, and Franklin, and it's like, well, how does that get divvied up from there? And who's going to be sort of the odd man out on the target standpoint of this? Because I am curious, for the exact reason you were mentioning before, wide receivers are divas. I have not gotten the sense of that from any of the guys here at this camp, at least not to the extent of the worst of examples or whatever. But you got to think in their heads somewhere, it's like, I want the ball too. how do I get on the field consistently to do that?
Well, this is why you and I look at each other on a daily basis, and when Leggy's here too, Chad, and go, is there any room for Marvin Mims?
Right.
I mean, is there, I know he can play, and I know he's not utilized the way perhaps that we would like him utilized, but where maybe that's the only times you can get the pig to him is just a handful of times from here and there. And if I'm Marvin Mims and I'm saying, look, I think I'm good. I want to play more wide out. I know I'm an all-pro returner. I know that. But he's going into the last year of his contract here. I'd be like, hey, man, if I want to play and get reps, I'm going to have to go someplace else in the future. That's what it feels like.
You go back a couple of years to Devon Vele, who seemed to be growing into a role where he was going to be part of the conversation with how many targets do we give this guy over the course of the season. Well, I think it became clear that he was not going to get that. Let's maximize our value from him and move him on. And I think that's a fair conversation about Marvin Mims. Is the return game enough? Is to be the gadget guy who comes in and runs some reverses and some fly sweeps, is that going to be enough? Are you going to look at this, and we talked about this yesterday, through the lens of Sean Payton? Hey, I'll take 30 extra yards a game of field position because we have this guy returning kicks for us or an occasional gadget for us. And I think George Payton's thinking, hey, I can get guy.
Yeah.
That's what I can do. And after this year, his contract is up. He's going to want to bump and pay. And if he can't get the number of targets needed, he's probably going to end up going someplace anyway, so we have no chance of retaining him.
But are you all in this year because you were this close to a Super Bowl last year and you're like, I don't care?
Right.
Yeah.
And next year will take care of itself. But this year we have a Super Bowl roster, and I want that extra 30 yards of field position for my offense every game.
I know you didn't worry about this.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah. I know you didn't worry about this because you're focused on your job, right? But I wonder how many good personnel guys around the league are looking over here and going, They're kind of keeping an eye on Marvin Mims and what the Broncos situation is.
I bet they're looking at their cornerback room like, you guys still want to keep Johnny Barron?
Exactly right. And those are assets that, like you said, George Payton could move to improve his football team. But, man, I certainly want to run this back. Yeah, just say, all right, we'll take our chances here. And, Marvin, you're going to have to live with what you get in this offense. But, man, we were so close. I want to get there again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a personnel guy, you've only got so much time in the day. Are you going to be looking at the Broncos roster or the Falcons roster? You're going to look at the Broncos roster. There's way more good players here. There's way more guys who have experienced high-level championship football, experienced good coaching. So to bring a Marvin Mims into your wide receiver room, if you're some team that's trying to find a way it's back up into relevancy, that's a move you would make. That's a smart move for you. So, yeah, they're going to be watching the waiver wire, but more importantly, they're going to be counting the number of targets these guys are getting and trying to read the tea leaves so they can go up to their general manager and say, hey, we think this guy is ripe for a trade. We think George Payton will probably be willing to move Marvin Mims. He only caught 5 balls this preseason. Clearly he's not going to be a part of their offense.
You can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season if you go to altitudesportsradio.com/win, or you can text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll text you the link. You pick 4 Nuggets home games you want to see this season. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you the link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-pack pick-em plan, visit nuggets.com/pick'em.
And didn't you say in the coming couple of weeks we got some big stuff that you can't talk about yet?
Can't talk about it yet, but it has something to do with this team that we're sitting out on their field.
Should have seen the boss. Boss comes bopping in. What was it, Friday?
Yeah.
Boss comes bopping into the studio on Friday. Ooh, baby. Next couple of weeks are going to be big. He's literally bopping, this guy.
So listen, we gave away Avalanche tickets.
I'm very important.
To the home opener last week. This week, it's a 4-pack to whatever Nuggets home games you want to go to.
It's unbelievable. We're just too nice.
And then there's something that's happening with the Broncos coming up too that you guys will like. Yeah, a big one. So we'll get more into that in the coming weeks as we're out here at Broncos Park. Back after this. Is this Big Pun?
It is Big Pun. Rest in peace.
I love Big Pun. Back out here at Broncos Park, all training camp coverage brought to you by Ramos Law. So a couple texts coming through off that last
while we have
conversation
this asset here in Chad Brown, and I consider him an asset. I know you think he's just a guy. I think he's an asset.
You keep phrasing it, and you're putting the real emphasis on the first part of that word.
Yeah.
There's a
lot of
asset. Okay. No, but I love having
I
you
go
on
with
the program.
asset myself.
Okay, you do that. I love having you out here because we can pick your brain about so many things in regards to this football team and in the league as a whole. It's cool.
So I have a story I want to ask you about in a second, Chad, but a couple of texts coming through here. Gentlemen, Marvin Mims, is he just a special teams returner guy or is he a receiver? Another texter, Mims is a better receiver than Franklin and Bryant. Like, I don't know if those it's hard for me to judge, and here's why. I don't know how much you have known or listened to this show with us, Chad, but I have always been a Marvin Mims guy. It has been utterly confusing to me why he struggles to get snaps on the field. And I would get so frustrated when I would see the snap count at the end of these games, and he has less snaps than little Jordan Humphrey. Now, I know why Sean Payton does that. He likes little Jordan Humphrey's size for blocking and all that sort of stuff. I get the reasoning for it, but I feel like this guy, when he's on the field, makes plays. And there's no better example to me than the playoff game against Buffalo. He was your leading receiver, made big-time plays for you, but the only reason why he got on the field was Franklin's hammy blew up, and Pat Bryant got a concussion in that game. So he was forced to play snaps and then played awesome. So I don't get, outside of maybe just a size thing, as to why he doesn't play. At the same time, you traded a first-round pick for a guy who's the same height as Marvin Mims.
It's not a size thing. Okay, bring you into the coaching room.
Please
All right, Coach Brown, learn us up here.
Yes, so bring you into the coaching room. We're watching tape, and you begin to get a trust level for each of the guys, execution-wise, conditioning-wise, all the factors that make you confident in a player in a critical situation. And clearly, it's not some conspiracy that Sean Payton doesn't like Marvin Mims. Coach likes everybody. He loves the guys who he can trust. He loves the guy in 3rd and 8 situation. I know exactly what this guy is going to do. I have complete 100% trust this guy is going to execute it properly. He's going to run it right. He's going to be on time. All the things that go into executing a play. So Marvin Mims is clearly not giving the coaches that trust based on the practice field. And so when the opportunity comes in the games, I'm sure they're happy when he's able to make the play. But at the same time, I think they're probably holding their breath that it's actually going to work out based on what they've seen on the field. Because if they saw that on the practice field all the time, then he would be a bigger part of it. It's simply how it works. He's invested in being the most successful coach he can be. Therefore, the players have to meet a certain trust standard. Marvin Mims hasn't gotten there.
You know, we talk about that a lot when we talk hockey, right, and talk about the Avs. And Brett, what do I say to you? I say, listen, this guy is a fire-and-forget missile for the coach. I mean, he knows that in the 15, 17 minutes he's out there exactly. But coaches love predictability out of a player. They love to know, listen, he may not be the greatest guy in the world or the fastest guy in the world or whatever, but I know exactly what I'm going to get out of him. And every time I deploy him, I am confident I'm going to get that exact thing out of this guy. And it may not be at a super high elite level, but I know exactly what I'm getting. And it helps a lot, man. There's the unpredictability for coaches. I'm sure, Chad, drives them crazy.
Drives them up the wall. And you mentioned little Jordan Humphrey. So from a skill set standpoint, outside of the blocking realm, you would say Marvin Mims is a 8.5 on the receiver scale from a skill set.
Okay.
Jordan Humphrey's probably a 7.
Yeah.
But Sean Payton's going to take that 7 skill set because he knows what he's going to do every single play.
Sure.
And he knows what he's going to do in the run game. And so he's got such confidence. Yeah, this guy's a 7, but I can put him in positions to be successful versus this other guy who 8.5 ability, but on this 3rd down, is it going to be a 3 and not understand the route tree and the combination and timing? Or is he going to be a 9 and his actual skill set's going to show? Well, we're only going to get, 11, 12 3rd down situations over the course of the game? I can't blow one on a guy who I don't trust, who I don't believe is going to be able to execute consistently.
But if you don't, somebody else will. I'm telling you, if it was me, like again, I'm one of these personnel guys sniffing around. I have a thing for Marvin Mims. I think Brett does too.
I do too. I called his games at Oklahoma. He was explosive at Oklahoma.
He's been on this program. I like him as a dude. He's an engaging son of a gun. I really like him. He's hella honest, to be honest. I mean, he just kind of says it like it is, you know. And I think he's a damn good player. If I'm a personnel guy, I am ringing up Peyton, or I am keeping a heavy eye on him. And somebody will pay him some money in the offseason if the Broncos won't.
Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. Speaking of, he had a tweet from a couple of minutes ago. It was about Roger Goodell. And he said, this from Roger Goodell, "It is inevitable that the league will eventually have a team permanently based outside the United States." Now, that could mean Mexico City, or it could mean London, or it could mean any one of those places. Just curious, from a player's perspective, if somebody was based entirely outside the U.S. and let's say in Europe, you know, they game plan these entire, like, all right, we're going to do this week when we get to London, then we're going to have a bye week afterwards to make sure that we recover. Like the Broncos didn't do that last year. They played in London in that terrible game against the Jets that they won, came back and played the Giants the next week, and had to score 33 points in the fourth quarter to win that. Do you think that would be difficult on players from a standpoint of travel coming back if there was a team permanently based in, let's say, London?
They would. The league has an international office, so they are focused on the growth of the game internationally. So this is, to Roger Goodell's point that Adam Schefter just posted, this is going to happen.
Yes.
And so whether it's one team or a whole division of teams, NFL fans, just get ready. This is going to happen. So they'll have to structure some things creatively to make all this happen. You know, they play 4 games in a row over there, 4 home games in a row against, you know, all their division. They'll come over here and do a month of play over here. There's got to be something like that. There'll have to be a home base for that team here in the U.S. where they'll operate out of when they play multiple games over here. The travel back and forth is just going to be too much. There'll have to be some kind of wiggle room with compensation, with different tax laws and all the things like that.
Can't we get a supersonic jet again? I mean, the Concorde, I know why they shut it down, but
it lost money every flight.
Yeah, but they hauled ass. NFL could afford. If the NFL could, the NFL could afford to design and build their own, you know, a supersonic jet now. Hey, I told you during the break, I'm going to explain to you why I'm a moron. You can tell me whether or not I'm a moron, both of you. I already know what you think. So
no, you're an asset.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But am I the only one that's in the morning? It's early in the morning on a weekend, and I'm flipping through the channels, and I'm watching football. You know what I'm watching? The EFA. Is it the EFA or the EP? Yeah, EFA, European Football Alliance. And so was it Sunday? It must have been Sunday. I'm watching the Munich Ravens versus the Frankfurt Galaxy.
Yes, I don't know why you're doing that.
I don't know a friggin' guy on either team. I don't know. And they play like in these really mutant little soccer stadiums. There's hardly anybody there. And I'm sitting there watching EFA football. And then I think of the day before I was watching Raiders Tyrol, whatever. Hey, what the hell is that? I have no idea, but I'm watching it. They're in Innsbruck, Austria.
What do you want me to say to this?
Well, they're playing. What my point is, they're playing football all over Europe right now anyway, right?
Right.
And so I'm sure the league probably likes that. The NFL's like they're growing some fans and that kind of thing. Now you're going to be, you know, someday expanding perhaps into Munich or here's the thing. Or friggin' London and Paris.
I mean, Vic's asked this question. He's like, why are they playing games in Rio de Janeiro? Why are they doing this? I go, it's the only market that they have that's untapped. Right. There's nobody in America that's like, you either love football or you don't watch it. There's no in between, and there's no convincing you if you aren't watching right now to watch it. You're either in or out. The only place you can go now is outside the country. It's the only way you can grow your market. And so I totally understand the strategy towards all of this. I think having teams permanently based, it feels like it would pose a problem. That's all.
The league wants to have 40 teams. They want to get 2 more divisions, one in each conference, overseas divisions. So it's not going to happen in the next 5 years, not even in the next 10 years, but that's why games are in Rio and there's all these other.
How many dudes are going to want to move from the U.S. to friggin' Munich, Germany and play football there in the National Football League?
That's a good question.
have you guys?
I guess if the money's
have
there.
you seen the salaries people make?
Yeah.
Where else are you going to make $19 million to be a backup edge guy?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and games will be on like at 3 a.m, so that'd be good, right? if you got a little insomnia, switch on the NFL at 3 a.m. It's friggin' 1 p.m. over there.
Yeah, I still think the Mark Cuban quote from 10 years ago about fat pigs getting slaughtered. The NFL, in its quest for more money, at some point is going to oversaturate the market. We don't want more football unless you're Moj watching European weird football on a Sunday morning. We want more good football.
Yep.
Just because ESPN puts on Ball State on Tuesday night, I'm not going to watch it because I want to see more good football. That's why spring football professional has never taken off, because it's not good football. We're not tied to it. No one grew up on their couch sitting next to their dad wearing the Birmingham Stallions hat.
Right.
People want to be tied into what is the NFL, the iconic franchises. I think the international thing can grow because there are fan bases in those countries and states, but it's going to be interesting how they get to these 40 teams. I think the least of their worries is how does a player feel. That's so low on their list right now.
Yeah. I used to do Sacramento Gold Miners football.
Good for you.
Kerwin Bell was our quarterback. David Archer was our quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's how far ago that was. I know you're like, good for you.
How many people came to those games?
20,000 maybe.
Good for you, bud.
Really?
Yeah. 15, 20,000.
The spring league, which just finished up, they didn't get 20,000.
I know, it's crazy. I mean, but that was a unique market.
So
that was when you brought up Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah.
And
I can't remember the last
Las Vegas posse. What's his face? The former Patriots coach, Ray. What was his name? He was the head coach of the Las Vegas posse.
So I can't remember which version of the league it was, the USFL, the UFL, whatever. This was, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. There was a team in Omaha called the Omaha Nighthawks.
Yes.
And they sold out their games because people in Omaha, if you give them something to do, they'll go do it. But what they did,
because Omaha sucks.
What they did, disagree. But what they did was, smart on their part, they knew that the good football was not something that was going to happen. Their quarterback was Eric Crouch. Their running back was Amon Green.
There you go.
They're like, I'm getting your nostalgia back in the backfield, and we're going to do it that way.
So these leagues can't take off, but they can find the St. Louis version of whatever league it was the Battlehawks, but I can't remember. It was the XFL, then it became the UFL, and they merged together. That St. Louis team was putting like 35,000, 40,000 people in the stands. But that was the only team in the league that did good attendance-wise. So the league itself sucked. One organization, one city was willing to support it, and it's got to be a team that lost in a city that's lost a team like St. Louis or Omaha, which has no professional sports. It's got to be something like that. But to think there can be a competitor to the NFL outside of college football, so much money has been lost in that pursuit over the last 40, 50 years. It seems mind-blowing to me that someone else steps up and thinks they can make it happen.
The AFL did it, obviously. Then they got the merge in the 60s. But
let me give you something, Moj.
Sure.
I went to one Nighthawks game. It was bizarre. Like, Crouch was 42 years old. Amon Green was like 39. I'm like, I don't know what we're doing here. These guys are going to get hurt. But halftime comes along. They played it at the AAA baseball stadium.
Frisbee dog.
No. A limo pulls out in the middle of center field. It's George Clinton in Parliament.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It was the greatest halftime show I've ever seen.
That would have been badass.
Big fur coat popping out.
Oh, my God.
Started playing Flashlight.
That would have been killer.
And I thought to myself, I was like, they got George Clinton for this game?
That's great.
Screw the game. I'm there for the halftime show.
I'm there for the concert.
The game is secondary.
Hey, I just saw Earth again. They were so good. London Guards coming in, and they're putting a football team in Milan, Italy, too. So these are the expansion teams in this EFA coming up for 2027. And I woke up, again, this is the way I think. It's early in the morning on Saturday, and I'm opening the blinds by the TV, and I go, damn it, I wish College Game Day was on right now. I'm starting to get in that mode where I wish College Game Day was on. I'm antsy now. It's the friggin' 18th. When do we start?
The
12 days or so, less than 2 weeks,
something like that. The last weekend in August, because there's games early part of that weekend, and then I think I've got Stanford, Miami on Friday. That's September 3rd, I think, or 4th. Yeah.
I like the big Fox noon off, the big Fox off. I like that.
I just looked this up because I want to see if they wanted to time up their typical TV slates in America, what it would be. So a 7 p.m. game in Munich would be at 11, which is doable.
That's doable for both sides.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is doable for both sides, and it could still keep their TV windows. It just feels like there'd be a lot of logistic hoops like that to jump through.
Again, I think the league does not care. They've already shown they don't care about players with turf fields versus grass fields. So to think that, oh, poor you got to live in London for 5 months, you think I give a crap about that?
What did you think when they redid all of those stadiums for the World Cup, ripped out the turf, put in grass for the soccer players? I'm sure that made NFL guys feel great, didn't it?
Oh, I mean, even Garrett Bowles is a quiet dude. He's got something to say about how ridiculous that is. Yeah, the owners are willing to bend over for the World Cup for the money, but they are not going to accept the demands of their players, who they pay, in some cases, tens of millions of dollars to.
Yeah.
Because,
I think it's just about money, Chad, because those fields are going to get, in the wintertime, those fields get torn up, right? And you got big guys, falling down and whatnot instead of
the first
fancy soccer players running around. It's the cost of upkeep like the Broncos do. Hell, the Broncos replaced the entire field at the cost of 400 G's in the middle of the season.
For one game.
No, not the middle of the season. It was the last week of the year. And that was that the Russell Wilson year where they were out of the playoffs?
Yeah.
Didn't even matter.
So it goes to show the right owners are willing to do it. And there's no excuse. I know in Pittsburgh they have Pitt playing at the same stadium where Pittsburgh plays. And then late in the season, the high school championships are in that same stadium on a grass field. They would just have to have a crew ready to do what the Broncos did. Rip it out and put a new one in. Heck, in New England, they had to replace the entire artificial surface because the surface they put in after the World Cup didn't meet NFLPA standards. So it just goes to show they've got money to do this. They're just unwilling.
Okay, August 29th, man, San Jose State versus USC. That ought to be a barn burner. And then somebody says in Ireland it's going to be North Carolina and TCU.
Oh, yeah. College games overseas. I got you. Can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injure lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Chad Brown sitting in with myself and Moj. Stick around. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Did you see Keenan Allen has signed a 1-year deal with the Indianapolis Colts?
What does he have left?
I think he's still a solid wide receiver. I mean, obviously he's lost.
Didn't he break down every single year?
You've said that before.
Injury history.
Am I wrong about that?
No, I think that he's been pretty damn healthy throughout his career.
Why do I think that Keenan Allen breaks down all the time? Why?
I think
that's
he
in
was
my
hurt
head.
Recently. Hang on, let me see.
It's like an 85 Yugo.
I don't know why.
It's like Chad's 77 Chevy Chevette with his crack dash.
So he had 81 catches last year, 777 yards, 4 touchdowns. Like, he's still a solid wide receiver. Did you guys know there is no active player in the NFL at wide receiver with more receptions than Keenan Allen?
Well, he's been around a long time.
Mike Evans, no?
Not Mike Evans. So the list is the number one guy is Travis Kelce, but he's a tight end.
Right.
It's Keenan Allen, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, and Stephon Diggs.
Wow.
Wait, Mike Evans is not on that list? He must
of catches. He is second in yards, Mike Evans is. So, but catches, no. Just weird. He's had a very interesting career. He's never been considered like the best wide receiver in the NFL. But look at his numbers. Every single year, he's just racking up the stats.
He's productive.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
I'm glad we got a college football guy here, too. I'll go next if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
Hey, who's the most overrated team in college football in the top 25 right now?
Maybe Alabama.
Might be Alabama. I was reading an article from CBS Sports. They had two that they were picking on, two teams they picked on. Number one, in terms of overrated, is number 8 Texas A&M.
Okay, I can see that.
And their second most overrated team is
Oklahoma?
Number 14 USC.
It's going to be an interesting season. I think the ability to predict how some of these teams are going to play is impossible. And we talked about that yesterday. It's really, some of these teams, they are hitching their hopes on a transfer quarterback. And is that quarterback going to work with this system? Is he going to be able to step up a level of play if he's from a smaller school? So I know USC's returning their quarterback, so that doesn't seem to be a question there. But I've got 2 USC games early this year. I'll get a chance to see who they are. But I don't get into the preseason rankings that much because it's impossible to know. Some of these schools are counting on guys who showed up on campus 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Jeez.
They didn't take part in spring ball. They showed up on campus 2 weeks ago, and they're counting on this guy to play significant time. So
they don't even know their way to the meal hall yet, right? They're still trying to figure that out.
No idea where they pick up books, anything. So it's always fascinating now in college football with the first couple of weeks where there's this massive reslotting of expectations that when people go, oh, that team's not going to be very good, and we completely overlooked this team over here.
What do you think of Juju Lewis heading into year 2?
Typically, as a player, you make your biggest improvement from year 1 to year 2. So to be thrown in last year, I thought he looked like a guy who was thrown in. And now with an entire spring with a new coordinator, it is a new offense for him. There are some new expectations from his style of play. But I think the high school ranking from a skill set seems to be accurate.
Yeah. Brett, on the flip side of that, 3 most underrated teams. Number 5, Texas, underrated, believe it or not. That's what they say.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they say. Also, number 7, Miami, underrated. And also coming at the very end of the underrated Sac State Hornets in the MAC, which I thought was really interesting. I think they got a real good opportunity to win that conference.
Sounds like a whole lie.
What? It's right. It's right here in black and white. You want to read it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Sac State Hornets right there, right after Washington. Sac State Hornets underrated in the MAC.
Yeah, it doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't say that.
Moshe, by the way, when we asked Moshe what conference is Sac State, his alma mater, in, he gave the wrong conference and forgot they switched to the MAC.
Yeah, I did. We were just going over it. How about Sac State at UMass? That ought to be a barn burner.
Hey, there's a Micah Parsons has a podcast, and he's very active on his podcast. And can you give them a little bit of what he did, Nelly?
AFC West, I'm going to stick with the Broncos as number one. They did lose a couple people, but I still think they're power loaded, and they added Jalen Waddle to that offense. I am going to take the Los Angeles Chargers at number 2 over Kansas City. I do not think Kansas City put enough around Patrick Mahomes to win the AFC West and go pick another title run. They let go of every bit of their talent, pretty much. Trent McDuffie left. You just don't let those type of players left. It's just hard for me to say that they're.
So I brought this up.
No offense, but Michael Parsons. Do it. Give me it.
Michael Parsons. No.
He doesn't sound like a very engaging guy.
Okay, but listen.
Michael Parsons.
Here's my problem. And people thought I was being an idiot and saying this in the appetizer, and maybe that's true. I know that all these players have podcasts and stuff like that. Is it weird to you that an active player in the league is saying about another team, they let all their talent go, they didn't do enough to help out this quarterback before the – like, is that weird or not?
Yeah, secondary to Moser's criticism of Michael Parsons as a host, secondary to his ranking of the AFC West is, what are you doing, man?
That's what I
What the hell are you doing?
Yes.
And so his podcast, he frequently gets into territory that I think no current player should get into. I don't have a pushback with players having podcasts. Podcasts are great. It's an opportunity for you to express yourself in the new media landscape. Have fun. Grow your brand so you can then move into this when you're done playing, so you don't, have to suffer like me and be on with you two clowns.
Right, exactly.
And I can have my own
have
thing.
much better thing going on.
Yes, but outside of that, that's not smart. It's just not what a player who's currently in the game should be doing. I know PS2 has a podcast, but he doesn't go into this kind of specific information about upcoming opponents, who you're going to be playing, ranking teams, describing the talent on the team, all that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people said that I was overreacting or something to this in the appetizer. I'm like, I just think it'd be weird if Surtain in his podcast said, yeah, you know what? I just think the Raiders are going to be terrible this year. Wouldn't you be like, why would you say any of this out loud?
I don't know.
Right.
Why is he saying anything? He just sounds like, I think the AFC West, Broncos are still in. They lost a couple guys. And then, I guess the Los Angeles Chargers would be number 2 because they're pretty good.
Can I give you another piece of
I'm
audio?
Like,
by the way?
dude, give me a little zest.
So when COVID was going on and the NBA was the first sport to restart, and they had everybody in the bubble, right? Kyle Kuzma was on a podcast, and he was talking about what that experience was like for him. So go ahead, Nelly.
And it was hard just being there. You know what I'm saying? Like, being in a bubble, like, that's not our lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, our lifestyle, we like to be extremely comfortable when we're not on the court. You want to be home. You want to be chilling, your house, your nice sofa, watching a movie. That's what you want to do. You don't want to be in Mickey Mouse's house in 300 square feet for 3 months. Like, that's crazy, you know what I mean? And, we like to call it prison for athletes. That's what it was. We couldn't leave, nothing.
So here's the thing. We talk about diva wide receivers. I don't think there's any bigger diva than a superstar in the NBA or a good player in the NBA. So it's just funny to see the dichotomy between two things, though. So that was Kyle Kuzma talking about it. This was Steven Adams, while he was in the bubble, being asked what it's like to be in the bubble.
How's the adjustment been to dealing with life, constantly living with your teammates and not really having an opportunity to get away, and just overall your thoughts on life inside the bubble right now?
It's all good, mate. Let's be clear, mate. This is not Syria, mate. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that hard. It's not that difficult, mate. You know what I mean? We're living in a bloody resort.
This is like
good perspective.
We're in a resort.
Yeah,
his accent's.
I want to book. Jack,
we're living in a bloody
book.
resort.
By the way, I've been Steven Adams' story from an elevator, but that's a different time. I want to know. I want the book to come out. I want somebody to write the book, and it can be all anonymous sources. That's fine. How many chicks were snuck into the bubble?
Oh my goodness!
I want because, or how many things went on in the bubble that weren't supposed to go on? I gotta have that book.
A ton.
I gotta have that book.
An indescribable amount. Yes, that's how much. Whether they were staff at the hotel or the resort, as Steven Adams talked about, or they were snuck in. Yes, come on. NBA players, 3 months, you know things were happening.
What did Stephen A. Smith say?
Hey, listen. You asking dudes to go weeks.
It's just funny, though.
So good.
Kuzma's like, this was a prison for athletes. And Stephen Adams like, it's not Syria.
Yeah. Just to back up to the Michael
It's a
Parsons
resort
thing. To back up to that real quick.
Yeah.
Shady McCoy has a podcast. And on that podcast, he was trying to make the point that Antonio Brown was a better receiver than Jerry Rice. And so I had to grab my phone and reply to this ridiculousness that just because you were a player doesn't mean you know other players. Doesn't mean you actually know the game.
Right.
So Micah Parsons really listening for his insights about the AFC West.
Yeah.
And who lost what. It's evidence from the clip of the podcast. He didn't put a ton of research into that.
No. Well, here's the other thing. He did actually – I wondered if he was going to do the NFC North that he plays in now, being with the Packers. And he did. And he put the Packers at the top.
Right.
And then he went Bears, Lions, and Vikings.
Well,
and
you
I'm still
still
like,
do your own division.
I didn't hear his evaluation of it. But even if he didn't talk trash on any of the teams in his division, just putting it out there that you have teams that you think are the easiest ones in the division is weird to me. It's just bizarre.
I'm with you. I am with you.
303-504-0925, Adam Schefter in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Hey, listen. You asking dudes to go weeks.
Oh yeah, definitely. We want to be the best running back room in the nation, in all of the NFL. So, we just gonna take it day by day, get better each and every day with the O-line and the quarterbacks, and the running backs. We're just gonna push each other.
Back out here at Broncos Park, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Adam Schefter will join us in about 15 minutes. That was R.J. Harvey talking about the running back room. I get another clip here from Sean Payton yesterday. And I've said this before. Chad Brown is with us again today. Will be tomorrow as well. I said Sean Payton, much like me in my dating life, he has a type. My type has always been blondes. Blondes, I don't know. I've been predisposed to blondes since I was a child. I don't know what it is. I just, that's been my type. Sean Payton has a type for wide receivers. They're 6'4" with giant butts. And his running backs, he likes at about 5'8" and not seen past an offensive line. So when asked yesterday about that, the stature of his running backs, he said this.
I'm not saying it's a coincidence, but to some degree, there's not really a height prototype with that position, but there is a stature prototype. So they fit that stature. But they just so happen to be that height, and I think that's a little bit more of the coincidence.
What's the stature he's talking about, Chad?
Thick lower body.
Yep.
That's what you want from your running back. And so I think the height is a part of that as well. Running backs that can hide behind offensive linemen makes life more difficult for a defender. Guys who have a thick lower body tend to break more tackles. It's there's a reason why Reggie Bush, as explosive as he wasn't a great inside runner in the NFL. Not a thick lower body.
His best run when he popped through and then a juke move and then the spin off the linebacker. I'm like,
talking about Jonah?
Yeah. I did one of these with the hearts with the hand, like the kids do, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I love you. I love seeing that stuff, man.
Now, Eric Dickerson was Hall of Fame running back, clearly.
But he was an upright, gigantic man that ran like the wind.
Right, and he was 6'3.5" and ran upright. I can't think of very many clips of Eric Dickerson working a spin move. The mass
That's
of
Barry
gravity
Sanders stuff, yeah.
is just too high. The closer you are to the ground, the closer your center of gravity is, the easier it is for you to spin and do those kinds of things. So there's a reason why more running backs are successful at a smaller height. And the taller you get as a running back, the lesser your chances of success are.
What's interesting, though, when you bring that up, I think of like Barry Sanders, one of the best of all time. I think of Eric Dickerson, one of the best of all time. I mean, they could not be different runners.
Right.
You couldn't build two different human beings to play the position, yet they were both incredibly effective the way they did it, right? I guess, everything has its advantages and disadvantages.
Well, that's what's crazy about a guy like...
And TD was probably somewhere in the middle of those guys.
That's what's crazy about a guy like Derrick Henry, right?
Yeah.
That Derrick Henry, is he 6'3", 6'4"?
He's 6'4".
He's 6'4". He towers over people. He's thick as hell, and he's faster than anybody else. Still, he's able to do that.
Your story about, God, when the official said he just beat him, what did he say?
Simply overpowered.
Simply overpowered.
Okay. We would talk about Derrick Henry. And, Chad, Derrick Henry, still to this day, but in his real true prime at Tennessee, he throws guys into the ground. Like he takes a guy like you, a big guy, and he just throws him into the earth. And the little guys, he buries him into what?
The crust of the earth.
The crust of the earth, man.
Yeah. But he doesn't make people miss in a small window. The Jonah Coleman juke move, spin move, Derrick Henry could not do that. Derrick Henry needs a little bit of open space where he can get up to speed as a bigger man. So if you look at the all-time rushing list, Emmitt Smith, shorter guy. Walter Payton, shorter guy. Frank Gore, shorter guy. Barry Sanders, shorter guy. You get down to LaDainian Tomlinson, also a shorter guy. Jerome Bettis, also a shorter guy. So the tall guys in there are Adrian
Marcus
Peterson.
Allen.
Allen. He was a unique skill set guy. He was a taller guy.
Yeah.
Curtis Martin was kind of in between. Eric Dickerson, definitely a tall guy. Derrick Henry, a tall guy. So that's the top 10 there. A majority of the top 10 all-time leading rushers are guys of smaller stature, a little bit more of the prototype that Sean Payton is talking about.
Yeah.
The defender was just overpowered.
Just overpowered. Not simply, but just.
He was just, hey, there's no penalty on the play. He was just overpowered.
I was looking at some numbers from the running backs from last year. I do think one thing is interesting. So Harvey and Dobbins had about the same amount of carries, but Dobbins left after week 10. He had 153 through 10 weeks. But Dobbins, as he does every year, whether he's healthy or not, averaged 5 yards per carry. He's done that every year of his career. Here's the interesting thing, though. R.J. Harvey had 58 targets in the passing game. Do you know how many J.K. Dobbins had in 10 games? He had only 11 catches.
I was going to guess 10, so I was very close.
Yeah, he's not somebody that, at least last year, caught the ball out of the backfield much. That was reserved more for an R.J. Harvey role. And I think R.J. Harvey could be one of those guys that could have, a 60, 65 catch season out of the backfield and just trying to get him in open space, right? Because he's not that kind of guy that's going to run between the tackles like that. He is more like Jaleel or somebody else that needs to get outside and get into open space. R.J. Harvey is a little bit thicker guy, though. It's not like he's I always say this in football. When I say it's a small player, like to me, Bryce Young is small because he's slight. He's slender. He doesn't have like a lot of power around him. Like Baker Mayfield is a shorter quarterback, but he's stocky. He's got a little bit of girth to him, I suppose. So small always to me means like when you look at Jaleel, God bless him, but he's short and slight, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Darren Sproles, a former running back for Sean Payton.
Yes.
Short, but not a slight man.
No.
Yeah, thick, well built.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has to be.
I was looking at Bryce Young. They officially have him listed at 5'10 and 204.
He's probably 195.
Yeah, I was going to say 190 because he looks like a skinnier guy, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes,
he looks like a little guy.
But it's just interesting to see how the ball gets spread around. Like for a guy, R.J. Harvey just does feel like a guy who's going to catch the ball out of the backfield more, and J.K. Dobbins is sort of your pure runner. I don't know what Coleman's going to be. I don't know what his pass game stuff is, but
I don't like pure personnel tells.
Right. Well, I was going to ask you about that, yeah.
As a defender, I watch tape. I get the stats. And so if this running back is on the field, then I know this is going to happen. And that running back's on the field, I know that is going to happen. I don't like the pure personnel tells. And that was one of my issues with the personnel group mass replacements that Sean would do when he was play calling. Not only did that slow things down from a rhythm perspective, but when this personnel package comes on the field, we're going to expect these things. And that personnel package comes on, we expect these things. And it starts to feel like you're just telling the defense what you're going to do by who's on the field.
Yeah, it's just an indicator. And a lot of times it happens depending on who's being subbed in and who's being subbed out. Maybe that's the kind of stuff that can change with Davis Webb.
I hope so.
Maybe he can mix that up a little bit more and not be as, I guess you would call it predictable. Would that be the word for it?
Predictable stuff, because obviously people are going to change things up.
Yeah.
But if I can start eliminating in my mind, not necessarily know exactly what you're going to do, but if you get on the field and there's 10 possibilities and I can look at the personnel package and I can eliminate 7 of those possibilities, then I got a much better chance for success on that down as a defender.
Okay, a couple things in that regard with Webb and this maturation process as he calls plays. How long would you guesstimate until he gets there where he needs to be fully, right, that kind of thing, or maybe he never does, but there will be a comfortability factor. And number two, what will it look like to you when you see him get to that level?
I think I don't truly know what his style is. Again, based on his quarterbacking experience, I would think that he would recognize a quarterback's best friend is an effective run game. Mm-hmm. So he'd be far less prone than Sean has over the last couple of years to get away from the run so early. But outside of something like that, I think he's trying to run Sean's offense, but also using some of his coaching and playing experience to know this is what really helps a quarterback. This is a quarterback's crutch or best friend out there. These first 6 games are going to be incredibly tough. So I think we'll have a sense of who he is, but I don't think he'll be a finished product by then. I think this time next year, he'll sit down for an interview and he'll go, yeah, I can think back to every single game, all the mistakes that I made, and the great play calls, those are all lost. Those 2 or 3 plays a game that I want back. Those are still sticking with me, and I'm trying to improve upon that in this season. I think he'll still be thinking about that at this time next year.
I heard you guys yesterday talking about the steamroller out here, by the way, right?
Yeah.
The guys, they don't do it every day, but they do it, I think, every other day. They get the steamroller out, and no steam coming out of it, though, right?
No, old school.
But these cats right here who take care of this field every single day, dude, they've dumped more sand on this field in this training camp so far than in all of Pismo Beach, man. I'm telling you. These guys fill – Brett, you want to fix your backyard?
Call these guys?
Call that cat right there in the end zone.
This guy,
look at that guy.
He hasn't gone 15 yards in an hour. His dedication to filling every single divot.
That's his piece of the grid, man.
Earlier
that's
in
his
the
piece
show,
of the grid.
I live in Cherry Creek, so you've got your yard, you've got your sidewalk, you got that kind of public grass space where people park. Well, they're doing a bunch of construction near me, so there's so many workers walking. My grass is suffering. I want that guy to come over to my place and do this with my grass, please.
My dogs and my backyard. Oh my God, dude! It's a yearly quest to try and keep ahead of it, and I simply cannot do it, especially this year, man.
You know what's funny? The first day I was out here, my first thought. Because I walked out here, it was 5:55 in the morning, sat down in this chair, looked out, and I go, multi-billion-dollar companies don't have water restrictions, do they? Because this thing is pretty. I have water restrictions. They do not.
Hey, L.A. County, water restrictions. Steve Ballmer's house, green grass.
Uh-huh. Must be nice. Yeah. But got another day out here at Broncos camp.
Those guys can afford to just hire water trucks to come and just –
well, they got their own wells or, whatever.
Well, J-Lo doesn't drive a Fiat, and J-Lo does not have brown grass. Two things we know for certain.
Yep. Again, we'll talk to Adam Schefter here in about 5 minutes. But in the meantime, if you guys are unaware, you can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. Here's how you do it. You go to altitudesportsradio.com/win or text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll text you the link. Then pick the 4 Nuggets home games you most want to attend this season, and you're entered. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you the link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, visit nuggets.com/pick'em.
I was thinking about this, if it was me. And I think this is way too generous, by the way. We're being nice, and we got a lot more to come in the coming weeks. But I would pick 2 games where I know it's going to be killer against an awesome opponent with stars on it, right, that kind of thing. And I would pick 2 games where I know the Nuggets are absolutely going to kick the living snot. Like, I'll take
guarantee some joy.
Give me a Pelicans or a Charlotte, too.
Yeah.
So Joker just goes off, and then,
everybody. The Wizards are coming to town?
Everybody gets some, yeah. Everybody gets a piece.
303-504-0925. Adam Schefter joins us next.
We were talking about getting money to talk about trees, but not really talking about trees. And I mentioned, hey, man, I talk about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because I go there and because they're awesome and because they help me and they can help you too. What I'm trying to tell you is when I talk about low testosterone or anything else you may have going on men's health-wise, they really work. Their treatments are there to help you. And these are experts in the field. And now they have all these new advanced medical strategies, too, like TRT and GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. And they make it easy on me. I get my blood work done and all that sort of thing, but my treatments come to my home, and I can do it myself. You don't have to do that. You can go into the closest clinic, There's 5 from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, but you can also do it at home, and they make it very, very convenient. These people are absolute experts, Colorado licensed medical providers. So do yourself a favor. If you're not feeling like you used to feel, maybe you're not seeing the gains in the gym, brain fog, whatever it may be, maybe low T is your thing, and you need to get it checked out. Give them a call today. Don't wait. 720-440-7900. If you're hearing this right now, as soon as they open up, take 2 minutes to call, schedule an appointment. It's very easy. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, back out here at Broncos Park. All conversations about training camp and regarding training camp are brought to you by Ramos Law, and so is the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. We're joined as we are every week by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, first of all, thank you for joining us. Second of all, preseason game in the tank, and the Broncos offense looked good. What's the discussions around the debut, I guess, of Davis Webb as play caller?
Well, it was an encouraging start. I thought Atlanta were struggling on both sides of the football, so I don't know how excited I'm going to be about anything. Denver's defense made Atlanta's offense look poor. Denver's offense looked good against Atlanta's defense. We'll see what that means. Just one game, come out of there relatively injury-free, so that's the biggest thing. There's some teams that have been really hit hard in the preseason, and you just want to get through here with as little of that as you possibly can.
Adam, obviously the Broncos went to the AFC Championship game last year, but in order to really have the best opportunity to get back to that same place, they got to find a way to win this division. And with Patrick Mahomes coming back from injury, just give us a look around the AFC West, particularly with the Chargers and the Chiefs, and where are they with their progress this preseason?
Here's the thing. I think when you look at the AFC West, like every single year, I started covering that Broncos team in 1990. And every year it feels like every team in the division gets better. And that's probably true on paper. Now the season starts, and what happens is teams suffer injuries, they lose momentum, it starts going the other way. But going into the season, every team always looks stronger. There's never an off season when that's not the case. And by the way, we can be discussing this every year for the next 50 years. The Chargers will be better going into the season. The Raiders will be better. The Chiefs, because that's the job of these organizations, is to build a winner and offer hope. And when you have money to go do that, you can go do that. So everybody always reloads and rearms during the offseason. So saying that, I can look at all these teams right now and say they're all better. They all look better, which they do. The Chargers, with the addition of Mike McDaniel as offensive coordinator, the return of both offensive tackles, they should be legitimate. The Raiders got the number one player in the draft, the quarterback for the future. It took another year to help rebuild. They added Tyler Linderbaum, the best center for their offense. They will be better. The Chiefs, I know it doesn't look like much, but they added Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl MVP. Mahomes will be back. Everybody should be better. Then the season starts. Teams lose players, start losing games. They lose some of that mojo and some of that juju that comes along with the offseason, and it starts going the other way. Again, that's just the nature of the business. It's part of the cycle of the sport. But right now, every team in that division looks better to me, which is no surprise.
It's and they're so professional out here. The Broncos could be a better team this year, and obviously not even get close to their win total of 14 from last year, because this division is tough and the first 6 games are tough. But it's funny when you said that, Adam. The one thing that came to my mind, the only time I've really heard a team not be optimistic about their future was a couple of years ago when that reporter asked, was it the GM of the Titans?
The Titans.
Titans.
Yeah.
He's like, so do you guys, go play it? What do you say, Brett? Help me out.
He said, do you have expectations for the Super Bowl? He's like, look, we're always looking to improve.
He's like, look, I don't know what to tell you, man.
The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do.
So, maybe reality steps in a couple times for some teams, right, I guess?
Yeah, but I mean, we know that. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the Titans aren't going to win the Super Bowl this year, right? There are some teams that aren't going to win the Super Bowl this year, but that's not how they're measuring the success of their season. They're measuring the success of their season where they could see their team growing and improving and getting better and moving in the right direction, right? So, that's what I would say. There is, I think teams know what's expected of them to a certain extent.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, with us. Adam, there's something I can't get out of my head. You were talking about the AFC West, and there is a world that does exist. Not saying it's going to, but does exist, where Bo Nix plays well this year. He gets the big franchise quarterback contract extension. And if Fernando Mendoza turns out to be the guy that the Raiders drafted number 1 overall, lives up to that billing, you could have a decade of this division with Mahomes, Herbert, Bo Nix, and Fernando Mendoza going at it. A decade's worth. It's crazy.
Right. Well, it's the most important position in sports. Every team in the division has gone out of its way to solidify the spot. if Mendoza pans out, and my guess is he does, then these teams all should be set. And if they're all set, that makes it that much harder in the off season to, see all these teams improve year after year and know that it's going to be that much more challenging to win that division all the time.
All right, take us into the GM office, Adam. The Broncos have Marvin Mims, Pro Bowl returner, has yet to really make a significant impact on the offense. They've got to get balls to Cortland Sutton. They've got to get balls to Jalen Waddle. What's the thought process on when you trade a guy like Devon Vele a couple of years ago, and when you hold on to a guy who may not have the biggest role but has a contribution on special teams versus his trade value for the future? What's that thought process like?
Well, you guys have asked me about Marvin Mims now being traded twice, and I'm not telling you he's not going to be traded. He might be. I don't. But I've never heard anything that they're shopping him. So maybe they are, but I would think that a guy like that has got value to Denver for the traits that he has as a returner, as a speed guy. And let's just say Denver was willing to deal him, and again, I haven't heard that they are. What is the value that he's going to be bringing in return, and is that worth it? Is that worth it? What he's do you guys think that they're trading him?
No, but I think he's going to the last year of his deal, and if he's not utilized the way that he wants to be, and he's already an All-Pro returner, I think that you'll have teams sniffing around him pretty darn hard because we've seen him make plays when he gets an opportunity, Adam. But there's no room at the end here for the Broncos for the most part for a guy to get the catches maybe that he wants. I don't know, but if I was him, I think I would be looking to go elsewhere in the offseason. And if the Broncos know that, then maybe something could happen. I really don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are plausible explanations, but this is a team that's trying to win now. And if you've got a guy that's that dangerous a returner, why would you want to be trading him when if he leaves in free agency, you get back a comp pick anyway? Like you want the best players you could have this year, and you never know what kind of injuries you're going to have. Like you have no idea. Right. And he's when he's given the chance to play, that guy can make plays.
I can see it now. I saw your tweet earlier today. Mesdames, Messieurs, this is Adam Schefter reporting from beautiful Paris. You get a place in Paris, Adam, City of Lights. Maybe you do a little trip over to Munich or something like that. This is pretty big. I mean, I know the league likes international stuff, and they've done it for 30 years now. Broncos went to Japan years ago and so on. But what's the time frame here we're looking at for expansion outside the U.S., and what's the total? Is it, like Chad was talking earlier today, maybe 40 teams total at one point?
Yeah, I don't know the exact timeline, but I do know that we've been around the league long enough to know that when things are starting to be floated out there, it's only a matter of time before they happen. So if they're floating an 18-game season, I think we all would agree at some point in time, no matter what the PA says, it's going to happen. If the league is floating the idea of expansion teams, at some point in time, whether that's 5, 10, 20 years from now, it's going to happen. And I've always felt like that, and now with the value of these franchises, like what would the price of an expansion franchise be? Like, would it be $10 billion minimum? Has to be, right? So if you could just manufacture $40 billion by creating 4 teams, not to mention the additional revenue streams that come with, like, I'm not a business major and I haven't asked anybody about this. We're just talking out loud. Now you create an extra division and that 18th game, and with the 18th game, you create an extra division with 4 international teams, and you create an international package, and every team's got to play. I mean, we're just kicking around some things here. You can see the areas it can go. And the league obviously is enormously successful. So you might as well reach for the stars and be bold and aggressive and creative. And I could see there being an added division with 4 international teams, however they do it. And there we go. We're off and running.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. Saw something you put out yesterday. I'm curious about this because when guys are drafted, not just in the first round, but high in the first round at quarterback, there's a lot of teams that are willing to take another bite at the apple, I suppose, if their first stop doesn't go well. Anthony Richardson's really interesting. because he is a guy with an immense amount of talent, didn't put it all together. Daniel Jones took over and played well. What is, you think, the market for Anthony Richardson if he were to be put on the market, even though the story you had yesterday says they likely will keep him?
Well, they're likely going to keep him because there's no market for him, is what I believe. Like, he was available all during the offseason. Did anybody trade for him?
No. Does a lot of that have to do with him tapping out from a couple of years ago? I remember we had you on. You're like, you've never seen a quarterback do that before.
It's interesting. I did a section of my podcast this morning that I recorded that'll be available here shortly on Apple, Tunes, or whatever it is, Spotify. I have no idea. But did a section on the rookie quarterbacks in the first week of the preseason. And there were a group of rookie quarterbacks that shined.
Yeah.
And you know what the common thread in those rookie quarterbacks was?
Played a lot of college football?
Exactly.
Yeah. College starts. Yes.
What did Anthony Richardson not do?
Start very many games in Florida.
Was it 13, I think?
Yeah. A lot of football. And so, I mean, I guess there's always value for a team that, you know, in a league where we've seen teams, what's the word I'm looking for? Rejuvenate, reacclimate. There's a different word I'm looking for. Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold.
Yeah, reclamation project. Mm-hmm.
Reclamation. Yeah, reclamation projects. So Anthony Richardson certainly could be one of those reclamation projects, but I don't think that there's anybody out there hankering to do that. If there were, the Colts would have gotten an offer. And if there were, the Colts would have taken something that but they were never offered anything of any note to make it worth their while for a player that they drafted, I believe, 4th overall.
On top of that, another interesting one is that Minnesota, and I think this was the story last week that you had. You said, I got to run. There's big news breaking today. It's Kyler Murray, yes. What happens with J.J. McCarthy from here?
He's going to be in Minnesota this year. We do believe that, unless the Vikings all of a sudden decide to trade him. And I guess, you know, something like that's always possible. Like, I'll give you a scenario, we don't want any injuries, right? But, like, I always go back to, it was a preseason roughly 10 years ago. And the Minnesota Vikings had Teddy Bridgewater dropping back to pass, and he basically tore up his knee.
Yep.
And they had to trade for another quarterback on the eve of the season, and they wound up trading quite a bit for Sam Bradford, right? What team would do that for J.J. McCarthy if there were an injury? What team would do that?
Nobody. No one. Yeah, I can't think. And Adam, it seems like this. Yeah.
Hold on. I think you're wrong.
Really?
What if? And we don't want it to happen. It's not even.
The Chargers? You're going to go there with this one?
No. There you go. The Chargers.
Because of Harbaugh.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, it's interesting, though, but I see these guys like Zach Wilson's, the Trey Lances. I mean, they stay in the league and they kick around as a backup or a third stringer or whatever. But this league, Adam and Chad, you know, it doesn't wait for anybody. This league is going to move on, and the Carson Becks are going to come in, and the Bo Nixes are going to come in, and you're all of a sudden on the outside looking in. It's just the way it goes.
And again, we've seen this influx of rookie quarterbacks now, and the quarterbacks we talked about, the quarterbacks that I talked about, I'm just going to give this list from again, it's one weekend of the preseason, right? So I don't want to get too excited about it, but tell me which of these quarterbacks was not really impressive. Drew Aller, Carson Beck, Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza, Haynes King, Cade Klubnik, Jalen Daniels, Garrett Nussma, they all played very well. One weekend. But that's 8 rookie quarterbacks. And to me, I'm very curious to see how they do the rest of the preseason. Maybe it was just one game flash, but usually these guys get out there and you're like, boy, this guy looks like he's got it right away, or he doesn't. And those guys looked like they had it.
I think there's something to be said for the lack of game planning defensively in week 1 of the preseason. Allows these rookie quarterbacks to play as well as they did. We'll see if they're able to keep that up as defenses start to form game plans in here in week 2 and 3. My question for you is, we talked about Davis Webb and his hot start as a play caller. Are there other situations that you can refer back to where a head coach / play caller like a Sean Payton hands it over to the young upcoming quarterback coach or OC, and how did that go in season 1? How often did the head coach have to step in and call plays for a series or two or rein things back in? Do you have something like that in your experience that you could reference in relation to this Sean Payton, Davis Webb situation here in Denver?
It's a good question. Off the top of my head, well, really, maybe the only thing I could think of would be Mike Shanahan giving a play calling to Gary Kubiak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Mike was a highly accomplished play caller. He allowed Gary to do more and more of it. And look how that worked out. And I think that, I'm sure it's happened, but there aren't too many coaches as accomplished as a Sean Payton or a Mike Shanahan who've ceded play calling duties to an unproven, aspiring, ascending assistant coach. Now, again, everybody knew Gary would be a head coach, and he was, and he turned out to be great and helped Denver win another Super Bowl as a head coach. And everybody thinks Davis Webb is going to be head coach, and he's going to be one day. But I don't know how he's going to be as a play caller. I don't know that yet. But you gotta start feeding him and let him take baby steps to see how he's going to do.
Last thing for you, Adam. Adam Schefter with us, ESPN. Von Miller signs with the Dallas Cowboys, and for the last 3 years, it felt like he's John Cusack with a trench coat and a boombox outside of Broncos facility being like, please take me back. Do you know, was there any interest on the Broncos side of bringing in Von? Because I know Von was interested in coming back.
I never heard that. I know they brought it up at one point, but I had spoken to Von a couple of times. I communicated with him this offseason. Never once did he say to me, boy, I'm thinking about going back to Denver. Like, that didn't come up. Like, there were some other teams that came up. But I don't, in our interactions, and there were a few, I don't recall Denver coming up.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every week. Always appreciate the time, Adam. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adam.
It's a great week.
There you go, buddy. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
You've got to clarify what you were just talking about with John Cusack in the boom box and the trench coat, dude.
Oh, I think that's pretty clear, right? It's say anything.
Yeah, it's say anything, but I don't think that people. You're being total boomer right now. You accuse me. You con me of being boomer, and you're going full say anything from the 80s?
Everybody knows that
He used
saying.
the reference yesterday, and I got it within the first 2 seconds.
Yeah, because you're old too, man. I see your gray hair. I know you're looking at mine. I look at your goatee, your beautiful goatee, but it's got plenty in there.
About 20 minutes until the Broncos start up practice again. Fans are allowed today.
Look at me. Say anything. I know that movie.
They're filed in.
I only Sky.
How do you do with this guy every day?
Pills. No,
Lots
I'm just
of
kidding.
pills?
303-504-0925. Back after this.
I mean, Brett knows nothing about that because he's stupid.
Well, we're on the air. Thank you for that. Broncos Park,
yeah. I knew we were.
I was nervous. I was like, does Moser know? I don't mind being called stupid.
Is this? It's like one of these.
Not publicly.
It's one of these. Is this where I talk about the lottery?
No. I don't mind being called stupid. Usually you have some more colorful language that surrounds that word. I just want to make sure we're in the clear.
Well, here's what we were talking about.
Bunch of hogwash.
I'm not sure people really care, but Chad has done what I have done, and that's seen the wonderful epic picture, The Wizard of Oz, at the Sphere in Vegas. It's the only time I've been to the Sphere. And it was phenomenal. I couldn't believe how good it was. It was, especially when they go from the black and white to the color shot in the Sphere, dude.
Pretty cool.
And there's flying monkeys, and there's leaves blowing all over, like during the tornado scene, and apples dropping from the ceiling when she's in that never mind.
It's a true 4D experience. We've seen 3D pictures before, but 4D where the wind is blowing, the leaves are blowing, apples are dropping out of the sky. It's amazing. And you think, why would I ever pay $100 for a movie? That's why you.
It was. I walked out. I think my ticket was like $136 and then also the Bears. I walked out of there, Brett, going, it was worth every single penny.
Okay, but have you guys watched Wizard of Oz on VHS on your grandma's plastic couch before? Because I've done that.
I've done that too.
How's that experience?
Hey,
does it compare?
I've watched The Wizard of Oz on, bunny ear TV broadcast on a Sunday night once a year, where the friggin', you got to put tinfoil on the maw.
It's because you're old.
It was my daughter's favorite movie. I watched it every day for 2 years, so I got both you guys beat.
Yeah, you do.
Dorothy Lion, Dad. Dorothy Lion.
You got it, sweetheart. Whatever you want.
My daughter does that stuff, too. So, out here at Broncos Park, all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com.
I thought it was interesting when Adam was talking about these quarterbacks. And, again, it's just preseason week number 1, right? But these young quarterbacks getting an opportunity, and clearly down in L.A., Ty Simpson is being groomed as the second coming, right, when Sanford decides to hang it up. But he's right. All those guys played a lot of college football. Listen, Bo Nix comes in. He's mature. He's smart. And Sean Payton says, look, he's got a mind that I can mold immediately to my system and play football. Carson Beck, Brett, how long was he in college? 8 years? 10 years?
Yeah, long time.
Guy's got a kid in high school, I think. But you know what I mean. These guys, Coach Mike Sanford's here too. These guys playing a lot of college ball. It's not this coming out early stuff. It's these guys now playing a lot, and they're able to step in right away and grasp concepts that maybe younger guys can't.
Yeah, the old COVID generation of college football players that are now in the NFL. It was. I was looking at a couple of the rookies even that are the Broncos. They're like 25-year-old rookies that played 7 years of college. It's remarkable stuff. I look at that. So
if you were a college quarterback coach and your quarterback came to you, he had potential after year 3 to maybe get drafted second, third round. Maybe he's only had 15 starts versus coming back for his senior season, getting another 12, 14 starts. Maybe you guys are on a playoff team. What's your advice to that kid?
Well, my advice is pretty simple. Chase the money. and where's the money now? It's in college football. Because that same guy that you're talking about is probably a 4th to 7th round draft pick in that year's draft class. Yeah. But you give him one more year of maturation, and oh, by the way, you're probably going to be about a $3 to $5 million quarterback. There's not a lot of $3 to $5 million quarterbacks that are drafted in the 4th to 7th round, are there?
Right.
Last I checked. So it's chase the money, and that's the crazy thing is that it's almost like it's a positive for the National Football League.
I think so.
Because they don't have to develop these very green quarterbacks as much.
I think it's the opposite of what happened in the NBA, where the NBA, the overall play went down because they had so many one-and-dones coming out of college. Now we're asking these quarterbacks to play another year in college because they can get paid via NIL, and they come into the league far more experienced. And we just had Adam Schefter on before you came in, and he was talking about the success of all these rookie quarterbacks in week 1 of the preseason.
Well, it was juxtaposed with Anthony Richardson, who played, I think, like 13 games past high school, that he can't do anything right now. And I asked him, I was like, what's the market for Anthony Richardson with Daniel Jones playing well in Indianapolis? He goes, well, was it an entire offseason?
There isn't one.
Was there a trade for Anthony Richardson? I was like, no. It just seems weird to me because, I don't know. Quarterback Sanford, he seems to have some talent, maybe raw talent, but talent.
It's almost like Anthony Richardson's like the equivalent of Peyton Watson, where it might take to year 4.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden you really see the worth and value. And if you sprinkle in an injury and you miss some time, and all of a sudden, what are you? Are you worth $20-some-odd million annually or not? And it's hard to say that.
Coach, I've got a malfunction. You
have a lot of them.
Yeah, you're right, but I've got a malfunction with
multitude
quarterbacks.
of malfunctions.
If I like to watch a quarterback throw the football, I like that quarterback. And I love to watch Anthony Richardson throw the football. I mean, it's gorgeous, man. I mean,
the position is so much bigger.
I know.
Than
That's
that.
why I said I have a malfunction.
Malfunction leads to even watching Bo Nix throw the football out here. If you watch him, like just today, focus your eyes on routes on air. Watch the ball jump out of Sam Ehlinger's hand. Watch the ball jump out at Bo Nix. And if you were just coming and landing on this earth from Mars, you'd probably say, that guy, the ball, whatever he's throwing comes out a lot harder than the other guy. And that's Sam Ehlinger, but that's not the position. Bo Nix has already proven in the National Football League that he's a winner. He's already proven that he can extend the plays properly. And so it's just there's so much more to it than solely throwing the football. I mean, I was joking about it a year ago. I had a really talented high school sophomore quarterback who's still, obviously going to the high school that I coach at. And I said he might be the best thrower of the football in the state of Colorado right now at any level. Now in line. But that doesn't necessarily make him anywhere near the best quarterback. He's still got years and years of maturation and learning and growing and developing.
What did you think of, Davis Webb, his first game, calling plays? I guess he did one last year in the preseason. But it felt like to me there was a lot more rhythm and tempo to the offense. And I know it's the preseason, but I think that accounts for something. That it looked like there was a steady beat to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of things. I think the fact that Davis Webb has that intimate knowledge of what his quarterbacks really like to do.
Yeah.
He's in there every day. He's getting the instant feedback over the course of the last 2 years from Jared Stidham. He's been with Stiddy, obviously, for 2 years now, going on year 3. Sam Ehlinger it seems like a very intellectual guy. You hear his thoughts after the preseason game. He understands the game of football at a very advanced level. I think the entire quarterback group does, and then Davis Webb knows all the stuff that those guys really like. Therefore, he can get to them with more frequency. And frankly, you are in rhythm as a play caller if the plays work.
Sure.
I mean, if your 1st and 10 call gets -2, guess what? You're out of rhythm.
Yeah.
You don't have much of a rhythm.
Well, where did the stumbles come? We know they're going to come for Davis Webb. Where did they come from as a play caller? I called plays as a Pop Warner coach.
Of course, yeah. I will say it's the same everywhere.
No, it's not.
It truly is. It truly is the same everywhere.
The amount of complexity in detail.
Yes, that's true. But to the question that you just asked, it is the same. The stumbling blocks are there no matter what level you're coaching at. It really is true. And what it is when you get punched in the mouth as a play caller, and all of a sudden you had a great plan, an illustrious plan. This is going to be money. You sold it to your team, and all of a sudden you get out there and it's 3-and-out fest. That's when we're going to find out what he really is all about.
Yeah.
Is how do you respond to getting punched in the mouth as a play caller?
What's it going to take for you to give up play calling duties?
Do you want me to? Did you watch last year? And were you pretty unimpressed?
I saw the playoffs. We'll talk.
Okay, well, so you didn't like the 70 points that we put up against Erie for a school record? I mean, I thought that was pretty good.
No, but we're talking about Sean Payton, Davis Webb. Like, it's got to be hard, man, for guys like you and for guys like Payton. I mean, the guys who have been these offensive guys, and you're calling the plays and you're feeling the rhythm. To give it up, it's got to be a bit of an angst-ridden situation.
It's funny for me. Coaching high school football now, having done the college thing for 20-some-odd years, that's the one thing I will not give up. I'm like, if I'm going to coach high school football, you better believe it, I'm going to call some freaking ball plays. And you know what? I'm not just going to call varsity ball plays. I'm going to show up randomly at a freshman game and a JV game, and I'm going to start dialing up ball plays. And it's about as much fun as I'll ever have.
Mike Sanford is going to be on for the next 4 hours during practice along with DMac and Polumbus.
4 hours.
Can I give an unbelievably humongous shout-out to somebody real quick?
Sure.
One of the greatest buffs to ever live, one of the great NFL football players that lives in our community, is also a guy that has your back. So on Saturday, Friday night, I had to reschedule my scrimmage multiple times because of lightning delays.
Yeah.
And I truly just blanked out that I was going to be on the halftime and postgame show and for 9 News for the actual Broncos preseason game. Halftime show and postgame. I get a call about 30 minutes before. And I'm like, I'm at Valor right now, and I turn on to watch the pregame or the preseason game at halftime, and I see none other than Chad Brown.
Chad Brown, the man.
An absolute legend.
It helps that I live 15 minutes from 9 News. That in fact I could grab a suit, tie my tie in the car as I'm hitting 9 News and show up on time.
And you look great. You sounded great. And 9 News got a big upgrade over me. That's for dang sure. So I appreciate you having my back.
Sanford, you can hear with DMac, Polumbus, Raj, all the boys here coming up here in a few minutes. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
All right, Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines a hypocrite as a noun. Definition, a person whose behavior contradicts their stated beliefs or feelings. And I bring this up because when we had Adam Schefter on, Brett said that for the past few months, Von Miller has been like John Cusack in Say Anything, holding up a boombox outside of Sean Payton's office, blasting Peter Gabriel. And Moser, you roasted Brett for using that reference. You, who only knows pop culture from 1980 to 1989, had the gall to call out Brett for that reference?
Thank you.
Maybe he should have referenced, I don't know, who was in charge of the galley during the Battle of Midway. Maybe you could have gotten behind that.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Of all people.
I'm still going to do it.
By the way,
I'm still going to stick it to you.
What was the reference that Sean Payton used in the press conference for a 1970s?
That was the out-of-towners.
Okay, so that's past most of the audience's reference.
Yeah, I was still
say anything.
I was suckling at the teeth.
I think that's right in the core.
I don't know, man. These youngins, look at Cole. Look at Four Eyes Cole. He has no idea what you're talking about. He has no clue.
Hey, Mose, how's your eyesight these days?
Sucks.
Yeah, so why are you calling him Four Eyes?
Because I can. Because I'm Four Eyes too.
You're a dang bully.
Let me tell you something right now.
He's freaking gay.
I got jump scared because I looked over at Chad, and in the corner of my eye, I saw DMac crisscross applesauce there in the corner. Ooh. I was like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, you know what I learned is I can't call that way of sitting the way I called it as a young kid anymore.
Yeah, it's different.
It's not where it doesn't work.
Changed.
I'm now in a school setting, and I use the
applesauce.
Yeah, not the other. And I am 1/16th Native American, to be fair, but I still cannot use that term.
That's all a charade.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be back out here tomorrow for the final day of open practice for the Broncos.
I am as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Chad will be back.
You sure you can? I haven't driven you crazy enough already.
All right.
One more day.
I agreed to it before I knew you would be here for 2 days.
Good point. Good point.
Have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you.
See you guys.
Thank you. Oh, what a gorgeous day here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It is DMac, Tyler Polumbus, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy, and we're happy to be here and suited and booted. Look at that. Look at the grandstand, boys. Are you okay? It's gonna last. Not gonna fall over.
No water pit underneath it. It's not floating on a lake like Old Mile High.
Well, the good news is because they sent the lower part of the stands over to the Good Soldier Field.
Or they rehabbed.
The rehab field. They got a rehabilitation. I had so much trust in the Broncos' ability to rehabilitate players and stands that actually my two boys are over in those stands right now currently, celebrating the final day of their summer.
Your guys go to school a little bit later than most, from what I understand.
A week later than me, which has made this week very challenging because Mama's working now. So things are a little different than they were back in the college football
All right,
days,
so you trust them over there not to. If the entire stands fall over, we'll know whose fault it is.
But it'd be a really, really good story they could tell for the rest of their life.
If you're two
really
sons.
lucrative
story
lawsuit.
It'd be an SRM level of a story to tell.
I was talking to
the Sanford family, the official coaching provider of the Denver Broncos.
SRM is such a funny story, man. Like, wow, I'm so surprised. They figured it out with SRM Concrete. I cannot believe it. What do you think that bidding process was like with the other concrete companies to get the business there with the Broncos?
As competitive as the reflecting pool.
There you go. Raj going all politics right off the bat.
Yeah, I
you
gotcha.
can't trust him.
Wow.
Hey, we got guys in pads.
You guys want to fight?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
What do we got in pads here? We got.
Wait, what are we fighting about?
Oh, I don't know. We were just bringing politics up. I just thought that might be a good time to fight.
Good.
Yeah.
We got Jalen Waddle in pads. We got J.K. Dobbins in pads.
Here's the lesson we've learned, though, DMac. Right?
I know.
Like being in pads does not mean we're practicing, so we can identify who's in pads right now, but we won't know who's really practicing until we get to team stuff.
That's a fair point. In fact, is that Dobbins? He's on the sideline. He's actually not mixing in right now, is he? That Dobbins straight across from us there, Raj?
That is J.K. Dobbins straight across. Cortland Sutton is to our left with no helmet on, but pads.
J.K. Dobbins currently, with what's happening in practice, has absolutely nothing to do because it is all specialists. So everything is you're working some individual component of special teams, and J.K. Dobbins ain't seeing one special team this year, nor should he.
All right, so he's wiggling his legs. He
looks like he's going today.
He's suited and booted.
He looks ready to go.
But you're right, Tyler. Who knows?
We got refs.
We had a promise of 2 days of pretty intense practices from Sean Payton to get ready for Green Bay, or at least today. I mean, if there's going to be some amount of physicality, I would imagine it's today.
We do have over there on the offensive lineman, Luke Wattenberg's out there snapping right now. What number is Forsyth again? Is he 54?
54 is Forsyth.
I don't see Forsyth, though.
See, I thought he was available yesterday.
He was back yesterday.
Well, he's not doing quarterback center exchange to the best my eyes can see.
There is a new center out here, Lecitus Smith. I think he's 61 there, Coach, or is that a roster from today?
Yeah, he's over there.
Okay, well, he's a new guy, Lecitus Smith. He's bounced around a little bit here and there. Who else we got our eyes on? Who else are we curious? Who's not dressed? Are we noticing anybody that's not good to go? We should look for number 41, Drew Sanders, and just sort of eyeball where he'd be at.
He does not appear to be in this either one of the punt or punt return specialist periods that are happening right in front of us. Doesn't mean he's not somewhere else.
Okay, well, this is just what we do in the beginning. We just sort of get settled. We see what's what. Yeah, you're right. They're doing special team stuff, so it's a little hard to – people are, like, spread out all over the place. What are we trying to do today, Tyler, in general, this point of training camp? Where are we at? How's the body feeling? Where's your mentals at this point?
Well, you're at a weird period, right, because mentally you kind of feel like camp is over. Because you got through the hard part, you got to the preseason games, but you've got another day or two of it, and then things are going to slow down and change radically after this second preseason game. I don't know exactly how they do it now that they've got 3 preseason games, but for us it was after that third one, so I would assume it's after the second one for these guys, and then they're going to start getting into more regular season mode. where they've got a regular season work day, and they go about everything at the same time as they normally would. So, mentally it's kind of a weird time right now where you feel like it's time to let down a little bit.
The cut date is not until August 30th. So different than it used to be. So you have another, 12 days here of everybody kumbaya, all being together, trying to figure it out. So you still got a ways to go.
You do.
You're not like at the finish line quite yet. Not close.
I'll tell you what, man. One of my early observations here on a nice Tuesday.
Boy, what the weather!
I
are you kidding me?
I cannot believe.
I did forget my sunglasses today, though, boys, and I'm highly regretting that.
Oh, man.
No, you're good. It's when I get out of the tent. Thank you, though.
Luke Basso.
Although these are nice.
Maui Jims,
Maui
baby.
Jims.
Luke Basso.
Yeah, what do you need to know about Luke Basso?
Is massive compared to Mitchell Fraboni.
He's the same size.
I mean, he is actually bigger. I can see what they're doing. They're
listed at about the same size.
The craziest thing is, so Mitchell Fraboni is, I believe he's listed. He's number 48, 6'2", 223, and the massive human known as Luke Basso is listed at 6'3", 220.
Dude, we're getting some walkthrough, right?
Yeah, they're doing Red Zone.
Oh, very cool.
Red Zone walkthrough, right?
All right, so why don't you list out? Why don't you read out who we got in front of us?
Think Wattenberg working with the first team. I love to see it.
Yeah.
Things that you love to see. Cortland Sutton not getting one of the good soldier days. I think it is Jalen Waddle's out there.
Jalen Waddle's out there. Through the walkthrough.
Little gingerly still, but no sleeve. No sleeve whatsoever.
Okay. Offensive line intact, Tyler, as far as I can tell.
Starting five.
Outside of, I have not laid eyes on Alex Forsythe right now, but obviously he's not a starter. Luke Wattenberg's out there, and so are the rest of the starters.
Also see Nate Atkins fully in pads, fully ready to roll, which is a good thing because he is probably the best tweener, flex guy of tight end, F, fullback, H-back, the whole deal.
Pat Bryant walking through with the ones.
Yep. On the field at the same time as Cortland Sutton.
Do we have a Marvin Mims sighting? Do we got Mims?
I've not seen Mims.
I haven't seen.
You see him out there in pads?
Yet.
I just saw Michael Bandy. He is not suited and booted. He is not good to go.
The only other guy who's like relatively Mims' size is R.J. Harvey, right? And Jalen Waddle.
I see Mims.
I
got my eye on Mims. Yeah, he's with Cortland. I think that's Cortland. Oh no, Cortland's on the field.
Is Mims in uniform?
He's in uniform.
Yep.
He's got his helmet in his right hand.
He looks like he's going.
Yeah.
The rolled-up jerseys are always, when you can't quite see the full numbers, are a little disquieting a little bit. On defense,
Sade Barron.
Where's Sade Barron playing right here on this
playing
walkthrough?
At nickel right now.
Okay.
I don't know if I see Jaquan McMillan out here. That'd be a surprise. That'd be a little bit of a shocker.
Okay.
He seems like he's just always available. Yeah, so right now, in the absence, for whatever reason, could be a vet rest day. Could we have a Jaquan McMillan vet rest day?
It would seem
weird. A good soldier day. Yeah, because you're starting 11 out there on defense are intact. Jonathan Cooper, Pat Surtains at corner. You see Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga, and then opposite corner is Riley Moss, and your nickel is Jade Barron, which it's almost as if you drafted him to do that in his second year.
What do you think about that, Tyler? Jade Barron at nickel. What do you think his future is? Do you think he's going to get some time there?
He's definitely going to get time there throughout the season. For sure he's going to get time. The only real question is how much time he'll be given at outside corner, which they've been giving him plenty of opportunities throughout training camp to go out there and prove himself. So, he's going to get time as a nickel. I just don't know if he'll get the reps on the outside that will be needed so that when the season ends, we know, is this guy capable of playing this position or not?
Oh, where is McMillan? We should eyeball, see if we can always find him, huh?
I have not been able to locate him anywhere.
Okay.
And I have a pretty good
That's him right across from us, isn't it? Don't I see 29 right next to the yardage marker?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Raj. Good sighting right there.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, good call.
Got to use those 30-year-old eyes.
Strangely, he's not on the field, though, with the one defense.
One walkthroughs, he was not. It was Jade Barron.
Even more intriguing.
Okay. All right. Always some little drama.
I mean, it is very clear that they're trying to give him as much rope, as much runway as possible to prove himself at 3 different positions on the defensive backfield. You cannot swing and miss with a premium pick when you're in a Super Bowl window. It makes sense that they're doing this. You can't not.
You got to give it a shot.
If you set him back as a backup outside corner or a backup nickel to Jaquan McMillan, you have failed. Like, you have to give him every possible opportunity this season, especially if Riley Moss is going to play like he has in training camp and in that first preseason game. He's going to play his way out of Denver. He's just going to be too expensive, and you have to know, just like Tyler said, at the end of the regular season, whether or not he can step in.
I got a Ben DiNucci sighting right there.
I was just talking to Ben.
Yeah.
I never met Ben. I was just talking to him for about 10 minutes before we jumped on air here. Good guy. He's doing some games with CBS this year, and he's hanging out with us now.
Tyler,
he wasn't used to having to park where we park.
That's why I got a knee brace on.
Losing a few of the benefits. He did just waddle on out, say hi to Ray Jackson. So give him another year or two, and he'll be standing on the long grass.
Well, that's how it goes. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But good to see him, and good to see everybody out here. It's a beautiful day. Everybody is padded up. There's been quite a few days off for a lot of guys. Yeah, Raj.
It's like a full complement of every player that actually matters out here today.
Yes.
Tell me who's missing.
Well,
the only guy I see who's a backup anyway, like Tyler's been talking about, is Alex Forsythe.
Right.
Yeah,
Forsythe. I like that one.
Forsythe. Yeah, it's all about where you put the emphasis on the syllable.
Okay.
You got to hit it right. Marvin Mims Jr.
There he is.
Looks like he's
good.
going.
I don't know. No sleeve.
Yeah.
I have fully embraced Ellen Gurr because of you.
Yep.
I'm totally taking you at your word.
I
have no idea if you have any clue what you're talking about or not.
I did ask. This is interesting. So this is the 2 defense. Which, by the way,
there's Jaquan McMillan with the twos.
Jaquan McMillan.
Did they forget about that interception off Josh Allen? Maybe. I don't know.
DMac's going to start on defense and nickel. Let's call it. Come on, guys. That's insane.
I don't know, Scott. Or what's your name?
My name is
Coach.
I'm used to saying I don't know Scott. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know Scott.
I don't know Scott. I mean, I think that they're still motivated to make Johnny Barrett work. I know what your eyeballs are telling you, and I know the business of football.
Yeah.
And the business of football, when you have a first rounder, they are going to get you on the field.
Well, that's at least interesting to say the least. And we'll see how things go in reps as they're just walking through here. And you're right. Luke Weinberg. Hey, what was the last practice that he practiced?
I honestly think he was day one.
It was the Thursday that we were out.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Then he got injured, and he wasn't out on that Friday.
And we didn't see anything, right?
Didn't see him the following week.
But we also didn't see anything that would elicit
No,
it
wasn't. It wasn't like the Nick Bonito thing, or like when you guys watched the Jalen Waddle and the Marvin Mims things. Like, we didn't see that happen with Wattenberg. And by the way, Tyler, this is straight from the horse's mouth. Ellinger, on his Texas freshman signing class video in 2017. He says it, Ellinger.
Okay, listen,
right.
I embraced it. I'm all in.
Ellinger.
Hard G.
Ellinger.
Riddle me this, though. Why do I still feel like an idiot saying Ellinger, even though you're telling me that that's how it's supposed to be said? Every time I say Ellinger, I feel a little bit uncomfortable.
I do too.
Almost like I have to justify it to the people when I say it the correct way. Like, hey, it's Ellinger. I have to tell you that every single time just so you don't think I'm an idiot.
You could always go the French, Allinger. If you wanted to. If you want to go Allinger, you could go in that direction as well. But
well, if that's the case, then he'd probably be a third down specialist, like none other than Tyler Bidet.
Tyler Bidet is another one. Tyler Bidet and Allinger.
If you have some type of New Orleans, Louisiana, French, Creole, Cajun type connection, then you're going to be pretty good here with Sean.
Hey, Sean. All right, we will take a quick break. It'll be a fascinating day. This is as healthy as the team has been in quite a while. So we'll see what degree these guys actually get after it. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I think we got a lot of time still. We have good work this weekend. And there's been a lot of time on task already. We're being smart with it, and he's coming along really good. So we'll see how this week unfolds.
And that's Sean Payton talking about Jalen Waddle and Bo's relationship and how that's going to go. Waddle is out here, as is Mims. They're going through walkthroughs right now. The team is fully padded up. And we are seeing a rotation, by the way, of Jaleel and Jade Barron.
This is now the
you want to talk about what you're seeing there with that?
Yeah, so the very first rack of whatever you want to call it, just 11-on-11 red zone walkthrough, the first team defense included Jade Barron as the starting nickel, and Jaquan McMillan was on the sideline.
Jaquan, sorry, my gosh.
And then Jaquan ends up coming out with the twos at nickel, and Jade Barron came out, as he has been all training camp, as the second string outside corner opposite Chris Abrams-Drain. And then the third rack that we saw was starting defense back with Jaquan McMillan. So what that tells me, it's competition.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
There's competition for the starting nickel job.
Yeah, of course it's going to be, because you got a first rounder. So it really doesn't matter. There would have to be such a clear-cut separation between the two to keep Barron off the field. I don't know if Barron's going to win it out the gates, but I promise you he's going to be on the field plenty.
You've thought that there's been a pretty clear-cut distinction between the two, though, at nickel, in terms of McMillan versus Barron.
I just think I think that Jaquan McMillan's a top 5 starting nickel in the National Football League. I mean, think about the job that you were able to do as a bit of an unheralded player.
So then why the focus on Jade at outside in this camp? Considering the two guys that you might lose on this defense are Riley Moss, and then if he's a top 5 nickel in the league, you might lose Jaquan McMillan regardless, so why not groom him to be the nickel rather
Looks like
than
they're grooming
on
him for
outside corner?
anything and everything. I think with what Tyler said, follow the money, follow the business, right? You used a first-round draft pick in the middle of what is going to play out to be a Super Bowl window. He's a great football player. He's a great tackler.
I never realized how bow-legged he is.
That's what I'm so excited about that, because that's my own
That's
crutch that I literally have to bear every day.
Really bow-legged.
Really bow-legged, which is usually, what they say about bow-legged people.
They're slow and unathletic?
Not really. He actually hit the third fastest corner next-gen stat mile per hour. I was a 4.6 guy at 226 pounds.
Are you talking about high school timing?
That was pro timing day.
Yeah, pro timing day.
Check that EA Sports
Your own
NCAA
coach.
football speed. A hot 56.
Coach Pitt?
Coach Pitt. Pitt had a quick watch.
No.
Quick watch.
No, yeah,
Pitt, I know Pitt well. Had a quick watch on his favorites. Now, if you were not his favorite, yeah, but I bet you were a favorite.
I was a definite favorite.
Were
you on air when I was talking about one of my favorite memories of Dan Hawkins and Coach Pittman?
No.
When for the hurt players, is this ringing a bell? No. Okay, so those two decided one year that there was too many guys in the training room, that we were all too soft. So if you were missing practice because you were hurt, we were going to go on the sideline, and Pitt developed a nice little system for the hurt guys.
What was it called?
Well, we had 2 sandboxes.
Oh, I remember
They
this.
were about 20 yards away from one another, and you got to wheelbarrow the sand from one sandbox to the other.
Makes sense.
Using a shovel the entire practice while your teammates are out there practicing. So rather than rehabbing and rather than watching practice, you're going to go out there and move sand from one box to another. Good Boise State stuff there, bud.
Hey, worked in Boise. I don't know what happened in Boulder.
Yeah. Great Boise State stuff there, pal.
Well, we didn't need to do that because we weren't inherently soft.
I like
Pitt.
Pitt.
Wow. Yeah. Pitt's the best. He's at Idaho State now.
Okay.
He's hanging out in Pocatello.
We do have a full list, guys, of DNPs today. Drew Sanders.
Oh, my
Alex
God.
Forsythe. Caleb Lohner, and then Michael Bandy, who is out here in shorts and a ball cap, but
a big sleeve.
He's out here.
Yeah, but that means that Sanders wasn't just taking a good soldier day yesterday. That means he's hurt.
I don't know. We've seen back-to-back vet days, and I know Cortland Sutton has earned it, right? What he has done and who he means to the what he rather means to the organization.
Who wants to vote hurt for Drew Sanders?
Well, I guess define hurt, because if I had to guess what it is I've been watching him closely all of training camp, what he's been out there, and that knee has not looked good. It's looked stiff. So my guess is he's just got residual wear and tear going on. The thing got inflamed on him, and he's managing the same thing he's always been managing. Pure speculation.
And not great either way. You know,
he got his one preseason sack, though.
I can't just.
He got a sack.
I don't think we can definitively say, though,
All
because
right.
he's back-to-back vet days or back-to-back missed practices.
Here's what he is. He got a
that he's
sack on
automatically-
Friday. Didn't do anything on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Okay.
How can you
Cool.
give
They said they were going to do things different this
But
year.
how can you give
Okay.
a vet day to somebody who has actually done absolutely nothing in his 4th year?
I'm not saying I'm endorsing it. I'm just saying that we can't definitively say because how they've
You're
handled
right.
players
We don't
this
know
year.
for a
It's
fact,
been
and
different.
they've done odd things over on the rehab, good soldier field. Like who knows what's going on? It just would seem incredibly odd to me that Drew Sanders would be on that list after playing a game on Friday. But okay, sure, maybe. Who else? You said Alex Forsythe.
Forsythe.
What's wrong with him? What's going on with Forsythe?
We don't know with anybody.
All right.
We don't know what's going on with anybody.
Well, we know soft tissue with some guys. But, hey, to Sean's credit, he said 4 or 5 days for Waddle. Waddle's out here. Mims is out here. J.K. Dobbins told all the media to pound sand. I'm fine. Your favorite part of the day is about to happen there, Coach. We're going to set up some drills for the wide receivers, I think.
Here he comes. Here comes my guy, Willie.
We're headed in that direction, it looks like. If not, I don't know. But, I mean, we got a bag and we got,
Second to last day out here, man. I got to show my guy some love, Willie Snead. Tell him I've never seen anybody set up a wide receiver drill with such incredible attention to
dap
detail.
him up, man. I'm sure at some point.
Yeah, I need to
dap him, say way to go.
I need to throw some love.
Way to go
here.
with the cones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What kind of practice, Tyler, do you think we're going to see today? What would
Full
you?
go. Full go. I bet we're out there for over 2 hours. I bet they're going to get as much work in as they've done for all the other practices. This is you're not preparing for any game right now. You are full on training camp mode.
So a tough practice, a good tough practice today, theoretically, right?
I would imagine, yeah. Especially since they didn't have the pads on yesterday.
Right. Yeah. Are you going to dap him up right now? Oh, wow. Okay.
We'll see.
All right. Coach is about to.
You want to give the play-by-play of the coach dap up?
go dapping up Willie Snead.
Wait, does he know Willie Snead?
I don't think so.
No, he just loves how
he's just
meticulous he is with placing cones on the ground.
He's just going to go interrupt a Broncos coach in the middle of setting up his drill.
It is a straight-up.
He just cowered out like a pansy.
He really
I just
did.
want you guys to know this. Mike walked over there. He waddled over there like an uncomfortable high schooler at a party.
Well, as soon as Willie went into the inside hash, he
Yeah.
went, oh, no, it's too far. I can't walk out there.
He's a good 15 yards into the field. I mean, that would be only Jay Glazer gets to walk out during that situation. So yeah.
It's like he's giving Willie the honor of meeting him. Like, hey Willie, I just would like to acknowledge your existence. I want you to know that I see you, and it is an honor for me to tell you that I respect how you work.
Can you please come?
Just
place
want to let you
cones
know,
on my field.
you have my blessing.
Like, what is his plan right now?
I don't know. I was just kind of joking. I thought it was pretty clear that I was just kind of joking. I didn't really think he would go dap him up while he's
Well, let's be
doing
clear.
his job.
He is not yet. He's not accomplished his goal.
He's stalking now. It's more stalking than dapping. But Willie's
If he just stands in the vicinity long enough, will Willie actually walk over to him?
No, they ignore us all the time. We are like zoo animals. We're like in our cages
We're
in our
in a
tents.
menagerie.
Yeah, well, or the other way around, one way or the other. But it's like there's a veil of invisibility between us and that line right there, Raj.
Hey, Najee Harris is sticking around the league. He just signed with the Giants right after Jackson Dart got absolutely obliterated because of one of his running backs not picking up a blitz in a preseason game.
I don't know who the other running backs are there besides Cam Scatterbo. Who else they got? Is that a good thing for them?
It depends,
good for
like
them.
how much Najee Harris still has left in the tank, which I
man.
feel like is nothing.
Coach is screwed now. Willie Snead's actually just playing catch.
Yeah, he can't do it.
Another,
he can't do
it's
it.
like he's engaged in playing catch.
Who are the running backs? Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary. Dude, the Giants suck. That's a bad football team.
All right, we're live out here at training camp and 303-504-0925. You know, Tyler, the guys in the morning were getting into the tight end situation. Where do you think – the question was this. where do you go in terms of being a great team without a great tight end? And it made me think, well, all right, is that who the Broncos are? Do they not have – and I'm not going to argue that they do or they don't. I'll just ask you, do they have a great tight end room or not?
No, they don't have a great tight end room, that's for sure.
Do they have a great tight end?
No, they don't have a great tight end.
Who's Evan Engram then? Who is Evan Engram?
He's a pretty decent receiving option. It should get you about 450 to 500 yards max on the season.
All right.
So he's middle of the road. He's 18th.
Yeah.
16th, maybe a great season, 12th.
No, but let me say this. I'd be shocked if Evan Engram ended up with a 700-yard-plus season. But I think he can still have a very effective, very helpful season for the Denver Broncos at 500 yards if those 500 yards come with big plays.
And he only had one touchdown last year, which you can't have. You need to have a one reception for 25 yards in a game could actually be an impactful Evan Engram game. If it is a chunk play that gets you out from your goal line or, finds a way to convert a 3rd and 15, you can deal with that. Dude, 700 yards would get him square into the top 10 of receiving yards for tight ends from last year.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. But he can get 450, 500 and give me some big plays, and I'll call it a successful year.
6 touchdowns get you into the top 10 as well.
I mean, your original question was, can you be a great offense without a great tight end?
Right.
And yeah, you can. You can. It takes a lot of connection. It takes a lot of chemistry between your quarterback and the receivers that he's got. It takes guys that, like Cortland Sutton, that could be – you need multiple great third down options coming out of your receiver room because that's what a tight end can be for you. And you need somebody that can run the middle of the field. So you just got to make up for it in other areas. Life is easier with a great tight end, but I would not say it's a necessity.
Right, it is easier, but by no stretch of the imagination, if you have a great tight end, does not mean that you are a great offense. 7 of the 10 top 10 receiving tight ends last year
Give me him.
were on garbage football teams.
Give me him.
You were top 10 from 1 to 10. Trey McBride.
Okay.
Maybe the best receiving tight end in football. Trash team.
Go Rams.
Kyle Pitts with the Atlanta Falcons. Very good. Trash football team, and we saw that on week 1 of the preseason. Juwan Johnson with the Saints. Trash football team. Travis Kelce last year was number 4 for the Chiefs. They were a bad football team. And they only missed Patrick Mahomes for 4 weeks. Wasn't like it was half the season. Tyler Warren on a middling team. Now, it would have been different had his quarterback not gotten injured. Was 5th in the league. Dalton Schultz at 6 with Houston on a solid, really good Houston team, buoyed by an excellent defense. Hunter Henry came in 7th with New England, AFC champion, so there's an exception to the rule. Harold Fannin in Cleveland, a dumpster fire. Colston Loveland, number 9 in Chicago, is a good playoff team. They should be a playoff team again this year. And then number 10, Brock Bowers, was on the Raiders, and we all know the Raiders suck. It doesn't mean, a great tight end does not mean that you're a great football team or a great offensive team.
Agreed.
That's interesting. So how good does your tight end need to be?
I think he needs to be kind of what Evan Engram is, as long as you have Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle and you have a healthy J.K. Dobbins and you have Bo Nix who doesn't make negative plays.
So why have we been freaking out year after year about the tight end position?
Because I think we look back at Tyler's year in 2015 and you look at what one dude can do in the AFC Championship game on his final, 2 games of his career. You look back at what they did in 2013 with who's the stud pass catcher that went to Jacksonville?
Julius
Thomas.
You
look at those years and you go, I wish that they had that ability. I think you look at the successful seasons that Kansas City had that was led by Mahomes and Kelce, and you have a longing for it, but it's certainly not a necessity.
Yeah, Julius Thomas, that seems, oh my gosh. It seems like a million years ago, frankly, and it seems like yesterday at the same time. I think when Julius Thomas came out, you just assumed that everybody would have a Julius Thomas, like you would need them. I don't know. Maybe you're good enough. Evan Engram, good enough.
Good enough. Don't we look back at Owen Daniels and we go, that he was so much better. Owen Daniels in that season was basically Evan Engram.
Owen Daniels is good. I don't know.
Now he's a better blocking tight end, but he was, from a statistical standpoint, he was basically Evan Engram.
How has Troutman been able to last all these years? What exactly has he done?
I don't know what he's got on Sean Payton, man, but he's one of those guys.
Tyler, what does Adam Troutman do well?
He's well-rounded. You can put him out there in base personnel. You can throw the football to him. He's not a deep receiving threat by any means, but he's a good blocker. He's not going to be a tendency tell guy, so you can put him in on any formation, and defenses should not know what you want to do. So he's your every down guy.
The wide receivers are literally right in front of us, 15 feet, something like that. Sanford, what a complete fail. Oh, my God. He actually left the broadcast to go do something, and it was an utter and abysmal failure. Got Willie Snead's no attention. In fact, he got further away, and it was like he was ignoring you on purpose.
Well, you know what? Football guy has to understand when you're not really here to do any work, and somebody else is doing work, you let them work.
Yeah.
But if there would have been a dead moment there, he's kind of walking around aimlessly.
Dead moment, he was like lazily playing catch for about 5 minutes.
Because he's actually warming up so he can throw a meaningful
pass.
Individual
Okay.
That's exactly what he was doing.
All right.
Game recognized game.
You got it covered.
Even though he's not even throwing.
No,
so.
he wasn't even paying attention to you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We're brought to you by Ramos Law, injured in a car accident. Hit him up. RamosLaw.com. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Oh yeah, definitely. We want to be the best running back room in the nation, in all of the NFL. So, we just gonna take it day by day, get better each and every day with the O-line and the quarterbacks, and the running backs. We're just gonna push each other.
That's R.J. Harvey from yesterday. As we're, excuse me, we got a great front row seat to this. Hey, Tyler, Coach Raj, I want to talk about arm strength right here. Like when you watch this drill here, where quarterbacks are just slightly rolling to their right, and then they're hitting corners. They're hitting either the front pylon or the back pylon, that sort of thing. What can you guys see? Coach, put the headset on. In terms of arm strength and what you see these guys doing with the quarterbacks, what stands out to you?
Well, I'll let Coacher do the quarterback evaluation. I'll stay in my lane here a little bit. I can give you my opinion, but that's obviously his specialty. So, Coach, why don't you take that one away?
Yeah, you're working on some tight red zone throws. So this could even be a 2-point conversion. It could be third and short from the 3 or 4 yard line, fourth down type. Got to have it plays. So the situation is obviously fairly tight, fairly small. Not a very normal down distance, but. You've got to be able to get a front line throw, front pylon throw, and a back line throw, which ends up being like Cortland Sutton just ran right back there as a dig. In terms of the arm strength,
would this be? I might be an idiot here.
No,
is the arm strength more important for the back line throw than it is for the corner pylon throw?
Great question.
That would be my assumption. Even though it looks like the easier of the two throws. The arm strength on that back line, you got to get that through a window, and you got to get it through now.
Almost every quarterback I've ever coached at any level can throw a fluffed up ball to the back corner on a flag route or a fade route. It's more about sometimes being able to fit that ball with the appropriate amount of air underneath it to get over the outstretched hand of a linebacker, firm enough to beat a safety.
You want me to give you my coaching point on the backline throw?
Ooh, I got one for you. I might counter.
I got one. I got one. Put it where your guy can catch it or nobody can catch it. So it goes into the stands or your guy catches it.
Can I take it even further?
Sure.
So front line.
Okay.
Belt line.
Front line, belt line. Let me think about that.
So you want the location for the quarterback on a front line throw of the end zone.
Yeah.
You want to be belt line because you want it to be essentially low and away.
Okay.
Back line, hairline.
Love it.
Oh,
yeah.
Front line, belt line, back line, hairline.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that back line throw, you guys will see as a now you guys will pick it up and you're watching as a casual fan. 9 out of 10 times, if quarterback's doing what he should do, he's putting that ball up high, as high as he possibly can, basically. Where his guy's catching it, or it's going into the stands.
Us or nobody.
You know who can really spin it? Ellinger can
100%.
Really spin it, can't he?
I know that's what you were getting at.
Golly, man.
And you're right. But when I watched that little
dude can
drill,
throw a football.
That routes on air in the tight red zone, Bo was very accurate. Bo was on time. And Bo had essentially zero. That's the same route that Waddle got hurt on. Exact same route.
Look at it. He pumped his fists a little bit.
That was exactly it.
I think we just saw a little Waddle, I'm feeling good.
Yep.
I think we just saw that right there.
That's funny.
That's a good pickup right there.
I almost wonder if it was one of those, hey, I need to get that. I need to get that just for my own
Don't you
mentals.
think? A little mental right there? It looked good. It looked great.
It's a post-corner post. It's a red Dino.
Oh. Who was that?
That was Bo.
That was Bo?
That was a nice pick by
egregiously
Cortland.
underthrown.
Jeez.
Nice catch, though, huh?
But he did throw a great one the play before to Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle took his helmet off, and now he's
at least we were throwing that one against a defender. It makes sense.
That's so what you see with Stidham is he is a great thrower of the football. When he was coming out of high school, Raj, I know you talked about he was the #1 dual threat quarterback in that class, well ahead of the likes of what?
Mims.
Josh Allen. No, not Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. That was
I'm just going to say it. So far, Bo is throwing the worst passes of any of the quarterbacks in this drill.
Yeah. But Stiddy is even as a high schooler, he was a really good throw of the football. Really good throw of the football. Not like crazy amount of arm talent where it just jumps out. Ellinger's the guy that, since I watched him throw at Westlake High School it's been about 9-10 years, and I went and evaluated him. He's the one who's been the work that he's put in just rotationally to throw the football. Dude, that ball jumps.
Do you think we got Mims and Waddle going 100% right now, or you think they're holding back just a little bit?
I think we won't know till a team period.
think they're playing in a team period?
I think they are.
Did we lose Waddle again? Is he?
He took his helmet off and walked toward us, but it didn't look like it was anything.
No, he's out there.
Yeah, he's
to
out
do with an
there.
injury. I think he was just done with the rep.
I think he was going full out. You know, like, and that I think maybe that was his first full out rep that he's actually had. Like going down the field full out.
Game recognized game. One of these referees right here, NFL refs.
Yeah.
I was thinking these are college guys today. He's got a knee brace to match me. Feeling pretty good about myself today.
That's a little thicker than you have. He's got the sleeve and the brace.
Oh, yeah. His is more of a compression issue.
You're twinsies out there.
Did that week 1 preseason game from Stidham, did that put to bed the Ellinger quarterback number 2?
Not in my eyes.
Why?
Because what was the reason that Stidham was not the guy in the moment for the Denver Broncos? I
guess my question to you as like a coach is,
what does he lack though?
Is it an it factor? But you can't tell me the quarterback 3 has like the it factor.
What did Drake May do in that game to win the game in the crappy snow?
He used his legs.
He freaking ran. And that is not going to be Jarrett Stidham. That is going to be Sam Ellinger.
But he's not going to put up bad film during the preseason. We know that about him.
He's not a bad player. He had one really bad play.
The overwhelming amount of film that Stidham is going to have, like in that quiver, is going to look at the AFC Championship and go, "That was an anomaly." So how tough is that to do?
They don't matter.
How tough is that
to
do as a coach to look at all of that film, though?
Because the AFC Championship game is the only real documented film for Jarrett Stidham in his career that really matters, as it relates to a team that is attempting to go win a Super Bowl. It's the only, there is no other moment in Jarrett Stidham's career.
How's this? I'll frame it a different way. Are you confident he could win you regular season games?
With this defense?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So then what does it matter?
Who's your backup?
I can't guarantee. I don't think you can guarantee that with Sam Ellinger in the AFC title game you're winning it. I think you've got a very good chance.
I think you have.
I think you're getting walloped by the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Insofar as you didn't crap down your legs when you went out there to play, and your name's Sam Ellinger, your legs and your athleticism would have been potentially the X factor that you needed at home.
Can we at least agree that with a backup quarterback, Denver's not winning the Super Bowl?
Correct.
Oh, sure.
I agree.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you would say,
what
what team wouldn't you say that about?
The only one is like Nick Foles, right?
I mean, the Patriots did it.
All right. Okay.
There can be,
but
there are anomalies. Don't get me wrong. There are anomalies that will happen. And Foles, and I guess Brady at the beginning of his career, you could have put in.
I mean, we could go Jeff Hostetler back in the day too. But in general, in the NFL, if you don't have your $50 million guy, you're in big trouble.
Right. But if your answer is you are confident that Jarrett Stidham can win you regular season games, which we have seen in 2 of the Broncos' 3 Super Bowls, that you need them to win regular season games in Bubby Brister and Brock Osweiler, then why make the change?
Tyler, in 2015, what did Brock Osweiler do the best as a backup when you needed him? What was his most effective trait?
The single most important thing that he did was he instilled a confidence that when Peyton Manning was out, we were going to be okay.
Right.
And that's not an easy thing to do. And, it started, I've told this story before, but it started on Saturday night before the Bears game, his first start. And we had a just horrible travel day. It was just one of those days that nothing went right. And usually you try to land in your new city, somewhere between 4:30, something like that. Give you a little bit of time for dinner. You'll start your meeting somewhere between 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And we didn't land in Chicago until probably 10 o'clock. Get to the hotel. We skipped all our meetings, but we did do one team meeting before bed. So all that we did basically was Coobs had Osweiler come up there and speak to the team, and Brock was unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable the confidence that he spoke with. I mean, we started straightening up our backs, hands on our arms, started standing up a little bit. We're just like, you know what, we're going to be okay. So that was single-handedly the most important thing he did. Was he had a leadership style that instilled confidence that even with Peyton out, we're going to survive.
So which of these two dudes, Stidham or Ellinger, do you think has traits like that?
Well, if we're strictly talking about that, I would probably say Stidham.
He definitely has a way about him that's very.
He does.
I mean, he's calm. He's got a calming demeanor about him.
Yeah.
There's a presence to him
I agree.
that is real. We all here in Denver felt that going into that game week, did we not? I know we were
doing the thing that, as a sports fan, you're talking yourself into it. You're coming up with funny little, buzzwords about Stiddy City and, the new club that's going to open up right next to Shotgun Bills. But,
the Stiddy Committee?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shotgun Bills. Good old Shotgun Bills.
But the reality is that Stiddy himself, even on game day, didn't feel like he was tight and nervous.
No.
He just didn't play well. And then an absolute blizzard showed up, and he really, really regressed.
I'll tell you,
he just didn't have that other element to his game
Stidham
of running it.
And Brock had it too. I was around Brock. He was a very, he walks in a room. He's got a CEO sort of presence.
Stidham reminds me a lot of Brock.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
It actually kind of looks like him. I mean, shorter. Brock was.
They both got the flow. They got the lettuce.
Yeah.
Lettuce guys,
and you know what?
good voices.
Tyler, I think they have the same exact temperament, the two of them, really.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously don't know Stiddy like I know Brock, but from an outside looking in, there seems to be a lot of similarities.
I guess I'm feeling better and better about Stiddy, in all honesty, guys, since that preseason game. All right, I am. I'm feeling like if you need a guy for 4 or 5 games, this team's good, really good. You're going to win 4, especially in the middle of the season. By the way, after those top 6, if you look at the rest of the schedule after the Big 6 initially, you can win 3 or 4 games easily with Jarrett Stidham. And I'm not even saying you can't do it with Ellinger. But Stidham's been here, man. I mean, and he's very popular amongst the rest of his teammates 100%. And in the locker room. So there's really nothing negative about it.
Here's the strange thing that I would say. You're better off doing what the Broncos have done the last, 3 years since Sean Payton's been here? And that's just keep 3.
Well, right.
And they're going to.
Right,
You're going to have an emergency 3 in Sam Ellinger. And in the event.
Why? I don't get that.
Because it's the new NFL rule. It's different than when you were playing. You have the ability to activate that emergency 3.
Okay, cool. Most teams still don't choose to do it.
I mean, do you think the Broncos have been overly deficient in their depth anywhere?
Oh, nice throw.
Well, okay. All right, that's a fair question. Like, what are you giving up in order to keep him?
I'd keep another inside linebacker if you can.
Because what I think is probably the best case scenario. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. But I think Red Murdoch should make this roster. He's going to be on special teams. He's going to be available to be an inside linebacker.
Are you keeping Taurine York over Sam Ellinger? Or
probably not.
Right. I mean, come on now. I mean, we're talking about what? An extra guy? That's probably going to be deactivated anyway on game day?
No, the value of the quarterback is higher.
Right. I mean, and Tyler, you're right. You can throw that guy in now. Tyler's not wrong. You're not wrong, Tyler. It's an unusual thing that teams do.
I mean, look, every team carries a quarterback on their practice squad. It's extremely easy to elevate that guy the day that you need him. It's just it's an unnecessary luxury to carry your third quarterback on the active roster.
If you expose Ellinger, do you think he gets snatched up?
I don't know. He sat there I know he turned down a deal last year, but he sat on the practice squad for a long time.
All right, well, we're getting through things. It's a long warm-up here to get to. It's a long practice. We're going to be here for quite a while, and we're taking a while to get to stuff here.
A full hour before we're seeing
it's a little bit of a warm-up, isn't it?
I think this is going to be a long practice.
Okay.
And the reason I see that is they did the old start out on the sled drill.
Yeah.
Anytime practice starts out on the sled, Tyler, what did that always mean for you?
It's go time, baby. I know I'm getting a lot of it's definitely going to be a run day.
It sure is.
All right, so we're ready for it. The warm-up will end sort of eventually here. So we'll have tons to give to you live as we're from Broncos Park, brought to you by Ramos Law. Find them at ramoslaw.com. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hi, it's DMac with Tyler Polumbus, Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, Scott Hastings, cast of thousands. What are we watching right now? Tyler, let's start with you, what you're peering at.
Well, we got some 9-on-7 going on over here, boys. Actually, we good? Yeah, 9-on-7. And it just looked like a typical a run period. When you got a run period, defense knows it's run. It's hard, man. I have seen Jonah Coleman have some really good-looking 4 to 5 yard runs, which might sound silly. A 4 to 5 yard run in this period is actually really, really good. So, one cut, get your foot in the ground, and you got positive yardage. The down and distance is getting managed. So I think the team is working on a lot of gaps and a lot of duo schemes, which has always been their bread and butter. We've talked a lot about whether they're going to convert to wide zone team. I don't see it.
I'll tell you who's not out there is Luke Wattenberg during this period. I can see him out on the Good Soldier rehab field. So he's not quite there. Whatever's going on, he's not quite there. Is J.K. Dobbins, because I can't quite see where I'm, is J.K. Dobbins participating in the run stuff?
I don't believe he did.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I didn't notice him if he was.
All right, because I'll tell you this. They're doing one-on-one.
Red zone, one-on-one
pass.
wide receivers versus DBs. And
Mims
no Jalen Waddle.
And no Mims either.
No Marvin Mims, but I'll tell you who was out there. Patrick Kane II. PS2 had the interception off Bo Nix. And it was Cortland Sutton up on a 50-50, slightly underthrown by Bo. Bo's not having probably his sharpest day so far. I've seen a couple good throws, but overall it hasn't been one of his sharpest days so far. Another 2 highlights from Pat Bryant during that period. Absolutely routed up Riley Moss. And then had another kind of 50-50 catch on Jaquan McMillan. So Pat Bryant, his training camp, just the surge is very consistent.
Yeah, that was a properly thrown ball to Bryant in the corner. You said slightly underthrown to Sutton from Nix. I thought it was well underthrown. Yeah. It was underthrown to the point where Cortland did not go up and contest the ball.
Yeah, it was like Pat's
he was like, "There's no way I can get over Pat Surtain here." There was another ball that was underthrown. I think it was Lil Jordan Humphrey on a little in route on the goal line that was thrown off of Humphrey's back hip rather than his front hip. It allowed the defender to get in, get a hand on it, swat it down. Just like Tyler said, it's been a lot of bad balls from Nix today and a lot of underthrown footballs.
So Mims and Waddle are okay to do certain things, but not one-on-one. Why?
Can we hang on there for just a second on Bo? What is going on? Like this is a weird day. I was not watching the one-on-ones like you guys were.
It wasn't good.
Okay,
it wasn't good.
All I was watching was the pre-practice warm-ups, the routes on air. I'm talking about not walkthrough stuff, but stuff that's run at full speed. And I can't tell you the amount of poor place throws I saw.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes there's days where it's just not coming out great. It kind of looks like one of those, but
like a pitcher without command, or like Paul Skeens over the last 4 weeks with a dip in velo. Paying too much attention to Livy Dunn.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I bet you he's going to end up having a fine practice.
Yeah, he's going to play well.
I bet you he'll turn it on and he'll be okay. But this is the sort of thing that drove me nuts about last season that has got to change. Stop being a fourth quarter player. Be a 4-quarter player. I don't need him to just turn it on when the lights are the brightest. When the lights are a little bit dim, I need you to play good then also.
You think it's a lack of concentration?
I don't know what it is. I don't even know how to speculate on it. All I can tell you is what I'm seeing.
We used to call it morning skate Mario in hockey. Is a guy who was always fantastic and lit the lamp up during practices and morning skates and every shot that he took. Bar down, posting in. And then when it came to when he actually needed to perform, it's a little bit of an opposite of what we're seeing with Bo Nix. He kind of turned it off. I wonder with Bo, is he ever going to be a practice performer? Is he ever going to be the guy that wows you out here?
If there's something that's off, I am curious. What are the manifestations of it?
It's not
concentration.
I can promise you this. I'm watching this drill that new quarterback coach Logan Kilgore is taking him through, and it's actually pretty strenuous on what would be if you had any tenderness at all in your ankle. It's a play action, get pulled up because say your O lineman's getting beat in the backfield or there might be some seepage in protection, and it's an immediate plant retrace, and he's doing it over and over and over, and he looks good. I mean, he looked healthy, but for whatever reason right now when he's throwing 2 live targets today, he's just hasn't been overly sharp. It's interesting because Bo Nix, from everything I know about him, man, his care factor is through the roof. The professionalism is unquestioned. But there are times where he just almost looks a little, like, agitated. Early, like he looks irritated.
He's not playing live reps a little. Disinterested is too strong.
Yeah, because he's not apathetic.
But there's just something that isn't turned on.
Well, are you just bored?
No.
Okay.
I don't see bored Bo. I see just kind of almost like pissed off Bo. But, like, it's kind of how he is with the media. Right? Like, think about some of his podiums that he's had over the last 2 or 3 years. Some of them come across as very, standoffish, or I'm annoyed, or it's almost like he's almost a temperamental Bo in the beginning of practice. And frankly, it's carried over a little bit into the games where he turns it on late, like Tyler said.
He is very clearly, like, working on something here in between drills. Like, trying to get a little bit more zip. He's the only quarterback that has thrown balls here in between a team period. He knows that it hasn't been as sharp.
Look, I'm not trying to set off any panic alerts here, but I am going to call out what I see, and it's just that it's been a weird start to practice for him. I don't know. This is when, like, we have all these conversations about Bo, like, is he the guy? Is he ready? Is he there? And it's like, I've got every reason to think the Broncos, like, yes, he's proven he's the guy. Yes. But there's a difference between proving you're going to get the next contract and proving you're going to be worth the next contract. He's going to get the next contract. He's done enough to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's won 25 football games.
But is he going to be worth the next contract? He's got to evolve, man. Where he's at right now is not good enough.
Right. I think I asked you the question late last week is when do we stop having the conversation about Bo
Why is DMac so quiet there during this one?
I'm listening. No, I'm paying attention. Hey, I trust your eyes out here more than mine on that. I'm listening.
Right, and I asked you that question last week, and you said we're not going to stop having the conversation until after the second contract.
Yeah.
We don't get to watch practice during the season, so I don't know. I mean, this is the most that we get to see, so I don't know when a quarterback in an NFL practice has a dip in concentration or mechanics or something during a practice. When he turns it on, what it matters. I find it fascinating.
Yeah.
And I trust your observations on it. So when you're telling me that this is – because I can juxtapose this with quarterbacks you've played with. All right? You tell me. I mean, you played with Peyton Manning. What was he like during practices? I know he used to work on things.
Dialed in.
You want to know when Peyton was, like, almost at his scariest?
Right now?
No. During the walkthrough before anything ever began. He was like, that was the most scary Peyton because he knew that everybody was in walkthrough mode, and he wasn't going to allow you to be in walkthrough mode.
Well, there you go.
Try to ease into practice.
I mean, listen,
No,
I didn't see as I saw a little bit of him walk through. I'll never forget because he was pals with Jacob Tammy. He was buddies with him.
That's his boy.
And they're going like 40%, maybe 20%. I don't know. Tammy drops a ball, and Peyton just like rips him, and you don't really see that out here. You don't really see any of these quarterbacks go into their guys. So I'll take your word for it, Tyler, that during those times everybody was a little bit on edge.
I will say this, the quarterback group, including Bo Nix and Logan Kilgore, quarterback coach, not too concerned with the performance of Bo Nix in camp right now or in this practice.
Well,
they're throwing balls out of the back of the end zone to Ben DiNucci and having fun.
Well, okay, we're not taking this all that seriously right now, but that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about one-on-ones. We were talking about other drills right now. This is when special teams is going on, and we just got to kill. Well, there you go. There's the horn. You got to kill, 6-7 minutes before you get back to football.
And I'm going to go watch some team.
Yeah, I am too, boys.
I do have an update, though,
good.
from Broncos personnel. Marvin Mims has now moved to the side conditioning field.
Okay.
Seemingly for the rest of practice.
And he did that yesterday. And Waddle is...
I have not seen Waddle move over. The only one that I see running, and Mims was actively running as of about 90 seconds ago. Luke Wattenberg is still out there on that field, but I only see 2 jerseys over there. One is Mims, one is Wattenberg. Michael Bandy's over there with his hat still on. I do not see Jalen Waddle on that field yet.
Okay. And he was not participating in the one-on-ones.
Waddle was not part of one-on-ones.
Neither was Mims, but Mims is what he was doing yesterday over on that good soldier field, whatever you want to call it.
Good soldier field.
Well, I mean, they're being very particular how they bring guys back. That's for sure. So they're taking their time with it, and now they're finally going to team reps. So here we go.
Yeah, it'll be
see what we can
interesting.
see. Scott Hastings settling in. Good to see you, my man.
It'll be really interesting to see how Bo bounces back from a lackluster first hour of practice. And again, that first hour of practice doesn't necessarily mean all that much, especially if you get into team period and Bo starts firing on all cylinders, right? There's a play action pass. He's got all the time in the world and ends up throwing it away. Could have been a sack there. I didn't see any orange jerseys around him, but he does throw the first ball away.
Scott Hastings, good to see you, my friends.
Scotty.
The boys were banging on Bo, saying he's looking a little bit off, not so great.
Kind
of this, kind of that.
Threw a pick on one-on-ones. I will say this, not just Bo, but especially when they went in kind of red zone throws on one-on-one, the DBs won. They were Moss just crushed Troy Franklin. I mean, Troy Franklin put like 2 moves, and it was like he was wearing Moss, who just knocked the ball down. But both threw a pick in the back of the end zone.
Oh, there's Bo right there. That's really
Waddle?
well layered.
That is Waddle.
That is Jalen Waddle.
Wow, all right.
Really well layered.
That's cool, man. That's Jalen Waddle in a team drill, catching a – okay. I'm feeling a little better.
Well, again, there was no panic to it. It was part of the conversation.
Why do you freak out so hard?
I don't know.
On a tough
I'm telling you, it's Aaron Gordon PTSD, man. That's what it is.
Oh, you're talking about Waddle.
I'm talking about Waddle.
Okay.
Listen, I'm listening when guys are critical of Bo. I'm not worried about Bo. But I'm listening if other people have things to say about it. I'm not going to argue with you about it. If you want to, that's your opinion, that's your opinion. I want to know why it's your opinion.
I mean, honestly, no.
But I'm not concerned about it.
It was something we were kind of, or at least what I was trying to get to in that conversation with Coach and Tyler was, I wonder if he's never going to be the quarterback that ever wows you in one-on-ones or wows you in routes on air because
and he wins 14 games.
Right. He's just going to be that guy that there is something that is always turned off unless you are playing meaningful snaps in practice or actual regular season football games.
Well, he's off to a good start here in team, and we'll watch maybe another snap or two and see as long as Bo's out there. I'm curious who'll go number 2. I assume it'll be Stidham, and I assume that's just the way things are going to be. They're on the far field from us, so it's a little tricky to see. We have a decent vantage point as Bo drops back again. That was a bad throw.
Well,
Even if it's a good throw, he ain't getting
under
anything
pressure,
on that.
and he saved himself from being sacked.
Threw it away. And now they'll switch out. All right, so we'll take a quick break and bring you more from training camp. It's all brought to you by Ramos Law. Injured in a car accident? Contact Ramos Law at ramoslaw.com. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it's DMac, Alex Reinemi, Scott Hastings, my guy Jesse. I rode in with Jesse today, Scott.
Did you really? Did you guys meet up somewhere?
Jesse rode 20 miles to my house, and then we rode 7 miles downhill. So Jesse did a little bit more work than I did. Oh, what just happened there? We got a fight, or?
I think a pick.
We got a pick?
The defense.
Wow.
Out of Hakeem Butler's, I think. Well, no, he came up with the ball. No.
We had something there. Defense was excited. We had some sort of turnover, something. You get fired up. All right, just really quick before we get to your
inside
stuff. With the birdies. Look at you.
Yeah.
Something. Raj, what did we just see in team?
From Bo Nix's first 3 in team, we saw sack, 30-yard reception, and a dump-off that went incomplete. We just saw a diving catch from Troy Franklin right after he drew about a 35, 40-yard defensive pass interference call, which I thought was
bad call.
A bad call and a bailout. The defense was livid about the flag that got thrown, but
on a Stidham throw that was
Chris Abrams'
grossly underthrown.
It was an underthrown ball
to Franklin. Chris Abrams' strain. Yeah,
because now Franklin had the position won.
Oh yeah,
it was way
that ball.
underthrown.
The ball's in front of him. He walks in with a touchdown
without a doubt. But what we have seen in this league is that if you have one-on-ones deep, and you underthrow a ball, and even if a defensive back turns around, spots the ball, and goes up for it, if he impedes the progress back to the ball,
milk it.
Get
the flag.
A doubt. You throw the ball up, get a flag. That's exactly what Stidham and Franklin did. I agree with Scotty.
It wasn't intentional.
I think it was not intentional. I agree. I think it was an underthrown ball. But they came back on a 10-yard out route that Franklin makes on a little diving catch.
First and 10, a little red zone plus. It looks like.
By the way, Calvin Throckmorton taking your number 1 snaps. There's Bo, right? Zoom. That's a bad throw. All right.
Nearly picked off.
God, that was like there was some real weird confusion there. There were like 2. Was that Dobbins? Nah, that's not Dobbins. Maybe Bidet. 23. Sorry.
Johnny Barron's 23.
Right.
So,
see, again, they scrunched the. Right.
So
maybe Cody Schrader, I don't know.
Maybe that's the closest.
Yeah.
We also heard in the final period before we're now in like red zone extended, we heard a huge roar and the defense went and mobbed one of their own players.
Yeah.
What happened in 9-on-7 run, Justin Jolie, is according to Parker Gabriel, Justin Jolie started a skirmish in the inside run period.
Oh.
And then this play that just happened was that Torian York popped Justin Jolie on the final play and decleated him, took him down to the grass, and the defense got up in Jolie's face.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
There's some venom out there right now.
All right, I like it. I like that spirit. You were watching 9-on-7.
Yep. Malcolm Roach was blowing up holes. I saw 2 back-to-back plays. Roach just blew up a hole. And then the next play, he takes a double team, opens up the lane for Singleton, who came in and just smashed the running back on that play.
Oh, man.
Another pick.
That's a touchdown.
Oh, deflection into a touchdown.
It's a Troy Franklin from Bo Nix. Not a great pass.
Evan Engram.
Oh, it's Evan Engram? I saw one.
Was it
No,
one?
I think it's Troy Franklin. I got 2 ones there.
I see 1-1.
Either way,
it's a touchdown off a deflection.
And you see the offense run out there and mob him just to get a little get back at the
defense.
At the defense just a little bit.
All right, we got a little spirit here today, don't we?
Yeah.
That was Troy Franklin, by the way.
You saw 2 ones?
I see 2 ones. I see dead people in 2 ones. All right, what are you hearing, Scotty? What do you got? What are you doing? Who are you talking to?
Well, I'm not going to tell you who I was talking to.
Well, in theory, what's the word? What are you hearing?
Well, it's tough. Well, there's a touchdown.
That's another nice play. Corner. The offense is getting into it now. Look at this. Over-exaggerated celebration.
Yeah.
Wow, the offense is sticking it to the defense right now.
Yeah, well, they got that one play where the defense, every orange shirt on the field ran to the hit.
Yeah, and the offense is getting their
revenge.
revenge.
Offense is really? Okay. So that's a little payback on 2 straight plays. A deflection, should have been picked off a touchdown, and then a great pass in the corner. And I didn't see who that was. I don't know if Edinger was in there by then or not.
No, that's Bo. That was all Bo. So that's the first team offense getting in the first-team defense's face after the defense got in the offense's face. So who we got here? Who's Stiddy? So Stiddy's number 2 going in. No surprise. That's the way I'll be surprised if it's anything different than this from now on. And now the defense breaks it up, and they're going to go crazy. Wow, we definitely have a little something going on here today, don't we?
A little juice of practice today.
We do.
Little juice of practice.
We're over-celebrating everything.
Hey, and you can thank a couple of rookies for putting the juice into practice.
Yeah.
Torian York, Justin Jolie.
Yeah, this crowd's got a little bit of a show today, and you can tell the impact that school has on the crowd a little bit. Little thinner than normal, but, you know.
Yeah, the impact on the traffic getting here today, too.
Really?
It was insane.
Really?
I should have ridden a bike. I don't own one that could keep up with you two, but I should have ridden a bike.
Traffic was the same for us.
It was nonsense.
It's all right. All right, we got what do we got here? So, I'm going to get to your story here in a second, Scott. I just want to make sure we cover all of our bases. One more snap here, second, and play action. Stiddy rolls. That's a sack. That is a saccarino. All right, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. What you got?
Well, good time to come to me on that
moment.
Yes. Person I talked to who has been inside this building.
Okay.
Has talked with coaches.
All right.
His opinion, I don't know if this comes from any of those people he's talked to, but his opinion, he said to me, they'd be stupid to keep Stidham on this team.
Oof. For what reasons?
Well, he doesn't do anything for you. He's too close to the vest. There's nothing special about him, and you could save $5 million.
Okay.
He said, I don't know if they're going to do anything about it, but I do know that there was a conversation. What's our Joker guy from New Orleans that just got waived?
Oh, just got Taysom Hill.
He said, I know there's been conversations with Taysom Hill.
Okay.
But that Taysom Hill probably told them, that's great, but I ain't coming to training camp.
Okay. But you might need $5 million for Taysom Hill. Hey, listen, if they're considering saving a couple $100,000 on the long snapper, which they are, by the way, that's why this guy Basso's out here competing with Fabroni, why in the world would they not be conscious of saving millions of dollars?
Also, if they sign Taysom Hill after the season starts, doesn't it drop the percentage of guaranteed money?
If you wait till after week 1.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
The contract would not be guaranteed. So you could take Taysom Hill on a more or less a week-to-week basis, salary-wise.
And he's not going to cost you hardly anything at 36 years
Well,
old.
it depends what he wants to play football for. You know, it depends on how deeply Taysom Hill desires playing football. So if you were telling me in exchange for Jarrett Stidham, Sam Ellinger's your backup, you hire some quarterback, something on practice squad, and we pick up Taysom Hill for fun, you can do something. I'm not against it whatsoever. Listen, I think we've seen enough from Ellinger and Stidham both to say if Bo Nix was hurt for 4 games, middle of the season, right? High ankle sprain, something like that, right? Which one of these two, Stidham or Ellinger, would give you a better chance to win football games?
And
I think you could make the argument either one would probably give you as good of a chance.
Either one of them's. Listen, I said this yesterday. The one thing for Stidham, he's going to be safe. He's not going to do anything stupid.
Is Ellinger?
Ellinger, I think, is closer to because his arm is so much stronger. I think he's still got a little bit of I can squeeze it in there.
Oh, a little riskier?
I think he's a little riskier, but I think he's more athletic. But, and the same guy saying to me, because I was saying that, he goes, yeah, problem with Ellinger is he's short.
He is short. I mean, Stidham's the tallest out of the 3. Short. He's 6 foot, It's short. I'm with you.
But outside of soccer and maybe tennis, how many 6 foot under people thrive?
Many. And I don't think it's a death blowout here either, especially when you see his arm strength, especially when you can see how he can spin it, which we have. But all right, I mean, there's something to it. He's a little bit shorter than you'd like. I'm not advocating it for what. The only reason you would cut Stidham, though, in all honesty, because you can just keep 3.
It's money.
It's yeah. What do you want to do with the money? It's not even the money. It's what do you want to do with it?
You want to roll it over to make sure that you can fit Bo Nix in his next contract. You want to roll it over to maybe keep Jaquan McMillan and Riley Moss. That's what you're doing.
By the way, great throw by Ellinger, the back of the end zone. Traffic gets to the receiver drops it. It's our buddy.
Yeah, it's Akeem Butler. He's got hands like feet, man.
Especially in traffic.
Oh, God.
Especially in traffic.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for Hakeem Butler. The Hakeem
that
Butler train was very popular the first couple of days.
You know what,
We're 3 weeks in.
Get some posters with the shirt off and then sell those. You're good.
I mean, I think the UFL will always be there for Hakeem Butler.
Yeah.
I'm not overly worried about that. All right, as they blow the horn, they're finishing out this part of team, which is cool. All right, interesting things that you're hearing there about Stidham and what they're going to do. There's not a lot of drama in this training camp.
No, we talked about it yesterday.
Hey, Kreckman.
It's to where he's clean shaven today.
It looks good.
Yeah. Looks like a clown without
He's happy because he's got a guy on his favorite baseball team that's going to be like the only dude that can win an MVP over Shohei Ohtani.
Hey, by the way, in this brief pause while they take a break, the Rockies cut Michael Lorenzen.
Finally!
Which means that they probably couldn't get absolutely anything for him.
Well, the way it goes is you put him on waivers in case you can get something in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Guys, while we have a little break, do you want some stats on how bad Michael Lorenzen actually was?
Let me know.
It's shocking here.
He had one of the worst ERAs in baseball for a starting pitcher, didn't he?
Let me get you this.
Well, the first start was atrocious.
Led the majors in hits allowed, 168. Earned runs, 91. Opposing hitters hit 338 off him, worst in baseball. 7.08 ERA in 26 games was the highest ERA in baseball with pitchers with at least 100 innings. His hard hit rate was 42.6, second worst in the majors behind Kyle Freeland. It was just time.
Which is not a good stat to be.
Warren Schefter, who's never said a bad word about anybody, quote, "It was just time." Lorenzen ranked toward the bottom in every advanced pitching metric. His ERA was 9.12 in 11 starts at Coors Field. Guys, I'm not joking. Statistically, this guy was literally the worst starting pitcher in Major League Baseball.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
so why did it take so long?
According to Warren Schefter, it's about time. I could have told you that 2 months ago.
You did tell us about 2 months ago. I did.
I've been telling you for a while. This is terrible. Like anybody out here.
Well, wasn't his first start at home? Didn't he give up like 9 or 10?
Great memory, 7. He gave up
the first
7.
inning.
First inning. You got a great memory.
12
Opening
hits,
day.
9 earned.
In the first inning. It was a disaster from the start.
I'm looking through his game log. He didn't have a single start where he pitched more than 1 inning, where he didn't give up a run. There wasn't a single start.
So the vet, like Kyle Freeland's actually done okay in the past 30 days. He really has. So I don't have to bash Freeland, which feels good. Tomas Sagano, who got ripped last night, and Shohei Ohtani, 4 for 5, 2 home runs, and he kills Japanese pitching. I didn't realize how good Ohtani was against Japanese pitching. He destroyed him. So not a great night for Sagano.
He thinks he's back in that easy league.
But Sagano is 12-6. He's got 12 wins. So that vet pickup, and he looks like a schlub, Sagano. Here's Lorenzen all jacked up, can't pitch worth a damn. So he's gone. They did lose last night, but the Dodgers have some weird issues. Edwin Diaz, he sucks. Remember him from the Mets when he was good with the
he's
trumpet?
A disaster.
He blows. And the Rockies put up 3 runs on him last night, and that game was a blowout. We threw a position player, Troy Johnston, who pitched better than Edwin Diaz, which is crazy. And then they got, oh my gosh, the right fielder.
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker can't play baseball. He's got the yips. It's so wild.
He's making $60 million. He can't play.
It's unbelievable. He cannot play baseball. He can't catch a ball. He was walking out to the outfield. He jokingly, sort of, hands Shohei Ohtani his glove why don't you take it out there? He can't play baseball. He's 0 for 24. He can't catch a pop-up. He's ruined psychologically to the degree you feel slightly bad for him. Slightly. The Dodgers are actually not really – they killed the Rockies last night, but, just slipping some baseball in with two guys that might, care a little bit.
Yeah, how big a lead do they have?
The Dodgers, there's a malaise there because they're up quite a bit.
Dave Roberts is nervous.
He should be nervous.
He's a little nervous right now.
I think
he's got to be nervous because of what Milwaukee can do.
We've seen this a little bit with the Nuggets. When you get this lead and you're sort of up and you just sort of like you're playing with your food. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just literally bored. And they still won really easily over the Rockies yesterday.
And they're still the defending back-to-back champs.
Yes. So you get it. You understand it. I mean, these are first-world problems. Let me look at the standings real quick. We have a pause while we do special teams, by the way. That's the only reason I'm bringing this up here. The Dodgers are 75-51 and have an 8-game lead over San Diego. Right, but they've been bad of late, although they were good last night, and Ohtani's the best player.
Well, the Rockies are still the get-right team for
a little bit, yeah.
I mean,
and then with Lorenzen, who was so terrible, they got rid of him. But Sagano's their best pitcher, and he sucked yesterday.
Shohei's OPS against Colorado is 1220.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
His average is 378. He's got 19 bombs in 48 games.
His average against Sagano is 7 for 11 with 4 home runs.
That's insane. You can't pitch for the guy. You can't do it.
All right, we'll take a quick break here. There's just a little. Hey, tonight, Coors Field, Rockies Dodgers. We'll continue on with more as we're here with the Broncos for training camp on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We just saw a beautiful reception by Cortland Sutton, mossing Riley Moss. And that's from Bo. And, yeah, some celebrations here. It's been a day where the offense and defense are kind of spirit-wise, competitive-wise, getting after each other. Cortland Sutton is just, man, that dude's such a dude. He just, and he's never like open, but it doesn't even matter, right? You just throw it, and, he just makes something happen, as he just did to Riley Moss right there. You saw Bo Nix get knocked over.
Yeah, right before that, it was Malcolm Roach on the interior, pushes through, I believe, Garrett Bowles. Bowles ran into Bo Nix, as did Malcolm Roach, and Nix did go down to the ground. That was a 3rd and 5 play after they get 5 yards on 2nd and 10.
Okay.
Bo bounced back. He was fine.
He was
just
fine.
Obviously made the next throw to Cortland.
He was touched and he lived.
He was touched and a quarterback lived. It looks like they also just false start on the right side of the line. Was that right guard? Yeah, false start.
Okay.
So not exactly like the cleanest move the ball period in the world for them?
It's been like one bad step, one good step. I'll tell you this, man. Without like the tunes during this time of practice, you really get some sort of like lack of energy sometimes out here.
Oh no, there was some yelling and screaming when I walked over there that the offense was taking its sweet time getting in the line of scrimmage, and I heard
let's go,
a vulgar let's go, yeah,
okay.
a vulgar version of that.
All right.
So there's some again, I said it about 20 minutes ago. There's a little bit of venom out there. Some news from around the league. This from Chris Rim, who covers the Chargers for the ESPN, or for rather ESPN, not the ESPN.
Oh, that's a pick. Oh, sorry, Raj. That is a pick, and is it a fumble? Oh, my God. It was a pick and a fumble by the defender who made the interception. Oh, my God. And now a fight. Out there. Like I said, it's been
second one of the day.
It's been a spirited practice. So that was a pick. Let's see if we can find out who picked it. And then a strip, and I'm very curious who knocked it out. And the defense took over, and then a skirmish, a fight in the middle of the field.
I'm trying to get a play-by-play from Nate Kreckman, who is standing over there.
I thought it was Stranad. I thought it was 40 to intercept.
It was definitely – it looked like an inside linebacker for sure. Again, it's a little tricky for us out where we are, but that's what happened. It was an interception in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Hey, defense goes crazy, and then the ball's knocked out. The offense takes it over, and there's just so much – shizzle talk going on, period.
Yeah. It's a lot of talk practice.
So on that one, you got both.
Yeah,
you got the defense shizzle talking.
I'm not sure Stranad whether he fumbled or if he tried to pitch it back and got it deflected or lost it in that situation.
Well, the whole pitch back thing never works.
That's going to be the
but
play.
It's always fun to like really rub it in if it works here, right?
We'll get a play-by-play on that in a little bit. That's going to be the play of the day right there. It'll be hard to imagine something top that moment. And we've had repeated moments of the offense and defense sort of getting after it and celebrating in each other's face and having those kind of moments. You know what it seems to me?
When they're looking at a player over there, too.
Oh, is that right? Where do you see that?
Calvin Throckmorton over in the corner.
You got to be kidding me. No way.
Like he might have got poked in the eye or hit in the head.
Well, I'm just I don't know what to say when you lose your fourth-string center. Luke Wattenberg was out earlier, but he's over in the other field. Like, he is not participating in this. Forsythe is out. Michael Dieter's lost for the year. They have Lecitus Smith. You've got Garza. You just brought in, Throckmorton. That'd be insane. If you're losing your fourth-string center, that would be wild.
We just had a nice little 15-yard out route from Troy Franklin. Good throw from Stidham. Here's the play-by-play from Nate Kreckman on what happened.
Okay, good.
Bo was picked by Alex Singleton.
Okay.
Harvey then stripped Singleton
Who?
on the return. R.J. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey,
on the
all
return.
right.
And then Benito was pulled out of the scrum without his helmet, and he was talking like crazy.
That's great play-by-play
so
by
it was
Nate.
Benito in the middle of it, man.
So Singleton picks it off. Benito goes crazy. Yay, us. Harvey knocks the ball loose.
Yep.
Hey, yay, us. And now we're fighting a little bit.
I got the play-by-play from Nate Kreckman.
Boy, we're going
the Mountain West's finest.
That is fantastic right there. Great job by Nate. That's awesome.
Throckmorton's being looked at, and a couple guys with orange badges and dress clothes have walked all the way from the old building, wasn't it, Jess? From that area all the way to where Throckmorton is now.
And he's being tended to. He's bleeding, so they're trying to cut down some bleeding on a cut. It's a great day of practice,
We just
man.
had centers dropping
fantastic.
left and right. Nice reception there on the sideline by little Jordan Humphrey.
They said he was at the bottom of the pile. His helmet had been torn off.
Throckmorton's.
Yes, and then he got cut.
So he got injured on that fight.
Yes.
I don't think it's
Oh
the kind of
my God.
injury that's going to keep him out forever, but he might either have a bloody nose or a laceration that may need some butterfly stitches. He's going in.
You see him going in.
Yep.
Yeah, I got you. Look at that. He is going into the facility. Unbelievable. So who's playing center? We're down to our fifth string center.
That's not the only center injury news in the AFC West today. Tyler Biadasz, the starting center for the Chargers, and you'll remember last year the Chargers had a ridiculous amount of injuries to their offensive line, probably one of the reasons why they weren't as good as people thought they were going to be. Biadasz was carted off the field today during a practice with the 49ers. He was rolled up on, carted off the field.
Wow. Well, interesting day here today. It took a long time to get going, but there's all sorts of – by the way, I do not see Jalen Waddle. I know he's participated a little bit in team, but and there's Mims. He's got all of his stuff off. He's already taken all of his gear off, so whatever he was doing today, he's done with. I see Waddle just standing on the sideline. Is that Lasita Smith? Are we putting a new center in? So our center's now Garza, who I know nothing about. Lasita Smith, they signed like 5 days ago. Other than that, I mean, man, we may be staring down the Quinn Miners barrel, guys. Who's going to go on Friday?
And a dummy with a truck of dummies decides to pull park right in the middle of our view.
They've slowly inched closer and closer to the line of scrimmage as we've been talking to get in our line of sight. It's pissing me off.
It might have got a remote. They probably got someone listening to us.
I have one more update. One more wrinkle from Nate Kreckman.
All right,
During the fight, Bowles had to hold Bo Nix back.
Oh!
Nix and Benito needed to be physically separated.
Oh, wow. So our Max Crosby, Kirk Cousins situation.
Yes.
Well, we told you there was a lot of crap talk going on today. There was a lot of in-your-face moments. And we did mention, that's a really nice throw. Oh, it's dropped, though.
Drop.
Darn it. Is that Joe Lee?
That
80-something, 80 or 80.
If it's 80, it's Joe Lee. It's Joe Lee. Well,
he caught it, hit the ground, dropped it. Got to make that catch.
Got to catch that. That's a tight end catch. It's over the middle. You got to catch it.
There's the inch up with the card again.
Okay, so we got Ellinger in there. You can see Tyler Miller, the big right tackle, as a 71. Holy cow! Seriously, you had to put that cart right there.
Right.
Really, seriously, with the.
It used to be in the middle of this field. It then drove another 15 yards, so we literally can't see the offensive line.
Usually, the cart with the dummies is just us at the golf course, but that is a cart with dummies in it.
We were talking about why would you actually bring 3 quarterbacks into the season? It's because you can't hold on to a center.
Crazy. Nice
Keep
run
9
there.
centers.
Nice run there by Jaleel McLaughlin, by the way, who we never talk about anymore, but,
Still can play.
He still can play. Yeah. All right, so we have a turnover. Bo Nix throws a pick to Alex Singleton. R.J. Harvey knocks it out. Nice job, R.J. Harvey. Starts a shizzle-talking fight between Benito and Bo Nix. They go to the ground. Throckmorton goes down on the ground, gets cut to the degree he has to now leave and go inside of the facility. And Bo Nix has to be restrained by Garrett Bowles from fighting Nick Benito. Fun!
Tell me the regular season is 3.5 weeks away.
Here we go. We got some spirit going on. We'll have reaction to all of that coming up. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're having one of the longer practices of maybe the longest practice of training camp, and we got more time to go. So we appreciate you listening, watching us on Twitch and YouTube. Like and subscribe, all that jazz. I'll tell you how to win some tickets for the Nuggets here in just a little bit. But just to recap what's going on today, it's another day that Drew Sanders is not participating, and severity of whatever's going on is unknown, but no go for him. Luke Wattenberg was back for a certain amount of time, doing a certain amount of things, but when it got into team reps, no. Jalen Waddle was involved a little bit in the team reps, not a ton, but a little bit, more than Marvin Mims, who participated in full pads to a degree, and then when it got to one-on-ones and team, he stepped back. J.K. Dobbins is out here and still sort of doing things. He's doing some wind sprints on sideline to sideline, but not participating again in the team drills. We had a moment where Bo Nix has had a mediocre to below mediocre day overall, where he gets picked by Alex Singleton. The ball gets punched out by R.J. Harvey. A fight ensues with Bo Nix and Nick Benito being two of the combatants. They fall to the ground, and fourth-string center Calvin Throckmorton, who's participating with the ones, got bloodied somehow and has to leave the practice field with trainers and go inside the facility, leading Lasitas Smith and Garza. I'm not even sure what Garza's first name is. I know his last name is Garza. I'm looking it up. Help me if you got it. We'll get there. EFG. Or is his first name Garza? Or am I just totally wrong? There's nobody named Garza out here.
I don't know if there's a Garza out there.
I don't even know what the hell's going on.
Are you thinking of Gavin Ortega?
I'm thinking of Gavin Ortega. It's not a Garza. It's a Gavin. Sorry. But, Scotty, I'm down to my sixth-string center. I'm getting a little...
Well, he got playing time last week, too.
Gavin Ortega, not Garza. I just made up a guy. Doesn't even exist.
There's a Garza.
So now Bo Nix is back with the first team guys as they're going through more team reps. We'll see here. Yep. Boys, your thoughts, Scott, so far?
It's been the most entertaining.
Yeah.
And most
straight up
energetic practice they've had. And as you said a while ago, maybe their longest.
We're getting there. We're definitely getting there for sure. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. And thanks to Nate Kreckman, we got it all covered. Andy Lindahl's right here. We'll hear from him later. Sanford and Tyler are over watching things. Nate's helping us out with a little play-by-play.
And shocker, with the seventh dude snapping balls to Bo Nix today, the first play on our next team period is a false start.
Well, you can't be surprised by that.
No, you can't.
I mean,
it's like having me snap the ball.
You know, it's a weird one. Like, how confident are the Broncos going to be throwing out fifth-string centers on Friday night against the Green Bay Packers for Bo Nix?
Guys, Pat Surtain is so good. Yeah. Like, that was a really solidly thrown ball on play action on first and 15.
To Pat Bryant, who can catch it.
Like, really well thrown. It's not like it was behind him. It was a high-pointed ball, and Pat just, like, nonchalantly, little left hand over top, gets a hand in there, wipes it away.
Against a sure hand receiver.
Yes.
I can't actually say, like, the defense is winning the day. It has gone back and forth. And I think the reason why it's such a spirited practice is it has been going back and forth. These reps are going towards the defense right now.
Brandon Jones.
Okay, and that's Bo. Bo is
he's looking in the middle of the field, though. Both those, one was on that far hash. That was in between the hashes, both incomplete. Two good plays by the defensive backfield.
But it is interesting when you're having a below-average day in practice that all of a sudden you're getting into a fight. I mean, you kind of get it, right?
There's been two skirmishes now.
All right. Well, I like the spirit by Bo. I mean, if it ain't going right in one direction, you still want to lead your team. You want to, not take any crap, I guess.
This is where they're going to be successful this year. That was designed.
Dump. That's
you're looking down the field and then you bail out to the short guy.
That's a completed pass for minus 3 yards.
What I'm saying, though, is that the design was there to get him moving to his right immediately off the snap.
Right, and then he had nothing, and he just bailed out to R.J. Harvey right there. It'd be interesting if I don't know who's talking today, but it'd be a fun day to talk to Bo, that's for sure. Or
I don't
maybe
know
not.
if you're going to get Bo today.
Yeah, maybe not. I'd be curious to hear from Davis Webb today, about everything that's going on out there. All right, guys, I'll say.
Yeah, because it'll be fun though. Sean Payton too, though. He's gonna be.
Sean's gonna have a
salty.
lot to say.
You like this practice if you're Sean or not?
I like it if I'm Scott. To be real honest with you, I like it. Listen, practice were dead. I was dreading.
Wow.
I was dreading to come out here after we were out there. What was it? Last Thursday was our last one.
Or
they
last
left
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, they canceled
No,
Wednesday. Tuesday.
We haven't been here for a week.
And last Tuesday, and you even
it was brutal.
It was a brutal day. The weather
was
brutal.
tough. It sucked.
It was just a brutal day. They didn't really do anything.
This is the polar opposite.
This has been this right here. This right here is why you cover training camp.
I agree.
Last Tuesday is why you give it to the mother donkeys over there that no one listens to.
First team offense, by the way, 4 reps, 3 total yards, 3 incompletions. The last throw was a floated left sideline pass that largely had no chance of being completed.
Here we go deep. This is a revenge play right here. Oh, that's not.
Well, that's a bad decision.
Not good routes. Not good. Yeah, who is that?
32.
Who is 32?
Isn't that the younger brother of?
Oh my lord.
That's Dane Key. Yeah.
Dane Key.
Yeah, Dane Key.
He stopped his route about 2 yards too soon. Thought it was going to be underthrown. It wasn't underthrown.
Yeah, Dane Key did not read that well. He just stopped running. He just needed to keep going. It wasn't really necessarily a bad throw by Bo.
No, it was one-on-one. He's throwing it up to the receiver, make a play.
Yeah, he stopped running.
And Dane Key decided to stop running, maybe thinking it was under. He probably thought he was Stidham. He's used to Stidham throwing to him. Who's going right now?
He's going right now. I bet he lights it up here comparatively.
Dumps it. No,
well, he got 6 yards.
He did a stiddy.
He did a stiddy.
I mean,
he stiddied it up.
It's still been 6 reps from the offense against both the 1s and 2s, and
they're trying to go
8 total yards.
By the way, they're going no huddle. They're trying to go fast. Oh, we got a situation here. Oh, so that might have been a 2-minute by Bo that failed miserably.
This is 3rd and 4, almost picked.
Yeah, look, Raj, can you see the situation here on the scoreboard?
4th and 4, with under a minute to go. You are down 25-17.
Oh, so you need a touchdown and 2.
You need a touchdown and 2. I'm going to go confirm that, but that's what my
All right,
eyes say.
go double check on that. That would be good. Thank you. So what we saw out of Bo then there, Scott, and this is why we got a little thrown off because it was all incomplete passes. So they didn't move the ball in the 2-minute at all. That was just 4 straight incomplete passes by Bo Nix in the offense.
Yeah, 2 of them just great defensive plays.
So we didn't even realize they were doing a 2-minute drill. Because they didn't complete any passes, there's nothing that happened. And there's the defense is kicking ass.
Well, that's a rattled quarterback, and as again, he's going to play it safe.
Holy cow! That might have been 2 of the worst 2-minute offense drives ever.
Yeah, that is.
Holy cow! That was terrible.
That was a 2-minute drill, 4th quarter, down by 8. And there were 2 positive plays from the first and second team offenses.
Wow.
2 plays that may have been intercepted, and then on 4th and 4, Stidham takes a sack to end the game.
That was as bad as a 2-minute. We didn't even realize Bo was running the 2-minute offense. It was just like 4 incomplete passes.
4 pretty poor.
Or he had the dump down to R.J. Harvey that went out of bounds. But I mean, you lost. We were just like, you lost 3 yards. Boy, it did not even hit us that they were doing 2-minute there because they did not move the ball at all. But neither the first or second team did. And it was Stidham, not Ellinger, with the second team run the 2-minute offense too. Wow, that is a ass-kicking by the defense on the offense at the end of practice.
Yeah, that is
holy cow.
Certainly frustrating, and it does look as though we are done with practice. I don't think we're going to have
there's a pylon picker-upper guy.
That's the only reason, because we've had a practice where we came out.
When they ran, they came back and did it one more time. Yeah.
Oh, no. That's
they're picking up all the yard markers, too. Although they've left some on the ground just in case.
That was terrible, man. I'm sorry to laugh. It was great for the defense.
Oh, they got smoked.
If you love defense, you're happy with that. Bo did not.
Hey, you're gonna get what you wanted.
What?
Bo Nix and the coordinators at the podium today.
Okay.
You'll hear from Davis. You will hear from
Wow.
Bo, who was in the middle of a fight and whose
Damn.
offense was absolute trash in the 2-minute drill at the end of practice.
Okay.
Should that be the question?
Damn.
I know that's a little harsh, and maybe it's unprofessional, but would you have Bo gone up there and said, "Listen, you guys are trash on the 2-minute drills. What was the cause?"
Sure.
Is that too harsh, though?
It's a little harsh, but you could. Well, why did you guys struggle so heavily on the 2
Yeah,
minutes?
but they were trash. You just called it trash
I mean, it was
on the live air.
I can do that.
Yeah, so why?
Well, that's not how you handle an interview. I will ask a question, though.
Well, okay.
If I can get in there, I'll ask a question of why did you guys struggle so much on the 2-minute offense?
You guys were thrashed, so you say thrashed instead of trash. You guys were thrashed in the 2-minute drill.
Give some more some props to the defense, rather.
Yeah. The defense thrashed you guys in that 2-minute drill. What was going on?
I'll give you a backup if you want to go ask a question.
What do you
say,
want?
Well, who wins? You or Benito? Lay it out. How's that going to go? You and Benito? I don't know. Don't ask that.
How much weight is Bo giving up on Benito? 30 pounds?
A little bit. Not a ton.
Like the tail of the tape can't be that.
It's got to be close. I mean, those two dudes, they're roughly around the same size. I mean, Benito's got to have by a little bit.
Bo is 6'2", 217.
I'm going to say Benito's 235.
Benito's 6'3", 240. Yeah, he's giving up, 25
Enough
pounds.
to get his ass kicked.
25 and an inch
One's
is
a
enough.
defensive player that's used to hitting people, and one's an offensive player that has bodyguards around him all the time. That's all you got to know about who wins that fight right there.
All right, they just ran a couple of gassers. They're getting I'm probably an interesting conversation with Sean Payton and the entire team today. So we will not hear from Sean Payton. He'll be the coordinators of Bo Nix. Bo Nix did not have a great day today. So we would carry it anyway, but his temperament at his press conference should be, well, we'll see. Could be interesting. Could be nothing. He might downplay everything. Yeah, we're just competing.
Another guy laying down.
Oh, who do you see?
61.
Oh, man. Oh, God. 61's Lasita Smith.
Yeah.
He's the fifth string. They just signed him to play center. The guy they just played center is injured.
What is happening?
Oh, my God. You're right. He's struggling with trainers. That's the guy. That's our fifth-string center.
Yeah, and he's holding his right hamstring.
Oh, well, which makes kind of sense. The guy wasn't in an active camp right now, and he's out going full throttle.
Can Tyler snap a football?
Oh, my God. That is another center that's got at least dinged up. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's the most dangerous job in sports right now is Broncos center.
It's like up there with the drummer for Spinal Tap.
It is. He couldn't get out of the egg. He suffocated.
He spontaneously combusted.
Yeah.
It's just a little pile of goo.
We had the pyrometrics.
Oh, my God. All right, wild. Well, we can't wait to hear all that. We'll bring it to you
He's
live.
limping. He's limping, too.
He is limping into the facility. He's not with the rest of the team. Lasita Smith, who is just signed to play center. Throckmorton, Forsythe, Dieter, Wattenberg, Lasita Smith. Who can play center?
Tyler,
got
can
another
you snap a football?
Holy cow.
Can you put on 40 pounds the next month?
We got to take
He's got to be quick. He can do center at your weight.
We got to take a quick break.
Smith limping off now.
Oh, my gosh. I saw Throckmorton earlier. I didn't see Smith.
Just right now. He's going in
his right hamstring.
Literally right now, if you look at it right now. Crazy. All right, well, you guys are coming back. That was interesting.
We got a lot to report on today, boys. Stay tuned.
Are we better off to take a quick break?
Sure.
All right.
But stay tuned because there's some spicy stuff today.
Okay, let's take a quick break. A reminder, you can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/win or text WIN to 303-504-0925 and we'll text you the link. Then pick the 4 Nuggets home games you want to see this season to enter. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So again, text WIN 303-504-0925 and we'll send you the link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, visit nuggets.com/pick'em. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hit it.
The Broncos have wrapped up what is clearly the spiciest practice of training camp, no doubt about it. We're brought to you by Ramos Law. Injured in a car accident or in a pileup where Calvin Throckmorton's bleeding, contact them at ramoslaw.com. Tyler, Coacher, you're here. What'd you see?
Well, it was a feisty day out there, boys. I mean, let's start with a few things. First off, big fight. We'll get to it. We'll explain what happened. Nick Benito was involved. Nick was having a feisty day, just generally speaking, that kind of led up to it. Bo Nix's day, though, we talked about it early on, what we were seeing. Not his sharpest day. Matter of fact, I would call it the opposite of his sharpest day. Probably the least sharp day that I witnessed with my own eyes. And that started with routes on air, and then it continued into the team periods. But the feistiness, the fights. Coach, you want to start it out?
Boy, it started apparently early on in inside run drill. I don't know, Tyler, your eyes were over there. There was some scrapping happening over there.
There was a huddle over there, yeah.
Yeah, and so that appears to be where at least the beef between O-line and D-line, tight ends, really started. And I think Nick Benito was definitely a part of almost all of the things that happened, whether he was actually on the field or not.
Okay.
He was definitely out there. And Tyler's got a pretty interesting theory on that. I like this theory. This is,
I do.
Gamesmanship in the NFL. But
I mean, listen, Nick was on one today. So he was on one. What does that mean? Well, he was kicking butt. But he was also crossing lines.
Okay.
I mean, just think about if you're watching Hard Knocks, it's the same old deal, man. He destroyed Garrett Bowles on one pass rush in particular. Went speed to Bowl, went right down his chest, and it got to the point that Bowles got knocked so far that he ended up self-sacking Bo Nix, which Bo does go to the ground on. Okay,
like, definitely went to the ground.
But let's talk about that play there, because that's kind of the thing that started the energy, but it was going on before that. Nick was pushing the limits, okay? That play, should it have ever happened? Did Nick necessarily hit Bo Nix? No, he did not. But you can't go speed the ball like that in practice. You can't do it. You can't put your quarterback in jeopardy.
It's what we saw in Seattle, that thing in the Hard Knocks. You don't get close.
Yeah.
Don't put something that's getting close to the quarterback.
Well, specifically the bull rush, right? Because it pushes the tackle back.
You got to be able to pull off. If you're going to bull rush, you got to be able to pull off. And he was all in on it. And look, he crushed Garrett Bowles. Garrett's got to do better, but Nick Benito also can't do that.
So the interesting part about that particular rep is not only was there the speed and power, it started out with a chip by Evan Ingram. So you think about it this way. There was an actual chip on Nick Benito.
Okay.
All right. Then Garrett Bowles. So there's one crack at Nick Benito. And then Garrett Bowles gets the second crack at Nick Benito. And he ends up, probably because of the chip, he had more space to go speed to power. So now, there's space between him and Garrett Bowles. And he frankly gets right underneath his chin, drives him back. But here's where
So Bo gets ticked off, right? Because he gets tackled to the ground. I don't know who it was on the other side of on that play, but another defensive lineman was equally in Bo Nix's face.
It was Malcolm Roach.
Was it Malcolm Roach?
Roach was all in.
And here's what we were seeing the rest of practice. If the defense did something good, they were going crazy.
Chaos.
If the offense did something good, they were going crazy. It felt like it was amped up.
Well, you know where I think it all started was way before that. And was it Hakeem Butler that got blown up? I think it was Hakeem Butler that got blown up by a defensive back.
It was 42, I thought, was the guy that hit Hakeem Butler. But it was your guy, DMac. It was Torrey York.
And Justin Jolie.
It was one of those.
That's it.
Was it a clean hit in the game? Hell yeah, it was a clean hit in the game.
But it never happens. It never happens in training camp.
But it's not a game. And you can't do it.
It was kind of a
defense
blindside.
went nuts.
They went nuts.
They're hooting and hollering.
Oh, they went
and
crazy.
I'm like, hey, shut up. You're not supposed to hit your guy like that, you know? So that's where it started. Then Bo gets hit. Bo gets ticked off. Now Nick Benito is in there for one more play, but he gets kicked out after a play after that.
Coach
okay?
him out. Okay.
So now Bo throws an interception. There's a pile that's going on. He ends up yanking Nick Benito's ankle, pulling him out of the pile. And so now we've got Max Crosby versus Kirk Cousins going on here in Denver between Bo Nix and Nick Benito.
We got some great play-by-play by Nate Kreckman. It's an interception by Singleton. The defense goes crazy initially. R.J. Harvey punches the ball out. The offensive takes over. Offense goes crazy.
And then there's a pile.
Then there's a pile, what you're talking about, where Throckmorton, our fifth-string center, I think, is bleeding
and leaves practice.
And Bo is now yanking Nick Benito's ankle and being separated with Garrett Bowles. Bo versus Benito? Damn, son, that is awesome. I mean, that is a lot of stuff going on. Are we getting that right? Is that basically what happened?
Yeah, this is 3 years I've been around training camp and the NFL. The amount of professionalism literally every single day by every player and coach on the field. You never see anything even get close to what we witnessed today. But you know what that just screams to me? It's just time to hit somebody else.
Then we see 2-minute drills. We didn't even realize it was a 2-minute drill because it was so bad.
There was no first down.
Right. There was nothing.
No first down.
There were 8 total yards.
There was nothing to indicate
on
it was.
On a check down on 3rd and 15.
Yes, and then Stidham gets in there. That goes nowhere. So what do you guys think?
Not Bo's best practice, but you know what Bo did do today? Is he reasserted himself as the guy that you want as your quarterback because he was out there chirping. He was
on
out
a bad
there
day, have some fire.
Oh, he had a lot of fire. I mean, he had a lot of fire. Now, the other thing that I watched him do that we haven't covered is after all of the melees ensued, Bo went over and immediately talked to DJ Jones, kind of squashed it.
Okay.
Then about a period, I was watching. Nick Benito was still kind of steaming over there. He was being held back by Coach Michael Wilhoit, the outside backers coach.
Okay.
He was still a little bit steamed up. But then, Bo goes over like the leader that you want to see. And he then talks to Malcolm Roach, and eventually, before the 2-minute drill, ends up squashing it with Nick Benito.
Well, let me, and we never even got to my theory.
All right, let's go.
Nick Benito was crossing lines left and right. Okay, and when I say crossing lines, I mean he is crossing practice boundaries. He was kicking butt. Okay, cool, good for you. That's cool. And there's also lines that you're not allowed to cross in practice. I don't think Nick Benito wanted to be out there today.
That's awesome.
If this was a joint practice, he was getting kicked out.
Yeah.
Like throw me out.
I mean, look, is it
awesome.
that literal? But yeah, I mean, I think it was one of those things. Like I'm feisty. I don't want to be out here today. I'm going to kick this dude's butt, and then they're going to kick me out of practice. That's what it looked like to me.
That is fantastic.
You knew he was really, really good today.
Who?
The best defensive player on this roster,
Pat Surtain,
was absolutely phenomenal. And it was interesting because we see Pat so often, say in week 1, 2 of training camp in man coverage, because of the situations today. Yep, I said it.
There you go.
There's a lot of zone, and when he can see the ball released out of the quarterback's hands and break on it, you could see his numbers dramatically increase. I say the same thing about Riley Moss, because of how much man coverage you play. You're so busy just covering the receiver, you don't have a chance to really drive on balls. He had PBUs, he had interceptions. He's so long. And then, oh, by the way, you got the best and most thorough pass rush in football. And that was on display today.
The coordinators are talking right now. Dan, when Bo Nix steps up, let's go there live. We'll get to the coordinators as time goes along.
Let me just reiterate what he said, because that's exactly what I thought. You're talking about Boga. He reestablished himself. Okay, I'm going to get feisty.
Yep.
I'm going to fight for my guys, which I guarantee everybody in the offensive side of the locker room saw that
They
too.
did see it.
They know that. And then yet still went to one of the leaders of the defensive guy, Benito, made him in and say, hey, come on, man. And boys, that established himself as a leader on the whole team. I said, DMac asked when you guys were over there, what do you think Sean thinks of his practice? I said, they probably hate it. But Scott loved it. Scott loved the energy, because we were all out here last Tuesday, and that was like the baton death match practice. that was the most miserable I think I've ever been.
Paint peeling,
it
grass
was hot.
growing.
The practice was horrible. 105
degrees.
Awful. It was miserable. This brought a juice to this team that sometimes you need. And I agree with you. Hey, listen.
Scotty, you're spot on, and I would say that was the most significant practice of the 3 years that I've been here. Last year there was one that we witnessed, and it was Dre Greenlaw, J.K. Dobbins, Wednesday of week 2, full pads, and you saw that there was a different level of energy. There was a different level of physicality to this football team, and frankly, it played out that way. Raj and I cited it over the course of the year, but we've never seen a moment really like a decisive moment that our eyes have caught, where Bo Nix becomes the undisputed leader of this football team, even in a bad day that he practiced.
Right, because I don't think we've seen that out of Bo in previous training camps, of him like being the vocal and physical guy when altercations like that happen. We didn't really see it last year. We saw some of those defensive players stepping up. It just hasn't been Bo. It's funny. I was listening to our friends Ben DiNucci and Ryan Harris at CBS Sports talking to Coach Sean Payton a couple of minutes ago. Scotty was like, I don't know if Sean's going to like this practice, but I like it. From what I eavesdropped,
he loved it.
Sean kind of liked the practice. He goes, there's going to be things I see on film that I'm going to be mad about. But he goes, there was some juice out there. There was some energy.
Yep.
Significant.
And listen, I'm telling you, it re-solidified. Listen, there could be some fights that break up the locker room, offensive to defense, and it can get kind of ugly. But I don't think this is one of those days. I think, if anything, they're in this together. And again, I'll tell you one quick story. We had a massive blowout one year when I was practicing with Detroit, I mean, it was like multiple fights. They've got the windows painted up so the media can't get in there. I'm talking haymakers thrown. It was going at it. By the end of practice, still some trash talk, but it was like a love trash talk.
Right.
Man, we played the next day and beat the snot out of somebody because that juice carries over.
Yeah, none of this is bad.
No.
The only thing that was bad to me was how sloppy the offense was.
That's it.
I'm not concerned about the energy. I'm not concerned about the fights. I agree with you. They're going to go inside, and you know what's going to happen tonight? They're going to put it up on the team film, and the whole room's going to laugh and have fun. So it should be a bonding moment, like you're saying. My concern was, why was the quarterback so sloppy today?
Well, boy, you were calling
maybe
it
because
early.
the defense was sharp as hell.
We saw Bo sloppy when there was no defense.
When it was on air. Yeah, it was routes on air.
We were kind of amping up to this thing all day.
Okay, so the defense was absolutely whooping the offense in one-on-ones. You did mention an inside run. There were a couple good runs for Jonah Coleman. It was a good back and forth and inside run. It wasn't completely dominated by the defense, but if you were just watching it.
But Roach was pretty good at
yes,
9-on-7.
Roach was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, their whole front seven, too deep, is really good right now. Am I right, Tyler? Like, that's
totally
a really
agree.
established,
Yeah.
good. Q Robinson was involved in one of the fracases that happened over here as well.
That was the first one.
Yes, happened in 9-on-7. And he's been an absolute animal out here, and he's a depth piece right now, this team. But here's what I'd say. The offense did get their moment during it. It was like almost towards the tail end. There was a tight red zone period, and it actually was a tip ball on a really errant throw from Bo Nix that Troy Franklin kind of caught. It was almost like a Houdini trick, when in reality Bo's going to get he's going to get ripped on because that was a bad decision.
But on that play, the offense goes nuclear.
Yeah, I mean Troy Franklin drop kicked the ball. And then all of a sudden, and what I kept seeing is there's guys that were holding Gatorade water bottles in every big play for the offense, throwing it up. Every big play for the defense, Zach Allen spraying everybody with water. And it just went back and forth. But then the ending was all defense.
But the Knicks play after the Franklin, they threw a tight touchdown in the back of the end zone also.
Yeah.
Same thing. Every white jersey ran to the end zone. And like really
Who was that one, too?
The
Was
one
that Kroll?
significant play.
I don't know.
I can't remember who caught that one. It was not one of the. It wasn't Franklin.
Might have been Patrick.
I think Patrick Bryant's. Every time I look out there, that dude's making.
Although Sertan got him on one play. I mean, that ball came right to him, and Stan just went, sorry, no, you don't. You don't get that. Sorry.
It is interesting, Tyler, how one thing starts there, then we're going to take it down there, then we're going to take it over there.
Yep.
Like it was boiling up all day.
Hey, big picture though, I'm with Scott. I like it. I love the energy. I like a big fight here and there. It gets the whole team going. I like that you got the defense spraying water. The offense is throwing water bottles up in there. This is competition, man.
Yep.
That's what football's supposed to be.
And you played at what was arguably one of the most competitive environments at practice, maybe at the time in the history of modern NFL, and that was Seattle, right? When Pete Carroll's the head coach there, everything's about competing.
Competition Wednesday.
Everything. That's what you guys did.
Turnover Thursday.
You did it every day. You did it. Any day outside of a walkthrough, there's some level of competition, and that's what we saw today.
Do you need tomorrow to see Bo Nix have a significantly just better day as a quarterback?
I think for him, I bet he wants it.
Leadership-wise, okay, it seems like that's what we're talking about here. Like, bad day for Bo, maybe playing football, but good day as a leader. Okay, fine. Do you need to follow that up with, like, All right, how about being a little bit better on the football field?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Bo would like to have a day overall where he's just a little sharper. What I do like is that Bo himself got hit, like an actual hit.
You like that?
Yeah, because guess what happened? He popped right back up.
Okay.
And guess what else happened? His O-lineman did everything to have his back. I mean, Mike McGlinchey was about ready to lose his mind. In fact, another little cool quirk of this practice today, on the first play of the 2-minute drill, after all of these melees that had happened, and Mike McGlinchey he'd been a part of them, he jumps offside. False start. First play. Possession and 10 to begin the 2-minute drive. What happens? Kicked out of the drill by Davis Webb. They bring in, I believe it's Palczewski. Bring in Alex Palczewski to play right tackle. All right, gets the reps. They go 4 and out essentially. End of game 2-minute. Guess who goes out with the number 2 offensive line at right tackle?
McGlinchey.
Mike McGlinchey.
Dang.
This practice had a lot going on, man.
It did. It was fun.
It was pretty dang cool. So I loved every bit of it.
What is the long-term impact of after having a practice like this? What good does this do?
It's great. I mean, long term, you'll see what the bounce back's going to be. But I think anytime you got energy in a building, that's a sign of a good, healthy building. If anything, we've had too many days without this kind of energy.
Okay.
So here's what
We're overdue for a day like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
My take from talking to a couple of the Broncos staffers, and going into today, I felt like there was a bit of a general sentiment, like the players are feeling like this is becoming a little bit of Groundhog's Day. Okay. Now you have 2 different ways to respond.
Maybe a little too comfy?
No, Groundhog's Day. It's been a
you're
grind.
tired, you're
Same
grinding,
thing every day. Your
yeah.
body's beat to crap. Your mind is not sharp. All that type of stuff. I got some comments that would lead me to believe like these dudes are about done with like the same thing over
There hasn't
and
been
over.
a joint practice this year.
Correct. No joint practice. There's no really change of scenery. And so as a team, you have 2 different ways you can respond to that. It can turn into baton death march, sheer drudgery. Everybody's completely going through the motions. Or in everybody's overall shared anger, bitterness, and frustration with Groundhog's Day, they end up turning it into a day like that. So that's a big win for a football team that wants to go accomplish that.
Sure. All right, I just can't believe 2 more centers got hurt.
That's a problem.
Oh, my God.
I think one's just got either a bloody nose or stitches.
Well, Lasicious made it to the end of practice, so he didn't miss anything, technically speaking.
He did, but he limped off with
he limped off after
gassers. He got hurt.
Is that when he got hurt?
He limped off after gasser. Yep.
He literally pulled his ham bone after.
No, that's actually impossible. Offensive linemen don't have hamstrings.
I think he pulled his.
All right, we'll hear from Bo Nix and some of the coordinators as we roll on live from Broncos Park. It's 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, when you're dealing with low T, oh my gosh, you're just not the same that you used to be for whatever reason. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you going in the right direction. All right, a lot of guys suffer from low T, and some signs of it are you're just not the same in your workouts or in the bedroom or, whatever you're doing. You just don't feel like yourself. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, all the good stuff at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom, all this stuff with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that have 5 locations up and down I-25. So they're very easy to find, and they're going to hook you up and make you feel so much better. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or reach out, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
After the most spirited practice of training camp, Davis Webb is talking right now. Let's go to the offensive coordinator of the Broncos.
Second group really finished that first half well, but there was still some few points that were left out. Kicking a field goal at the end. Willie Lutz had to bail us out once, and the other time we made him kick like a 50-something yard field goal. So we can hopefully get a little closer and get more points and allow our pass rushers to go in a real game. So we're trying to clean up some of those details. But man, I love the way we came out. 6 plays, go get a touchdown, and you felt the energy on the sideline kind of go throughout the team. I mean, that's what we want to do, and that was a good start. Now we got to go back to back.
John said he was pleased with Jonah Coleman to the point where 3 plays was enough from what he's seen. But I guess where are you on Jonah's progress?
I think after that one run, we all said on the headset, we're good. He did what we needed to do. And he's been great the last 3 weeks, just like Sean said. He's been consistent, and we've been throwing a lot of installs at him, and he's been great. He's been handling that. And, we're satisfied with that entire room. I thought they all ran really good the other day because the O-line did a good job.
How beneficial has it been for you in your first year as OC to compete against BJ every day?
Oh, man, I'm very, very thankful and blessed to have that because, I might have a call that I think has a chance to work. It doesn't, but I know Vance is going to give us the toughest look, whether that be scheme or player-wise. We got a lot of good players on defense, and that whole staff has done a great job since year one, growing to where they are now. And the consistency the last 3 years being a great defense has been awesome.
Sean has talked in the past about how it can be difficult to incorporate enough work for, say, 3 running backs. Is that something kind of you've thought about potentially how to maybe balance it because Jones coming on?
Yeah, I think it's all going to work itself out. But, yes, I've had a lot of those thoughts, especially watching Jonah play the way he has the last few weeks. And we all know what JK is, and RJ had 12 touchdowns as a rookie. So, I think there's worse issues out there. We'll try to figure it out, and I know Sean will be a great voice to lean on when those conversations come up in game plan meetings.
Davis, what do you want to see from Bo on Friday night?
Yeah, it's a clean operation. He hasn't played in a while, obviously. Just kind of get all the feels back, whether that be pregame warm-ups to running out with the team, getting your first completion, getting hit for the first time, getting the first down, and hopefully a touchdown. Just feel those emotions, deep breathe it out, and then go watch the rest of the guys play.
You have spirited practice a lot, but when it boils over like that, especially when Bo hits the ground, what do you tell your guys, and what was your vantage point of sort of what happened?
Yeah, it's going to happen. We just can't cross the line. I think Sean said that, and I agree. I'm glad that we're fiery. I love the competition out here. It's been unbelievable to watch both sides of the ball win some plays and win some periods. But, yeah, we can't cross the line, and that's offense and defense. That's not just one person, one position group. We all had a part in that. So we're going to handle that in this meeting and make sure we understand we're the Denver Broncos, not offense versus defense.
It looked like there was a couple times where maybe like a false start penalty cost a guy the rest of the game. What goes into just sort of deciding how you want to?
It's not our standard. There's been really good offensive production here in the history of this organization, and we went through that in OTAs, and if we're not up to that standard, you will be taken out. I don't care if you're a starter or a backup.
We'll talk to Bo in a minute, but how much has he been kind of championed at the bit to finally get out there?
Yeah, he's excited. I think you could feel that last week when he couldn't play, just was down. But I know he's excited, but hopefully there's a lot more games in his career, so he'll be just fine.
Davis, do you need to see Bo and Waddle together in games, or can you get it replicated enough here before Kansas City in practice?
It's a good question. I think the one thing that sticks out is the summer workout they had in Austin as well. There's been a ton of communication. We meet as a skill group every day, so we're kind of all on the same page as opposed to just doing individual position meetings. I like having the whole skill together, running backs, tight ends, wideouts. So we're on the same page communication-wise, timing-wise. That guy's going to be open. We'll throw it to him.
All right, it took like 6 questions to just ask about what was going on out there today, but they finally got to it. And the response was,
black sheep.
This is not our standard. We're not really thrilled with it. Well, that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
And it's the Broncos, not offense against defense. Pretty standard stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, I was having a hard time hearing that. It was so light in my headphones, boys, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's one of those days that you get in there and you unify over this. And, hey, boys, we are one team. I like the energy today, but we got to be careful. I did find it interesting. I think it was the first day that I've noticed that Sean had like a relatively lengthy post-practice conversation with the team. So I would assume it was about all these things we're talking about.
Bo Nix will be at the podium relatively soon. Here's what – let's go to Bo right now.
Put the pads on and, go out there and play a game. And then, for me, all the games feel the same, and so it'll be good to get some work in.
Because your snaps probably aren't, obviously a full game, what kind of goals do you have going into a game in which you're going to have a limited amount of time on the field?
You try to treat it as a real one and treat like you're going to go play the whole entire game, and then play with maximum intensity until they pull you.
But what was Friday like for you listening to Davis, and kind of what do you try to take from that, and what were your impressions of his first time out?
I really enjoyed it. I thought, the tempo, the pace of play was great. I thought he did a good job, and our offense as a whole did a really good job. Going down and scoring first drive was really cool, and it was just good to have my seat in the house. It was good to be over there, sort of get a couple different vantage points, and watch the game as it played out, and go through my reads on the sideline from a different point of view, and just thought it was a good turnout by us. A good job being physical, running the ball, throwing the ball. We were very balanced. I thought he did a good job calling it, but we did a good job executing it as well.
The run game's been a big emphasis this offseason to get going for you guys. Kind of being there on the sideline, seeing it going with RJ a little bit, and then Jonah. What were your thoughts just collecting all that?
I thought we did a good job. I thought we were very much balanced in run pass, very much in tendencies, and those guys did a good job of running the football. So we got really good backs, and we're going to be excited to use those guys. In the back, coming out of the backfield, running the football. So we're excited about them and their skill set, and then just grow on what we've been building over the training camp and this offseason.
With Jalen Waddle back now on the field for a couple of more practices, what's it been like being able to work with him and throw the ball to him?
It's been great. He's an elite player, and he makes our room better. And with him out there on the field, just again adds a different level of explosiveness, and just allows other guys to be better. And Court can be better. Jalen's obviously going to make plays. Pat and Troy, those guys are going to be there, and then the rest of the guys are going to fall in line.
When Davis is in your helmet, how does that go? Is it? He had said he was joking that some plays are kind of green eggs and ham, and some are Harry Potter. Are you listening to him, and your eyes are shifting? And is that different than how Sean was into your helmet all the way up to 15 seconds? I guess how does that work when you're hearing it?
I think it's obviously different. They're two different play callers, and they're two different people. They're going to have different mannerisms. I think, Sean did a really good job my first couple of years, just not distracting me with different things and not being extra, and just giving me the play. He would give me a few reminders if I needed them, but really it was just the play, and he kept me in it, and it was very beneficial for me as a young kid getting into the league. Now I think with Davis, he understands where I'm at on my level, and he can also push me, give me a little bit more, and also be a little extra at times. And he's always going to be the guy that sends me a joke in every once in a while, and sort of keeps it lighthearted, and just as serious as this game is, it can also be fun at the same time.
All right, I don't know what to say. I mean, we just watched Bo Nix have a below-average practice where he got knocked down for the first time. He got mixed up in a fight with Nick Bonito. They're yelling and screaming at each other. Apparently, what I'm hearing is he was screaming at Malcolm Roach too, and none of our media asked him one question about any of those things.
Hey, this is on me. This is on me. I stayed because Coach Sanford had to go be a football coach, and I figured I'd hang out with you guys. This is on me. I had too much faith in the throng. I should have gone over there. This is my fault.
I don't even know what to say. How do you not just ask what happened with you and Benito? What was the temperature of practice? Did you feel like you needed to have some fire? How did you play? I mean, I don't know. Help me out, guys. 10,000 sort of questions asked just about today.
You start out simple. As a coach, practice sure got feisty, especially in the end. What was going on?
Easy as that.
Yeah, that easy.
Yeah, I mean.
And then I saw Bo go over to Benito after it was all over. Is that showing leadership, or was that necessary? I don't know, whatever. You can figure it out.
Whatever. Did the feistiness of practice have a result with you not having your best day?
The question the three of us came up with a while ago, Tyler, like this. Hey, your offense looked like trash against the defense. What was going on?
It was the sloppiest day I've seen from the offense yet. I've seen days where they've been ineffective, but I've not seen as many balls on the ground. I haven't seen as many missed targets. I haven't seen the penalties. The Mike McGlinchey had another false start out there. It was sloppy.
I just cannot.
And yet, I like the practice. Because sometimes intensity can make up for a sloppy practice, and that can actually make for a good day, even though it was sloppy.
All right, well, we'll go over what was by far the most interesting day at training camp. It wasn't even close.
It's been the most fun day at camp in the last 3 years.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Find me another day that we were out here.
I can't even remember yesterday, but, I'll take your word that it's the best in 3 years. It's been the best at camp so far.
Yes.
For sure, no doubt about it. As we roll on for Broncos Park, brought to you by Ramos Law. You can find them at ramoslaw.com. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there in need of a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been buying cars there for a long time. I know them. I love them. I trust them. The only dealership I ever go to. Guys, they're going to respect your time, get you in, get you out, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams, and it's really as simple as that. One-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Hi, DMac with Scott Hastings, Tyler Polumbus, Alex Ryanemi, and we saw what today, Tyler?
We saw a feisty day of practice that I like. I like it. Days like this are needed, especially when you get into the dog days, and it's a grind and energy's low. All of a sudden you get some energy flowing when you get some testosterone out there, and, you get some fights brewing. You saw Bo Nix get upset after getting bull rushed. Nick Benito bull rushed Garrett Bowles straight into Bo Nix. Bo does get knocked down a play or two later. There's a little bit of another scuffle. Bo throws an interception. He ends up pulling Nick Benito out by his ankle, pulls him out of the pile, and then there was an all-out melee out there. So it was a fun day to be out here watching.
Scott, what'd you see?
The best practice of the year as far as if you were viewing it entertaining-wise, and I think will have a really positive side effect on the team in the long run. You got to have a practice like this. And again, I'm going to go back to this semi-selfish reasons, but I don't even know if it's selfish. Last Tuesday, last time we were here, was maybe the worst practice I've been at.
We were struggling in here, too.
Since my first training camp in 95. I've been
We
going
were
to
all
training camp
dragging.
since 95.
Yeah.
This is the worst. Last Tuesday might have been the worst day I've ever been out at a training camp. Today, I would say be in the top 4 or 5.
How about that?
Well, I was listening to Bo. They were asking him the questions of, you're out here, it's day 14 of training camp. Bo goes like, dude, it feels like it's day 40. So it feels as though this has started to boil. And we were trying to talk about it the past couple of weeks, like, how do you manufacture competitiveness without, taking guys to the ground, or without having joint practices? Well, that's how you do it. You do it this way. And it has to be led by, the number one guy in the organization.
So all that being said, love the energy, love the fights. I think it's good for the team. I think they'll laugh, they'll bond over it. And yet it was a very sloppy day of football for the Denver Broncos offense. A very sloppy day at work for Bo Nix, the quarterback, the leader of this team. It started early. It started in routes on air, and we're watching all the quarterbacks, and Bo's just got some weird throws going on, man. I mean, weird place throws that he clearly was just not on. I mentioned it then, and then, Mike and I walk over and we watch the team periods, and it looked like it continued throughout the day to me.
It's funny to use a basketball thing. We'd say this about shooters all the time. If it ain't falling, you got to figure out how to get yourself in the game another way, right, Scott?
Right. You got to find, and sometimes it's an emotional thing. Can you get yourself in an emotional?
How do you do that as a quarterback?
Well,
I mean, okay, there's ways to do that early in a game. We can call up some bubble screens. We can call up some easy completions, one reads, things that we do not ask you to go through progressions. How do you do that late in the game?
Run, maybe. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, that's it. That ain't what we need. Like if we need you, how do we get you back in the rhythm? I don't have the answer. I'm genuinely asking a question that I don't have the answer to.
And I think that maybe the age-old question for a lot of head coaches. How do I get my guy going when it's a 2-point game as poorly as he's played, and we're in a game and it's in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
How do we get you where we need you? And sometimes, that's why them coaches get paid $18 million a year, right?
You're friends with Kirk Cousins, and when he got in the fight with Max Crosby, just from the stories you've told us about Kirk, I said, I'm not surprised that Kirk would mix up with Max Crosby based on the things that you would say. These are positive qualities, right?
Sure. I don't mind the quarterback getting a little scuffle out there. The only thing that I don't like about quarterbacks when they get in a scuffle is because I got hit. Okay, we all know that you're not supposed to get a hit. We all know that Nick Benito wasn't supposed to do that to Garrett Bowles.
Uh-huh.
All right, you got touched for once. Cool.
So some fake tough guy things here.
Yeah,
right.
that's what we're getting in a fight over.
Your bigger problem was Torrey York blowing up Joe Lee when you shouldn't be.
Oh, was that who it was? I didn't even know who the defensive back was.
That's who it was.
Yeah, was that a good clean hit? Sure. Heck yeah. No problem. No problem with the hit. You don't do it in practice, but no problem with the hit itself.
Well, same thing that you were talking about with the bull rush from Benito and Roach on the opposite side.
Right. Right.
All right, so we're walking a fine line here because we're all saying how great this practice was, how entertaining it was. More positives than negatives.
We've been begging for it.
Hey, I could throw a wild card out there.
Sure.
Sean Payton told them before practice, boys, we're thumping a little harder today.
Mm.
Do I believe that? Probably not, because most coaches would get terrified of an injury if they said something like that. But maybe.
He was kind of setting it up yesterday, though, a little bit. He was. He was like, today was what we're doing. Tomorrow and Wednesday are going to be, more the whole thing. Hey, man, the way camp was going, I had some thoughts of, like, are they just going to cancel camp? Like, are you just going to be done with it because you don't want, we're kind of over it. We don't want guys to get hurt. Well, that wasn't the case at all, was it? And that tells me that tomorrow is going to be probably, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the temperature and tone is going to be tomorrow.
They will want.
But I'm going to say it's going to be kind of similar to today.
They want an energetic but clean practice tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want 2 days of this because 2 days of this actually leads to anarchy.
Yeah, or animosity. Yeah, a lot of A words.
Have you been in a camp that's devolved like that?
Yeah.
How do you lose control over it? Or how does the team lose control over it?
Why does it happen? Obviously, at some point, a coach allows it to happen, right? So,
which used to be old school.
Yeah. Nowadays, unless you're up there in Boulder, you don't see that.
Well, you see it. You can't talk about it. You can't write about it. You can't report on it.
Yeah, I just bet that's the only place that it's going on.
State-censored media.
I don't know, Raj. I guess that's a good question. I think it's up to the guys. It's got to be self-managed more than anything else. Like, where it happens when there's not true chemistry in the locker room. Like when there's true animosity, it boils over from one day to the next. When we've got a brotherhood and we do love each other and we do sit down and we break bread at dinner the night after we just got in a fight, then it usually doesn't carry over. But when you've got bad chemistry in the locker room, that's usually when chaos happens.
When Aqib Talib calls out an offensive
Russell
lineman
Okung.
trying to
that
talk.
was classic.
Right? Yep.
How was it for you?
That was after a game.
How was it for you when you were breaking into the league and you were playing with one of the most physical teams in NBA history going through training camps with the Pistons? Like, I'm sure you guys had altercations like that.
Oh, dude, we
all the time.
We fought all the time. But it was that team was different on the other teams I was on, in the sense it was almost expected.
Like if you weren't part of it, you were the odd duck.
Yeah, the big line back then was, "Won't be no shizzle if you don't bring no shizzle."
Any concerns at all today about Bo just being off from the jump?
Yeah.
Like, what was that all about?
I mean, I don't know how to answer the question, but is there any concern about it? Yeah, of course. But I've also been a little bit more realistic about what I've been seeing from Bo than maybe others.
Go ahead and look at him.
Maybe others. Maybe others.
You've been more optimistic or pessimistic?
I've been realistic.
I haven't been realistic.
I wasn't looking at. I mean, I'm not really looking at you. I was just scanning past the one that I was trying to talk about, so that he didn't feel like I was talking about him. So I'm going to look at Raj, and then I'm going to look at Scott, but I'm not going to look at the one person that I'm talking about.
Well, glad that person can't pick up on signals.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah. I don't remember what I was saying, but that's it.
Well, listen. Bo had a average to below training camp last year, and they won 14 games.
And this year's been better than last year.
This year's been better than last year, so that's why I'm not concerned. He had a couple good throws.
I'll tell you this: it's good that he's going to play on Friday. I don't want to see anybody get hurt, but you got to play a little bit of football.
I don't know if you don't have a center. I'm not even kidding. Like you might have to make a decision that you don't want to make and sit down Bo Nix if you don't have a center that's capable of snapping him the ball.
So here's what happened today. Great point. Throckmorton was playing in team. Okay, fine. Weinberg was here for a good chunk of time, though, Tyler. But anytime it got to contact or whatever, he was out.
Yeah, he's been doing the same thing. This is why we don't get too excited. We see guys at bats.
So Forsythe out.
I didn't even see him out here. Did you guys see him out here
Did
today?
not participate.
I didn't see him on the field anywhere.
Yeah.
There were other players who were out here, like Michael Bandy was out here in a ball cap, but I didn't see Forsythe on the field.
Then you got Michael Dieter, who's out for the year with the quad. That's done.
Yeah.
You bring in Lasita Smith. You say he pulled a hammy doing wind sprints?
Yep.
Okay. and then Throckmorton was at the bottom of the pile, and he was cut at least to the degree he had to leave the field. Now,
what do you mean he was cut?
He was bleeding. The reports are he was bleeding.
Oh.
That was part of the scrum that happened with Nix and Benito. He was on the ground.
That's
he got
actually
cut with his helmet
okay.
off.
That's then good. I'm glad that's all it was.
Yeah, that might be fine.
If you just had a bad gash that needed some stitches or something,
that's what it was.
That's actually
bloody
best.
Nose even.
That's best case scenario.
Yeah. We'd rather have that than a hamstring for sure.
Yeah.
Again, it goes in line with a lot of what we've seen out of the Broncos training camps. That there's been injuries, there have been guys that have missed practices or have had multiple vet days, but you haven't had for players that have been either ones or twos. Players go out with like crazy injuries outside of it was the inside linebacker who got hurt.
Inside linebacker Henningsen got hurt, defensive lineman. LaVell Bailey broke his leg.
So
right.
That's the only one that you can go, that's a player that's actually important in terms of snaps both on special teams and as a depth player in the inside linebacking core. Like, you haven't had these injuries. Again, I mentioned the Chargers lost their starting center, who they signed to a big-time 3-year deal today. You haven't had an injury like that, so I suppose keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, you still have Gavin Ortega, who we know nothing really about. You got Quinn. Well, they could. I mean, it feels crazy that you would stick Quinn Miners at center on Friday night, I guess. But, I mean, I guess that would be a better option, I suppose.
Well, I don't know what options you got left. If Bo's on the field, you're going to want your best 5. And Quinn is certainly in that mix.
Right.
I think that's probably the logical thing to do is you bump Quinn over there, teach him how to snap in the next day or two.
How does that weaken your guard position?
Oh my God.
Then you throw Palcho in there.
Yeah, but you're better in that scenario than Lasita Smith or something.
But at least you've got 5 capable offensive linemen on the field. You might have some bad snaps, but at least you got dudes that can play ball.
We talked a lot about
that's
quarterback
crazy.
value, and we've been talking a lot about Stidham and Ellinger and stuff. Would you kick the tires on moving Stidham for a backup center at this point?
Holy cow.
Is it that bad?
That feels ridiculous.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah, well, Throckmorton, I mean, Wattenberg is here, man. I mean, like, he is padded up. He's going through most things. I mean, he can't be that far away, can he?
I don't think he's that far away, but I think if you're planning for contingency during the regular season, if he's gone for a stretch of games, who's stepping in?
Well,
is the person
I don't
here
know.
in camp, or is he on
Maybe
another
not.
team right now?
Well,
and that does happen.
I mean, the odds of all these guys being significantly banged up to the degree that we're worried about them missing day one is pretty low. Between Forsythe and Wattenberg, one of those two is probably going to be okay.
You would think so. By the way,
Wattenberg is getting closer by the day. Although he's not doing team stuff, he is doing more and more. So he's in the ramp-up phase of whatever he's in.
But you may be looking at a late addition to the team.
I don't think so, because you got to think about it. You got to think about the guys that you're going to carry. Well, you got your starting 5. Okay, you already know you're carrying them. You know you're going to carry Palczewski. That's number 6. You know you're going to carry Cage Casey. That's 7.
Can Cage Casey snap?
Well, not yet. Not yet. No.
Okay.
But yes, eventually, I'm sure you'd be able to. You got Matt Pert, that's 8.
Right.
And then, why am I drawing a blank on the 9th? There's a 9th that's guaranteed.
Did you say Crum?
I did not say Crum.
Okay.
Yeah, Crum. Okay. So you've already got 9 guys that are guaranteed to be on this team. So you really get to go out and Forsythe. I didn't even mention Forsythe. That's 10.
Yeah.
So you would have to get down to 9. Matt Pert would probably be the guy that gets cut out of that group.
Okay. What a weird conversation, man. Like, centers.
How about have 2
quarterbacks
and go 10 or 11 on the offensive line?
That makes a lot of sense to me.
And if you cut Stidham, you'd have some money if you wanted to go shopping.
There'll be somebody pop open that could probably be as
good as I know
Matt
we all
Pert.
love Sam, and I like Sam too. He's looked really, really good. I don't think you're running any risks with Sam. You can cut him and put him on the practice squad.
Think so, huh?
Guys, what's the market out there for a 28-year-old that's third-string quarterback?
Yep.
Hey, do you really think that he's that coveted?
I don't know. You could probably start for the Falcons, in all honesty.
Probably not.
That's some bad teams. Anyways, that's the latest and greatest from out here. We'll take a quick break. We'll have Dan Bud Squinsander. Let's football go to get to everything going on with the Broncos. We'll hear from VJ about the spirited practice. That's coming up as we're live from Broncos Park, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Boys, we have officially seen everything now. We have seen everything.
Red carpet.
Well, just a reminder.
Red carpet, yeah. Boy, oh boy. Peasant. Oh, my God. We know where we sit. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, a quick reminder, individual Avalanche tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Get your seats that you want for the games you want at coloradoavalanche.com. Make sure you're listening to Altitude Sports Radio all day Friday. We'll be giving you chances to win tickets to opening night. Buy them or win them Friday. Big day for us in the Avs on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, football.
Hey, Ryan, you enjoyed that lunch over there? Yeah? It's weird. I feel like that's the only tent that I see any food. Yeah, work harder.
Work harder.
Okay, yeah,
work harder. Enjoy your one day.
Yeah. Do another commercial.
Let's go, Dan. Let's football go.
Okay, guys. I'm
not hungry at all, Tyler. You can go for anything.
I'm good.
You're good, Scott? You good? You fine?
Starving.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, we did have Bo Nix. His press conference must have gotten cut off early. So we did have Bo Nix asked about the fight. This is from Zach Stevens' Twitter. Here's Bo on the scuffle between he and Nick Bonito.
Love it. It's football. It's getting me ready for the games coming up, and it's a physical practice out there played by physical people. So it got intense, and we were just really enjoying it. And sometimes in the dog days of summer, practice gets long, and the intensity runs high.
Okay, so before we react to that, here is Vance Joseph from earlier today on the scuffle.
Thought it was good. Obviously, you want competitive periods. It's been competitive all camp. You know, offense wins, defense wins. You know, guys are getting guys better. Obviously, you can't cross the line. That's against the rules. So, you know, practice games. When we're playing our style of football, you know, it's aggressive, it's downhill, but we can't ever cross the line and hurt our team.
That's when the young players aggressive when the quarterback gets hit or hits the ground and do you talk to your guys about that?
Listen, Coach Payton talks about how to practice from day one. And you know, we all know on defense to avoid the quarterback, right? It gets competitive, obviously, and guys are rushing to win the down, and sometimes they get too close, you know, and we simply remind them. But, you know, Bo's our quarterback, and we don't want anyone near Bo.
Okay, guys, reaction to Bo Nix and VJ's comments about the scuffle today.
Well, it's against the rules, so you got to be careful about that. I don't know.
Against the what?
I'm sorry, what? Reaction. Yeah, okay, cool. Bo said, you know, it's football. We like football. You know,
I got no concerns with anything. If that's the question, like, if there are any concerns about what happened today, none. Zero.
But you got
there would be one. Okay, there is one concern. Like I don't mind feistiness. I don't mind players having fights. I don't mind a melee. I don't mind any of that. But the only slight concern would be Nick's willingness to disregard the health of the quarterback that was in front of him. Like it was selfish. It was. He was so intent on winning and winning, you know, with such anger that he put other people at risk, and you can't do that.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Listen, we've had debates on this show. What are you willing to pay Bo Nix $50 million, $60 million? Bo's still on his rookie contract, but he's the most important offensive player you have on the team. Would you agree?
So, by a mile.
So whether he's making $50 million or $10 million,
it's not even close.
Why are you having a defense even risk trying to hurt him?
I don't know.
It seems like Bonito was PO'd about something else.
I think Tyler's thought process on a veteran feeling like it's day 40 of camp when it's only day 13 and maybe trying to...
Can I prove that Nick Bonito was trying to get himself kicked out of that practice? No. But can I tell you that I promise you, during my career, I knew plenty of guys that said, I'm going to get myself kicked out of practice today? Yes.
It's got some legs, man.
That's a fun conspiracy.
From what we saw today, it's got some legs. It was fine. We were begging for this. Like, no one got seriously injured today.
DMac's old partner was one of them.
Yeah. All right, next story.
2 of them. Maybe 3, actually.
Who knows?
I think about it.
Yeah. You don't think Alfred was begging to get out of a practice every now and then?
Nayland?
Well, here's the stories I was told back in the Elway days. I was told when they wanted to cut things short or whatever, they were feeling it, they would just say to John, we're not into this, whatever. And John would just say, I don't know, this is just what I was told. John would say to Mike, like, yeah, we're let's cut this short or whatever. Like, John had that kind of power.
Well,
like, nobody else could really pull that off except for John.
You have to be that type of guy. There's a story that they talk about Mario Lemieux at the end of his career in Pittsburgh, where he went up to head coaches as they were trying to skate the team at the end of a training camp, and Mario went, we're not doing that. And then the team left the ice. Like, you have to be John Elway or Mario Lemieux. Bo ain't that guy yet. Nick ain't that guy.
I think your story about McGlinchey getting taken off and then doing the reps with the twos is kind of interesting. I don't know. I thought it was nothing but real positive things as long as tomorrow you come out here and you're good, right? Like,
I fully expect these guys are going to go inside. They're going to break bread. They're going to eat lunch. They'll probably sit down by one another. They'll have a chuckle or two. They'll go to their team meeting tonight. They'll put the fight up on the screen, and everybody's going to laugh.
Yeah, and it's great
Except for Sean, who's got to pretend like he's really, really mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, well, we are seeing it Hard Knocks, and it must be something else in that team meeting when they put up some sort of fight or Bo's yanking at Nick Bonito's ankle. Come on, that's inherently going to be funny to see, right? You're pulling Nick Bonito's ankle?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not funny?
Of course it is.
It sounds hysterical.
Yeah, you're laughing over that over a game of cards.
You know what the Seahawks did then? If the Broncos ripped that off, they did the hold the sledgehammer thing. They did a little something with two of the people. That'd be fun. If Bo got up there on the stage there with Nick Bonito and they had some test of strength or something to challenge each other.
I was saying they used to have these blow-up boxing gloves called sock 'em boppers when I was a kid. Get a set of sock 'em boppers. Have the boys have...
I would have them fight more, Raj. All right, next story there, Dan.
All right, fellas, the future of Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson remains unresolved, but recent signals suggest he will stay with the team. Their assistant GM, Ed Dodds, indicated Sunday that Richardson's presence fits the Colts' plan to build quarterback depth. You surprised that the Colts are planning on hanging on to Anthony Richardson? And if you guys were in the Colts GM seat, what would you do with Anthony Richardson, the former 4th overall pick in the NFL draft?
Well, who's going to pay you what to take him? So what choice do they have?
Probably nothing. I mean, I don't know what value you're going to get for Anthony Richardson. You need a backup to Daniel Jones.
He's also only 24.
Yeah, that's everybody's always said that about Richardson, haven't they? How young he is. He's getting older as time goes on, but sometimes you're just stuck in contracts. You just got guys. I don't know. Is there a rush? Is there anything you really need to do there? I don't know.
Well, as high as you drafted him, he probably has a little bit longer of a takeoff runway than most people would.
I wonder how long you get where, like, you were drafted here, you get this. Like, what is that time frame? You were a first-round pick, you get what, 3 years? 4 years? You're a second-round pick, you get what, 2 years? I don't know, Tyler. What do you get, based on where you were picked until, like, it doesn't even matter? I mean, the best guys are going to play.
Is this the same conversation they're going to start having with McCarthy in Minnesota?
Sure, eventually. Eventually.
You can get labeled a bust pretty quick, man.
Sure, and then it's done. Then what? You got to go somewhere else.
How long did Todd Marinovich last?
Not long. He was with the Raiders, I believe. Like, I don't know.
Well, late in his career. Yeah,
13 games, something like that.
Was he drafted by Detroit? No, or something.
Gosh, I only remember him with the Raiders, and that's
Green Bay. Green Bay may have drafted him.
Was it Green Bay?
Might have been.
Gosh darn it. Well, this is the kid, if you don't know the story, that was groomed by his dad. He didn't drink any sodas. He didn't eat hamburgers.
I wasn't even talking about. No. That.
You're not talking about, that's Marinovich. You're talking about the offensive lineman.
The big offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's, gosh darn it.
But it started with him also, didn't it?
Yeah, it's not Marinovich, though. It's you're right there.
Man.
You're right, gosh darn it. He was all everything.
I can picture him. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dan, Raj, anybody?
What the heck was his name?
Big roid head.
Bald
in the 20s.
We all know who you're talking about.
Yes, but Marinovich is another guy. But, oh, my gosh, it is like a bitch, though. Gosh darn, nobody helping us out here.
I'm looking
People
for the
are
text group.
screaming in their cars right now. I know they are.
Marinovich was a Raiders draft pick.
Well, but that's not who Tyler or Scott's talking about. But this guy was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. He was the offensive lineman that was going to do everything. He actually hung around for a little bit. And then there's the linebacker guy from.
You ready? You're going to slap yourself.
What?
Tony Mandrich.
Mandrich.
Look at you, Green Bay.
Mandrich.
Good on you.
Yeah, I mean, it was Green Bay.
All right. Next story, Dan. Help.
Guys, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell said he believes it's inevitable that the league will eventually place a team permanently outside of the United States. He said at some point there will be an NFL team outside of the USA. I have no doubt that this will happen one day. Are you in favor for having a permanent team outside of the U.S., and what city do you think would be best for a permanent NFL team? What international city would be best?
I don't think you can do just a city. There can't be a one-off. It's got to be a whole new division. It's the only way to do it. The competitive disadvantage if you did a singular team over in England would be insane. The best thing the NFL's got going on is parity, and that team would be absolutely terrible if they had to travel across the pond every single time. You got to do an entire division, and even then I'm totally against it.
The easiest way to do it geographically would be Canada, but I don't think the NFL, for a monetary standpoint, would want a team in Toronto.
Why not?
I just think it's the logistics that
Buffalo doesn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
London makes sense, but
Cleveland's just down the road from Buffalo. I mean, what's the difference from Philly to New York to Boston? I mean, that's all right there.
Those players want to deal with those taxes? It's an
I
issue in the NHL. I bet you it's an issue in the NFL, too.
You think the NFL gives a crap about how the players feel about anything?
The players do.
I mean, the players.
That's collective bargaining.
If we're just talking outside the country, you'd be talking about Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and Mexico City.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean,
London has developed into a good fan base. When I read the article, I took it more of a European move.
I'm sure you could put 4 NFL teams in England.
I mean, if you did Mexico City, if you thought that would be viable, you at least got people geographically close enough in Arizona and Texas and everything else.
What if you do London, Frankfurt, Barcelona?
Of course, you could have a North American division. You could put 3 teams, maybe even 4 in North America. You could put 4 teams easily in Europe if you wanted to. The question is, why do you want to? And the billions of dollars that must be proven that Goodell is pushing this must be ridiculous, guys.
Well,
it must be unbelievable how much more money they can
Probably he's
make.
hoping to get a hold of the Sky TV or the BBC TV and see if there's another entity that can throw in another $3 billion deal for him.
I mean, what? All right, just to play this game, what would be the worst thing about it? Why would we as football fans care?
Well, I don't love international games as they are today because they don't feel real to me. They feel like a preseason game.
Gimmick.
They feel like a gimmick. They're on at 7 a.m., and I'm not in football mode by then. Will I turn it on when I wake up? Sort of. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll turn it on and I'll grab a cup of coffee and I'll go about my day. But I just don't feel invested in them. So the risk that I would see, in theory, is that in order to accommodate all the TV, that you put them in interesting time slots and all that. You know, how many days of the week are we playing football here? I know COVID was fun, but at some point, do you oversaturate it?
Well, how about this? Do you have enough quality players?
No.
That would make sense. I mean, look at preseason football. Look at the Falcons. There's some teams out there that are just going to be bad.
Well, quarterbacks are always a problem. There's plenty of good players at every other position, but QB is always a problem. There's not enough good quarterbacks for the teams as they exist today.
You're right.
I watched J.J. Watt on an English football podcast called Stick to Football, and he talked about it. He said, "Listen, if you don't have a quarterback in the league right now, you don't have anything." He said,
"That's it."
He said, "We're being honest. You don't have a chance." And he bought into a Premier League team that actually got relegated this past year. But he said, just like in English, the rest of the world football, if you don't have a stud player, you ain't got a shot.
The crazy thing is the discrepancy in salaries between the quarterback, theoretically, and the next highest paid player. If you were just playing this game and said Bo Nix was making $50 million. Who's the second highest paid guy? Jalen Waddle?
Nick Bonito?
Waddle's making 28, isn't he?
Pat Surtain's close to it.
All right, but just say for the sake of argument, it's 28. So the discrepancy is $22 million between the second best player and your quarterback? I mean, that's insane. What's the discrepancy between Jamal and Yoke right now? 10?
No, it's closer. Yeah, but it's closer.
It's closer, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're in a conversation with Jamal and Jokic. And that's probably true of hockey.
$9 million.
Between Jokic and Murray?
It jumps up to 11 the year after that, and then whatever he can sign his Supermax extension.
But, in hockey, what's the max difference?
McKinnon or
top and second.
McCarr's going to make 18, and McKinnon will be making 12.6.
Right. It's not nothing, but it's nowhere close to what football is. Football is like the most unbalanced sport in terms of the value of one player. It's absurd.
There was a funny stat that J.J. Watt on that show brought up yesterday, and he's talking about, even they're talking about the rich clubs, the high-dollar clubs over there. Said they just spent more in their defense with contracts than Burnley had spent in its history on their defense. So this season they spent it was like $200 or $300 million or whatever.
Let me ask you this, Mr. English Premier League soccer dude. Give me a player. Ronaldo? Messi?
Who's about to retire, yeah.
All right, but whoever's at the highest level, where are they compared to the second guy?
Erling Haaland, I think, is maybe the highest paid guy in
all right, that's a good one.
Premier League.
All right, so what's the next guy to Haaland and for Man City? Because that's a good example. He's 26 or 25, whatever he is.
Yeah.
He's at the top of his game.
It is a $12 million change from Erling Haaland to Jack Grealish.
So even in soccer, it's not the difference that it is out here. All right, that is kind of a mind-blowing thing, that there's a bigger difference in football than in any other sport that exists between the top guy and the second dude?
Yep. The disparity in football is nuts, man.
Crazy.
You've got 3 to 4 guys on every single roster that are making probably 75% of the salary cap.
So that guy that was just, here, not talking to us, Bo Nix right there, he's the most important guy in that entire building. By a mile, and he's not even getting paid that yet.
Yeah, he ain't even getting paid yet.
He's that important because of the potential that he could get paid like that. And we want to expand football. How are you going to find guys?
It's actually, I mean, if you think about it from a players' union point of view, you really should not be against it because it's so many more jobs.
Yeah,
it's more opportunities for guys that would have been out of the league that probably might bounce around for another 3 years because there's more jobs available.
Good point.
Here's another thing, and I was just going to say, and Goodell doesn't care about the quality of the play, which would drastically drop off if you added 6 more teams, put a European league or whatever, because the quarterback thing alone is what we're talking about. I think he does care about the quality of the play.
I got a hot take
That's
for
why
you.
I don't think you should do this.
I think we're about – listen, there's a lot of parity in the
should
NFL.
care.
But I think we'll see a lot of bad games this year. I just think there's –
Why this year?
I don't know. It just feels like the
What's
gap –
different about this year?
The gap between good quarterbacks, like teams, the haves and the have-nots. And it just – unless some of these young guys really take off,
go down
right?
the schedule. Does the Broncos play any bad quarterback teams?
How's Carolina? How's Bryce Young? Is he the man? How are the Raiders? I mean, are we sold?
Arizona. So they'll
How
play
is
Jacoby
Arizona?
Brissett. They'll play, whoever's going to start in Vegas, Cousins or Mendoza.
Which is an upgrade from last year.
What's going on in Pittsburgh?
What is going on in Pittsburgh?
You got the Dolphins. You got
Miami,
the Jets.
right? Malik Willis.
Two terrible ones.
And that's it.
Who's the starter in New York?
Jackson. For the Jets.
Gino
Oh
went back to the
God.
Jets. Yeah, 3 teams with bad quarterbacks.
As hard as that first 6 games are, boy, are there some come on, let's go Broncos moments in that schedule, right?
Oh, the cupcakes between the bye week and Christmas. Yeah, you should go 5-1, 6-1.
Hot take: the cupcakes between the bye week and Christmas,
I know,
won't be cupcakes.
I know.
There are some. If you want to win 12 games this year, there's some this is one of these games you got to win.
I don't know how you win 12 games this year. That's a brutal schedule.
I have them at 12-5.
I think here's how you do it. You go 3-3 in those 6 games. You have a 5-game win streak at around week 10 before the bye, and then you beat Buffalo on Christmas Day. And that's how you do it. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be
Do you
easy.
think you beat Buffalo twice a year?
I think it's going to be extremely difficult, but you do have Buffalo here on Christmas. Like, if
guy's going to be PO'd having to play.
You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, we'll take our chances, I suppose. But, hey, you might turn around 2 weeks later or a month later and have to play Buffalo again in the AFC Championship game. Who knows? And who knows where that game's going to be? Should be a fun year, though, one way or the other. Hey, a reminder about the Nuggets. You can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/win or text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll text you the link. Then pick the 4 Nuggets home games you want to see this season to enter. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you the link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, visit nuggets.com/pick'em. It's 92.5.
Hey, when you picture your retirement, what do you see? Because everyone's picture is going to look a little bit different, and your plan should reflect that. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to build around what matters the most to you, not a generic template. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. The advisors over at Trajan Wealth, they're going to work as one coordinated team. Your investments, your taxes, and your estate planning all under one roof. Everybody working together. Your plan built around your life, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. There's more to retirement planning than just crunching numbers, and the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they coordinate your investments, your taxes, and your estate plan around your actual life. So every piece is working together towards the same goal. Visit TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tyler, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I just want to let you know you can officially check off the, hey, workout with Michael Lorenzen is a fun radio bit as the Rockies dumped him yesterday.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Your boy.
So much for bench pressing and curls and everything. I was given the stats earlier. He literally is
maybe the worst pitcher in baseball.
I don't know if it's even a maybe. Like statistically, analytically, he probably was the worst starting pitcher in Major League Baseball this year.
Not a way you really want to go out of your last year in the league. And that being said, what did they pay him?
$8 million.
Jeez.
And if he doesn't get picked up on waivers, they owe him $250,000 for next year. And he's not going to get picked up on waivers. So they paid him $8 million for that, and they got to throw him another $250,000 for next year.
Why don't they just waive Chris Bryant?
I don't know the financials on the Chris Bryant situation. I don't know. I'm not sure. But that's the way that goes. Anyways.
But, I mean, that's another right there you got to think about, don't you think?
There's a bunch of garbage you got to get through. Like, when we look at the Broncos, it's pretty remarkable what this team has done since the Russell Wilson contract, don't you think? I mean, seriously.
Unbelievable.
It never hurt them.
The Broncos really changed the way the NFL viewed the salary
How
cap.
about that?
With the way the Broncos were able to turn this thing around with the most expensive dump in the history of the NFL and Russell Wilson. All of a sudden, other teams looked at it like, okay,
right.
Tua, like I guess we'll see you later, bud.
Yeah. Well,
they have hardly anything. They've got like $2 million of dead cap to Dre Greenlaw, and that's largely it.
If you do a bunch of right things, you can get away with doing a big wrong thing. Now, you got to get a little lucky, right? Like, you can't miss on the quarterback the next time around, or you're just going to be stuck in this loop. But a bad quarterback doesn't necessarily sink you for a long period of time if you can sort of straighten that out. But that's a big if, man. That's
Brock Purdy and the Niners.
That's pretty lucky, man.
That Trey Lance trade was crazy.
you got to be smart to go with the better guy. That's it.
Let me throw a question like this. Is there any quarterback, Tyler, that you could think about that a team might, as you just mentioned, Darren, do a Russell Wilson type thing, maybe not at that extent, like a Tua thing, where all of a sudden they can play for somebody else and the new team they're playing for is not going to really cost them that much. I mean, Miami's paying the bulk of Tua, right? So Atlanta got a cheap deal. Might as well see if you can redeem the guy. You think there could be anybody out there like that maybe Sean sees and goes, that might be a better gamble than the quarterback we got right now?
Then Bo Nix?
No, your backup quarterback.
Oh, backup quarterback. Sorry. Well, Sean has said
like
it.
Atlanta's paying most of Cousins' stuff, right?
Real quick to answer your question, Sean did say Sam and Stidham aren't just competing with themselves; they're competing with 29 other teams.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to answer that off the top of my head without like.
Be interesting to look at.
Yeah, but I generally speaking, I think there's a chance that the backup quarterback for the Broncos isn't on this roster right now.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah,
it's not crazy
because the amount of money Jarrett's making, it of course that could make sense to release him. I think the most obvious thing that's going to happen is that Jarrett Stidham's going to be your backup quarterback and Sam Ehlinger gets cut.
Yeah.
And I know you guys think that they're going to keep 3. I disagree. That's fine. That's just my opinion.
That was your opinion last year.
Yep, it was.
You were.
You're right.
You were.
And you know what? In the whole season, I was
the
whole season I was like waiting for them to make that move too.
Yeah.
All right. On that.
Well, they did it the year before when they kept what's his name, right?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Will Levis, maybe out there in Tennessee. Maybe.
Would he be a guy that you'd bring in maybe as a backup? But he's
I'm
not getting paid.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of guys in the category that you asked.
What's Cleveland going to do with all their quarterbacks?
Oh, my God.
Dylan Gabriel.
Would Dylan Gabriel be a guy, if he got released, you'd think about maybe bringing in here?
No.
Would you consider Shedeur if he gets released?
Yeah.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
I mean, as a backup quarterback? Yeah. I'd consider it, sure.
I mean, if they start Deshaun Watson, what are they doing?
Shedeur's not going to get released, though.
Okay. All right.
What if they decide to eat Deshaun Watson? Would you pick Deshaun Watson here as a backup?
Oh, my God. Lord.
I think he's the starter for the Browns, but no, I wouldn't touch him.
I don't think there's anybody out there that fits what you're talking about, though.
But
not this year.
The Raiders got Cousins like that. Atlanta got Tua like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about a year from now? Would you do J.J. McCarthy? If Kyler Murray works in Minnesota, because I've said this for months, I think the comeback player of the year is Kyler Murray in Minnesota. Would you do it for J.J. McCarthy?
Well, I got a way better than that in a year. In a year from now, Baker Mayfield.
Oh, my God.
Baker ain't coming to, back up Bo.
That would be
take his
That's
job.
not what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about
That'd be Baker
his
as a
job.
starter.
I'm talking about if you had an issue with Bo, if he got hurt, if you decided you weren't going to pay him for whatever reason.
I love Baker Mayfield, so you don't have to convince me if something goes wrong with
That's
Bo.
a fun one. If you had $50 million to spend, would you rather spend it on Bo or Baker Mayfield? And on that note, we'll leave it for Nate and Andy with the cool down. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of training camp. Jesse, thanks for your help. Dan back at the studio. Nate and Andy coming up next.
Andy, they need to cool down. It was spicy out there today. Padded practice, and we got a melee. It was a fun one today. Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. That's Andy Lindahl. We are warming down from Broncos Training Camp. Good to be with you here at 2 o'clock. We had a lot to do on this radio show today over the next 4 hours. But, yeah, we begin with the spice. So it starts with they go into the team session. And first rep, and actually we got to give a little, you got to give the lead up. Justin Jolie got a little scrappy during one-on-ones. And then
with who? Red Murdoch, right?
And then Torian York on one of the early reps of team. Torian York knocked out Justin Jolie. Big hit. So it was all, and the defense was already loud. Then they go into a team session, and Bo Nix gets knocked over by Nick Bonito.
And our guy Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post.
Yeah.
He had said that Malcolm Roach was a part of that. It's the second time Malcolm Roach has been around a Bo Nix knockdown. So Bo got a little feisty with people.
It's the second time Bo has been knocked to the ground this camp that I've seen. Benito knocked into him. Thank you. It wasn't exactly that.
I was going to say that one. That starts the melee.
Wasn't exactly
that.
Was not a knockdown. It was more just like Bo had thrown the ball. Benito was running by with his arms up and knocked into him, and Bo hit the ground.
But that one, that gets you cut.
Yeah, that's
one, Mike Shanahan going, you're too stupid to play for me if you're going to hit the quarterback that hard in camp.
Now, in this case, it's Nick Bonito, so it's just he would have been sent home for the day.
Sure. They would have had to keep him.
Yeah, they'd keep him on the team, yes. But as Bo was knocked to the ground, Malcolm Roach loudly celebrated, and Malcolm Roach is a loud fellow.
Yeah.
Loudly celebrated the defense winning the rep.
Okay. That's all right.
Bo Nix did not appreciate that.
No, Bo's feisty too.
And Bo Nix fired the ball in the direction of Malcolm Roach. He didn't hit him, but he definitely threw it in his direction. So, okay, already it's the spice.
It's game on.
Yeah, the spice level has gone from mild to hot. This is when it got to fire. Bo Nix is then intercepted. Terrible throw by Alex Singleton. And this is 2 plays later.
Okay.
Actually, the first play after the initial Bo anger, he threw a dime to Cortland Sutton back shoulder on the sideline. Thing of beauty. So it was like, okay, Bo got his dub. But then, very next play, Bo picked by Singleton. Singleton starts returning the interception. R.J. Harvey runs up and peanut punches the ball out from Alex Singleton. And the ball bounces directly back into his hands. So it was like strip recovery. It was a cool play by R.J. Harvey. I'm looking in that direction because, again, I just saw an interception and an immediate re-takeaway by the offense. And then you hear all the whistles blowing, and this is one where it's like, I can't tell, and I was, whatever, I was 100 feet away from it. I can't tell you what happened because it was just a melee, a pile of humanity, of giant human beings. I know that Nick Bonito was very angry. And Nick Bonito ran to the pile, and I think he jumped on McGlinchey.
Okay.
Bo Nix then went Jeff Van Gundy on Bonito. And Garrett Bowles picked up Bo Nix and removed him from the pile, which savvy veteran Garrett Bowles, get my quarterback out of there.
Yes.
Because Bo was getting feisty.
Well, that's Bo. Bo went after
him.
Max Crosby, for those that don't remember.
Yeah, Bo is he's a spirited individual, Benito is pulled out. He's big mad. Like capital P, capital O, PO'd.
Gotcha.
And as he is getting pulled off to the side, it's several coaches are surrounding Nick Benito, giving him the chill. Just chill. Okay? But Benito is all the way
He's not
mad.
in chill mode.
The guy that I felt the worst for is poor Calvin Throckmorton.
Who's at the bottom of the pile,
He's
right?
at the bottom of the pile. And Throckmorton is now on his feet and standing on the sideline being tended to by his corner man because he's got blood streaming down his face.
Helmet was off and all that, right?
Helmet was removed from Throckmorton and something hit him. Couldn't tell you what. I don't know if it was a helmet. I don't know if it was an elbow. I don't know if it was a knee. I don't know if it was a foot. I don't know.
But it was some.
I don't know if he took a cleat to the eye. It looked unpleasant, and Throckmorton actually did have to leave the field with an ice bag on there.
Not what you want.
Nah, not really.
Not what you're after.
No, but it was spirited. It, quite frankly, was bound to happen sooner rather than later, and today was the day that it boiled over at Bronco camp.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it because and they were doing a great job. I was driving in. I broke our tripod, by the way, so we need a new tripod for the Kreckman and Lindahl experience. Yep, that was awesome.
Andy and the camera equipment.
Yeah, dude. Well,
Andy versus camera equipment, one of the great rivalries of training
you want to know
camp.
what part of the problem is? All my stuff is like old. It's time to refresh it.
Okay.
But you and I don't do a lot of video making together, so I'm trying to decide what's the proper thing to do from here. So we'll get it all figured out. But as I'm driving in there, they're calling this melee.
Yeah.
And they did a great job of calling it, which is how I knew it was going on. And then DMac breaks in. Breaking news from Nate Kreckman. And they got you were talking about how Garrett Bowles was trying to hold Bo back and the whole deal. So it was the most interesting radio of practice that we've had really all camp because it was finally coming. You've had the preseason game. I think these guys don't want to feel like they're in camp anymore, right?
Right.
It feels like Sean is not letting up on him. And I'm not saying that he should. This feels still like regular camp, and I think the players are sick of this. Is the old sick of going against each other. I bet you if you ask the players if they could have chosen to have Green Bay in town to practice them, they'd have signed up for it right away, right? Instead of dealing with dudes that know what you're doing. Because, again, for everybody that doesn't know, why the tempers flare, we've told you about this in the past. This is the classic time. Everybody knows what everybody else is up to. They know the schemes. They know what they're looking at, especially the offense is not really fooling the defense. The offense gets frustrated by it. I kind of laughed. You and I were listening to Bo, and Bo said he was asked about facing Benito and Surtain and everybody on defense. He goes, yeah, even though it's a little annoying, it does make me better. And, these hit that point of camp where he's kind of sick of going against these guys.
Again, we were overdue for this. And quite frankly, I give the Broncos credit for the restraint they have shown so far. But this is also the point of training camp where guys are tired.
And they've seen, guys
are sore.
And it's hot again today.
It is monotonous. It is boring. You're doing the same stuff over and over and over again against the same people, and it just all is difficult. This is the time of year you got to push through it, and Andy, you and I have never seen a training camp in our lifetime, and between the two of us, we're going on 4 decades combined
easily
of covering these training camps. We have never seen a training camp get to this point and not have what we saw today.
Yeah, and frankly, it usually breaks out earlier.
Yeah.
So to your point,
this Broncos team, I think largely this very veteran group has largely kept it professional, kept it spirited and competitive, but kept it from crossing the line. And today was the day that it crossed the line. But the reason why it crossed the line was because the quarterback hit the ground. Bo Nix and VJ said it after practice. He was just like, look, this stuff is going to happen. Football coaches, they don't get overly worked up about this stuff. Don't get me wrong. I think there's there's one view that they're all like high-fiving each other of just like oh, that was awesome. No, they're annoyed that the time was wasted. They're annoyed that one of their offensive linemen had to get looked at by the training staff because it all went down. But they also know we can't stop this from happening.
Yeah, because that's what's, again, kind of interesting about this style of camp. This is an aggressive, gladiator, combative sport.
Yeah.
These guys are kind of, both sides of the ball are keeping it they're trying to keep it reined in.
Yes.
And so sooner or later, that is the one thing about the old two-a-days. They got a little more of a period to get this out of their system.
Yeah.
In the modern NFL, where you don't do a lot of this, and again, sometimes it's even, I always go back to, it's kind of like and I've told you they're dumb even though I played them all the time because it was the only thing we had the option for. It's like the flag football league where you're allowed to block. So you're kind of hitting each other, but you're not really supposed to be hitting each other. But someone is always
somebody goes a
doing
little too far.
And it's the same thing between these two where
Yeah.
but these guys are allowed to hit each other.
Yeah.
And the O and the D line especially are like, let's just deck each other. Let's just get this over with. You know what I mean?
You know
but
what,
instead,
too?
everyone's trying to do the good guy rules, and somebody always crosses the line.
And the biggest good guy rule is don't touch the quarterback.
Yeah, well, yes.
But and look, Bo was pissed. He's he's not supposed to be touched during practice. But then when he was asked about it afterwards, it was just like, hey, it's physical. I get it.
He goes, I love it.
Yeah.
That's why they play the sport.
He's a football guy,
if
man.
If he didn't want to get touched, he wouldn't play football.
Right,
That's probably
exactly.
what he'd tell you.
Right.
Now, the coach is like, yeah, we don't want you getting touched so hard you can't play the game.
Well,
so.
and one of the biggest things is look, I don't think Bo Nix is going to get hurt getting knocked to the ground.
Right.
He's done that before. He knows how to fall and not get hurt. What's the scary thing is if you get in too close to the space, the personal bubble of the quarterback, and then the quarterback is throwing the ball and following through, you hit that arm, you hit that hand, you get too close to a quarterback's hand, that's where the injury can occur.
Let's even go to one of the last reps you and I saw before they called it. McGlinchey got dumped on his backside.
Yeah.
And if Bo's foot happens to be there, now you got a problem.
Right, exactly. No quarterback is going to get hurt getting bumped into. But a quarterback can get hurt either, like you said, hand, ankle, getting rolled up on. That is the thing that I'm positive Sean Payton will chew those dudes a new one. And Davis Webb will, and VJ will, because, and again, these guys will all get told from Sean, the directive in the coaches meeting that they have after practice is going to be, do not touch my quarterback. I will murder all of you where you stand if you injure my quarterback.
Someone just texted in. If I had a prize, I'd give it to you. I think Sean Payton put a bounty on Bo. Well, that's calling a lot of history back.
Really? That's, what? That's a loaded text.
There was no Gregor Williams to get all worked up about this. Vance doesn't go that way.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But yeah,
funny, though.
We had a kerfuffle. We had
no,
a melee.
what do we have? Come on, you knew.
We had Argle Bargle.
Yeah,
all over the place. We had several plays of Argle Bargle happening out there today. Fun one though. It was. I tell you what, watching football practice can get a little monotonous from time to time. Nothing boring about today.
Well,
today was fun.
I'm excited because, I stuck around and got Alex Palczewski.
You did?
I did.
Yeah.
And your fellow Illinois alumni, who I think he does have a high opinion of you.
Uh-huh.
I think it dropped a notch today, so people have to hear why.
Yeah.
Although he did, I got it. You know what? You have to answer a question at the end of the interview.
Okay.
Because he did ask me a question. Before he made any judgments as to why you were not with me.
Yeah.
He did have a caveat.
Okay.
We'll see if I guessed the right answer.
Oh.
Because you might have a get-out-of-jail-free card, but I'm trying to see something, and I don't think you do.
Okay. I'm curious. It's Nate
I'm glad
Kreckman.
I piqued your curiosity.
It's Andy Lindahl.
You may be curious a long time until I get this damn video uploaded. So.
And an interview with...
Because I'm not telling you until you hear it live on the air.
It's one of those situations where I'm just looking at the clock and I'm just being like, it's fine.
You didn't think it was going to happen, right?
No, I assumed they would bring him. I just, I I'd reached my expiration point.
Like a child, you were done with the activity. And you wanted to go color something else.
I care until the clock turns, and then I don't care
You only
anymore.
want to play G.I. Joe so long, and then it's time to go and read a book.
Yep, I've got, we got 4 hours, Andy. It's got to get filled somehow. We'll attempt to do so next. We got to hear from the coordinators after a fun-filled practice today. Vance Joseph, Darren Rizzi, the Riz Man, as well as Davis Webb all had an opportunity to address the assembled media following Broncos practice today. We will hear from all of them today here on the show. Some really good stuff. I loved VJ talking about how this team can force more turnovers. I learned of a preservation concept today from Darren Rizzi that I was not aware was a thing, but if you think about it a little bit more, it's intuitive and it makes an awful lot of sense in terms of how to keep his guys fresh for the regular season. So we'll hear from that today, and then Davis Webb will talk about what his role is as the play caller and in the ear of Bo Nix. Davis Webb, man, Andy, like when you listen to him, you are just you are listening to a thoughtful, progressive offensive mind, knows the modern game inside and out, is a thinking man's kind of football coach. Really, like it's easy to see why Sean was impressed by him as much as he was initially, why Bo Nix gravitates to Davis Webb as much as he does. It's an early sign so far in this preseason that Webb was so good in preseason game number 1. By the way, interesting note, I guess I didn't realize this part. So Davis Webb called plays in one preseason game last year. Bo Nix did not play.
Yeah, it was Jared Stidham.
Yeah, and then last week, Bo did not play. So this Friday night against Green Bay will be the first time ever that Bo Nix has played in an NFL – I was going to say played in an NFL game. It's preseason. Played on an NFL field with Davis Webb actually calling plays for him. So that's a little bit of history that's going down here on Friday night, but I think that group is going to work very, very well together. But Davis Webb, man, just, again, gives very thoughtful answers when talking about what is going on. And Andy, I think there is so much strength in having a dude that, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, was in the meeting room and in the huddle every single day and going through training camp and was an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I don't, again, some interesting answers out of Bo give you insight into that, where he talks about the fact that, he's kind of been my quarterback peer. He's played in this era of football. He just hints at these little things that I just find interesting at times. I'm not going to tell you, I don't think Bo means them to sound like shots at Sean, but they come off interesting sometimes, you know what I mean, of just talking about, and I just think it speaks to, I do believe Bo very much enjoys and probably admires Sean's long history of play calling and his offenses and what he's done with his past success.
Yeah.
But we know, and I think we saw Stidham even like it, the younger quarterbacks like quicker plays and getting to the line, and they're just used to, especially in the modern era of college football, being in the shotgun and looking things over and, having a little of their own time with the play clock to do stuff and not taking most of the play clock time to get things done. So it is interesting. I told you I found it funny because Bo said, Sean did a good job his rookie year of calling things for him, but not being too, quote, extra in his headset, which just kind of made me laugh. And he goes, well, and then sometimes Davis does get a little extra as well, but not too much. And it, I just had never heard a quarterback say that before. I've heard extra be referred to when you're talking about maybe getting a little fancy with your PSL or something, your pumpkin spice latte or your drink somewhere.
Your PSL is extra.
Your gal is extra, but I've not heard your coach be extra. So that just kind of made me laugh.
It's life with a Gen Z quarterback, Andy.
Well, it is. And then, I don't know, I felt bad because, he doesn't care. But a couple times you were standing next to me. Just the little things he said, which is just vernacular of his age group, made me chuckle a little bit. That's all. It just caught me off guard. Reminds me how young the quarterback really is, even though he's, quote unquote, an old quarterback in the league for how long he played college football.
It was so weird. He kept calling things far out and groovy. It was just like, what is going on right now with these youth of today?
Just call everybody dude, and we'll be all right.
Because I can't get past that. Andy, we've all had the job, though, where it's like everybody has multiple bosses at their job. Well, most people do. You have multiple bosses, some of whom you like working with more than others. You can listen to everybody and respect everybody's authority and take their directives and say, okay, I will do what you're telling me. But sometimes you like to hear the directive come out of certain individuals versus others. And I think that's the point that Bo Nix was making was I like the way that Davis Webb puts it to me better than the way that Sean Payton does.
I would agree. But have you found it interesting? I mean, do you think it's intentional? See, I feel like Bo's just being himself when he's up there.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's trying to send any messages or there's nothing like subconscious going on here. I think he's just speaking his mind as the quarterback. But it is interesting how it comes off to me sometimes.
I don't, Andy, I don't, we don't really have to dance around it. Honestly,
Sean drives Bo nuts.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I don't think Bo Nix likes Sean Payton that
Okay,
much.
all right.
I really don't.
Okay, all right.
And you know what? I'm not sure how much Sean Payton likes Bo Nix.
Maybe they drive each other a little bit nutty.
Exactly.
Together.
But the point here being is that I do think that Bo Nix is smart enough to recognize Sean Payton's brilliance, his depth of knowledge, his intense competitiveness, his insane, just microscopic attention to detail that you need to know. And I think that Bo Nix is a good enough competitor to not take a bunch of things personally and understand this is what's going to get me better. I think Bo Nix can absolutely take the coaching, but I also think that when he leaves at the end of the day, he probably spends 5 minutes in the car MFing his boss up and down to himself. And he gets that out of his system. Like that's a ride home from work is a good way to, just it's again, we're all there. And then you just, you get it out of your system and you cool down or warm down, whatever is required of you. And then you go on with your life. But I think that's just kind of the reality. And I don't think it's all that well hidden that these guys, like, I don't think they're calling each other every, Saturday in the off season going, hey, you want to go play 18 today? I just don't think that's what's going on with those guys. I think there's a ton of respect. I think there's a ton of commitment and loyalty to each other, but I also think they're happy to leave each other at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't think, I think Bo respects Sean.
Absolutely.
I think that's just the way that it goes.
Yes.
And you need to. But
I think there's a ton of mutual respect between the two of them. I really think there is.
I agree. But look, man, we see plenty of Sean's grumpy side.
Of course.
And judging by the Seth Wickersham article, that grumpy side is probably 70% of the week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I bet when he feels like Sean is, if I had to bet, I have no idea, but I bet you there's like maybe a 5-hour period after a game where you can go and Sean's probably chill because the day is done and the game is over.
I don't know. It depends. Is he driving in circles around the sushi restaurant?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're probably right.
Didn't they win that game?
Yeah, they did. But listen, it was a Russell Wilson game. That's all you need to know.
And he was super pissed.
I don't think Bo, although who knows, maybe the Raider game last year where Sean expressed some frustration, maybe that was Bo's sushi game for him. I don't know. But
I do think Sean Payton is one of those coaches that, like, his mood, his impression of the football game is almost all film dependent.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
Once he sits down and watches the film, because he has his initial impression that he watched, but once he sits down and watches the film, did he feel as though it was a well-coached game, a good performance by him? Did his players take his coaching, listen to his coaching points, and execute what he laid out for them as the priorities of that week? And honestly, I don't think that's the most unhealthy thing in the world. Like, if you want to be a good football coach, and really, I would say this is across sports, is you have to be not even process-focused, process-obsessed. That's the only way it's ever going to work. If we do the right thing more often than not, play the way that we are supposed to, execute the game plan more often than not, you're going to have success. But the reality is sometimes you can go and play well and lose.
Yeah.
Because that just happens in pro sports. But ultimately, like, was the process good? Because if the process is good, it isn't just the micro of what happened that day. It's we'll win more often over 17 games or 82 or 162, whatever it may be. And I think that Sean Payton, the reason why he has been able to do what he has done as well as he has for as long as he has is because he keeps his eye on that prize.
I'd agree, but the eye usually makes him grumpy, and then I don't think people want to be around him too much sometimes.
Sure. Absolutely. He's always going to find something.
Well, yeah, clearly. I mean, we talked about it where, I guess, is it just going to be the annual tradition now of the first trip gripe that too many people this and too many that, and where's the Jazz Fest? Was Jazz Fest the preseason, or was that something else?
No, that was
another game later in the year, right?
Yeah. It was the hotel was across from a music festival.
You didn't think anybody could sleep on time.
Yeah, but this past one, it was the frustration was over the amount of interns apparently that were traveling the team.
And doctors, he was
too high
cracking about all the doctors.
Right, exactly. Which, okay, think about this for a second, though. This is the time of year, and I think, again, Sean's done it for long enough, and this is where it pays to have veteran coach that has seen it all. This is what the Broncos get in not having Nathaniel Hackett as their head coach. And I'm just using him as a for instance, but Sean Payton knows preseason game, like first preseason road trip, this is my opportunity to get the operation in order because we have to tighten this up so that going forward, every road trip the rest of the year, the amount of nonsense is cut down to an absolute minimum, and the amount of focus on football and the opponent is the main thing. The best football coaches, because you're the CEO of Andy used to travel with the team. How many people are on the Denver Broncos on a travel party?
He's not wrong.
On a road game. 200 people?
In the preseason, it feels like 150.
Yeah.
It's a gigantic number.
It's
because
huge.
you got 90 players alone,
right,
assuming everyone's healthy.
So you cut that down for the regular season, but that dress rehearsal is a part of the operation to make sure we do this right so that when we get to game number 1 at Arrowhead on Monday Night Football, we actually everybody knows exactly what the task is, and we can do so in as streamlined a manner as humanly possible. And I mean, 2 factors on that. Sean's done it forever, so he knows that they have to be able to do that. And then number 2 on that, Andy, is, again, he doesn't have play calling duties.
Yeah.
So I promise you, his antenna is so far up on so many other things around the operation right now.
Yeah, but it's probably necessary, I think, for Sean.
Yeah.
Because you cannot, the old rest on the laurels. Look, you and I have talked about it, man. It's, they've got a monster task in front of them to get back to where they were a year ago.
Yep.
I just kept thinking about it after our conversation yesterday. A lot of things went right last year. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Sean was not wrong about that. Sean admitted it in the article where he said we avoided the Chargers. The one kind of bugaboo they got going on inside the division was the Chargers.
Yeah, it was Jesse Minter.
And you did not have to mess with him.
Yeah.
Okay? Or that team. And you avoided that. You didn't have Mahomes in the playoffs, like you said. No Mahomes, no Burrow, no Jackson. Those 3 quarterbacks that'll scare any defense. I don't care how good you are.
Yep.
And they had it all right there. And for everybody to just think just because you brought the same, again, I go back to that. The Broncos in 96, they didn't get to the AFC Championship and choke it, but they were a really good team. And what did Shanahan do after they went and blew it against the Jaguars? He went and signed everybody that he could to the point where they circumvented the cap because he wanted to make sure no stone was unturned.
Yeah.
This is a very different kind of philosophy from that. You literally brought back the whole same team, which means, as you've kind of pointed out, you're relying on having the same health, which is a very risky proposition in the NFL, and the offensive numbers. The offense, again, was clutch, but it's got to be better, and he knows it, which is why he's trying other things to get this thing a little untracked to get it to match or at least get a little more equal to the defense.
Defense was running on some fumes at the end of the year. And I think Sean recognized it and knows, okay, well, I can bridge that gap in the overall for my football team by having a better offense. When we talk about reasons why the ownership group extended Sean Payton in the offseason, they didn't have to do that. But like everything that Sean is doing is, as much as we can kind of joke about it, that institutional knowledge is what they're paying for. They are paying for somebody that, like, I'm sure that there's in the granular level, you can find football coaches that can do some things better than Sean Payton. But in the overall, there's no football coach in the NFL that's better at this than Sean Payton. I think there are guys that are as good. I can list the luminaries of the game today, the guys at the very top. I'll put Andy Reid in that conversation. I'll put Sean McVay in that conversation. I'll put John Harbaugh and Jim Harbaugh in that conversation. But you are paying for, I don't know, one of the 5-6 premier minds and CEOs in this game. You're paying for everything that he has for him to earn that money. And what you get is a team that looks like right now, as we sit here on, what is today, August 18th, they can win a Super Bowl. It's built to be able to win a Super Bowl right now, which is all you can do. That's why you have this guy as your head coach. As much as he may make people in the building crazy and on edge and all of that, it's you cannot argue with the results.
No. And I think, you know what? I think with Vance and Davis, what we're seeing is there's the balance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's a good point.
If you had 3 Sean personalities as the trio, the head coach and 2 coordinators,
right?
That'd be tough, man.
That's well put.
And wait till you hear Alex Palczewski talk about Zach Strief.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of good things to say about him.
Yeah, helped him get paid. I'm sure Palczewski likes him an awful lot. Good Sean Payton conversation. I enjoyed that. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're warming down from Broncos practice today. Big rumble out there. But yeah, again, I think we just see over and over and over again, and you saw it on Friday night, Denver Broncos are in really good hands with Sean Payton as their head coach. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nobody was scared today. Nick Bonito knocks over Bo Nix. He fires the ball in Malcolm Roach's direction. Next rep, Angry Bo throws a dime to Cortland Sutton. Back shoulder throw. Right sideline. Beautiful. Cortland goes up and gets it. That big 6'4", 220. Going up and shielding the ball and the defender. Makes the play. And then Bo throws an interception to Alex Singleton. It was not a good throw. Now, again, defense knows everything right now.
They do.
RJ Harvey, game-saving play, by the way, punches the ball, strips Singleton, recovers the fumble. The funny part is that's happening, like that's the play. So that's where my eyes were. And then I heard some language that was not acceptable in mixed company or in many companies.
Any company.
And it was a pile of humanity. Pile of humanity. Poor Throckmorton stuck on the bottom. Bo trying to get after Bonito. Bonito was big mad. He had jumped on McGlinchey in the middle of all of this. I don't know. Again, I don't know who started it. I just know that somewhere the giant people in the trenches had enough of each other. By the way, Andy, did you see the in the second episode of Hard Knocks, big brawl, and then the O linemen and D linemen that were involved? It was settled in the meeting that night. Each of them were handed 2 sledgehammers, and they had to do the hold the sledgehammers out.
Oh.
And whoever could go the longest wins.
Okay.
And eventually it was the D lineman who did throw the forearm shiver into the face of the offensive lineman. The D lineman did come out on top. But they laughed and gave each other a hug afterwards. Football players, they've all done this 1,000 times. These guys, they get over it all pretty quick.
It's like the hockey players getting fights, and you know that's your role, and then they just go have beers together afterwards. And
They're
you're
in the
like,
bar
aren't you big
later.
mad? You just fought that guy. I don't care.
Yeah, it's
what we do.
Yeah, we all got to get a paycheck.
Part of what we do.
Yeah.
So I will admit, I was thinking I'd watch. Here's my conundrum for tonight.
You have a conundrum?
Well, I got to catch up on the Hard Knocks because I did like that. I was thinking I'd watch 2 episodes tonight, and then Jesse Trujillo, who helped us shoot the video today, came up and said I've got to watch the Travis Barker documentary. So,
is that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said it's. I think people that aren't even fans of Blink find it. I've heard them say this is simply amazing because for those that don't know, Travis has survived a plane crash.
Yes.
He's lost friends. He's seen all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
It's one of those wild ride. You know, all the hair bands live through heroin overdoses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think Travis's was much less self-inflicted, some of the stuff he dealt with.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, it's got me really wanting to watch it, but for the sake of us, for our relationship,
for the show,
I'll watch the 2 Hard Knocks tonight.
I'll probably watch 1 Hard Knocks tonight.
Well, you've only got one
because I'm already caught up. Yeah.
You did your homework.
Yeah.
Hey, this is like when we were back in school.
As always, I'm on top of it. I also I will also be watching the Cubs and the White Sox this evening as well.
Oh, the Cubbies and the White Sox.
Did you catch any of the goings on at on the North Side last night?
No. I was trying to decide whether to watch that Rockies game because so here's how I determine when I'll turn on the Rocks game.
Okay.
I get the updates to my phone, right, as I'm making dinner, and I look down and I'm like, 7-0.
Yeah.
Oh, early in the game.
Yeah.
And again, Tomo Sagano does not do well against Shohei Ohtani.
2 bombs by Shohei last night.
Like bombs, right?
Well, the second one especially, Max Muncy, though, he had the bomb of the night. 460.
Yeah.
Second deck shot, Drew Goodman. I mean... He mashed that thing, which Max Muncy is one of the great Coors Field players of all time.
So I kind of
as are most of the Dodgers. But no, speaking of the Rumbles, the Cubs Sox game was great last night.
Rumbles?
They
Dummy
went
Rumbles?
No, the other kind.
Who is there a guy that Bud Black talks about? Not those rumbles.
Who was that in regards to?
It was
Spring?
it was the ace that's not with us anymore.
John Gray?
No. The top pitcher. Doggone it. With the Padres right now.
Herman Marquez?
Yeah, Marquez. Didn't Marquez have the diarrhea?
Spring's cutting up Darren Rizzi right now.
Diarrhea.
Well, yeah, you there's a special part of Darren Rizzi you want to get to today, right?
There is.
You turned to me and you're like, did you just hear that breakdown? That was amazing.
It was good. I love Darren Rizzi today. No, the Cubs-White Sox game, Pete Crow Armstrong led off the game with a homer and then hit a walk-off last night, which is pretty rad.
Was there a rumble?
But in the stands, in the bleachers, I don't know if you clearly haven't seen the video of it. It was not cool. It was a lot of idiots.
Well, now I have to go watch.
It was not good. It was not good. No. I will say this though. The Cubs fan, and I don't know what he did to get 5 different people just
ready to go,
throwing haymakers at him.
You're in the South Side. You're a Cubs fan.
Well, they were playing at Wrigley last night, but the guy could take a punch.
Where's the bleacher bums? Is that Wrigley?
That's at Wrigley Field.
So
Yeah.
it was the bleacher bums.
Yes.
Now hold on. There were a bunch of Sox fans going at him, or was this Cub on Cub crime?
It's in Chicago.
I get it.
A lot of Sox
but I
fans
thought
there.
you Wrigley folks, is it? See, I've never lived in a city, I guess, where you got 2 teams to root for. Is it hard to keep the other? I guess the closest thing we have would be like CU trying to keep the CSU people out and vice versa, but it never works.
Exactly. There was actually Book Shami gave a great breakdown of this last night, and he was talking about how, you know, whether it's Cubs, White Sox, whether it's Yankees, Mets, whether it's Giants, A's. I guess that's not really a thing anymore, but you know what I'm saying. like actual crosstown rivalries.
Right.
The thing that's wild about it is that when one team does when the visiting team does something good, it's not silence, so the sound of the ballpark never fluctuates. It's just loud the entire time.
It's a Rockies game.
Dude, the amount of Dodger blue last night
I know.
was I want to say it was like first inning. And there was an over the shoulder, you know, the side shot of one of the hitters, and the entire crowd was blue. It was insane.
I know.
Just how Dodger blue
The
it
old
was
dugout
last
shot
night.
you're talking from like the left and the right side.
Exactly. Yeah, it was nothing but Dodger blue out of course last night.
Hey, can I just get something off my chest before we hit the next hour?
You may.
You want to know why I hate the Apple Watch?
I don't.
You and I are a couple of sarcastic guys.
Okay.
All right. I spent the morning running all around. I ran from that parking lot we got to park at to get to the facility, stood with you, walked all over that thing. Matter of fact, forgot my backpack, ran back to get my backpack from where the tent was, and ran back to my car, then ran in here.
Did you actually run from the parking lot?
I had to. You know how tight on time we were. I was worried you were going to think I forgot it started at 2 o'clock again.
Look at this guy.
And then, you know, and my watch just hit me with the time to stand. Oh, really? All right, I guess I will. And he goes, hey, you did it. Hey, shut up, Apple Watch. I've been standing all morning. Punk, what are you?
Wait it.
What have you been doing, Apple Watch?
So wait it. Like I've never owned one of these things.
The dumb thing gives you like, hey, you stood up, fat ass.
But it says that to you afterwards?
It literally goes, you did it. It says time to stand with an arrow. And so I stood up. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll do it. And then, you know, I look at, because, you know, between the tweets and all the crap going, I look back down the watch, like, you did it.
This is where
I've been bedridden, like I have bed sores because I don't move.
This is where I think you and I should have a job at Apple. Because then I think we could help then curate this feature of the Apple Watch, and you can like set your sarcasm level, because like you did it is only really at like a 3. Yeah.
Oh, it's supposed to be overly. It's a juice box. You did it.
But the next one like on the list is just like listen, Tubby, you're gonna get bed sores. Like stand up.
Hey, way to get out of bed, jerk. Yeah, there's so many. I'm so close to losing a job right now, you know? But seriously, it's just like, shut up, Apple Watch. Hey Siri, what have you been doing?
Hey, you did it. Hey, my Siri turned on when you did that.
Yeah.
That was confusing.
You stupid telling me that you did it.
Whoa.
You did it. You know, it's
Yeah,
like
you've
that
been-
stupid Dora song.
Good
We
for
did
you,
it.
bud.
We did it. We just shut up.
You've been taking
I've been
your
up all
steps
day.
today.
Yeah, well, I've got more of my steps in.
You've been doing
Ring
fine.
should be closed.
Yeah.
Apple Watch.
Yeah.
You punk.
And yet, you know
what this is? And you're stupid. You did it is like literally the tiniest karate trophy your kid gets at the tournament. Hey, here you go. You showed up today.
But you know what,
Hey,
Andy?
you put your belt on. Here's a trophy.
You know what Apple Watch is telling you? You can always do more.
Yeah, well, you know what, Apple Watch?
It's you know what, Andy? Regular folk rest on their laurels. Champions keep working.
Is it the Rise and Grind watch?
Do you have that?
Is it going to tell me, hey, do your Rise and Grind post for the day?
Andy, do you have a Super Bowl mindset? Because Apple Watch
That's
does.
true. Champion mindsets. No, I don't. I really don't. Apple Watch.
Nope, he's just trying to get through this damn radio show.
Just trying to get back to the studio on time.
It is Nate Kreckman. It is Andy Lindahl. We have warmed down from training camp practice. We'll talk more about them punching each other and how much Bo Nix enjoys having Davis Webb in his ears. That's all when we return. All right, let's go. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, you can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. And you can do it right now. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/win, W-I-N. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/win. Or there's now 2 ways to enter. I guess there always has been. Text WIN to 303-504-0925, and then we'll text you the link. That's a nice option. And then you pick.
Who doesn't love a link to just click?
Just somebody sends you a link, you click on it. Okay, we don't want people to have to think. Pick the 4 Nuggets home games you want to see this season, and you're entered. Coming up on Thursday, 2 days from today. Today's Tuesday. After that is Wednesday, and then we follow that up with Thursday. We will announce a name at 20 minutes past the hour every hour here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you hear your name, you have exactly 4 minutes to call in and claim your tickets. But you can't win unless you have already picked games on the website, and you can't win if you don't hear your name. So text WIN, W-I-N, to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you the link right now, or simply go to altitudesportsradio.com/win. And also, if you don't win, make sure you buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick and plan. Go to nuggets.com/pickm, E-M, pickm. Could have also gone with pick them, but I get it.
You got it.
I think
you could have put that in the suggestion box 24 hours ago.
When you shorten everything, sometimes I think that can lead to then further confusion.
Sure.
I would have gone pick them. like McBain. Up and at them. Up and at them. It's up and at them. Up and at them.
Up and Adams?
Davis Webb today.
That really got you. I didn't expect you to tickle you that much. She was just out there a week ago.
Davis Webb.
Sure, he's a guy. He's taller than I thought.
He's very tall.
You know what I mean?
He very confidently rocks a pair of mid-thigh athletic shorts. Very long legs, some real gams on Davis Webb. Did you notice
you're
that?
right.
Yeah.
Here's my question too, though. I wasn't out there for coordinators last week, or I think we were, but you and I were doing an interview in the building. I think we were talking to Pat Bryant that day.
Yeah.
When did the accounting glasses come out? Now that he's the OC, do we have to go less surf bro and more?
Got to see that play sheet, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know, but he hit the. But I mean, he
was still
did
wearing
it at the podium.
Maybe he's been a glasses guy all along. Maybe he was just rocking the contact lenses, and he's like, hey, now I'm a professorial football coach. I can lose the contact lenses and enjoy the comfort
But those
of
were like
glasses.
the black and brown herringbone ones, weren't they? They were like very, you know what I mean? Am I remembering that right?
Humble brag, as somebody with good vision, I don't know anything about glasses.
Well, la-dee-da. La-dee-da.
Apple Watch is going to be like, what, you can't see it, blindy?
Yeah.
We're trying to fix Apple Watch
Hey, go
today.
to 246 and read that I sent back.
Okay.
You'll get a laugh.
I
can't say it on the air.
By the way, speaking of the shorts.
What? Like the actual practice shorts?
Back to the shorts for a second here.
Or the YouTube shorts.
Just a quick aside. And 303-504-0925. Andy, I don't know if you've seen the way the fashion trends have gone.
Sure.
But the shorts have shortened.
They're too short.
They're
Daisy Dukes.
They've Stocktonized.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In recent years.
Things are going to creep out a certain area.
Are you what's your comfort level at a mid-thigh short? Can you go there?
I've learned from having to measure these things out.
Yeah.
The minimum I'll do is 7. I ain't going to 5s.
Okay. Even hot, skinny Andy won't go 5?
That's a lot of white leg for you to catch, and it ain't getting tanned, my guy. I got news for you.
Yeah, I've never gone 5 either.
No, I'll go 7, but I prefer a 9, and sometimes in Duluth, I'll do the 11.
The only pair of shorts that I've ever bought with that measuring system, I did go 7, and it's And even then, I still kind of feel like I got to low ride him a little bit.
You got to go down below the hip bones.
Again, we grew up on the Fab Five,
listen,
when shorts went to the floor.
Sure.
And look, when pants were shorts, that's what we grew up on. So this most recent fashion trend is just it's a little tougher. Yeah, Davis Webb, he's got the legs for it.
Look, it's like the episode of Friends where you don't need anything periscoping.
Okay.
Do you remember that one? Phoebe's got the friend who always puts his leg up at the coffee shop, and they finally have to tell him, hey, guy, getting to know you a little too well.
I'm not worried about that part of it so
well,
much.
La-di-da.
Again,
hey, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there, Nate.
I mean, I
don't know if they help with that or not.
I wear a thing called underwear.
Really?
Generally keeps it all.
Tidy whities? You don't have some free-flowing boxers?
No, I did away with those.
Why? You're done with the kids, so now you're going to keep it all right and tight?
Well, it was after the surgical procedure that made sure I was done with the kids.
You're not taking any chances.
Well, no, then it literally was like you have to wear these for a while, and then I just I've gotten used to it. I never went back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you go underoos for
Are we all getting to know each other today?
Listen, for anybody wondering what the hell's going on, you fried us for 2 weeks in that heat. It gave us an extra hour of radio.
Yeah.
This is what's happened.
Yeah, and I'll admit, I was checking out Davis Webb's legs. They're good legs.
I don't know about all that. I ended up holding Jesse's hand by accident today.
Again, things happen during training camp.
It's been quite the bonding experience. It's been summer camp. Someone says the shorts get shorter and the socks get taller. You think? By the way, Mitch Jimmy Herget.
Oh, Jimmy Herget. Mitch
Some
Herges.
other guy. You know me when I make up a dude. Good old Jimmy Herget out there. He's got the long stirrups. He's got my grade school. I played at Holy Family Grade School where Vic went.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we've covered this. This wasn't travel ball baseball back in the day. You wore you hoped you didn't wear a kid's, 10 times your size uniform a year later. We had the long stirrups, You know what I mean? That's what Herget's got going on. They're off-putting to me. I understand. I'm a fan of the baseball guys that go with the long pants that cuff them at the ankle.
So the stirrups, here's the key. All right. He is a big league equipment guy. So no matter what, the band at the top of the stirrups, that elastic will remain strong. When you and I played Little League, those things were 15 years old. So they would give you those stupid stirrups, and then you would pull them up, and midway through the first inning, they have fallen down around your ankles, and now the stirrup is sticking out, getting caught in your spikes.
Yeah.
Very obnoxious. So I would say stirrups work, but again, you have to have a major league equipment budget, and you can pull it off.
And a little thing called a calf muscle, which when I was in
that helps
sixth
too.
grade,
there
was not enough calf muscle to hold the stirrup up. Who came up with the stirrup anyway?
You know what I
mean, why?
Somebody in the 1870s.
Hey, look at this thing.
When I got to high school, and I think it was freshman and sophomore year, they still distributed stirrups, athletic tape at the top, held them up.
Okay.
I figured out that life hack. And then after that, we just started wearing soccer socks, which were much better for baseball.
Did Jennifer Lopez learn the double tape deal for the dress from stirrups?
Apparently not all that well.
Would you like the lore of that?
Let's listen to Davis Webb, who has great legs.
Come on.
He does. Just again.
All I know is he's taller than I remember in the cow when he played the Buffs.
Hey, a man can compliment another man.
That's fine. You know what? That's
you know what? It's just dudes uplifting dudes is all it is, Andy. That's what we're here to do.
You're a calf guy. So now the next time you see Abby, I'm going to have to take a glance at the calves to see if somehow that. All right.
Oh, she is. Yeah,
I'm sure
they're nice.
Yes,
they're
I know,
very
because
nice.
We've all learned something today, and now I know
they're very nice.
I don't even have to see anymore because now I'm aware.
Mm-hmm.
Tell her to wear pants.
Was that a ZZ Top song? What? She got legs.
Yeah, she knows how to use them.
Was that ZZ Top?
I think that was.
Okay.
You know what? For you and I, we're going to say yes.
All right, sounds good.
Because I'm sure the text line, in polite fashion, will correct us if we're wrong.
No, idiot.
You jackasses. Go ahead.
It was golden earring.
Golden earring?
Let's listen to Davis Webb talking
We're going
about
to get a drug test later.
how long he stays in Bo Nix's helmet.
15 seconds, it's off. I think it's play dependent, situation dependent. Some plays are like reading, a green eggs and ham book. Like he knows it like the back of his hand. The other ones are like Harry Potter, like the fourth book. So there'll be a few reminders on that one. But
You're just saying stuff.
yeah, I think every play's different. Everyone's got their own little flavor on it.
I like the literary reference right there, Andy. The short ones are green eggs and ham.
Yeah.
Yes. He likes them in a
Sam
box.
I
He
am.
likes them with socks. And then I guess I was doing Fox and Socks, but doing it as green eggs and ham. Sorry, Dr. Seuss aficionados. I know that didn't work. And then the other ones are Harry Potter because those are 800 pages. I see what he's saying.
Yeah, and he just said he was talking about how the new ones are the ones he's going to maybe help him out with, right?
Mhm.
The ones he's not been playing so much. But I did think it, I do wonder, I probably should have asked Bo, but I was so worried about us getting the interview that I was like, God, did somebody already ask him?
I was really worried about it too.
I know, I could tell. Can't wait to play it for you. I do think, I wonder if there's too much. Like it's, because you talked about it. Davis has never been in Bo's head because the only time he called plays last year was that Arizona preseason game, and the teams had practiced together. And Sean, for those that don't remember, Sean said, we got the work done we need during the week. I'm not putting Bo out there.
Yeah.
So Davis called it. That was really the greatest play of Evan Ingram's season, it turns out, in that game on the crosser. But I wonder if Bo 6 months from now will even be like, all right, enough help. But I think they like it. I think the modern quarterback is into that.
Possibly Jared Goff always benefited from it a ton. Yeah, I do think, but I also I think anytime a coach, I'm sure Sean Payton gave pointers here and there, but it's like if you have made it a focus of, all right, I want the play call fully spit out by 22-21 on the play clock, whatever it may be, then I know I give myself 4 or 5 seconds to then, hey, watch the safety creeping over, whatever it may be.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Have they made a mistake talking too much about this?
No.
Does this give defensive coordinators a chance to, because remember, that's what kind of went awry for Jared Goff in the Super Bowl, was Belichick was showing him one thing, and the minute they saw 15 seconds hit, they changed it.
I know what you're saying. I think that's what every defensive coordinator is trying to do anyway. Because honestly, you're trying to combat the quarterback, whatever his initial read is. You want him to think one thing and then give him something else. That's the chess match of football. Bo Nix talked today about the difference between having Davis Webb and Sean Payton in his ear during games.
I think it's obviously different. They're two different play callers, and they're two different people. They're going to have different mannerisms. I think, Sean did a really good job my first couple of years, just not distracting me with different things and not being extra, and just giving me the play. He would give me a few reminders if I needed them, but really it was just the play, and he kept me in it, and it was very beneficial for me as a young kid getting into the league. Now I think with Davis, he understands where I'm at on my level, and he can also push me, give me a little bit more, and also be a little extra at times. And he's always going to be the guy that sends me a joke in every once in a while, and sort of keeps it lighthearted, and just as serious as this game is, it can also be fun at the same time.
I think kind of what he's trying to say there is, and I know exactly what he means, Sean Payton, no matter what, Bo Nix is always the second wife.
Sure.
Yeah,
because Drew Brees.
So I bet you Sean Payton calls him Drew sometimes. And it's uncomfortable for
And then
everybody
all
in the
hell
room.
breaks loose in the quarterback room.
Exactly. But I bet you it does happen. But also, Sean has probably got that, well, this is the way I've always done it. Davis Webb, I think, is far more likely to cater the experience to be Bo Nix specific, because the two of them are developing that kind of rapport and relationship that Peyton had forever with Breeze. I think it's just a much more natural pairing. And then Bo says, Davis can crack a joke. give him whatever pointer he needs. I mean, the other part of it too is, like for example, Andy, you and I both called football games before. Like they give you a spotter, and a spotter is there to provide statistical information or see things on the field that you're looking for. But no matter what, every spotter that you get, you tell them, this is what I want you to help me with. This is where I need your assistance.
Give me the extra eyes here.
Exactly. Like Bo, Nix, and Davis Webb can get on that page very quickly of like, this is specifically what you can help me with pre-snap.
Yeah, and I think part of it's going to be, help me out here, because I meant to mark it down, I didn't. Did you notice it felt like Davis wasn't changing personnel constantly? Now, it's a preseason game, so it's probably a bad read.
Right.
But I really get the vibe that Bo would like you to not do that so much.
Because everything can move faster.
Yeah,
fewer
fewer
substitutions.
Guys. Let's get everybody a lather on this stretch.
And exactly. And how do you make one personnel grouping more versatile in a series? That's how you get into the rhythm of everything that you are doing. And I think I think that is one area that the Broncos will improve significantly this year, because they had to have looked at it and seen this was a weakness for us a year ago.
Well, and you can just see. Now, we'll see if the results play out, and hopefully they will. I don't expect them to be any different. Matter of fact, if anything, I expect it to go up. But the bottom line is, what you've been talking about is, Sean is the boss. He's the ultimate boss. And I don't care how good a boss or friendly a boss you are, you're still the boss.
Yeah.
And I think some things are just easier when the boss isn't there, and I think Bo feels like he probably has a little more freedom now with this arrangement.
Bo Nix is going up every day in practice against one of the best defenses in the entire NFL. How beneficial is that experience? Bo Nix will tell you when we come back. All right, so let's hear some more from Bo Nix today because they've got to go head-to-head daily against that Broncos defense, and those guys are pretty good. Bo Nix and Nick Bonito got big mad at each other today during practice. Malcolm Roach also, he was a burr in Bo's saddle. In fact, Bo Nix frustrated enough with Malcolm Roach, even though Malcolm Roach wasn't the one that knocked into him, to then throw the ball in Malcolm Roach's general direction. I will give Bo a little bit of credit. I think if he wanted to drill Malcolm Roach with a football, he could have, and he didn't. He just sort of fired it in the direction so that the message came across, but that nothing was going to escalate. And then 2 plays later, it fully escalated.
It did. Look, Jeff Legwold has said this. This is what you get when you've got this good a defense trying to do a training camp. And Bo clearly, I think, has had enough, as I believe this answer will reveal.
So let's hear it. Bo Nix today on how going head-to-head with Nick Bonito and Patrick Surtain every day helps this offense improve.
Well, it's great for us in practice. As annoying as it is, it's great because they're the best of the best. You're not going to find 2 better than them. And like you said, in the pass rush, we got to our tackles and our line have to face the best edge rushers and best interior rushers in the game, and they've statistically proven that over the last couple of years. And so it makes us better up front and challenges us, and I think that's why we've been really good in protection. And then receivers, it makes them better because they have to confront the challenge. And, him and Riley do a great job with DMac. They pretty much everything looks like man with our defense, and so everything's match, and our guys have to get separation, and our guys are constantly having to get open. And I think the more you do that, the more reps you get having to go against the best, the better you're going to be.
Classic strength on strength. And it was on display for everybody last Friday night against Atlanta. The Broncos offensive line won. The Broncos defensive line won. They are so good on both of those lines, on both sides of the ball, that the floor for this team is so friggin' high. The floor for this offense, Andy, is so high just because of what they have along the offensive line. I think it can still be an upper half of the NFL offense, even with skill position injuries, because of just how good they are in protection along that O-line. That it's the ultimate floor raiser. And I would say the same thing about the D-line for the defense.
I agree with you, but in order for that ceiling to be met on the offensive side of the ball, Jalen Waddle, and we won't know it, I don't think, till the regular season. Again, he's in this slow ramp up. It's starting to feel like we'll be lucky if he plays next Friday. I don't think he's playing this Friday in any world.
It feels unlikely.
So, and Mims looks like he's even a little farther behind than what
he's behind Jalen right now.
So those two probably aren't playing. When we get to Kansas City, we need to be able to see that Jalen Waddle classic attack in the middle of the field, in between the numbers, the area that we said Bo is not throwing the ball. That's got to become a thing again in this offense. You know what else has to happen? You got to have that. You described the play yesterday when he threw it down to Sutton, he being Jared Stidham. But what made that play so wide open? A dragging of the middle tight end that brought coverage up. Now, again, I think Atlanta was probably an idiot for 3 people to jump that route, but they chose to.
Bold choice.
It was a bold choice. But if the tight end has to be that kind of threat, which means you've got to throw it to that route as well in the regular season.
And Waddle's going to do that in the regular season as well. Bo Nix today talked about what it's been like having Jalen Waddle back in practice the last couple days.
It's been great. He's an elite player, and he makes our room better. And with him out there on the field, just again adds a different level of explosiveness, and just allows other guys to be better. And Court can be better. Jalen's obviously going to make plays. Pat and Troy, those guys are going to be there, and then the rest of the guys are going to fall in line.
Yeah, the other whatever their names are. Yes. You know what though? You know what I appreciate about Bo Nix? He didn't go Russell Wilson naming every single player on the team. So get the 4 headliners. We know Mims is banged up right now. Get the 4 headliners, and let's just move on with the answer.
I do like a Bo Nix presser, I think.
I think he does. Now. You know what, honestly? Like, he strikes the balance. He's not, I was talking about this with someone today. He's not Joe Burrow up there.
No,
right?
he's not.
Like, Joe Burrow will Joe Burrow will straight up rip his own teammates or his organization. Joe Burrow is very transparent in that way. Bo Nix is not that, but he's also not syrupy, painful Russell Wilson. He lets his personality shine, but he also recognizes, I am the franchise quarterback and face of a franchise and face of a city, and he knows all that goes into being a quarterback. I just think he handles that job really well. He's matured into it very nicely.
Bo's Bo.
Bo is Bo.
I think Bo's just being himself up there, and that's what I like. There's nothing that feels, like you said, there's nothing that feels fake.
Mm-hmm.
He uses some of the cliches because that's what comes with the quarterback job, but he doesn't overdo it. Like you said, he's not trying to go out there and name every guy on the roster to try to prove, I guess, he has some awareness of who else is in the locker room with him. I just think he's got the right balance right there. And you know what? I do think he's very businesslike. I really do. I think that's probably a little of what, when you talk about probably that headbutting that goes on between he and Sean, they both are very intense about their football.
Bo Nix today also was asked about his old college teammate turned pro teammate, Troy Franklin, and what it's like to play with the guy for as long as those two have been together. I thought this was a really good answer from Bo Nix.
Seems to be a real confident guy. He sets lofty goals. What's that kind of?
Yeah, he's my longest tenured teammate. I've never been on a team, never had a teammate as long as I have with Troy, and so I kind of feel like we've grown up through the years together. We've been through a lot of the same journey, same things at the same time, and he was there with me when I was just getting to Oregon, and he was just a young guy, and we sort of flourished together and made a name for ourselves out in Oregon, and he set a lot of records and did a great job, and then we get drafted in the same class as the same team, so it was pretty awesome. And Troy's a guy that's you don't realize how much he's actually picking up. You don't realize how much he's willing to learn, and he asks great questions, very detailed questions. He definitely clears up the air on a lot of things just by the questions he asks. He's a very intelligent football player, underrated knowledge, and I don't think enough people know that about him, but definitely smart. And then I think now in year 3, he's just putting his skill set with that knowledge that he's learned and put together in the NFL, and now you can see he's really starting to shine and really start being a playmaker that we know he can be.
That's leader of the offense answer right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
And detailed where it needed to be. That taught us something about Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
That's why I like that. If you're going to give me a long answer, give me something like that.
Right, exactly.
And again, if you could see his facial expressions while he talked about it, there just was there was a sincere look on his face. It is, you forget how long, and that's what struck me. Man, you really have been around that guy a long time.
Yeah.
I was thinking of it. The only thing I can relate to in my own life was I had a classmate who came to my grade school in like 3rd grade, and somehow he showed up in high school at my place again. Then he showed up again at college, and that's kind of what's happened with Bo and Troy.
They're in the same place. Yeah.
Did Troy live with him? Was Troy the one that lived with Bo's family? Actually,
no. Wasn't that Tez Johnson?
Was it Tez Johnson?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I was curious.
Yeah. Johnson, Tez something.
Taz.
Not gonna work here anymore. Yeah. No, it was Tez Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Tight end.
Wide receiver.
Can we get a tight end? Did Jolie drop a couple passes today? By the way, it's kind of,
there was a high one over the middle he needed to bring down, and he didn't.
That we're kind of getting to. He's probably practice squad guy, maybe, right?
It's time to start making plays, guy. Yeah, it is. It's time to. I truly don't know. Like here's my best guess, as we sit here right now, is Troutman and Engram are, they're put them in Sharpie. They're on the team. After that, I think it's probably Adkins and Kroll.
Kroll's not going anywhere, man, unless Caleb Lohner shows up out of the witness protection program and shows us what I've heard people are excited about. Then he's practice squad at best right now.
And here's the thing: is I would call them 3A and 3B. only because they just do such different things.
Right.
I mean, and I don't think Kroll sucks at blocking, and I don't think Adkins is incapable of going and catching a pass, but like they both are stronger in a different area.
Atkins is viewed by Sean as the backup to Troutman, and Kroll is viewed by Sean as the backup to Ingram.
Yeah.
And they get used that way, or they did last year anyway,
Right.
when Kroll finally got healthy.
Exactly. So, for Jolie, it would be like the rookie 5th-round pick. He would have to I think he would have to really show some things going down the stretch here. Otherwise, he's probably a practice squad guy. But and here's one thing to remember about this NFL draft, and Jeff Legwold told us this over and over going into it. This was largely viewed as like a 3-round draft. And then after that, it was like so many of these dudes that had just been in college forever because of COVID and everything else like that. Like the last several rounds of the draft this past year, a little bit of a crapshoot. So saying you're a 5th-round pick in the 2026 NFL draft is not the same as a 5th-round pick in some other drafts.
Right.
So as a result, you might think putting a 5th-round tight end on the practice squad would be a risky proposition, but it probably won't be.
No.
You're probably safe.
I'm with you. The problem is, Jeff had me excited because he told us on the air that that Jolie was not bothered by contact, that he has the kind of route running ability that should transfer to the NFL. But this guy's got to catch some passes, and I feel like we've not talked to him about him at all.
But here's the other factor, Andy, is you can be all of those things, but then also pro football's just so friggin' hard.
Oh, I get it.
If you're thinking and not playing, then that side of your physical skill set doesn't get an opportunity to shine because you're just not reacting. Your head's in a different place. Once that catches up, well then you can be all of those other things. And I think he's just a young guy, and right now, learning to play tight end in Sean Payton's offense it's winning right now. Over just his own physical ability.
No, I'm with you. But there's a part of me that if we really want to see the ceiling of this offense, someone has to be as good a tight end as some of the guys that Sean had in New Orleans.
Or Jalen Waddle just has to be so friggin' good over the middle
I guess.
that it doesn't make it matter that they're not good at tight end.
I guess. You're probably it just feels like the modern NFL game features great tight ends. So
yeah, it does for a lot of teams.
Not here.
No, not here.
Not for a minute. Anyway.
No. By the way, I was behind driving into the Broncos facility today. I was behind a van, 2 Chiefs stickers on the back.
Sure.
And another sticker. I'd never seen this one before. Swift Kelsey 2028.
Okay.
As though it was a presidential ticket.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But she was on top.
Really?
He would be the vice president in this situation.
Well,
which is probably a good idea.
Did the van go parked down by the river when it was done? Or
I didn't. There's no river down there, but
with the Chiefs fan there.
I guess there's a. You
can go find one.
Because there's a slight wetland.
You can go to Cherry Creek Reservoir.
Right across the street there.
The reservoir doesn't roll off the tongue as river, though.
No, not that much. Hey, grab your friends for wine time, Andy. Friday, August the 28th. At Elitch Gardens. That is a week from this Friday. Wine time, 14 wine stations. I prefer a wine station to a gas station. Artisan bites, a DJ, and so much more. Tickets are available now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. That's WINE wine. This is all brought to you by the Halliburton Law Firm. We haven't heard anything from Vance Joseph today. We should listen a little bit to VJ when we come back because his defense had 2 interceptions on the road in Atlanta. As we know, only 14 total takeaways in the regular season just a year ago. It was a weakness of the Broncos defense, kind of the only real notable weakness of the Bronco defense. Can they take the ball away in greater volume this upcoming season? Well, Vance Joseph will talk about what he took away from that. Plus, Andy, we also perhaps have a Bronco conspiracy.
Oh, good. I like a conspiracy.
Regarding a particular former first-round pick.
Relative to?
Relative to an individual on the Broncos defense. Vance Joseph said something today that may require a memo to be sent amongst the Broncos coaching staff. We'll tell you what that is right after this.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your health been lately, and how's your body looking? Let's just go right there. And you know what? Why am I getting so specific? Because you've heard about the fact that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you out with things like testosterone treatment, obviously, is the big one. If you are worried about your testosterone levels, they can check that out. Or maybe you are thinking about some of the other programs that they have to offer. I took advantage of their GLP-1 program. Matter of fact, I thought, it was fantastic. Not I thought. It was, in fact, fantastic. And it helped me lose 50 pounds. This is just one of those programs, just one of the programs that they can help you with over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And I recommend you go and check them out. If you want to see a difference, matter of fact, today was a day. Got a chance to talk with Alex Palczewski. He's the player that I interviewed a year ago when I decided I got to make a change because my body certainly doesn't look the way that I like it to. And so we took a picture today to celebrate a little bit of how much different I look. And again, it was mainly because of the GLP-1. They can help you with so many things. Again, whether it's NAD, if you want the GH peptides, they've got 4 targeted body composition programs that can help you. And it's only at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So get on in there and maybe get your workouts back, get the sex drive up, get your sleep better. It can all be found by getting help through the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First visit, $99. They'll check your T and PSA levels. You can start on testosterone if you'd like. And if you do start on testosterone, that visit is free. So get on in there and see what they can do for you. Find the clinic closest to you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
we don't hear enough these days from Vance Joseph.
Paxton?
We play a lot of drops, but we don't hear him in the long form.
Pat Bryan?
I'm just so happy we got it. I don't think we got one today, did we?
There weren't any. No, I
Man.
was looking for him.
Who got to him?
I didn't notice.
I want the old VJ.
Yeah. It was good to get. Hey, you know what? He played the hits for us, though, with Pat Bryan.
Goodness.
So thanks, VJ. VJ, again, big fight today that started with Nick Bonito knocking into Bo Nix, Malcolm Roach talking trash, and then 2 plays later, it was a full-on Donnybrook. Vance Joseph today on if he talks to his guys about, not running into the quarterback.
Listen, Coach Payton talks about how to practice from day one. And, we all know on defense to avoid the quarterback, right? It gets competitive, obviously, and guys are rushing to win it down. And sometimes they get too close, and we simply remind them. But, Bo's our quarterback, and we don't want anyone near Bo.
Bo is our quarterback. We don't want anyone near Bo.
Don't you get near my quarterback.
Yeah, nor should you. VJ today also was asked about the Broncos with 2 takeaways in Atlanta. A Malcolm Roach tip pass that was picked off by Riley Moss, and then Karene Reed knocking away a curl route that then went into the hands of Jahdae Barron and resulted in a 97-yard interception return for a touchdown, what the kids call a pick 6 or a house call. Vance Joseph today on those 2 takeaways in Atlanta.
Well, yeah, it was good to see, obviously, but our focus, again, guys, is playing good football. Stopping the run, winning third downs, winning red zone. And obviously, when you're playing good football, when those ops present itself, let's take them. Our big focus now is catching the football. We caught 2 and probably dropped 2. I think also, too, when you watch the game, the ball's coming out really fast. That may be a trend for us. Our rush is so good that the ball may come out fast. We had 4 batted balls. So we have to pivot, each season, each game to what takes the ball away. A batted pass for interception, that's a huge play for us. So we're constantly talking about just playing the right way, and that comes with it.
Ball coming out fast, that is a result. That's okay. So Andy, with that being the case, and I think Vance Joseph's absolutely right about that. All right, ball coming out fast. Does that then put a greater priority on tackling then for this defense, knowing most of the opposition's receptions are going to be of the shorter variety? If you don't tackle well, then a would-be 4-yard gain turns into a 12-yard gain. Or something even worse than that. Like, is tackling then the greater focus then if that's what your pass rush and your D-line is forcing upon an opposing quarterback?
Yeah, because remember down the side, look, for all the reasons you just listed, yes, tackling is important. I would also put out there, if you remember, I feel like they had a little bit of trouble tackling at times towards the end of last year too. Mm-hmm. It was very strong to start the year, frankly. But they had a couple of times they had a chance to get some guys down towards the end of the year, and they didn't. And it was a problem. Remember that Kansas City game? It was a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
And I realized, and again, what made it so frustrating, Kansas City wasn't even really playing all their players that night. And the Los Angeles Charger game, I believe, at the end of the year wasn't like their best performance. They just, frankly, against the Bills, it got away from them a little bit, but they were able to turn the Bills over. That is the biggest key. As fun as last year was, there's a couple of those poor performances you can't repeat and expect a win as a result. That Bills game on both sides of the ball has to be cleaner. You won the Bills game because of an all-timer of a turnover that, let's be honest, a different set of eyes might have ruled something different.
Yeah.
And because you did turn them over so many times. So the tackling has got to be crisp, and it's got to be consistent the whole season.
Josh Allen hero ball.
Josh Allen
killed the Bills that night.
It did.
It did.
Especially the one we keep talking about, the one right before the half was the real dagger to me.
Yeah, because when the Bills didn't turn it over, they couldn't be stopped.
Right. The Broncos defense was not having that great a day.
Right.
And it gets covered up by the fact you did turn them over so much. Now, look.
And you get credit for that.
You do. Because if this team can turn teams over like they did that Bills game, then you don't have to be quite the tackler. But the problem is, then a week later, you couldn't turn the Patriots over at all.
Right.
And you lost.
Vance Joseph also talked about Jahdae Barron today. We mentioned Barron with the touchdown off the tip ball interception from Karene Reed the other night. Jahdae Barron, former first-round pick. He is in his second training camp. He appears to be the fourth corner on this team. It doesn't look like he's going to be a starter this upcoming season. I would also say I don't think he should be a starter this upcoming season, and that's not a knock against him. It's just the three guys above him are all better than him right now at this stage of his football life. Vance Joseph, an interesting answer today on what he has seen in this camp and in this preseason so far from number 23, Jahdae Barron.
I see a guy who's straining, who's stacking days, who's getting better. I mean, he plays multiple spots for us. That's going to be valuable. He's nickel, he's a dime, he's sometimes a safety.
Nickel, a dime, and sometimes a safety.
One more time.
He's a nickel, he's a dime, and he's sometimes a safety.
He's nickel, he's a dime, he's sometimes a safety.
Yeah.
Okay, right there from the DC.
Okay, so everybody, all right, mark this down. This is August 18th. Okay.
Quick note.
Let's go into the Wayback Machine. The old, let's go NBA inside stuff. Rewind to August 3rd. A spicy Sean Payton is at the podium, and he said this about Jahdae Barron.
He's doing good. I read somewhere where we moved him to safety, and I don't know who wrote the article. I'm not. He's playing nickel. He's playing corner, and then when we get into dime, he replaces a linebacker. So he's doing really good. There's been no position change.
But you do talk about vision for a player. Is it? I guess it's possible, but that he could get some work at safety down the line. Is that at least a?
No, that's what the article said. Yeah, no safety work. He's playing corner, nickel, and dime.
No safety work.
None.
No safety work.
No safety work. August 3rd. However, August 18th, Vance Joseph.
He's nickel, he's a dime, he's sometimes a safety.
Sometimes a safety.
Sometimes.
No safety work.
Sometimes.
Sometimes a safety.
A safety.
To me, it feels like there's a large gap between no and sometimes. Because no means no times.
No means no, none, zip, nada.
Sometimes means...
Zero. Not even a square to spare.
Means sometimes.
Sometimes.
Means sometimes he is and sometimes he's not. That's the thing about sometimes. No safety work. Sometimes a safety. What's going on here, Andy?
Well, maybe this is why Davis Webb is taking over the play calling, because he recognizes that Jahdae Barron is a safety and warns Bo about it, whereas Sean didn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Is there going to be a meeting? Has Vance Joseph already been called to Sean Payton's office this afternoon?
Oh, well, somebody else texted it and said, I think it was our guy Josh, our regular listener, going, is Sean Payton then dialing up Davis Webb and going, what about these jokes? Although he should be on headset, so he should know about the jokes that Bo said that Davis is cracking. Does he get together with both coordinators? I don't know, man. But see, again,
does Sean sit there and he's just like, I don't get it. It must be an inside thing between the two of them. I don't get it.
Yeah, could be. Well, or he's too busy. Davis Webb waits till he sees him ripping the ref or something, and then he cracks the joke.
No safety work.
Yeah.
Sometimes a safety.
Sean.
Give it to me one more time, Spring. Give me, what do we have now?
He's nickel, he's a dime, he's sometimes a safety.
Sometimes a safety.
Sometimes.
But what did Sean say there?
No safety work.
No safety work.
Well, technically, look, in fairness to Sean.
Has an email already been sent?
In fairness to Sean, his quote came 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
And now that we've had a game, maybe things have changed. We say in our business all the time, I reserve the right to change my opinion based on new information, and maybe Vance Joseph is saying, my information tells me he needs to play a little safety.
Does Sean have to now? I don't know who wrote the article in question.
I still don't.
I don't. I have no idea. But does Sean now owe that guy an edible arrangement?
So it's just mine that was stupid about the backup quarterback competition? the safety guy's off the hook and it leaves just me.
He owes you an edible arrangement as well.
I'm just the jerk.
Send Andy some chocolate-covered strawberries.
See? And then I'll feed them to you.
Still one of the worst days of my life.
We've got a new HR staff. You may be safe now forever.
I need to go talk to them. Yeah.
What?
I don't know. What's the statute of limitations?
You accepted the strawberries.
How many Valentine's Day ago can Andy still be called in for extra training? Extra. I don't even know if sensitive, because you were very sensitive about it, sensitive and sensual about it. It was the
I'm not wasting good chocolate.
Consent was the issue.
You said you'd eat them.
I did. That is true. However, I did not agree to have the vessel by which it then entered my.
What did you think you were getting, a fondue fork?
Mouth area to be your hand.
I'll bring a fondue fork the next time we do it. When people want to know how we end up in the sad condo in Lone Tree after they move, it'll be things like this.
Be all the times Andy's touched me.
You just told me to grab my friends and go to wine time. You can't send mixed messages there, Kreckman.
That is true. That's the problem, is Andy really will grab his friends.
Let's go!
He will grab, he will embrace, he will shake.
What I found out is a lot of you people did not roughhouse his kids. It's not my problem. My best friend was the king of the sailor taps. You ever got that on your chest where they just, like, your sternum's going to shatter? This is the guy that liked me. You should have seen what the people that hated me did.
I left my roughhousing in my childhood.
Listen, we're going to hear from Alex Palczewski next hour.
Are we? Is it ready?
It's ready.
Okay, I'm excited about
this. And the question of, is Kreckman soft, comes up.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, I spoiler alert, God, yes.
Well, no, he's got to determine.
Oh, okay.
He does have a determine.
All right.
He gives you an out because again, I think as a fellow Illinois alum.
Yeah.
I think he looked forward to chatting with you, and you weren't there.
I wasn't
there. And then
he
was sad.
I blew him off.
He was stuck with the roughhousing loudmouth from the group he agreed to talk to. They had to take a picture with me, and I got him in there. Nate.
I know. This is a big day for Andy. This is a big day for hot skinny Andy. This really, today is your Super Bowl.
I probably should have worn a smaller shirt, though. This is one of my more billowy shirts.
It's
the
fat guy in a fat shirt. Now you're skinny guy in a fat shirt.
Wait till you see the Halloween shirts I'm not ready to give up. I got one that I might blow away in. Guess what? There's also another conspiracy.
You have more?
I will. About yesterday's practice.
Okay, I want to hear it. Okay, tell you what. Hit me with it when we come back. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Wahoo's Fish Tacos. What do you got going for dinner tonight? Look, the answer's nothing. I know it. You know it. You're not sure what you're going to do. I mean, let me help you out with that. You need to get on over there. Enjoy their summer menu. They've got some great summer tacos that you can enjoy if you'd like to. You can also get a pineapple margarita. Doesn't that sound very good? Now, it should sound excellent, frankly. Now, listen, if maybe you're on your way to fall, and I know a lot of people are starting to make the old fall transition here, even though it's still 90 degrees in the middle of August. I know Nate just gave me a weird look. You know what? Walk into Michael's sometime there, Nate. It's already Christmas. But if you're making the transition to fall, just get yourself a little bit of queso.
Remember this the next time I need to do some crafting. Thank you.
If you'd like to go on in there, get a nice blackened chicken taco, have some blackened fish, get it in a bowl. If you like good fall hearty, get it in an enchilada with just the loads of their great sauce on top of it. The sauces are fresh made. You're really going to enjoy it. I think they got some great queso. They have a happy hour so you can enjoy any of their triple frosted margaritas if you'd like, or frosted triple margarita would be a better way to put it. And, of course, it's great for dinner. It's great on the patio as it gets a little bit cooler out there, and you're going to enjoy it. And it's going to feel like just a little something different, a little taste of summer by the beach before you head to fall. It's Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Find one of their 4 locations in either Boulder or Longmont, Park Meadows, or Highlands Ranch, and you can learn more about them at wahoos.com.
All right, it's hour number 3. It is the third hour of the show.
Because we warmed down.
Yeah, that's right.
Kreckman?
We did warm down. But it's technically hour number 2 of Kreckman and Lindahl, but it's hour number 3 of our time together here with your radio friends, Nate
Look,
and Andy.
We've had a goofy, fun day, I think.
Have we?
Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
Let me know. Come out in a month.
Let me know when the fun starts, all right?
Someone asked if I'm wearing the pirate shirt. No, I'm not wearing the pirate shirt.
The puffy shirt?
It is. It's just I've got some clothes I'm not ready to part with, even though they're too big. What are you gonna do?
So, Andy, I want to bring something up
to my attention.
I would like to bring this to your attention.
Since we're talking conspiracies,
we are. Spring, there's more to the conspiracy than even we realized. Guys, honestly, we didn't know how deep this went. And quite frankly, I think we may all potentially be in danger based upon what we have just stumbled into.
You were looking at the notes in the break.
We might know too much.
Uh-oh.
And somebody may have a problem with us knowing too much.
Are there any black copters above us or vans outside?
I don't know.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I'm nervous. In fact, there's somebody walking through the office right now holding their finger to their ear as though they're talking into a mouth. I'm concerned right now. We may be being spied on. So last hour here on the show, we pointed out, and Spring has the evidence available, which, again, I'm a little nervous about. But, Spring, Vance Joseph, again, today, in regards to Jahdae Barron, what did Vance Joseph say again today about him?
He's nickel, he's a dime, he's sometimes a safety.
He's nickel, he's dime, he's sometimes a safety. Now, back on August 3rd, Sean Payton told us what about Jahdae Barron?
No safety work.
No safety work. He's not a safety. Somebody wrote an article about him being a safety, and Sean wanted you to know he's not a safety. No safety work. Okay. So in my email inbox, Andy, I see the transcript today sent by the Denver Broncos from the wonderful PR staff. Denver Broncos 2026 quotes: defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, special teams coordinator, assistant head coach Darren Rizzi, offensive coordinator Davis Webb, and quarterback Bo Nix. 8/18/26. For Vance Joseph, there were 3 quotes listed in the transcript. The first one was about the defense forcing a couple turnovers. The second one was about the cohesion of the inside linebacker group. The third was about young linebacker Red Murdoch and how he's coming along. There is no transcription of the quote in which Vance Joseph said that Jahdae Barron is sometimes a safety.
Sure. This comes from the defensive coordinator.
Yes.
He coordinates the defense.
This is directly from the organization.
Yep.
They chose to omit Vance Joseph revealing that Jahdae Barron is sometimes a safety, a direct contradiction of the words of his boss, Sean Payton, just 15 days ago.
So it's not a new development.
How high does this thing go?
All the way up to the office of Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Because Greg Penner's looking at Burnham Yard trying to move a water company right now, so I don't think he's worried.
There's a cover-up in place.
Uh-oh.
This is a scandal that I think is prepared to rock the 2026 Denver Broncos. What does it all mean, Andy?
You know what you need to do? We need to stroll on into the Sean Payton presser tomorrow playing safety dance. Dance if we want to. We're going to leave your friends behind.
Safety is a versatile term when it comes to pro football. There's, concussion safety. There's the safety that is worth 2 points. There's the position of the safety, both the free safety and the strong safety. It gets used a lot in that sport. It's a versatile word.
What did you think of the practice yesterday, just out of curiosity? Did that look like some install time? Did that look like some...
A lot of red zone install yesterday.
Yeah.
Sean even said it was a heavy red zone install practice. Again, it looked like every other red zone session.
Okay.
But I don't, admittedly, they don't give me a play sheet.
Sure.
So I don't know the nuances of every single call But Sean did say after practice yesterday that it was a heavy red zone installation day.
I had some of my friends, some in the circle,
Okay.
wondering aloud.
In your circle of trust?
Sure.
Okay.
And I looked at the stands while I was waiting for the interview we'll play a little bit later this hour. 4:45, you want to call it? That's usually when we shove those things, right?
Shove it.
You're right with that, Spring?
It's such a weird verb. It's where you shove that thing, right? Hey, Andy, this is the tightest 4 hours in radio. I don't know if we can fit it.
Well, yeah. Well, if it's inside my shirt, it will. They wondered aloud. I said, I would have liked to see those stands go up in the wind. And someone goes, you really think that happened?
Oh!
So that's why. Because here's the only reason. Here's the reason why I give a little credence to that.
We got a bleacher truther out there.
Well, I'm just kind of curious, and this is the reason why I wondered.
Yeah.
If that person was maybe, and it wasn't Jeff Legwald for those. This is a different. Jeff doesn't stand by me. And
Hey,
Jeff,
look, guys. Andy knows other people.
I know two people, and Jeff. So it wasn't Jeff. You got to figure out who else I know.
Me?
Jeff doesn't need the nonsense of you and I, so he tries to go to the other side when we're out there.
Legwald stays the hell
He's
away
like,
from
I
us.
get paid to talk to you guys. I'm not on the clock. I'm going to go stand over here. But anyway, the reason why I did think it was interesting, because in Jeff's interview yesterday, he said the poor parking lot attendant had to tell everybody they couldn't do it.
Right. Because so what was said yesterday, and by the way, what Jeff reported yesterday on the show, I was told the same thing by a team official, that, and they couldn't confirm it because this individual is not a structural engineer.
Sure.
But they did tell us that during these storms over the weekend,
lifted up.
The temporary bleachers, they're not,
They're big. It's
right.
It's a big structure.
Right, exactly. But there's no foundation for these things, and that because there is a large awning over the top of it, allegedly the wind picked up one side of the bleachers, lifted it into the air, and then when it came crashing down, the structural integrity of said temporary bleachers at Broncos Training Camp was said to be compromised.
Sure.
And so they had to close practice on Monday morning. Now, Andy, they closed it really late.
They did, and again, listen. Looking at the way the thing's set up, because as you said, if you go to the sail barge in Jabba's deal,
that's exactly, yes.
But that's what the top tarp looks like, that thing. So yes, I could see that acting as something that would pick up the bleachers and move it, because we know that we had some pretty serious storms Saturday. However, this organization is so organized and so good with communicating with its fans. I just found it surprising when Jeff added that, it was the parking lot attendant that had to tell people, by the way, it's closed today.
Right.
Because I think they would have known.
And the team tweeted it out.
Sure.
But I didn't see an email from the organization.
Now maybe it would have been just emailed to the specific ticket holders, and maybe some people just missed it and whatever.
Yeah, because media guy, you're showing up anyway. What do we care?
But I also think it's interesting now that we turn them away, close the practice, shove the media up high. You tell me, and he even admitted they did a bunch of red zone work. So I just wondered, did we decide we needed an extra day of no eyes and no phones on the real stuff? The world may never know.
Those lizard people that live under DIA are out there doing some heavy lifting around the Broncos today. What is going on?
The Freemasons? Isn't that who's supposed to be out there?
I thought they were lizard people.
Is it? There was someone else that...
I think they're there too.
There's like 100 people. Tyler had someone he was always worried about when somebody would bring him up. Don't talk about them. They're going to come get us.
The lizard Freemasons?
Yeah. There's some other group. It was like the Gestapo or something. I don't know.
We should also look out for the Gestapo.
Yeah, probably them.
I would say.
They were a thing.
The SS, we should be aware of them.
Sure.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's any number of forces out there that could really be finding this radio segment troubling. Mostly Sean Payton. To which Sean Payton would probably say, what are those jackasses doing? I don't care. I had a fight today at practice. I need to yell at everybody. I need to have some good sarcastic barbs ready to fire. Man, Sean Payton, this is where I wish the Broncos were on Hard Knocks. I would love to see Sean Payton's performance after this practice today. Sean Payton with a laser pointer breaking down a practice fight.
Laser pointer. I think our guy's got the long stick.
He's got the long stick.
The actual pointer.
Whacking.
Didn't we have one of these? What happened to the one we had in here? Coach took it back to Valor.
We used to have one.
I know. Apparently the Valor budget doesn't cover pointers. So
Vic's
took his back.
Vic's back scratcher is over in the corner.
Is that it?
Just leave that there.
I got my stupid selfie stick, which is worthless.
I'm good on that.
Yeah.
We don't need Vic's back scratcher. Does Vic know his back scratcher is back there?
I don't know. Does his back itch? Apparently it doesn't.
It seems better now. Also, he never comes in here, so he wouldn't even be aware that it's there.
He comes in from time to time.
Sorry.
The Illuminati. That was it, TD. He's been listening. The Illuminati. Tyler's afraid of the Illuminati.
Yeah, I think you should be aware of them.
Okay.
Yeah, keep an eye on them.
You know, I live a boring life. I don't know why the hell anybody would come after me.
Andy, what we've uncovered, Jahdae Barron, sometimes a safety, not a safety.
Right.
Broncos.
Red zone work.
Not including it. Red zone. Was that red zone install?
Real stuff.
Was that in-breaking route that I saw Bo Nix throw to Evan Engram, was that so top secret that they couldn't let in all the Kansas City Chiefs spies that are showing up at practice every single day and getting their free, but you got to go to Ticketmaster tickets to go to training camp?
Yeah.
We'll never know.
I'm not going to the parking lot, though. I'm walking to your car. Matter of fact, I'm driving to your house. Then I'm walking home.
We need one of those mirrors to kind of put underneath it, make sure nobody
have it all look.
Yeah,
it'll look underneath.
Do you know my best friend growing up? His dad survived a car bombing.
Really?
Kid you not? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was working for the Seafarers Union.
Okay.
In the '60s in Chicago.
Interesting.
And, he
did not fare well on the sea. Apparently,
he was sent by his boss, who was paranoid about,
for good reason, it sounds
for
like.
good reason, bring my car around front. He went and turned the ignition and kablooey, and he survived. Mm-hmm. It's a whole thing.
I told you, the guy that was the best man in my wedding, my best friend Jay, went to Ireland and had the IRA with guns in his face, M16s in the face as they looked through his car.
Yikers.
Yeah. Welcome to Ireland.
Yeah, you don't like that.
Guy just wanted a Guinness.
Oof.
Look at this.
No, it was wild, too, because so he passed away, I don't know, probably, honest God, now, probably 20 years ago. He passed away. I had never read the newspaper story about it, and on the bulletin board, with all of his pictures and everything at the funeral was like the Chicago Tribune
headline about
story
wow.
from how he survived a car bombing. Wild, wild story. Blew out every window on the block.
Was he pretty scarred
Messed
physically?
Up. So he, I want to say I think we were in high school, and because of the shrapnel that had gone into his legs, every couple of years he would get really nasty infections.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And he got one when we were in high school. He got one so bad that his leg had to be one of his legs had to be amputated above the knee. He was able to keep his other leg for the entirety of his life. Massive spinal issues. He was able to walk, but I think he was 6'4" before, and he was 6'2" afterwards, because being blown into the roof of the car, or I suppose ceiling of the car, compacted his spine.
Good God.
Yeah. You know how he lived?
I don't.
His boss, who knew that he could potentially be a target of either the mafia or the Teamsters or whomever did it, was so paranoid that he had put a steel plate underneath the driver's side of his car. And it was the only reason that good old Joe Longmire lived. I know. Insane, right?
Yeah.
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 Don't go start the boss's car, kids.
I tell you what, that's why you work to be the boss, so you can send somebody down to be your human target, apparently.
But if you know that he's paranoid, it's okay to just decline, isn't it?
I don't know. Maybe you didn't tell him. I have no idea. Hey, kid.
Hey, go warm up the car.
Hey, you're doing a good job around the office. Hey, here's the keys. Why don't you pull it around front? Hey, feel free to screech those tires a little bit going around the corner. Hey, kid? I think that's honestly probably what happened. Yeah.
God, now I got to find out if Jeff knows any stories like that, because I promise you he does.
Bet you. Yeah.
You guys, you Chicago people.
Yeah, you see some stuff. Mm-hmm. And you saw some stuff last night at Wrigley Field. By the way, one more wild connection here. I just saw this. Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yep.
Current betting favorite to be the National League MVP. Did you know, as a child, he was babysat by the very sadly recently deceased Hayden Panettiere?
Yeah. I did not know that. Yes, it's sad how she passed.
Pete Crow Armstrong, I can't remember if it was his dad or his mom, but both of his parents are actors. One of his parents was on Heroes.
Really?
Yeah.
Sports and acting, man.
Who knew?
Crosses over all the time.
Who knew? So anyway, we've gone deep on this segment of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We can go even deeper. Stay tuned here to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and find out how we do it.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer Butcher. What are you doing for tailgating? You know you got your first chance to go tailgate in front of a Bronco game coming up Friday. Do you need quality protein to go get it done? How does chicken wings sound? Or maybe some chicken fingers or a great steak? Great fresh brats. That's all available at Southern Steer. Get that and get out to Southern Steer before you head down to the stadium and do a little bit of grilling, because they've got a lot of great options for you. Their classic buffalo flavor in their wings is fantastic. And if you get by there today, those wings are cheaper because all their flavor-infused chicken is on sale on Tuesdays. So get on in there, whether it's the breasts, the thighs, or the wings. You can get in there and get a little bit off of your purchase when you go on Tuesdays. So whether you want that, maybe you want a steak. Steaks over there are fantastic. You can get a special cut. I know they're advertising some great fillets, bacon wrap fillets. You're going to want to take advantage of those. I had a couple of great T-bones from there last week. Matter of fact, T-bone that was so thick, the buddy I made it for actually had to save it for another meal. And this person was big enough that I thought it was all going to go down in one sitting. But just fantastic flavor. Everything tastes great. Their meat is fresh, and you're going to notice the difference. You're going to be proud to serve it. They also have some great seasonings, and they can offer you some suggestions on how to season it, how to prepare it, and even what wine pairing to put with it. It's Southern Steer Butcher. They're in Greenwood Village. You find them 2 blocks east of I-25 on Dayton, right across from the Shane Company or Fay Myers, depending on which one you know better from shopping it at. And you can find them on the web at southernsteerbutcher.com.
You can win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/win, W-I-N, or simply text the word WIN, W-I-N, to 303-504-0925, and we will text you the link, and then you pick 4 Nuggets home games that you want to see this season to enter. We'll start calling names on Thursday, but you can't win unless you pick your games on the website. So text WIN WIN to 303-504-0925, and we will send you the link. If you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, visit nuggets.com/pick'em. Andy, the Rockies defeated yesterday by the Los Angeles Dodgers, much to Dick Monfort's delight. See, I told you it wasn't fair what the Dodgers are doing. Seriously, Dick Monfort's rooting for the Dodgers this week.
I know, because,
So, a lot going on in Rocky Land right now, including Michael Lorenzen was designated for assignment.
Yep.
Adios.
Which you'd asked for, or what, at beginning of August? After the trade deadline.
For quite some time. There's no good reason for him to be on this club. So the Michael Lorenzen tenure officially ends. He really struggled as a member of the Rockies. Got $8 million, but he had a rough go of it. He finishes his time in Colorado, 25 starts in total, 3 wins to 11 losses for what that's worth, a 7.08 ERA in total, and 1.8 wins below replacement level. He has given up a National League high 168 hits and a National League high 91 earned runs. It didn't go well. But I mentioned that 7.08 ERA. He was particularly abysmal in the friendly confines over at 20th and Blake of Coors Field.
He'd had a horrible career ERA there.
In 11 starts this season as a member of the Colorado Rockies, a 9.12 ERA in 11 starts. However, Andy, I will tell you this, because I pumped it into StatHead this morning. Amongst Rockies pitchers with at least 10 career starts at Coors Field, his 9.12 ERA is only the second worst of all time.
Really?
Yes. Somebody was worse in their career at Coors Field. And I got to be honest with you, I didn't remember this guy.
Give me the name.
So I'm hoping you do.
Okay, let me give you a couple hints. I'm forgetting his name.
He was a Rocky from 1995 to 1997.
And this was not it.
No.
Okay.
He made, let's see, quite a few starts at Coors Field in his time. But yeah, from 1995 to 1997, Brian Ricard.
Yep.
Had a 10.16 ERA over 15 Coors Field starts. He qualifies as the worst Coors Field Rocky pitcher of all time.
And you know what's wild about it? Think about that. 1995 is when they opened Coors Field.
Yeah, so he was there right from
went
the
to
jump.
the wild card.
Yeah. And in the very least, Brian Ricard can go, hey, I was there in pre-Humidor days. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Michael Lorenzen, what's your excuse?
Well, I mean, you got to remember, let me try to help that time. And again, I was just kind of in the middle of college, honestly.
Brian Ricard.
I remember the name very well. He was a young pitcher. They were hoping it was going to work out. I'm spacing the name of the kid they took in the draft from the Mets.
He was drafted in the second round in 93.
So he would have been part of their expansion draft. There was
out of Bradley.
Or he wasn't in the expansion draft. He was part of their initial rookie class, I would say.
Yeah. Although he really didn't debut until 95.
He didn't, because they took a couple years in the minor. Look, he was just supposed to be one of their great young arms that they had a lot of hope for. And they kept trying to work it out. And frankly, they had no better pitching.
I'll tell you this, too, because I'm looking at his numbers. 6.54 ERA in 3 seasons overall in Colorado. If you got to figure he had a 10.16 at Coors Field, it must have been, he was pretty solid on the road. It's just Coors Field murdered him.
Yeah, and he just was a guy that would show you how tough it is. Matter of fact, I mean, you go and you look at what was it a couple weeks ago in San Fran? I want to see look at Kyle Freeland. I thought it was right before the trade deadline, as a matter of fact, because his stuff was moving all over the place. I used to think that way about John Gray. You know, any pitchers I would watch go to a place with humidity this time of year, and they had stuff that would sink and dive and move, and you know, we've heard forever from pitchers about how the baseball feels like a pool cue ball, and you can't dig your fingers into anything to get your stuff to work the way it's supposed to here. Ricar's probably a guy that showed that a bit, as I remember.
Yeah. So Coors Field was his absolute nightmare.
And thank you, David Need, to the texter. David Need was the one they took overall from the Mets organization in the expansion draft, and David Need never worked out either. Need and Ricard, these are all supposed to be their younger pitchers after like the likes of Bryn Smith and guys like that moved on.
That's Expos legend Bryn Smith.
Bryn Smith, it was the one that pitched the Rockies opener in Mile High. David Need was the first pitcher of their opening day ever.
Here's the list. This is minimum 10 Coors Field starts. Here's the top 10 highest ERAs in club history. Minimum 10 starts at Coors Field. This is the ERA at Coors Field. Number 3 on this list, remember Dakota Hudson?
Oh, yeah.
He was here a couple of years ago. They got him from St. Louis.
Yeah.
Dakota Hudson, number 3 on that list, 8.79 ERA, so Lorenzen was worse than him. Number 4, infamous Rockies name, Greg Reynolds.
Yep.
Number 2 overall pick?
For those that don't remember, they passed
number 2.
again.
It's a number 2.
They passed on all the greats. They passed on who? Gosh,
Lincecum, Kershaw, and Scherzer.
Well, and
I
David
think that's
Price too, right?
I think that's 8 combined Cy Youngs.
Or no, who was the third baseman?
Evan Longoria.
Yeah, they passed on a lot of good players for him.
Yeah. Number 5 on this list. I feel bad that this guy's name is on it because he's got a long story to write, hopefully. But Chase Dolander.
Yeah.
8.61 ERA.
But he started changing that before the injury.
In 11 Coors Field starts, but he was very good early on in this year and then surgery. Number 6 on this list, another infamous Rockies name. Worst Coors Field ERA ever for Rockies pitchers. Minimum 10 starts. Eddie Butler.
Ooh, that hurts.
7.92 ERA.
He was supposed to be up here with Gray as part of the reason why they were going to have something going on.
Spring, what was the last we heard from Eddie Butler? He was having a meltdown in Korea, right?
Yeah, he got upset. Remember that? He was in the KBO?
Yeah.
NC Dinos.
He got really mad. Remember, he punted his mitt.
Yeah.
He was big mad. Number 7 on this list, going in the Wayback Machine, Scott Ellerton.
Yep.
Scott Ellerton, 7.88 ERA over 15 Coors Field starts.
That was brutal. I remember that. Wasn't that in the aughts?
Yeah, 01 to 04. Number 8 on this list, worst Coors Field ERAs ever for Rockies pitchers, Kyle Kendrick.
Yep, remember him too.
That was a Jeff Bridich acquisition. Kyle Kendrick, they got him from Philadelphia. And let's see, in his 13 Coors Field starts, he allowed 21 home runs.
We'll move past that.
Good night.
Next question.
Yeah, thank you.
Number 9, Jeff Hoffman.
Oh, my gosh. And he's like good now.
He is.
But he was not a good Rocky.
No.
At any point.
Acquired, it was a Tulo trade for Jeff Hoffman, right?
That was part of it.
Yes.
Yes.
Jeff Hoffman is at number 9 on the list, and at number 10, a guy that you talk about often, Andy, over 44 career Coors Field starts from 1999 to 2001, a robust 7.54 ERA for his robust backside, Brian Bohannon.
Good old Brian Bohannon. That guy was a battler, though. You know what? He would have like an awful outing, but then he'd have like an all right outing. Like he mixed.
I think
in
the
some
awful
good
outings
games.
were at Coors Field, and then the all right outings were on the road.
But he every now and again was, you know what I thought was going to make the list? Who was a kid from the Royals they got that rode his bike everywhere in spring training, and everybody liked him because of it? Do you remember that? He was supposed to be a really good starter, and I mean, just an absolute
Jeremy
disaster.
Guthrie.
Jeremy Guthrie. That was it.
Jeremy Guthrie.
Where is he? How is he not on the list?
Guthrie may not have started 10 games at
That's
Coors
why?
Field.
They had to get rid of him that quickly?
I think it did go downhill that quickly.
Where was Mike Hampton?
Again, did he make 10 Coors Field starts?
Oh, he did. You have to remember, he played for 2 years.
5.73 ERA over wonder how many starts. 26. He's 31 on the list.
Here was what was crazy about Hampton. Mike Hampton actually had a good first 3 months. Like, he was an all-star, I want to say, his first 2-3 months of that contract.
Yeah.
And then they traded Brett Maine, his catcher. He did not want to work with Ben Petrick. He did not want the younger catcher. And they traded Brett Maine anyway because the organization wanted Petrick to be the guy, and Mike Hampton never pitched well again. It was crazy. It was just crazy.
So let's put a bow on this for a second. Not a bow, Nix, but a bow. Michael Lorenzen was particularly bad. He was a bad signing. He was a bad experiment.
But he gave, you know what?
But there's a lot of these guys.
Oh, there are.
He is not without a lot of company of dudes that were serviceable to good major league pitchers for other clubs, and they chased a paycheck to go to Coors Field late in their career, and it just was a nightmare.
Here's the thing, too, though. The Rockies, I give Paul DePodesta this. He told everybody beginning of the year, I do not want to come up and basically ruin my young arms.
Right.
We need to get them feeling good, and he needed to get things fixed. He had a plan. He just found a guy willing to eat whatever.
It's why Lorenzen
sandwich
and Sagano and Sagano's been quite good.
Worked out.
And Jose Quintana were brought here. By the way, it looks like Quintana may return to the big league level this year.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so maybe he can get a couple of starts and find himself a paycheck somewhere in baseball next year.
But good, you know what? I give Balti. The Rockies got what they needed out of this because they knew they weren't going to be competitive anyway. The guy went, ate some bad starts, did his thing. They've let him go a little bit early, and no young arm was harmed in the process.
I mean,
and I'm not trying to pitch the company line, but I mean, come on, man.
I don't know, 115 innings over 25 starts. Did they really get that much?
Did they have to? But that's all. They just basically remember. DePodesta said beginning of the year, I just want to get through this season.
I know
and if you uncover all the bull crap, he basically was saying, I want to get through this year. I want to see what I have, and then we're going to figure it out from there. But I'm not wasting any young arms to do it.
I mean, he averaged a smidge over 4 innings an outing.
The guy that I don't understand why he did it was Lorenzen. Why did you have a horrible career ERA? Why did you choose to come here? It's called a paycheck.
$8 million.
Yeah, but was it worth it? At least Mike Hampton could say he got paid. You realize, I was told the story, Mike Hampton did not want to sign here. He did not want to sign here. And then when they went to the 120 or whatever it was, I was in the you know what? I was working with Stink and Doc. We were doing our show. We used to do shows from the dugout. And it was awesome. And Hampton stuck around and chatted with us that day, and he openly said to us point blank, I couldn't say no to the money.
Yeah.
It would have been irresponsible on my part for me and the Players Association had to turn that contract down. He knew what was going to happen here to a guy that relied on movement for his pitches.
This was Michael Lorenzen's highest earning season of his career at age 34.
Well, there you go.
Dude,
congrats, my man.
That's a sick fishing boat.
I was about to say, enjoy the boat and the vacation.
Yeah. It's, you know what? Honestly, for Michael Lorenzen, 100% worth it. You're a 34-year-old journeyman right-hander. You're a mercenary.
Yeah, you know what?
They gave you $8 million.
Paul DePodesta's job is to make sure that the Rockies are not the place that old pitchers go collect. Remember Jamie Moyer? We could go through a cavalcade of people that decided to take one more year of a paycheck, one more year of a paycheck from this organization.
$8 million. Not bad. Not bad if you can get it.
Right. And an Illinois alum has a question for Nate Kreckman.
Andy's going to shove it when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. guys, it's Nate Kreckman from my friends over at Roller Auction. Make sure you get signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Some great auctions coming up available for you to be able to check out. In fact, just in the next coming days, contractors, vehicles, tools, and equipment auction is going to be available. You can get heavy construction as well as other power tools. Guys, if you are looking to outfit the garage, the wood shop, whatever you need in terms of upgrading your tool supply, Roller Auctions, either their power tool auctions or their contractors, vehicles, tools, and equipment auctions are great places to get some phenomenal prices on lightly used equipment. Go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up to bid. Right now, that's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right now, and you are entered to win Rapids tickets. Get on it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. All the updates on the Broncos training camp brawl that went down earlier today. That was a fun one out there.
The Donnybrook.
It sure was. It included bleeding offensive linemen, angry pass rushers,
angry quarterback
firing the ball in the direction of a defensive tackle.
And of all people, Garrett Bowles, peacemaker.
Chill, bro. Garrett Bowles. Yeah. Garrett, you know what Garrett Bowles is when a training camp fight breaks out now? Because Garrett Bowles for many years was in the middle of every training camp fight.
Not anymore.
He was a real red ass. You know what he is now? He's Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon. He's too old for this bleep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He really
He's
is.
seen it all, and he doesn't need any of this
He's
nonsense.
been there. He's been there before.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. For Garrett, he knows it's just a waste of time and a
yes, it is.
And just a chance to have to, get a finger bent back or something like that he knows better than to deal with.
Yeah. He's got it. He wants to go home and be rested.
So Andy, earlier today, we, and I do use the plural there, we were scheduled to talk to Broncos offensive lineman Alex Palczewski.
Our guy.
Out of the University of Illinois.
He does like us. Fan of the show. Or a friend of the show.
I don't know if he likes us anymore.
No, yeah, he's disappointed in you, but he's not angry.
Yeah, I got impatient.
You did.
I did.
You got a little antsy. Now, to be fair to everybody, I'm not going to act like Captain. I was highly doubting anything was going to happen. But I also know that if you leave, you never get the ask again. So I figured one of us better wait till we get the wave off, right? Which I thought was going to happen.
No, exactly. And see, this is where my institutional knowledge came invaluable. I knew you would do that. So I knew we were professionally covered.
Somebody would stay there to get the wave off.
I could be the diva and just leave.
You could.
Yeah, and I did.
And you did, and therefore that's why you're now about to hear Andy Lindahl minus the Kreckman with Alex Palczewski. All right, Andy Lindahl here because Nate Kreckman can't handle not having lunch, so I'm with the big Illinois alum Alex Palczewski, who we talked to a year ago. When we talked to you a year ago, you not got to play as much as you did this past year. So in a year's time, how much has changed in your life?
A lot. I mean, a lot of cool stuff has been going on. Engaged to my fiance, best decision of my life.
Congrats.
Thank you. But I mean, just a lot of cool stuff and just keep on growing, it's another year that I get to be part of this team and just kind of keep on working on my technique and being a part of this team. It's a blast to be here. This is the best place on the planet.
You can see it on video for those on radio. The smile's ear to ear. So I'm kind of curious. You're one of those, I know a lot of offensive linemen, and I've been told, when you go from the left side to the right side, like you often do, it's not so easy as people think. It's like switching your punching hand and this and that. How are you able to do it? You played right tackle and left guard. How are you able to do that?
I mean, it's tough. I mean, the biggest thing is the people that we have in this building have helped make that transition so much easier. I mean, it starts with Zach Streif, our own line coach. I've said this a bunch of times. He's the main reason that I came here, why I signed here. Just the way that he coaches, and also Chris Morgan, but just the way that we go about our practices, not just physically, but also mentally has been huge. But then also all the people in here, in sports science and the training room, when I was playing left guard that week, Bo Lowry, I went with him and Joe Danos, and we were kind of doing just some tests of I forget exactly what it was, but it was measuring force outputs from your left hand to your right hand, just kind of seeing the deficiencies and just slowly working on that stuff. But I mean, it was certainly difficult, and there's still a lot that I have to learn. But I mean, this place and the people that we have in this building have made that transition fantastic.
I am curious, do you have a favorite position? I know you'll do anything to get you the paycheck, right? So let's get that out of the way. But do you have a favorite spot to play?
Not really. I mean, there's such a each position has such a different thing. I do love guard, where it's just you're in a phone booth. I'm going to draw the line and I want to fight you right now. But at tackle, I mean, it's also a blast where you get to really kind of go out in space and just deal with different problems. Obviously, playing guard, I get to deal with great players like Zach Allen, DJ Jones, Ennie. But then you go to tackle, it's all right, I got Nick Benito, John Cooper, vastly different body types that present their own different types of challenges. But it's a fun, I like both of them, honestly.
Who are you checking? It's funny because sometimes you guys, the O-line gets a reputation as, big, dumb, whatever. But I know so many smart offensive linemen, and people have talked to me about how one guy changes, it changes the protection scheme, this, that, the other. Where are you looking first at guard compared to where you're looking? Is there a player you read first to tackle?
I mean, it's just and that's what I'm still trying to figure out right now. Like kind of like the thoughts in my mind, like what I need to do physically before each snap and where my eyes have to go, just changes. But I try to make it similar for both positions. Like I know I have to see that inside spot of the defensive lineman. I know I have to have my hands up and have a good brace. And that's the thing, going back to it, of what Zach Streif and Chris Morgan have done a great job of finding your MOT moment of this is the play to win the game. What are you thinking? You're thinking, I have to win this rep. Yeah, everybody's thinking that. What do I have to do? I have to tuck in my knee. I have to see the target through my eyes. I have to keep a good balanced brace. And so they've done a tremendous job of coaching that and also putting us in the position throughout practice of like feeling that anxiety that you have to practice that.
How are you with your kick step? I feel like we watch the one-on-ones and McGlinchey's the king of he does a rep and then I feel like it's like 9, whatever that drop step thing is. Are you good at that yet? Is that the hardest part about tackle?
I mean, it's both positions have their own, and it's just kind of figuring out what your problems are day to day, and especially in those crucial moments, and identifying them, and that being honest and vulnerable with yourself and seeing where your shortcomings are in those positions and those situations and attacking that. But it's still a lot to work on.
What are you thinking of your backs? Are you excited to have JK back? Just give me a little thought about JK, RJ, and then Coleman, because they've been the talk so far. I'm extremely excited. I mean, like that's the one thing I've loved playing O-line from the get-go, from high school, college, and here, is when we do our job, we get to have the honor, like when we do it right, we get to showcase all the guys around us. So when we block well, we get a chance for Bo to throw this football to these unbelievable wide receivers that we have. I mean, I'm excited to see this. We block up a run well. We have an absolute monsters in our running back room. But I mean, we have our tight ends, everybody. And that's what's always fun, is we get to see the weapons that we have now. And when we do our jobs like we have to, they get to showcase their talents and really do some cool stuff. All right, a couple fun ones, and we'll get you out of here. First off, did it make your heart bleed that Indiana won the national championship?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I mean, the biggest thing was my oldest brother went to Indiana, so he was kind of chirping the whole time. I mean, at least it's in the Big Ten. I'll take it. 3 straight years of Big Ten national champion, so I love that. But I mean, it's a change-up. It's not like Alabama, Ohio State, something. It's Indiana. Who would have ever thought that?
It's the world against the SEC anyway, right?
Exactly.
So we could all root for that. Okay, final thing. Like I told you, Nate Kreckman, proud Illinois alumni that you met, who usually is just all falling over himself to talk to the Illinois guys. He left early because he was hungry. Do you have a message for how disappointed you are in your fellow alumni?
I am a little bit disappointed.
Would you call it soft?
I would call it a little bit soft. I don't have all the information. I need to hear where he went.
He was just hungry. That was it.
It honestly depends on where he went. If he would have went like a classic, a good joint, I would respect it. If he went to a little Los Dos or a little Hong Kong station.
He probably went to Snarf's Sandwich Shop.
I don't know about that one. I am a little bit disappointed then, but yeah.
Thanks, Alex. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay.
Where'd you go? Where'd you eat? What'd you leave him for?
It was all locale dependent?
Yeah. He
Okay.
said if it was a good restaurant, he understood. And Los Dos get a shout out. I mean, Los Dos is Broncos country.
I didn't have time to go and wait and have a sit down. I didn't have a couple of margs at Los Dos before I came in. I didn't get
the chili relleno plate like
I was
the
gonna
hitman
say,
used to talk about.
The enchilada platter.
Right.
While it sounds fantastic, I didn't quite have time for it today. No, Andy, I went with the fast casual Mexican establishment that does not buy advertising on our station.
Sure.
So screw those guys.
Well, here's what I need you to do.
Yeah.
When you can, because we still got 3 more weeks, even though camp's closed.
Yeah.
You have to tell him what you ditched him for, and then we'll
Okay.
see what his ruling truly is.
Okay.
But since it's fast casual, I just don't think it's going to go
Fast
your
cash.
way.
Yeah, nor should it. Yeah. Yeah. It was a combination hunger and
boredom,
just general impatience.
Tired of being around me? You knew you had 4 hours of it today? And you spent enough time in the sun.
I've been here.
You heard 4 guys talk already?
I quite literally had I don't know, and I don't even know if I said this out loud. I looked at my phone. I saw what time it was. It was like 12:51, and we were still waiting for Alex Palczewski. And I set a deadline in my head. If I don't see him by 1 o'clock, I'm out of here. And 1 o'clock struck.
I will give you.
And I exited.
It did feel like that was not going to happen.
And again, I knew your professionalism and commitment, like we talk about all the time in the KNL experience, is we are here to fill in for each other's weaknesses. And I have to fully admit, in a situation like that, I quickly run out of patience, and I quite frankly don't care if I offend anybody. You, on the other hand, you worry about.
Well, I sent the email to get these guys lined up.
You worry about our reputation, and you again. This is your area.
I like to talk to the players.
Absolutely.
I miss us being there at 2 and 3. Remember, you and I, we got to chat with Justin Simmons in the past.
Yeah.
We did 2 years in a row of Patrick Surtain II talking with us. He was our guy for a minute.
I like talking to the players when they are available on my schedule.
Sure. It's about your life.
It is.
And that's fine. and I do feel like you got a better lunch than I did. So, matter of fact, I know you did.
I did.
No matter
fine for
what
myself.
you picked, yours couldn't have been worse. Eric does want to know what you didn't have any hot bananas ready to eat.
No, you know what I had today? And I have to say, not as good as a hot banana. Hot grapes.
Yeah, hot grapes are not
that good.
That's a cold fruit.
Not that great. It's a fruit.
I want it cold.
Not that great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not hot.
I still ate them because they were there
You didn't
and
have
I was
to.
hungry, but yeah. No, not as good as a hot banana. No, again, I ate the banana on the way to practice.
Everybody
today.
says that you're a hangry person. You're a Snickers guy.
Oh, no question. No question.
So I don't know what celeb you turn into when you're hangry, and I need to
Dude,
give you the Snickers, but we can figure it out.
Like if the blood sugar drops,
you ain't got time for nothing.
No, not at all. I'm not, Andy. I'm not a particularly pleasant person to begin with. You put hunger into the equation.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm downright awful. So tune in every day at 5:45, last segment of the show, when I'm getting really hungry for dinner. That's when the vitriol really gets spit.
If we need it.
Okay, thanks.
Just enough to take the edge off.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL when we come back. We begin hour number 3 with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It's called the High Five. Mark Springer is here to tell you what's for dinner tonight.
Yeah, and tonight you should celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com.
By the way, not you should, you will celebrate $10
shall.
Tuesdays.
Damn right.
Yes.
Do it, or else. Hey,
Sean Payton will get you.
There
With the
was-
black van outside your home, just like he's waiting for us.
There was a little skirmish today at Broncos practice, Nate. You might call it an argle-bargle.
Argle-bargle.
Yeah. Bo Nix grabbed Nick Bonito by the leg and pulled him out of a pile, which infuriated Bonito, who had to be held back by teammates. And then all hell broke loose. Bo Nix commented on it all after practice.
I love it. It's football. It's getting me ready for the games coming up, and it's a physical practice out there played by physical people. So it got intense, and we were just really enjoying it. And sometimes in the dog days of summer, practice gets long, and the intensity runs high.
You know, I was reading Mike Kliss's write-up on the quarrel, the battle, the squabble that happened out there today. Mike is correct. It was a particularly under-spirited football practice yesterday. Again, the people, the fans were not let in. It was a red zone install day. Wasn't particularly sharp. It was not a padded practice yesterday.
In some ways, we're back to this.
There may have been
a butt chewing,
an intentional energizing coming from the coaching staff going into this practice today. It started with the defensive players having some sort of issue with rookie tight end Justin Jolie. Undrafted rookie linebacker Torian York then had a vicious blindside hit on Jolie during a team drill. That's when things really started to spice up. Nick Bonito knocked over Bo Nix. Malcolm Roach chirped. Bo Nix fired a football in the direction of Roach. Next play, Bo, beautiful back shoulder throw to Cortland Sutton. Ensuing down, Alex Singleton interception. R.J. Harvey strips and recovers the fumble from Singleton, and then the melee started on the opposite side of the field in the trenches where the O and D lines were. Bonito had Bo Nix going at him. Garrett Bowles pulled Bo Nix out of the pile. Calvin Throckmorton, the current number 1 center, was at the bottom of the pile and ended up with blood dripping down his face. He was being tended to by the training staff and had to be taken inside afterwards. Mike McGlinchey, who Bonito was going after, Mike McGlinchey was briefly demoted to the second team after the fracas. So it was a whole thing. There were a lot of different parties involved in what went down in the training camp fight today. But I got to say, Andy, I've seen a lot of these over the years. This was a pretty good one today.
Yeah,
they were big mad.
Well, you could still feel it.
Yeah.
The rest of the practice was just there was some tension.
Yeah, this wasn't just tough guy fighting like two,
This wasn't two people. To your point, it wasn't just one against one.
You see a lot of like the two grizzly bears somebody grabs a face mask and then they kind of tussle around with each other. That's not what this is. This was a brawl today.
This was everybody. Yeah. O was mad at D.
Yes.
And they are sick of each other.
Yes.
So.
And defense was big, loud. And this is a loud defense to begin with.
You're right. And I'm sure the offense has probably heard enough.
God, and it's funny as you say that now, and now I'm replaying the drills in my mind again right before this all busted out. J.K. Dobbins on a carry was chirping very loudly. Now, J.K. Dobbins chirps all the time.
Yeah, he took on like 3 guys by himself last year with the
that's a part of his personality, but he was also particularly loud. So we were due for this one today. It was really fun.
Well, and to your point, probably you were due because you didn't have the joint practices that we're so used to now. In modern NFL, everyone has a joint practice. And the Broncos, for whatever reason, I still don't even really know why. Now, I've heard rumors Green Bay doesn't love the altitude.
I think facility issue
they
may
weren't
have been
sure,
as well.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to find out that the facility wouldn't be ready just in case. So maybe that was one of the things, exercise, some caution and all that. But This team probably could use this offense. I know for sure would love a week of practice against somebody else's defense.
Spring.
High five.
The Broncos will host the Packers on Friday night, and Matt LaFleur confirmed today that his starters will play in that game, with the first unit likely getting possibly 2 drives.
Well, there you go.
Okay, 2 drives out of the Green Bay starting unit with Jordan Love at quarterback, Josh Jacobs in the backfield, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Matthew Golden, the starting wide receivers for that Green Bay team. Wasn't it Watson that got hurt in the game last year? That ultimately was, along with Micah Parsons' injury, that kind of swung things. That was one of the great games of the season last year. What a victory for the Broncos, and a really impressive start from Green Bay, and then just an absolute collapse from them, and good on the Broncos for taking that game over. Tucker Kraft, by the way, is back at tight end, working his way back in. That was a damaging fantasy injury for my crew last year. Should be a really, really interesting game, and you know what? That's a good offense for this Broncos defense to be going head-to-head with.
Do you think, and again, it's probably due to facility, but do you remember there was a bit of an interesting joint practice here last year with the Packers, and I'm not,
little revenge time?
Well, I just wonder if maybe LaFleur didn't love the work as much as Sean did, if you remember. And that's why because this, I feel like they could have just got this done. Look, man, facility or not, a lot of teams are used to having a hotel to have to deal with their stuff.
Doesn't inter-squad practices too, like it's
you got to agree to.
There has to be like good chemistry between the coaching staffs.
And I didn't get the vibe that when we were done with this last year, I didn't get that vibe.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that LaFleur hates Sean. I'm just saying that, again, you got old school with the new school, and I'm not sure they mesh.
It's a Shanahan tree guy against a Parcells tree guy.
Great point.
Yeah, that's the Shanahan tree is the bigger of the trees, but Sean is definitively not one of those guys.
No, you're right. And on top
there's a good rivalry kind of between those guys and Sean.
And on top of it, you do wonder, practicing, we've seen this offense, we just laid out the fight that took place.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're an opposing offense, you want to look at this. You could talk about how good it is, iron sharpen iron, but if you don't think you're going to get a darn thing done, I don't know how great that is either.
What's the optimistic timeline on Parsons' return? Week 6, week 7, somewhere in there. So. They're hoping to be able to get him back.
Parsons.
Thank you, Jerry. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Von Miller talked today after signing with the Cowboys. Here's Von.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's like that movie Inception, like a dream within a dream. I always wanted to play in the National Football League, and then you play for the Dallas Cowboys. We're just going deep. We're going deep with it. Year 16, dream within a dream. It's super cool. Being here, I know a lot of guys already. Know a lot of coaches too. Being here, being in this atmosphere is surreal.
Dream within a dream?
Yeah, Vaughn always overdoes it. I do believe a kid from Texas getting to play from the Cowboys, that's probably.
I think that's a dream.
Sure.
But what he's talking about is like he's playing for the Cowboys, but he also had like a big test that he didn't study for.
Sure.
Or he's playing for the Cowboys, except he's naked and everybody else is wearing their uniform.
Yeah, maybe he likes that.
He's playing for the Cowboys, but he's being chased by a bear.
By
and
a bay wolf.
It feels like he's stuck in mud and he can't run.
Right.
Okay.
I think when it's all said and done, Vaughn will admit, well,
he's going to say he was a Bronco all along.
Well, yeah, because I think he feels that way. That's why
Von
I tried
Miller
to get here,
loves whatever he's doing at the moment. Just ask him.
You're right, but I think the Broncos are where his heart is. I really do. That's why I tried so hard to get back.
He wanted to be here.
But at the end of the day, getting to play for Dallas is probably not a bad little top it all off for him.
I said it yesterday. I think a late career pivot to getting tight with Jerry Jones is a good move.
Well, and I also wonder, he probably had a lot of fun playing with Aaron Donald for those couple months. So
a couple of other notes. Chargers center got injured, so there you go.
Charger.
They're already having offensive line issues. And Roger Goodell says, I have no doubt there will be NFL teams outside the United States. So Raj is trying to manifest
Are we
more
back to that?
international
I feel
football.
like he rotates from I won 18 games to I won NFL Europe.
Yeah. He'll get them both eventually. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, so much happened today out at Broncos camp. Let's go through all of it. We had a brawl. We have Davis Webb talking about being in Bo Nix's helmet. We have a conspiracy involving Jade Barron. So much happened today during a football practice. You have to hear it to believe it. Next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yeah, Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Hey, win a pair of tickets to 4 different Nuggets games this season. You go to altitudesportsradio.com/win, W-I-N, or you simply text the word win, W-I-N, to 303-504-0925, and then we'll bounce you back a link. What you do is you pick 4 Nuggets home games for this season, and you're entered. That's it. And we will start calling names on Thursday. That's 2 days from today.
Not calling you names.
I mean, if you don't call, we'll call you names. First, we'll call your name, and you'll have 4 minutes to call 303-504-0925. If you don't call within the 4 minutes to claim your tickets to 4 games, then we'll call you names.
Not kind ones either.
No. They're going to be downright rude. You're not going to want to hear it. So don't even think about it, okay? If you enter, don't even think about not listening at 20 minutes past the hour starting on Thursday.
You win your prize, person.
And like it. And enjoy your prize. Well, Andy will shove a prize at you, okay?
I will. And then me and Alex Palczewski will be judgmental of your lunch spot.
So text WIN to 303-504-0925, and we'll send you the link. And if you don't win, you want to buy your own Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, just visit nuggets.com/pick'em. Get on it. Do it right now.
Do it.
Fun one today. We had a big old brawl out of Bronco camp. Spicy practice. Padded. Sean said it was going to be 2 good padded practices this week. That's what he told us yesterday. And he did not undersell. That thing was competitive. Andy, fight aside, the drills had edge to them today. These guys were getting after it.
Yeah, you easily sense the I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
They are sick of this, and frankly, they're probably sick of each other.
I think there's that, and I also think there's a coaching staff that is ready to ramp it up. Okay? Now we're getting to it. And you might look at it and go, well, yeah, today is August 18th, and they don't play until September 14th. It's time to buckle up. And that's what I think this coaching staff wanted. Quite frankly, Andy, I don't think this coaching staff was all that mad about this fight today.
Well, I kind of wonder if they're not feeding it a bit.
Yeah.
And by that I mean I think they got a little of it going on with each other too. How about
Probably.
that?
Yeah, good,
you know what I mean?
Good point. Yeah, good point. Yeah, coaches they're in the meetings every single day. And as we learned from the Wickersham piece, when you're given an up-close view of what it's like to be Sean Payton's assistant coach,
yes,
that's a mentally taxing occupation. You're compensated very well for doing it, but it's not for everybody.
Not for everyone. Built differently.
Yes, you would have to be if you wanted to be a Sean Payton assistant. So the intensity is getting cranked up. And Justin Jolie at odds with Torian York and Red Murdoch. That goes to Bo Nix getting knocked over by Nick Benito, which big-time no-no. You know what's funny about it, though, Andy, is Bo hit the ground and got mad and fired the football over at Malcolm Roach. Again, not at him, but in his area. He wanted him to know.
Sent a message.
I don't appreciate it, but I think if Bo wanted to dot Malcolm Roach with the football, he could have.
For lack of a better term, it was the warning shot.
It was, yeah. So Bo is big mad. However, 2 plays later, Nick Benito was still in there. Which is kind of like
nobody pulled him out.
He didn't get kicked out of drills.
You talked about how McGlinchey got bumped down.
Roach didn't get kicked out of drills. And then 2 plays later, they're both right in the middle of the whole thing. So again, like the coaching staff could have, if they wanted to, intervened and helped dial down the temperature. They did no such thing. Bo is chirping. He throws to Sutton. Then the next down, Alex Singleton interception. And R.J. Harvey came up and shout out to R.J. Hell of a play. Peanut punched that sucker right out of there. And the ball bounced once and went right into R.J.'s hands. And he turned upfield and took off. Because again, hey, offense's ball again. That's great. But then on the opposite side of the hash marks, the rumble goes down. Benito jumps on McGlinchey. Bo Nix tries to rip Benito out. Garrett Bowles grabs Bo and carries him out of there. Benito is all the way mad. I mean, raging. And he had several coaches and teammates walking him away, and boy, did he have things to say very loudly. Bonito was hot.
Was any of it the fact, because let's all remember, Nick Bonito in a run drill got his ankle nicked up.
Yeah.
So
good point.
Maybe there's some leftover frustration about that.
Could have been. And poor Calvin Throckmorton.
Yeah, I don't know what he did.
But he was at the bottom
he got the worst of it.
with his helmet ripped off,
Yeah.
and he was bleeding.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be.
Yeah. McGlinchey was briefly demoted to the second team after the drill. It was a good one, man. After practice today, Bo Nix talked about the kerfuffle, as it were, and Bo Nix, who was right in the middle of it, didn't seem to have any hard feelings. Spring, give me some Bo.
I love it. It's football. It's getting me ready for the games coming up, and it's a physical practice out there played by physical people. So it got intense, and we were just really enjoying it. And sometimes in the dog days of summer, practice gets long, and the intensity runs high.
So Bo Nix wasn't exactly Kirk Cousins, going after Max 66 Crosby,
right?
But Bo was right in the middle of it. By the way, Clint Kubiak, did you see that Kubiak he kicked both Cousins and Crosby out of practice when that all went down?
Okay, which he should have, I guess.
You know,
Do you not like that?
Well, it isn't that at all. Because Kubiak is, he's trying to set a new agenda. It's now his, and he wants to be the boss, and but for those are two veterans. Veterans don't want to go to training camp anyway.
I was about to say, are you saying they got the reward?
Right. It was like,
maybe they agreed to this.
It was like, oh, darn, I have to leave practice now. Oh,
Cousins was like,
this.
You don't get to leave, I'm leaving.
Yeah. And Crosby, they don't even want Crosby on the team. They tried to trade him.
Well.
Which, is there nobody else that wants Max Crosby? You could probably still trade him, right? Or are they waiting for the deadline this year to hopefully get more first-round picks?
I mean, does the league want to make sure he's healthy?
Probably.
Is probably the question.
That's a good point.
I don't know.
Yeah, because they were looking at the Ravens overpaying. We're like, I don't really want to do that.
Listen, or did Max Crosby kind of decide, is there some part of Max Crosby that decided, I really want to live on the East Coast? Maybe I don't mind Vegas so much.
Could be that too.
Maybe I did a little moping around the facility that had them wonder, do you really want to be here, bro? Are you sure?
Well, I believe he just recently had built a palatial estate in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And he's got a palatial estate in Texas. Baltimore's very far from all those places.
I don't have any desire to live on the East Coast. I've lived on this side of the country my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to live in a house that feels stacked on top of 5 others like I've seen the times that I visited there. So, yeah, I get it.
So, yeah.
I'm just saying, we're not all built for every part of the country, right?
Sure.
And if you've got a lot of money, you could choose to stay in a place that you like.
Everyone has their preferences.
Sure.
Absolutely. Let's see other things that went down today. We got a lot of Davis Webb today after practice.
Yeah, but he was a good interview.
He was.
They were all good today.
He's bespectacled.
Yeah,
as we learned today.
That was kind of throwing me off.
He's a football guy in glasses, it's professorial. It's, you know what it is, Andy? It's, you dress for the job you want. And Davis Webb right now, he has the look of a young offensive genius, which is the reputation that he has around the league. It's why he has gotten head coaching interviews, is because he is widely respected. He speaks clearly and patiently. And if the Broncos have a top 10 offense in the NFL this year and Denver goes deep into the playoffs, he's a head coach somewhere next year.
In the words of Jenny Kavanaugh, we'll change it. He gone.
Yeah, he will fit the exact profile of what an NFL owner wants. But Davis Webb today talked about being in Bo Nix's helmet. Obviously he's not physically there, but his voice is
play into the head
heard through the receiver. But here's Davis Webb on how long he plans to have his voice talking to Bo Nix after a play call.
15 seconds, it's off. I think it's play dependent, situation dependent. Some plays are like reading, a green eggs and ham book. Like he knows it like the back of his hand. The other ones are like Harry Potter, like the fourth book. So there'll be a few reminders on that one. But
You're just saying stuff.
yeah, I think every play is different. Everyone's got their own little flavor on it.
Harry Potter, the fourth book, was that the longest one?
I have no idea. I didn't read the Harry Potters. It was not my thing.
I thought Order of the Phoenix was the longest one.
He seems to know his Harry Potter there, Nate.
Okay.
So I don't know that I'm going to.
Harry Potter 4 was Goblet of Fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to just ask AI what's the longest Harry Potter book?
Yeah, find out for me. I thought Order of the Phoenix, the fifth book, was actually the longest one. I'm really well-actualing Davis Webb, but maybe he'll well-actually me.
Let's see here. The longest book in the series was Order of the Phoenix.
Thank you. Harry Potter 5.
It was 870 pages.
Yeah.
And 257,045 words.
Okay. Wow, they counted the words.
They did. Well, AI claims.
Okay. What was the page count on Goblet of Fire?
Now I got to ask a different question, Nate.
Okay, find out for me. 734.
Well, you already know. You got a word count?
Yeah. I don't.
So did we just find out, did Davis Webb out himself that after the second to longest book, he didn't go for the longest one is Order of the Phoenix?
Is Davis Webb?
He got to Goblet of Fiber and finally goes, all right, I've had enough.
Goblet of Fiber. It's very helpful.
Yeah, Goblet of Fiber.
Very regular.
Well, may we all.
My cardiologist is like,
He's like a goblet of fire.
If you want to clean
fiber.
up, goblet of fiber. Well,
every night.
That will get you straightened
Little
out.
water.
Is Davis Webb a Harry Potter fake fan, as you would call him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
And we outed him today. Still, though, good legs. So, yeah.
Although, is he saying that Sean Payton's play calls are the Order of the Phoenix, and he's dialed his back to Goblet of Fire?
To Goblet of Fire. Could be. Oh, there you go. I hadn't
there
considered
should have been
all
the
of that.
follow-up.
Yeah. We contorted ourselves into defending our new favorite guy, Davis Webb, which I'm fine with. I'm all in. Like, right now, this is truly the honeymoon period with an offensive coordinator.
This is the best he's ever going to have it.
This is great.
It.
Yeah, Sean knows it. And I want Broncos fans to know that. Like, right now, Davis Webb is getting glazed constantly.
He's not called a bad play.
Exactly. There has not been a single boring game plan.
Nope.
There has not been a third down throw short of the sticks for you to rage about.
On 3rd and 2, where you wondered why didn't you run the ball?
What did
you draft Jonah Coleman for?
This is as good as it gets for any offensive play caller. He has not ever called plays in a regular season game, and so he's beloved. Nowhere to go but down.
That's right.
Yeah.
He knows.
He's
been a quarterback. He knows.
Yeah.
He's been the backup quarterback. Everybody wanted him in.
There's no win. There's really no winning for an offensive play caller in the eyes of the fan base. Vance Joseph, he talked to the media after practice today. Vance Joseph talked about a couple of takeaways for his Broncos defense. They had 2 interceptions against, what was that, Cooper Rush that was out there the other day?
Sure.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah.
I forgot he was even in the league.
Yeah, exactly. Former Cowboy?
Yeah. He was along the Ben DiNucci tree, and Ben DiNucci was doing radio with Sirius in the tent next to us today.
Okay. So 2 interceptions. Riley Moss and Johnny Barron both had interceptions. Both of them were on tipped balls. Vance Joseph today on the takeaways in Atlanta and what that portends for the Broncos defense going forward.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was good to see, obviously, but our focus, again, guys, is playing good football. Stopping the run, winning third downs, winning red zone. And obviously, when you're playing good football, when those ops present itself, let's take them. Our big focus now is catching the football. We caught 2 and probably dropped 2. I think also, too, when you watch the game, the ball's coming out really fast. That may be a trend for us. Our rush is so good that the ball may come out fast. We had 4 batted balls. So we have to pivot, each season, each game to what takes the ball away. A batted pass for interception, that's a huge play for us. So we're constantly talking about just playing the right way, and that comes with it.
Andy, I know you want every interception op that is available to you, like VJ talked about right there.
Don't you be my op.
But let's be honest. If you have 4 opportunities for an interception in a game and you catch 2 and drop 2, I'll take that every time.
Take it over last year,
Yeah.
especially if Hufanga's holding on to a couple of those, because
Right.
that guy could add a couple of pick sixes.
Yeah, I mean, dropped. It's the old. Well, there's a reason they don't play offense,
Yeah.
but there is a reason they don't play offense.
Oh my God, I had to hear the old. It's the preseason for the officials too in the Seattle Saturday call.
Oh, you got it?
I wanted to kick the TV.
You kind of sounded like Chuck Swirsky when you
Oh,
said
but
that,
I'll
too.
tell you what, Chuck Swirsky.
You did.
The officials were pretty bad in that game. I think we had a new NFL official. He could not get right what the heck was going on. He had to be told a couple of times. It was the comment I'll say, though, it made me barf a little in my mouth, was warranted. By the way, I'm going to actually.
Well, actually.
I have a list of the longest Harry Potter books.
Okay.
It goes number 5 with 912.
Yeah.
Number 7 was 759.
Yeah.
With the Deathly Hallows. Then Our Goblet of Fire was 734. Half-Blood Prince was 652.
That's number 6.
Yeah. Azkaban, Book 3, or whatever, Prisoner of
Azkaban, yeah.
Azkaban, whatever, 435.
Yeah.
Chamber of Secrets.
Sirius Black it is.
2 and 1. It goes 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
So she just basically got longer. Then really wrote herself one with number 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Then 6 took a break, and then 7 just couldn't, get up enough.
They broke 7 up into 2 movies.
Okay.
I know that's a box office strategy, but still.
Yep.
Yeah, 7 was 2 movies in and of itself. Yeah, 5 is the longest.
Really wore herself out there.
There's a lot of
912 pages.
That's
You got to really be loving them Wizards and the Quidditch to be getting through that.
Yeah.
Am I offending a bunch? Like, what era beloves that?
By the
people
way,
who love Harry Potter probably hate Star Wars.
Goblet of Fire, Robert Pattinson.
Oh, yeah.
Was in that movie. Robert Pattinson of the Twilight Saga. He later played Batman.
Yeah, I like him in the Batman.
Yeah,
I hope they put it out before he's like 90.
He's the Batman. God, I just watched Robert Pattinson in a movie, by the way, with Zendaya.
Sexy.
It was a lot of extremely sexy people. This movie was called The Drama.
The Drama?
It was literally called The Drama. It was sort of like pitched as kind of like a dark comedy.
Okay. I feel like maybe what's HBO?
Yeah, I think it was on HBO Max. Hell of it. Just a generally uncomfortable 2 hours, I would say, is how I would describe the viewing experience. I thought the acting was brilliant, but just a very uncomfortable viewing experience. Yeah, so if that's kind of like your jam, by all means, take in Robert Pattinson and Zendaya in The Drama, but
why is that?
I could have done without it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Unnecessary love scenes or what?
No.
Just no chemistry?
The chemistry was good. It was the twist in the movie was just uncomfortable.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how I would put it. Again, I thought the actors were doing great with the material that was presented to them. It just was in general not a fun topic to spend 2 hours with. That's all I'll say on The Drama. That's movie reviews with Nate Kreckman.
He of Avalanche Shark fame.
Tell you what, if the option was to rewatch either Avalanche Sharks or The Drama, I'm taking Avalanche Sharks 10 out of 10.
Well, doggone it, before you went on your sabbatical.
Yeah. My sabbatical. Where'd I go?
Well, you went away for 3 weeks. One of the weeks felt particularly long.
I wasn't on a work release or anything like that. I was just using my PTO.
As far as we know. But weren't you supposed to watch something?
Was I?
Didn't we agree you would watch something? It's supposed to be words. Oh, no, yeah, it was the Killer Whale movie. You didn't do it.
No.
The Killer Whale of Jaws. Remember that? Whale.
Oh, hold on.
Killers, I think it's called.
Okay. Well, I got to watch Hard Knocks tonight.
Nah, you don't. I'll watch Travis Barker. You watch the Whales. We'll save Hard Knocks for Thursday.
There's a Cubs Sox game tonight that I'm invested in.
Not my problems there, Kreckman.
I will not be rewatching The Drama with Robert Pattinson, though.
Nobody will now, Kreckers.
Okay. That's really killed their streaming numbers for men between ages 25 and 54 that like sports in Denver, Colorado.
Are you more Siskel or Ebert? Neither one of us is bald.
Ebert, he was a
Chicago guy.
He was a University of Illinois alum.
Chicago.
He had a film festival in Champaign every year, the Roger Ebert film
You know what
festival.
I didn't know that you turned me on to was they hated each other. Like they disdained each other.
Yeah,
I don't know how they shot
They
episodes.
very much did.
Like they really, really couldn't stand each other's faces and somehow got through the money. You want to talk about the money getting you by.
I mean, the money and like they both. Here's the thing I will say about that show. Those dudes, like, they understood the medium of film. They knew it inside and out. You know, it wasn't like Davey's Dumb Movie Review blog or anything like that. It wasn't me giving my review of the drama.
But they were McGlinchey to Benito.
Yes, they were enemies, but in the very least, like they were just freaking sharp. They were really smart and really good at what they did. And I don't do movie reviewers, movie critics like that even exist anymore?
No, because there's not enough movies to. Come on now.
Or it's just every dope with a Twitter account is now a critic.
There's partially
that part of it too.
Like the podcast world.
Every idiot with a radio show is a critic now.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
I know that too.
But let's be honest, we're also recycling half the things they already saw. Are they dead? They're rolling in their graves if they are.
Probably. Yeah.
But they're still fighting each other.
They don't like each other while dead.
It is a pure hate.
I got a chance to listen to Darren Rizzi today. He is the Broncos special teams coordinator. And Darren Rizzi alerted us. I think mostly I found it interesting. I don't know if anybody else in the media did, but they alerted us to a phenomenon that special teams coaches have to be aware of. I did not know that load management mattered so much in special teams, but it does, and the Riz will explain to you next why that's the case. Guys, just text the word win to 303-504-0925. We'll text you a link, and you are entered. Well, once you pick your 4 games, you're entered to win a Nuggets 4-game pick'em plan, courtesy of your friends at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So just text WIN, W-I-N, to 303-504-0925. The bounce back will have a link. You just click the link, and then you pick the 4 Nuggets games you would most like to go to this season, and you are entered. Then starting on Thursday, we'll announce one listener's name at 20 minutes past the hour, every hour, here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you will have 4 minutes to call in and claim your tickets. Don't worry, we'll give you the phone number and all that good stuff, but that'll get you all set up, and you will be willing and ready and able to go to 4 different Nuggets games this year.
Do you have the 4? Have you thought about it too much? I know I asked you yesterday, would you really dig in and would you go to what would you get? 2 Oklahoma City games here? Is it 2? How many do they play against Oklahoma City at home?
They will play the Thunder, let's see, Tuesday, February 2nd at home, and
Scroll down.
Oh, and then
they end the year against them, but is that not at home?
And they finish the season against them at home, but that game will probably suck because it's the last game of the year, and
likely
there's a high possibility that playoff seeding will be set and there'll be nothing to play for, or one team will have nothing to play for, or neither team will have anything to play for, or maybe they'll both have something to play for. Who knows? But I probably wouldn't go for that one. Yeah, I'd probably celebrate Groundhog's Day with Nuggets Thunder. Sign me up for that one. That would be an awful lot of fun. Luka and the Lakers coming in on Friday, February the 26th. That's always a spicy matchup between Luka and Joker. I enjoy that. Golden State, second home game of the year on Monday, October 26th. How many more opportunities am I going to get to see Steph Curry live and in person? So I'll probably do that. Plus, Monday, March 18th, Cleveland in town, chance to see Peyton Watson take on the Nuggets.
Wow, look at you. I wondered if we were going to get around to that. Are we all just waiting?
There it was.
And by the way, we never really got into it. What I think was funny was it was like everybody was trying to fight over between ESPN and The Athletic whether the report from Shams was accurate yesterday on whether they're actually going to bust Ballmer or not, which I don't think they're going to do. Scotty's kind of laid that out there from the beginning. You're not going to upset your richest owner, right?
Well, but here's what's funny about it is the NBA is trying to turn this into an audit of whether or not the violation was in the introduction between Kawhi and Aspiration.
Which I think is stupid because all you're trying to do is go, hey,
But again, like Pablo Torre in his reporting has so many, we'll call them coincidences.
You're right.
Of the money that was pumped into Aspiration and then the money that Aspiration was pumping into Kawhi Leonard.
Sure. But again.
But they're all coincidences, Andy.
They are, right.
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
Yeah.
The air quotes. Are there too many skeletons in closets that maybe, as you've laid out, some other owners maybe don't want you going and looking around to the coincidences they may have?
Well, it's funny